Chapter 1. Goblin Kidneys. Fresh goblin kidneys. Just one spirit pearl each. One bite, and you'll replenish your yin and yang. Even the giant lizard won't dare leave your bed. Anyone interested in the socks of the elven maidens? The scent is exquisite, and they're lace-trimmed. $800 a pair. Local stalls selling a variety of wondrous items from countless realms. Clearance sale. Chu Ming lounged leisurely on a deck chair, cradling a large megaphone that repeatedly broadcasted the sales pitches. Before him lay an array of bizarre merchandise. Whip stockings, black silk, kidney essence, oil everything imaginable. A crowd had gathered around the stall, drawn in by the outrageous shouts, casting dubious glances at Chu Ming. What kind of nonsense is this? Goblins? Is that species even present on Blue Star now? Yeah, little brother, isn't that just dyed pig kidneys? Selling items from all realms? This must be some sort of live streaming scam. Naturally, the onlookers were skeptical. After all, the items Chu Ming was peddling were absurdly far-fetched. Although in this world where spiritual energy had revived and various races invaded, bizarre items from countless realms could indeed appear even new species. However, at this moment, Blue Star had yet to see goblins or elves. This young man running a stall was clearly a charlatan, unfazed by the crowd's skeptical gazes. Chu Ming maintained his composure, stretching lazily as he prepared to reveal his true identity. Chu Ming, what are you doing here selling goods? A surprised female voice suddenly rang out. Looking up, Chu Ming saw a girl in a black dress staring at him in disbelief. Oh, what are the odds of running into an acquaintance? Chu Ming was somewhat taken aback. He had deliberately come to the southern part of the city, farthest from Beishan High School, to set up his stall, yet here was a classmate? Well, it was a bit awkward to say the least. After her initial shock, Lin Yuming's gaze toward Chu Ming grew complex. She never expected that the once promising genius had now fallen to selling trinkets by the roadside. Moreover, the items he was selling were rather indecent, weren't they? Looking at those oddly shaped kidneys and recalling their supposed benefits, Lin Yuming's cheeks flushed slightly. Why are you selling these things? Chu Ming shrugged, replying helplessly, these are the only things I can sell cheaply. Lin Yuming frowned, recalling his awakened talent, momentarily speechless. Hey, little sister, do you know him? At that moment, a bystander chimed in. Stay away from this scammer, you might get conned someday. Chu Ming immediately bristled. Wait a minute, do you have any evidence to accuse me of scamming? Everything on my stall is authentic, genuine goods from countless realms. As he spoke, he pointed at the items on his stall. Look at this green goblin kidney, the black orc kidney, and that pink one. Does it even exist on Blue Star? The bystander scoffed. Isn't that just animal parts dyed? You think you can fool me? Lin Yuming felt embarrassed and quietly said, Big brother, these things should be real. The bystander was taken aback, widening his eyes at her. What the heck, accomplice? Him not. Lin Yuming hurriedly retorted, pointing at Chu Ming. He's the one who awakened level talent in our city a year ago. He really can obtain these items from countless realms. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their gazes toward Chu Ming now filled with incredulity. The one who awakened level talent a year ago? Everyone in Yuzhou City still remembered that day. Over the northern part of the city, a magnificent phenomenon had appeared, stretching for miles, indicating that someone had awakened level talent. It had been over 30 years since such an event had occurred nationwide. That day not only shocked the entire school, but even stirred Minister Chen of the city's spiritual cultivation department, who personally visited to recruit him as a disciple. However, upon learning that the talent he had awakened was that of a universal trader, Minister Chen's expression darkened, and he quickly offered some platitudes before leaving. He's actually the genius who awakened the universal trader talent? No wonder he can procure these items from countless realms. A genius, you say? Reduced to selling trinkets at a stall? This poor guy, awakening the only useless level talent. It's even worse than a level talent. Whispers filled the air as the onlookers regarded Chu Ming with pity and regret. So, you no longer doubt that I'm selling fakes, right? Chu Ming shrugged, unbothered by their gazes, having grown accustomed to it. Ever since his predecessor awakened that ridiculous level talent, the admiration and reverence he once received had turned into this. Universal trader, a talent universally acknowledged as utterly useless. As the name suggests, those who awaken this talent can communicate with any being from countless realms through their mental strength and forcibly conduct transactions. As long as one's mental strength is sufficiently powerful and they can meet the other party's demands, one could even trade with legendary gods, acquiring divine artifacts or powers, ascending to greatness in an instant. It sounds impressive, and it indeed is to some extent. However, the issue lies in the fact that the more powerful the being, the higher the demands they set. Some conditions are so steep that even the entire nation's resources can't fulfill them. The difficulty of successfully conducting a transaction is akin to a novice basketball player winning an NBA championship. Of course, one can trade with weaker beings, whose requirements are much lower. But the items obtained through such transactions, it's not that they're utterly useless, they're just barely better than nothing. For instance, these worthless items on the stall truly serve no purpose. Enhancing vitality? More like enhancing the market. They are less effective than simply watching a film. Don't ask Chu Ming how he knows this. Chu Ming, the mock exam is coming up soon. Can't you focus on your cultivation? If you keep this up, you might not even get into college. Lin Yuming offered a word of advice. Whatever, making some money isn't a bad thing. Chu Ming shrugged nonchalantly, appearing ready to continue his stall. Hey, Lin Yuming hesitated, ultimately shaking her head as she turned to leave. She and Chu Ming were not particularly close. Her concerns stemmed from a mix of good intentions and regret over the fallen genius, and she simply wanted to offer some advice. But seeing the current situation, it seemed he had completely given up. There was likely no persuading him. It made sense. Though having awakened a talent utterly unhelpful for cultivating spiritual energy, he could only resign himself to this fate, right? Noticing her about to leave, Chu Ming hurriedly called out, Hey, don't rush off. Aren't we classmates? Couldn't you help me out with my business? If you don't like kidneys, this pair of stockings would suit you perfectly. Lin Yuming glanced back, only to realize the item lacked even a crotch, her face instantly flushing red as she muttered pervert before quickening her pace to leave. Chu Ming shook his head in disappointment, then turned to the onlookers, hopeful. Come on, folks. How about a purchase? I assure you, it's all genuine. The bystanders exchanged glances, ultimately chuckling awkwardly before dispersing. Even if these colorful items were authentic, they wouldn't dare buy anything that came from another world. Who knows if it's poisonous? I can't believe it's such good items and not a single one sold. Chu Ming was furious. He had traded 2 low-level spirit pearls and some items from certain realms for these goods, expecting to at least make a little profit, but now it seemed he might lose everything. After a moment of frustration, Chu Ming shook his head, retrieving a box of dorayaki from his backpack, excitement gleaming in his eyes. The time for the agreed-upon transaction with that blue chubby creature was nearing. Hopefully, those extraordinary items would help him soar to new heights. Reclining in his deck chair, Chu Ming closed his eyes, and with a thought, his consciousness swiftly entered a vast, boundless, mysterious space akin to the cosmos. In the next moment, enormous mirrors appeared in the dark space, densely packed and seemingly endless. Each mirror represented a realm from countless worlds. Chu Ming could channel his mental strength, allowing his consciousness to enter these realms and trade with any being within. This was the remarkable power of the universal trader. Roaming through countless realms, all it takes is a strong will. However, at present, Chu Ming's mental strength was only at the black iron level, allowing him to enter only the lowest tier realms. If he forcefully entered a higher tier realm, his mental strength would suffer severe backlash, leaving him in a state of mental paralysis. Where's the blue chubby guy's world located? Chu Ming's consciousness wandered among the myriad low-tier worlds, observing various peculiar creatures, some even resembling seasoned gamers. In a fleeting moment, he found himself in a world strikingly reminiscent of Earth from his past life, where he beheld a familiar figure. It was a creature adorned in blue and white, with a yellow bell dangling from its neck and a pouch upon its belly, seemingly humanoid in shape. Although it appeared rather unremarkable, such peculiar beings were ubiquitous across the myriad realms. However, as a traveler of worlds, Chu Ming was acutely aware of the extraordinary nature of this particular entity, for it was none other than the legendary Doraemon, a being possessing countless conceptual-grade artifacts. With a mere thought, Chu Ming expended a substantial amount of mental energy and activated his strength talent, the universal trader. At that moment, Doraemon, engrossed in a comic book within Nobita's room, suddenly lifted his head, as if sensing an intangible presence, murmuring to himself, "Have you arrived?" "It is I." Chu Ming wasted no time, stating directly, "I have prepared the dorayaki. Have you procured the items I requested?" Upon hearing the word dorayaki, Doraemon's eyes widened in sheer longing. 3 days prior, a voice had inexplicably echoed in his mind, proclaiming a desire to engage and trade with him. At that time, he had experienced an unsettling sensation, as if he could not refuse Chu Ming's proposition without facing dire consequences. Doraemon, feeling cornered, initially bristled at the notion of such coercive bargaining and promptly offered a staggering 10 billion yen. Yet, Chu Ming proposed a trade involving dorayaki, effortlessly conjuring one into existence right before Doraemon's eyes. Instantly pacified, Doraemon instinctively seized the dorayaki and devoured it whole. It was nothing short of divine. He swore it was the most delectable dorayaki he had ever tasted in his life. Even in the technologically advanced future, he had never encountered such exquisite flavor. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Ming suggested trading 10 dorayaki for a single item. Without hesitation, Doraemon acquiesced. After a mere 2 seconds of contemplation, such delicious dorayaki was far too tempting to resist. "Here are 20 memory breads." Doraemon swiftly retrieved a large bag of bread from his fourth-dimensional pocket, exclaiming, "I have modified them according to your specifications. Consuming them will grant you permanent effects. Even if expelled, the benefits will not dissipate." A smile crept across Chu Ming's face. "Excellent, thank you. If all is in order, let us conclude the trade." "Absolutely." Doraemon nodded vigorously, almost creating an afterimage in his excitement. In that moment, an unspoken agreement was forged between their minds. The next instant, the bag of memory bread in Doraemon's possession vanished, replaced by a box of dorayaki. "Wow, how wondrous!" Doraemon leaped with joy, eagerly tearing open the packaging and devouring the treats with a blissful expression. Meanwhile, the dorayaki in Chu Ming's hands transformed into a bag of bread. Success! Chu Ming's heart surged with elation. After half a year of traversing this world, he had finally utilized his frustrating talent to secure a truly valuable item, and it was none other than the extraordinary memory bread. By imprinting the contents of any book onto these breads and consuming them, one could instantaneously learn their contents. In his youth, Chu Ming had often fantasized that possessing memory bread would guarantee him perfect scores on exams. Now he realized he had been thinking too small. He had previously inquired of Doraemon, and the knowledge acquired through memory bread was not merely retained, but comprehended in depth. If he were to consume the contents of a top-tier spiritual technique encoded in memory bread, would he not instantaneously master a supreme technique? His cultivation speed would skyrocket. This was the essence of a conceptual-grade artifact. The more Chu Ming pondered, the more exhilarated he became. He was finally on the verge of a breakthrough. Initially, he had felt despair over the activation of this irritating talent upon his arrival, struggling for an extended period to discern its utility. Over the past 6 months, he had made countless attempts to trade with formidable beings from lower realms, seeking items to aid in his cultivation. However, every one of those creatures quoted astronomical prices, with the lowest asking for over 1 million high-level spirit pearls. Those were high-level spirit pearls. He had heard that even the golden-tier experts within the spiritual cultivation department of Yuzhou earned only 10 high-level spirit pearls per month. 1 million? Selling my school wouldn't suffice. Chu Ming harbored grave doubts, suspecting that these powerful beings from other worlds simply had no intention of trading with him, deliberately setting exorbitant prices to deter him. Indeed, this suspicion appeared to hold true. The true power of the universal trader talent lay in the ability to force a transaction with any being from any dimension, provided one possessed sufficient mental energy, without needing the other party's consent. Imagine, one day while enjoying hot pot and singing, a voice suddenly echoes in your mind. "Oi, kid, I want to buy that treasure of yours, name your price." Moreover, the owner of this voice is an exceedingly weak novice, the kind that could be extinguished with but a mere finger. Would you truly be inclined to engage in a transaction with such a one? Surely, any rational individual would be disinclined that if one does not wish to sell. Naturally, exorbitant prices must be set. This is also the most infuriating aspect of this S-level talent. It does not impose a definitive trading price. Chu Ming has attempted countless times, but he's been utterly unable to procure any items beneficial for cultivation from the powerful beings across myriad realms. What else could he do but resign himself to this fate? Cultivation is an impossibility, so he can only purchase some novel trinkets from those lesser beings, bringing them into the real world to set up a stall and make ends meet. However, just as Chu Ming was prepared to fully embrace this dismal existence, 3 days prior, while traversing the countless lower worlds within the myriad realms, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a certain world featuring Doraemon. Like a tea that moment. Chu Ming was jolted upright in shock, as if revived from a near-death state. He immediately realized that this could be his opportunity to soar. What? Has it already been devoured so soon? Doraemon's voice of disappointment suddenly pierced through Chu Ming's reverie, pulling him back to the present. A glance revealed that the blue cat had consumed an entire box of dorayaki in less than 2 minutes, now sitting on the ground with an expression of lingering desire. Moments later, as if struck by inspiration, Doraemon rummaged through his fourth-dimensional pocket and produced a green hat, looking up to ask, "Are you still there? Do you want this?" A surge of delight filled Chu Ming's heart. It seemed the blue cat still craved dorayaki. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "What is this thing? It doesn't appear to hold much value." Although he was aware that every item from this blue cat was extraordinary, one must not appear overly eager in a negotiation, lest the price skyrocket. This is called the forgiveness hat. Once you don it, no matter what you do, the other party will undoubtedly forgive you. Doraemon explained eagerly. However, this item, when taken to another world, will only be effective for 120 hours due to the limitations set by its inventor to prevent it from spreading to other realms. How many dorayaki do you think it's worth? The forgiveness hat? Chu Ming was taken aback. Did Doraemon truly possess such an item? After a moment of reflection, he suddenly recalled that this seemed to be a creation of those whimsical internet users on Earth in his past life. Its original form was called the stone hat, which rendered the wearer as inconspicuous as a small stone by the roadside. How could Doraemon produce an item conceived by internet users? Could it be that the world of fan creations also counted as a realm? Chu Ming, too apathetic to ponder further, gazed at the green hat with fervor. Though its color was somewhat garish, its function was indeed remarkable. With it, no matter what actions one undertook, others would unconditionally forgive one's misdeeds. If he were to acquire such an item that could render him invisible, would he still need to be wary of superheroes? But with this forgiveness hat, would he not be able to frolic freely? Even if the duration was limited to 120 hours or 5 days, that was ample time for numerous exploits. His heart racing with excitement, Chu Ming adopted a feigned reluctance and remarked, "This item seems rather ineffective. I am a good person, never committing wrongdoings, so I have no need for others to forgive me. Moreover, the time restriction makes it rather lackluster," Doraemon uttered in disappointment, lowering his head to continue rummaging through his pocket, hoping to find something else to sell. However, many of his items have been sent to the future for repairs, leaving him with only a few that were either useless or exceedingly rare and expensive, none of which were suitable for sale. "What are we to do?" Doraemon sighed despondently. A smile crept onto Chu Ming's lips. "How about this? I can offer you 10 dorayaki for the forgiveness hat. Although this item holds little value to me, it would be a nice gesture of friendship. Building a good rapport with the blue cat is undoubtedly essential. They had only recently made each other's acquaintance. And even with the allure of spiritual power dorayaki, it was highly improbable that Chu Ming would be able to purchase any truly magnificent items from him, such as the time package, dictator button, or anywhere door. Items of staggering power that were likely quite precious to Doraemon and difficult to obtain. Really? Doraemon's eyes widened in excitement. "Oh, you truly are a good person." "Of course." Chu Ming smiled faintly. "Just wait a moment while I prepare your dorayaki." "All right." Returning to reality, Chu Ming opened his eyes, rose from his stall, and walked into a pastry shop on the pedestrian street, purchasing a box of 10 dorayaki. Placing his hand on the packaging, he released a strand of spiritual energy from his fingertips. Infusing it into the treat, and Smile Point 1 spiritual power dorayaki was now complete. Infusing spiritual energy enhances the flavor of food. This is common knowledge in this world. Hence, Chu Ming had previously attempted to see if he could successfully trade infused dorayaki with Doraemon. It was evident that this blue cat had a profound love for dorayaki. Since there existed a world of Doraemon within the myriad realms, surely other animated worlds must also exist. Chu Ming mused that if he could trade with characters like Grey Wolf, Tom, or Piggy Hero, he could truly soar to new heights. It is well known that one should never compare their combat prowess with that of cartoon characters, for most of them exist on a conceptual level. However, for now, Chu Ming could only dream of encountering such animated figures in the vast expanses of the myriad realms. After half a year of traversing through various lower worlds post-transmigration, Chu Ming's consciousness had intensely roamed through over 10,000 lower realms. Yet it was only 3 days ago that he fortuitously discovered the world of Doraemon. The odds were indeed slim. Upon returning to his stall, Chu Ming immediately reclined on his lounge chair, closed his eyes, and sent his consciousness back into Doraemon's world, successfully completing the trade for the forgiveness hat. Thank you. Not at all. That if you have any other items you wish to sell, feel free to contact me with your consciousness anytime. That if they're suitable, I will purchase them. All right. With that, Chu Ming opened his eyes, gazing at the bag of bread and the green hat in his hands. His excitement impossible to contain a year prior. His original self had awakened a notoriously useless talent, akin to being a large aircraft that had just crashed. But now I have triumphed in the resurrection match. With his heart racing, Chu Ming felt no desire to continue his stall. He was eager to return home and test the effects of the memory bread. At this moment, his spiritual power level was merely at the second stage of black iron, pitifully low, while his peers who had awakened their talents generally hovered around the 5th stage. In fact, a few prodigies in the city had already reached the 9th stage of black iron, and with just one more step, they would break through to the bronze level. The reason for Chu Ming's significant lag was undoubtedly due to his talent as a universal trader. This talent was exceedingly rare, having appeared only twice in hundreds of years, and no one knew its attribute, leaving it without a corresponding spiritual power technique. Unlike those who awakened elemental talents, who could practice the corresponding techniques for enhanced efficiency and greater combat prowess. What type of attribute did the universal trader possess? Space attribute, perhaps? Chu Ming had attempted to cultivate space techniques, but found the efficiency akin to being stuck in molasses. He was making no progress whatsoever. Clearly, it was not a suitable match. Thus, Chu Ming had no choice but to resort to cultivating the spirit origin technique. This was a universal technique specially crafted by the state for those who had not awakened any talents. Its advantage lay in its simplicity. Any normal person could become a spiritual cultivator through it. However, its drawbacks were evident. It was devoid of any attributes, resulting in the production of low-quality spiritual power, weak combat abilities, and a ceiling capped at the pinnacle of bronze level. Coupled with the absence of a talent to assist him, his cultivation speed paled in comparison to those who had awakened their talents. Moreover, Chu Ming's comprehension was not particularly high. After an entire year, he had only managed to advance the spirit origin technique to its second layer. In contrast, the students of the ordinary classes at Beishan Middle School, who lack awakened talents, have all reached the 5th level on average. The second level of the Lingyuan Gong cultivates spiritual power at a painfully sluggish pace. To advance from the 2nd to the 3rd stage of black iron. It would likely take at least 4 to 5 months. Is this even a practice session? Hence, Chu Ming chose to slack off. However, now he pondered, if he were to consume the memory bread to absorb Lingyuan Gong, would it enable him to master all 9 levels in one fell swoop? The more he contemplated, the more his anticipation grew. He hastily tidied up his stall and departed with purpose. Just as he was about to exit the pedestrian street, he suddenly noticed a crowd gathered around stall, buzzing with animated discussion. Could this truly be a bronze-level worm spirit herb? It did resemble the photos on Baidu, and the aura it emitted was indeed that of a bronze-level spirit herb. 30 low-level spirit pearls, being sold at such a bargain. Surely, it can't be genuine, right? A voice chimed in. I recall that 5 years ago, the Jiao auction house auctioned a black iron-level worm spirit herb and fetched over 40 spirit pearls. Worm spirit herb? Chu Ming halted in his tracks. Curiosity piqued. It seemed this herb could only be obtained within the depths of the worm abyss secret realm, a place of considerable peril, with its lowest tier being bronze level. Rumor had it that deeper within, silver-level worm monsters lurked, posing immense danger. The conditions for the birth of a worm spirit herb were also exceedingly stringent. Upon the natural death of a worm monster, there existed a minuscule probability that its body would not decompose. If this body fortuitously lay in an area rich in spiritual energy, covered by spiritual soil, and coincidentally had bronze-level fungal monsters beneath it, which had taken root in the corpse, then the worm spirit herb might sprout from it. The odds of such an occurrence were akin to the chances of Ding Zhun being accepted into Tsinghua University. Thus, despite the worm spirit herb's extraordinary effects, greatly enhancing spiritual power and potentially bestowing some of the worm monster's innate abilities, it remained a coveted treasure for countless low-tier spiritual practitioners, yet was seldom found in the market. How could such a rare item be available at a street stall? Moreover, if this was indeed a bronze-level worm spirit herb, it could easily fetch 50 or 60 low-level spirit pearls at an auction house. Yet the vendor was asking for a mere 30 pearls. The more Chu Ming pondered, the greater his intrigue grew. Unable to resist, he edged closer for a better look, and through the throng, he spotted the herb displayed on a carpet, resembling cordyceps, albeit magnified several times. However, merely upon glancing at it, Chu Ming's perception exploded with realization. It was clearly a counterfeit. He had traversed through numerous realms ruled by worm monsters, and he was far too familiar with the essence of the worm spirit herb. The item at the stall, upon taking a whiff, he discerned its inauthenticity. This was something he had discovered in the bronze-level secret realm of the worm abyss in Dongchuan City. A stroke of luck. Undoubtedly genuine. The vendor was a burly middle-aged man clad in a leather jacket, his rugged visage exuding a fierce aura. Evidently a formidable spiritual practitioner, likely at least silver dash level that in fact, he could be considered a local powerhouse within the entire Yuzhou city. The principal of Beishan Middle School, where Chu Ming studied, was only at the 3rd stage of silver. Consequently, while the onlookers harbored doubts regarding the authenticity of the worm spirit herb, they only dared to murmur quietly, not daring to confront him. This guy is silver level. He could likely solo a bronze level secret realm. I have the impression this worm spirit herb is genuine that a bystander mused. Isn't a matter of strength? The birth probability of a worm spirit herb is exceedingly low. The last appearance of such an herb within the province was 5 years ago, and it was merely black iron level. Indeed, the likelihood of a bronze-level worm spirit herb's emergence was probably lower than my chances of sleeping with Li Xiaoxiao. Who is Li Xiaoxiao? My brother's wife. Goodness! The crowd buzzed, each face etched with skepticism, reluctant to make a purchase. After observing for a while, Chu Ming prepared to turn away, while he disapproved of such deceitful practices. He dared not confront a silver-level spiritual practitioner, a mere black iron 2nd stage weakling. Provoking a silver-level individual? Wasn't he that akin to a husky entering a restroom looking for a mess? Yet, just as he took a couple of steps, an idea struck him that he reached into his pocket, feeling the presence of his forgiveness hat, his eyes lighting up. No, I am now a high-spec Shion. Equipped with miraculous tools, why should I shy away from a silver level? This also provides an excellent opportunity to test the efficacy of the forgiveness hat. Chu Ming halted, promptly donning the forgiveness hat atop his head, transforming him into a vibrant green spectacle. Instantly, he attracted several astonished glances from passers-by. Bro, that hat is quite unique. A young man with yellow hair couldn't help but tease, struggling to suppress a laugh. Chu Ming glanced at him, replying coolly, "Are you laughing at your mother?" The yellow-haired youth's expression darkened, his mouth opening in preparation to retort. Yet for reasons unknown, his anger dissipated as if erased by some mysterious force. Strangely, he found himself unperturbed, even considering Chu Ming's insult as a trifling matter. The young man scratched his head, bewilderment clouding his eyes. What on earth was happening? Seeing this reaction, Chu Ming exhaled in relief and decided to test further. Patting the young man's shoulder with a grin, "Bro, your wife was truly outstanding last night." Onlookers were left dumbfounded. Was this young man seriously unwell? It was one thing to wear a glowing green hat, but why was he so charmingly affable? As everyone anticipated an explosive reaction from the yellow-haired youth, he instead waved his hand with a smile. "No worries, no worries. If you like it, that's all that matters." Chu Ming blinked. "I slept with your wife. Aren't you upset?" The yellow-haired youth chuckled. "It's fine. I forgive you." After saying this, he scratched his head vigorously, nearly removing the yellow locks from the back of his head, feeling as though something was amiss, yet unable to articulate it. Onlookers. "Wait, are you serious?" This can be forgiven. Is this the infamous green hat syndrome? Chu Ming nodded in satisfaction, releasing the yellow-haired youth and scanning the crowd. Finally fixing his gaze on a young man sporting a duckbill cap in his bemused gaze, Chu Ming strode over, snatching the cap from his head and placing it atop his own, conveniently obscuring the vibrant green of the forgiveness hat. Nice cap. Bro, it's mine now. Hope you don't mind. A flicker of anger crossed the young man's face, but he soon smiled. If you like it, take a teeth, and no problem. I forgive you, bystanders. Oh, a winky face? What's happening? Are today's youth this eccentric? Having tested the extraordinary effects of the forgiveness hat, Chu Ming felt entirely at ease. He pushed through the crowd and squatted down in front of the stall for a closer look. Just as he was about to pick up the so-called worm spirit herb, a delicate hand suddenly reached out beside him, grabbing it before he could. Turning to look, Chu Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, this girl is stunning. With long, flowing black hair and a beautifully delicate, fair complexion, she was breathtakingly beautiful, albeit with a somewhat aloof demeanor. Clad in a black long dress, she crouched beside Chu Ming, slightly leaning forward. Her curves accentuated in a captivating manner. Was this dress too large? Chu Ming felt a momentary daze, but upon regaining focus, irritation surged within him. Excuse me, young lady, no matter how breathtaking you are, that doesn't excuse such rudeness. I reached for it first. Without hesitation, Chu Ming snatched the worm spirit herb from the girl's hand and declared, "Cue up." What? Gu Yueshi was momentarily taken aback, staring at Chu Ming in confusion. What cue? I reached for it first. You simply didn't notice, all right. A wave of anger surged within her, leading her to retort. Yet, inexplicably, the anger evaporated, and she nodded. It's fine. You can look first. Why am I not angry? Gu Yueshi furrowed her brows in bewilderment. Meanwhile, many onlookers had shifted their attention to her. Wow, such a beautiful girl is actually browsing at a street stall? She must be the campus belle of some school. Campus belle? I've only seen those in 91. Do they exist in reality? This young man is quite something. Letting such a beauty take a look first, what's the matter with him? Seizing a beautiful woman's belongings is not an issue. Chu Ming toyed with the worm spirit herb for quite a while, thoroughly confirming that it was indeed a counterfeit. The stall owner, whose face was marred by excess flesh, grew somewhat impatient. Young man, just take a glance. If you can't afford it, don't touch it. A lad who appeared to be in high school and was presumably a vendor could hardly afford 30 low-tier spirit stones. Beside him, Gu Yueshi murmured, "You've been staring for 5 minutes." She genuinely wished to purchase this worm spirit herb. The book stated that consuming such an herb would significantly enhance one's spiritual energy, making it an excellent choice for cultivators seeking to elevate their power levels. For black iron and bronze tier cultivators, the effects of the bronze tier worm spirit herb would undoubtedly be remarkable. She had been stuck at the 9th stage of black iron for several months. And tomorrow marked the final mock examination for her senior year, with the college entrance exam looming less than a month away. If she failed to break through to bronze tier, her chances of being admitted to a top-tier cultivation academy would diminish. Gu Yueshi anxiously focused on Chu Ming, fearing he might snatch up the worm spirit herb. This could be her only opportunity. However, with a crisp crack, a sound echoed the astonishment of onlookers. Chu Ming snapped the worm spirit herb in two. Wasn't this the artificially synthesized one from just last week? It didn't grow no matter how much one touched it. What bad luck! Bystanders gaped in disbelief. The bronze tier worm spirit herb had just been broken. If the herb was damaged, its efficacy would dissipate in mere seconds. Was this young man always so audacious? Observing the stall owner's darkening expression, the overwhelming aura of a silver tier cultivator began to surge, prompting the crowd to instinctively take a few steps back, their hearts racing. Oh no. Before a silver tier powerhouse, he destroyed the man's herb and claimed it was counterfeit, regardless of whether it was genuine or not. He was about to face the wrath of a silver tier. Gu Yueshi's face turned pale as she hurriedly stood up, retreating several steps, struggling to breathe under the pressure of the stall owner's formidable presence. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as she looked at Chu Ming. Had he lost his mind? Even if he recognized that the worm spirit herb was fake, he shouldn't have destroyed it in front of a silver tier cultivator. Faced with an enraged silver tier, Everyone felt that even if Chu Ming survived, he would certainly be left in pieces. Yet, Chu Ming remained unfazed, slowly rising to his feet and delivering a resounding slap to the stall owner. "How dare you sell fakes?" Bystanders were taken aback. "What? Goodness, this young man, my word." The stall owner's anger vanished in an instant, replaced by a grin as he laughed heartily. "It's nothing, just a trivial matter. Gu Yueshi." Bystanders. "A trivial matter? Not at all, my friend. He destroyed your herb and slapped you. Why not retaliate? Is this a marketplace or a gathering of the bizarre? Has the quality of people nowadays sunk so low?" Chu Ming offered a slight smile, lifting his cap to reveal his head. The moment the cap was removed, the stall owner erupted in rage, bellowing, "What the hell?" Then, Chu Ming donned the cap once more, delivering another sharp slap. Smacked. "What's the matter? Do you have objections?" The stall owner, now beaming, replied, No, it's just a trivial matter." Chu Ming lifted the cap again. The stall owner exclaimed, "What the hell?" He put on the cap. Smacked. "It's nothing. What the hell?" Smacked. "It's nothing." After several cycles, Gu Yueshi was left dumbfounded over the bystanders. Even the stall owner himself was bewildered. What on earth was happening? Why did his anger only seem to flare momentarily? After receiving dozens of slaps, even when Chu Ming lifted the cap, the stall owner could no longer summon any anger. Fear flickered in his eyes. Something was amiss. This young man was extraordinarily peculiar. "Little brother, no, big brother, please, don't toy with me. I concede." As Chu Ming prepared to deliver yet another slap, the stall owner was on the verge of breaking down, disregarding his pride and hastily begging for mercy. Though Chu Ming appeared no older than 17 or 18, and his spiritual power could not exceed the peak of black iron, even a full force slap from him would hardly sting. However, it wounded his dignity. A dignified silver-tier cultivator could easily hold a minor leadership position in a municipal cultivation department. The T.O.B. publicly slapped by a mere black iron cultivator. If this were to spread, he would never show his face again. Smacked. Another solid slap landed. The stall owner was nearing his breaking point. "Big brother, please stop. I admit I sold counterfeit goods." He pointed to the two halves of the worm's spirit herb on the ground. Tears welling in his eyes, "I used a bit of spirit soil and some fragments of silver tier herbs. Printed it with a 3D printer. It's truly fake, all right?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. "What? It really is fake? A 3D printer? Wait, the methods of counterfeiting have become this advanced? I knew it. The aura of this worm spirit herb was completely off. This young man has a keen eye. What nonsense. Do you think you could discern the aura of such a rare item? Is that the point? The real issue is that this young man is rather unsettling. Why doesn't this silver-tier cultivator dare to retaliate?" The crowd was a mix of shock and suspicion. If not for the palpable aura of the silver-tier cultivator, they would have suspected this was all a prearranged act for social media. The scene was simply too bizarre. A weak black iron cultivator slapping a silver-tier powerhouse. Who stood by without retaliating? Who would believe such a thing? Could this young man possess some significant background, such that a mere grimace could transform him into a dragon king? The stall owner recognized him. Thus, refraining from retaliation and pleading for mercy, many onlookers began to wildly speculate. Only the earlier youth with yellow hair, as well as the young man from whom Chu Ming had snatched the hat, wore peculiar expressions. Yes, that was exactly the feeling. It was impossible to be angry at this guy. Gu Yueshi's brows furrowed, her gaze filled with uncertainty as she looked at Chu Ming, sensing something was amiss. Simultaneously, a wave of gratitude welled up within her. It turned out that this worm spirit herb was indeed counterfeit. Gu Yueshi had no doubt that had Chu Ming not exposed the truth. Her desperation to break through would have led her to impulsively purchase the herb .30 low-tier spirit stones, would have emptied her savings. "Oh, admitted it, have you?" Chu Ming raised an eyebrow, deciding to spare him for now. "All right, good sir. I'll leave immediately. I want to return to this market." The stall owner was overjoyed, feeling an immense sense of relief, eager to make a hasty exit. This young man radiated an unsettling aura that was simply too absurd. "Wait, where do you think you're going?" Chu Ming swiftly reached out to grab him, fearful he might flee. The stall owner turned pale, thinking, "What more do you want?" He promptly summoned his spiritual energy, turning to make a run for it. Akin to a startled rabbit, in reality, he had long wished to escape. However, Chu Ming furrowed his brows, watching as the stall owner dashed several meters away and quickly stepped onto his carpet. "Brother, I stepped on your carpet. Is that all right?" The stall owner's frantic pace abruptly halted, as if held by an invisible force. Then, to the bewildered gazes of the crowd, the stall owner returned, grinning broadly. "Ha! It's nothing. I forgive you." After saying this, the stall owner's face turned pale, and his gaze towards Chu Ming became filled with sheer terror. What the hell? A massive question mark loomed over the heads of the onlookers, who were utterly perplexed by the stall owner's actions. "Wait, you ran so far away. Why are you back? Why does this situation seem increasingly incomprehensible? Goodness, my head itches. It feels like I might gain some sense. Is this truly a conceptual level?" In Chu Ming's heart, a wave of delight washed over him. Just moments ago, while he was slapping hands, he sensed that this forgiveness had seemed somewhat peculiar. And no wonder this fellow, despite being battered so severely, did not flee. After all, it turns out that one must genuinely forgive him to proceed. To his astonishment, this item possessed a hard control effect. "Good sir, what exactly are you attempting to achieve?" The vendor was in utter despair. He merely wished to sell some counterfeit goods to earn a little extra cash. How could he have encountered such a bizarre situation? The sensation of his body being completely beyond his control, manipulated at will, was utterly chilling. He now harbored grave doubts, suspecting that the seemingly weak, black iron-level individual before him was in fact an awakened practitioner of the mind system, specializing in spiritual power. Surely his mental prowess far surpassed his own. Otherwise, how could one explain his ability to control his thoughts and actions? Chu Ming bestowed a gentle smile upon him. "Brother, you are brazenly peddling counterfeit goods, and as a consumer, I have been deceived by you. Do you not think it reasonable to offer me some form of compensation?" The vendor was left dumbfounded. "Wait, I thought you weren't even a consumer. Am I to compensate for marketplace?" This was nothing short of outright extortion. Yet, after reflecting on the recent events, the vendor was filled with trepidation and dared not refuse. His spiritual power was pitifully low, merely at the bronze level 1. If Chu Ming truly were a formidable practitioner, he could effortlessly crush his spirit, leading to his immediate demise. The vendor could only muster a mournful smile. "What compensation do you desire?" Chu Ming's eyes sparkled. "How much do you have in savings?" "What?" The vendor's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you trying to drain me dry?" Chu Ming, uninterested in further banter, began rummaging through his belongings. Before long, he unearthed 2 bank cards and a spirit pearl card. With a satisfied grin, he inquired, "Brother, what is the password?" "How polite you are!" The vendor nearly wished for death, and, after much internal struggle, he finally gritted his teeth and divulged the password. 114514. He felt there was no escape unless he bled a bit today. Observing the vendor's agonizing expression, Chu Ming surmised he was likely being truthful and nodded. "Very well. I shall reluctantly accept your compensation." Reluctantly, my foot. The vendor was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Yet, he forced a smile. "Brother, may I leave now?" "Yes, you may go." Having achieved his goal, Chu Ming had no desire for further conversation and waved him off. "Thank you, brother." The vendor, as if granted a reprieve, immediately summoned his spiritual power and bolted away, disappearing in an instant. His speed was at least 5 times faster than before. It seemed he was genuinely frightened by Chu Ming. This fellow would likely think twice before venturing out to sell counterfeit goods again. What a bountiful harvest! Chu Ming, beaming with joy, stowed away the bank cards and spirit pearl card, eagerly anticipating a visit to the bank to check the balances. This venture had turned out to be immensely profitable. Initially, he merely sought to test the effects of the forgiveness hat and perhaps punish a wrongdoer. Little did he know, he had not only uncovered the hidden hard control effect of the hat, but also managed to extract compensation from the vendor. It was akin to Qin Shi Huang winning big at the electric gate. With his newfound treasures in hand, Chu Ming disregarded the astonished and bewildered gazes of passers-by, humming a tune as he departed. Only after he was gone did the onlookers snap back to reality, erupting in a chorus of astonishment. What? This kid actually turned the tables and extorted him. A mere black iron practitioner extorting a silver-level individual. This was a plot even novels would shy away from. Black iron, my foot. This person is undoubtedly more than meets the eye. Among the crowd, a young man with yellow hair exclaimed, "He just insulted me and claimed to have slept with my wife." Yet I couldn't muster any anger. How absurd is that? After a brief pause, someone hesitantly replied, "Brother, are you perhaps a masochist with a penchant for green hats?" The yellow-haired young man's face darkened as he retorted, "Get lost. What I mean is that person must have controlled my mind, do you understand? He is most likely an awakened practitioner of the mind system. A true cultivator. His spiritual power level is definitely above bronze level 5. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent for a moment before expressions of realization spread among them. An awakened practitioner of the mind system? No wonder the vendor had acted so strangely. He was under mental control. Only those who had awakened such abilities could manipulate another's mind. Yet such talents only emerged once or twice a year nationwide. Wait, I haven't heard of anyone in our city awakening such a talent in recent years. Exactly, and he looks barely 17 or 18. Even if he specializes in spiritual power, how could he possibly control a silver-level practitioner's mind? Could it be that he's a genius from a big city? Wait, something feels off. Why does he seem somewhat familiar? The crowd buzzed with speculation, clearly astonished by the events that had just unfolded. Gu Ueshi, amidst the throng, furrowed her brows, gazing intently in the direction Chu Ming had departed, her mind swirling with countless questions that a vendor of silver-level cultivation. Even if he did not focus on spiritual training, his spiritual power would naturally exceed bronze level 1. Yet, that individual had effortlessly controlled the vendor's mind, without breaking a sweat. This indicated that his spiritual power was at least at bronze level 5. To reach such heights at such a young age was nothing short of extraordinary, even among the prodigies of the capital city. Gu Yueshi pondered silently, growing increasingly curious about Chu Ming's true identity. Such a talent surely deserved national recognition and cultivation, so how could he possibly be found in a second or third-tier city like theirs? Furthermore, it appeared he was also peddling goods in the market. How utterly perplexing. What a windfall for a silver-level practitioner. Emerging from the bank, Chu Ming was in high spirits. His astonishment. The 2 bank cards contained over 3 million in savings. Additionally, the Spirit Pearl card held over 80 low-level Spirit Pearls and 3 mid-level Spirit Pearls. He could hardly believe his eyes. After half a year setting up his stall, he had barely earned 40,000 yuan, which equated to just 4 low-level Spirit Pearls. Not even a fraction of what he had just acquired. Thankfully, all 3 cards were now his. Chu Ming was elated. The props from the blue chubby fellow were truly effective. Although he had offended the vendor quite severely, he felt no apprehension regarding retaliation. Surely, after being so thoroughly humiliated, a normal person would hesitate to seek revenge, right? Even if he was not a normal person. It mattered little. The forgiveness hat was only effective for 5 days. Within that period, he felt invincible. During these 5 days, Chu Ming was fully confident he could elevate his combat prowess to the point of easily dispatching a silver-level practitioner. When the time came, if the vendor dared to retaliate, he would be able to deal with him effortlessly. If worse came to worst, he could always seek out the blue chubby fellow for more props. Chu Ming felt utterly unburdened, quickly casting aside thoughts of the recent events as he began to contemplate the upcoming school simulation assessment. Tomorrow marked the 3rd nationwide simulation assessment for the senior year students. In their city, all high school seniors would be tested together. Given that there was only one Black Iron level novice secret realm available for assessments, the spirit beast within range from Black Iron level 2 to 5, ensuring maximum safety for the students. The assessment criteria were straightforward. It was purely a matter of how many beasts one could slay and the levels of those beasts. For instance, defeating a Black Iron level 5 beast would earn 5 points. In the previous 2 simulation tests, Chu Ming, despite his Black Iron level 2 strength, had managed to slay a Black Iron level 1 beast, earning a high score of 1 point. He ranked dead last in the entire city. A truly humiliating feat, damn it. What a disgrace for a time traveler. The more Chu Ming thought about it, the more frustrated he became. He absolutely had to redeem himself this time. Upon returning to his cramped 10-square-meter rental room, he tossed the tarpaulin, still wrapped with his belongings, onto the bed. Chu Ming picked up the bag of memory bread and hurried to his computer, preparing to search for information on the Ling Yuan Gong. However, as soon as he connected to the internet, several group chat messages popped up in the lower right corner. IT was the group chat for the awakened class of the third year at Beishan High School. Had they heard that there would be new assessment content in tomorrow's simulation test? Indeed, it seems the difficulty has significantly increased. I am utterly astounded by these scholarly elites during the second mock examination. I barely managed to score 15 points, which was already quite challenging, if I may say so. Now, with the third mock exam raising the stakes, is this some sort of cruel jest aimed at my demise? How in the world am I supposed to withstand such trials? Damn it, am I still expected to take this test? I'm out. Hold on a moment, don't jump just yet. I've activated the automatic follow feature. It's over. They say the first mock exam is the most difficult, yet somehow our cohort is facing an intensified challenge in the third mock that I fear I might fail this time. Upon reading the last message, Chu Ming felt a twitch at the corner of his eye and muttered a curse under his breath. This was all due to the sender, Chun Hao, a practitioner with an awakened A-grade lightning element talent. Currently at the 8th level of Black Iron. It is worth noting that most of his peers who have awakened their talents are merely at the 5th level of Black Iron at this stage. This fellow scored an astonishing 182 in the first mock exam, setting a school record. Truly a prodigy among prodigies. Furthermore, due to his exceptional A-grade talent, he has long since secured a place in a prestigious spiritual cultivation university. Yet, curiously, before each examination, he laments in the class group chat, declaring his imminent failure, only to emerge with the highest scored. Is this not the epitome of absurdity? In the group chat, after Chen Hao sent that message, a profound silence enveloped the conversation for several seconds. It was evident that others were equally bewildered by his antics. Such ostentation from a top student is undeniably irksome. Noticing the lack of responses, Chun Hao, perhaps feeling a twinge of embarrassment, sent another message. Well, it's no big deal. After all, we have an S-grade genius at the bottom of our class, as soon as those words were typed. The atmosphere in the group chat brightened considerably. Indeed. There's a small genius in our class practicing the spirit element technique. This time, our dear Minggu is surely doomed. Last time, he struggled valiantly to score just 1 point in the second mock. Will he manage to score even a single point this time with the increased difficulty? Chu Ming, to be frank, you should consider withdrawing from the exam. This mock examination poses too great a risk for you. Chu Ming, Minggu, have you ascended to the 3rd level of Black Iron? I heard that the assessment secret realm tomorrow contains Black Iron level 9 spirit beasts. What is your plan? Minggu, let me teach you. When you encounter a Black Iron level 9 spirit beast, just perform a sliding tackle. You'll crush it on the spot. The group was filled with a jovial atmosphere. Ever since Chu Ming awakened as a universal trader, he has become a topic of conversation among students for an entire year. It's no surprise, as an utterly useless S-grade talent is remarkably peculiar. Observing the various jests in the chat, Chu Ming remained expressionless, having grown accustomed to it all. The third mock examination has indeed raised the difficulty. Goodness, it was already quite challenging. Unable to restrain himself, Chu Ming voiced his thoughts, considering his own strength at the 2nd level of Black Iron, that if he were to participate in the third mock as he is, scoring points seems impossible, and even survival could be in question. He glanced at the memory bread on his desk, hoping its effects would be powerful enough. Resolving not to dwell any longer, he searched for the spirit element technique on his computer as a universally accessible universal technique. Its content is naturally public. The entire text comprises approximately 3,000 words. How many pieces of memory bread would it take to print it all? Chu Ming frowned. He didn't wish to waste too much of this remarkable item on such a mediocre technique. After contemplating for a moment, a spark of inspiration struck him. He quickly copied the content of the spirit element technique, pasted it into WPS, and minimized the word count. The text became a dense cluster, nearly illegible. However, it had shrunk to a size that could fit on a single piece of memory bread. The blue chubby one mentioned that as long as the content is printed on the bread and consumed, one would learn it, and there were no stipulations regarding font size, right? He wondered if this approach would indeed work. With a mindset open to experimentation, Chu Ming unwrapped the memory bread, took out a slice, and placed it directly on the computer screen. Upon inspecting it, he exclaimed in surprise, "Lo and behold, It actually printed. This was no ordinary bread. Without hesitation, Chu Ming swallowed the bread in one bite. Intending to wash it down with water, his astonishment. It melted in his mouth. Much like a medicinal pill from a cultivation novel, it seemed to dissolve into a form of energy that surged into his body. After a tense moment of anticipation, Chu Ming's eyes widened. It's happening. It's happening. A crisp sound reverberated deep within his mind, as if a certain barrier had been shattered. Chu Ming could distinctly feel that he had always struggled to break through the second layer of the spirit element technique. In that moment, it was as if he had activated a cheat code, instantly mastering the ninth layer. The surrounding spiritual energy began to rush in his body fervently, and his spiritual power level surged dramatically, ascending from the second to the sixth level of black iron in one leap. What a staggering transformation! Chu Ming was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Half a year, he had been stuck at the second level of black iron for a full 6 months. Can you imagine how those months felt? He had been utterly stagnant, nearly driven to insanity. After managing to calm down, Chu Ming took a moment to appreciate the surging spiritual energy within him and attempted to operate the spirit element technique. His body felt as if it had transformed into a vortex, voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, which was swiftly refined into spiritual power through the technique. Incredible. How fast? Chu Ming was taken aback. He could clearly sense that at the ninth layer of the spirit element technique, both the absorption and refinement of spiritual energy were exponentially quicker than at the second layer. Previously, he would have needed to toil for 5 to 6 months to break through from the second to the third level of black iron. Now, with the ninth layer of the spirit element technique, he estimated he could advance from the sixth to the seventh level in less than 10 days. What does that even mean? The Chun Hao, who had been bragging in the group earlier, practiced a lightning attribute technique that aligned with his talent, allowing him to progress at an unrivaled pace compared to his peers. Yet he had been stuck at the sixth level of black iron for over a month. Is the spirit element technique truly that remarkable at the ninth layer? Chu Ming found this surprising. After all, this was merely a basic technique devoid of attributes, typically chosen by those without awakened talents. With a training ceiling capped at the pinnacle of bronze. Logically speaking, even if he mastered all 9 layers of the spirit element technique, his training speed shouldn't be drastically improved, right? Yet it seemed that no one in the nation had ever reached the 9th layer of the spirit element technique. The highest anyone managed was around 6 or 7 layers. Could it be that training to the 8th or 9th layer involves some kind of qualitative change? Chu Ming speculated this might be the only explanation. Furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the spirit element technique on his computer, seeking answers, as he pondered, he suddenly froze, struck by an inexplicable feeling that the spirit element technique truly limited to just 9 layers. Why does it feel like there could be more? If memory serves, the spirit element technique was created collaboratively by several spiritual practitioners of the divine realm, aimed at enabling all ordinary people across the nation to cultivate. The hierarchy of practitioners consists of black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, master, extraordinary, and divine realm. Each level is further divided into 9 tiers. Practitioners of the divine realm are the pinnacle of existence in this world. Logically, the techniques they devise should be exceptionally refined, right? How could there possibly be room for further advancement? The blue chubby one mentioned that as long as you consume the content, you would achieve a comprehensive understanding. If I have indeed grasped the essence and gained a new insight, doesn't that seem reasonable? Upon reflection, Chu Ming found this notion plausible. Does this not imply that his comprehension of the spirit element technique surpasses even that of those divine realm masters? Or perhaps they deliberately withheld some information and did not disclose the complete spirit element technique to the public? Never mind, it's not important. Chu Ming dismissed such thoughts, clearing his mind of distractions, and earnestly focused on the spirit element technique on his computer that he truly felt he might just be capable of deriving the 10th layer of the spirit element technique. In the past, when he perused this martial arts manual, he found it exceedingly perplexing due to his lack of comprehension. It seemed more incomprehensible than advanced calculus, and merely reading a few lines would induce drowsiness. At times, he believed he had grasped the concepts, yet when it came to practice, he discovered discrepancies everywhere. IT was akin to attending a lecture, feeling confident about understanding the material, only to be reduced to writing a mere explanation during the exam. What appeared simple in theory became utterly unmanageable in practice. However, now, Chu Ming felt as if this manual was as straightforward as elementary arithmetic, consisting solely of single-digit addition and subtraction. Building upon that foundation, he was even able to extrapolate two-digit calculations and multiplication. It was remarkably accessible. He fully comprehended it. After merely 5 minutes of contemplation, a flash of inspiration struck him, prompting him to begin typing fervently on the keyboard. Spirit Origin Technique, Level 10, Spirit Origin Technique, Level 11, Spirit Origin Technique, Level 12, that's enough. Upon reaching the 12th level, Chu Ming paused, sensing he had hit his limit. Nevertheless, this achievement far exceeded his expectations that a black iron level novice had managed to derive several new stages from a technique created by a divine realm master. If this were to be disclosed, it would surely astonish the entire nation. With fervor in his eyes, he gazed at the bag of memory bread, realizing it had indeed provided him with a delightful surprise. If he could deduce the Spirit Origin Technique, surely consuming other manuals would yield similar results, right? My goodness, did this not imply that through the memory bread he could not only instantaneously master any technique, but also elevate it to a level unattainable by others? This was truly extraordinary. Wait a moment. Something seemed amiss. Chu Ming furrowed his brow, examining the 3 levels of Spirit Origin Technique he had derived on his computer, and recognized an issue. Although he had extrapolated to the 12th level, his actual cultivation progress remained at the 9th level. Did the subsequent 3 levels still require personal cultivation? What nonsense! With my abysmal comprehension, even 200 years would not suffice. Chu Ming pondered for a moment, then retrieved another piece of memory bread, imprinting the 3 levels of Spirit Origin Technique he had derived onto it before swallowing a whole. Instantly, he achieved the 12th level of the Spirit Origin Technique. His spiritual energy level also surged, now reaching black iron, 8th segment. What the heck? Is this even possible? Chu Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. This method allowed him to bypass limitations. He had seamlessly integrated the 12th level of the Spirit Origin Technique. Yet, regrettably, it appeared that this foundational technique had indeed reached its limits. Further extrapolation was no longer feasible. It seemed he needed to devise a way to obtain a better manual and perhaps acquire a spiritual technique to enhance his combat prowess. Chu Ming murmured to himself, invigorated by the realization of just how remarkable the memory bread was, propelling him to new heights. In less than half an hour, he had transformed into a black iron, 8th segment spiritual practitioner, but if his memory served him correctly, among all the awakening students in the senior classes of the city, fewer than 20 had reached the black iron, 8th segment, as for the black iron. 9th segment, there were merely 3. With this accomplishment, he had surpassed 99 of his peers. Feeling the surging spiritual energy within him, Chu Ming became curious about the level of combat prowess he could achieve without practicing any spiritual techniques. After a moment's thought, he decided to test his combat strength and promptly left the building, hailing a taxi. Half an hour later, he arrived at Beishan Middle School. The school had a combat power testing facility accessible to all students free of charge. Although it was Sunday, a considerable number of students were entering and exiting the campus, primarily those from the awakening classes. After all, tomorrow was the 3rd mock exam, and many senior students sought to gauge their combat abilities for a confidence boost. Chu Ming adjusted his cap and walked through the school gates. He soon arrived at a gymnasium-like building, the Combat Power Testing Center of Beishan Middle School. Inside the hall, at least 100 individuals were gathered, engaged in animated discussions. I'm so nervous. If I can't reach a combat power of 500, I feel like passing this mock exam will be a struggle. A combat power of 500 is easy. When I was at Black Iron, 4th segment, my combat power was 560. I'm still only at Black Iron, 3rd segment. Seriously, you're just pathetic. Chu Ming received his number from the attending teacher, 687. Glancing at the massive display screen in the center of the hall, he saw that they were currently on number 659. Thankfully, he would not have to wait long. He sighed with relief, casually taking a seat in an empty spot in the waiting area. Gazing at the display screen in a daze, each time someone completed their test, the results appeared on the screen. 659, spiritual energy level. Black Iron, 5th segment, combat power. 578, 670, spiritual energy level, black iron, 7th segment. Combat power, 676, 671, spiritual energy level, black iron, 8th segment, combat power, 897, 672, combat power. This value represents a spiritual practitioner's overall combat strength. The nation has established a unified reference standard. Black iron, 1st segment practitioners average a combat power of 100. Black iron, 2nd segment averages 200. Black iron, 3rd segment averages 300, and so forth. Watching the continuous stream of test results flashing across the screen, Chu Ming stroked his chin, pondering. His combat power was likely around 600. Right? Although his spiritual energy level had reached black iron, 8th segment, the technique he practiced, the spirit origin technique, was notoriously subpar in terms of spiritual energy quality, resulting in lower combat power among practitioners of the same level. Moreover, he had yet to practice any spiritual techniques. Spiritual techniques, in essence, serve as skills for spiritual practitioners, while spiritual energy functioned as mana. In other words, Chu Ming was akin to a high-level wild creature with abundant mana, but only basic attacks. Furthermore, his talent did not enhance his combat power. With so many debuffs, achieving a combat power of around 600 would be quite commendable, placing him at the average level of a black iron. 6th segment practitioner. It was imperative to acquire a spiritual technique to boost his combat power. Chu Ming sighed softly, acknowledging that this was another reason for his visit to the school. There were prerequisites for practicing spiritual techniques. Only those with a spiritual energy level of black iron, 5th segment or higher could engage in such training. The school only issued spiritual techniques to students at black iron, 5th segment or above. Previously, he had been ineligible. However, now that he had attained black iron, 8th segment, he could directly request a technique from a teacher in the library after his test. And what is the point of laboriously training in a technique when he could simply use the memory bread to integrate it effortlessly? Of course, he could also opt to purchase one online. However, spiritual techniques were exorbitantly priced, with even the most basic first-grade techniques costing upwards of 100,000 yuan, equivalent to the average annual income of a black iron. 5th segment practitioner. Although Chu Ming had extorted over 300,000 yuan from that silver-level vendor today, he saw no reason to spend money when he could obtain it for free. Chu Ming, why are you back at school again? A curious voice suddenly broke his train of thought. Looking up, he saw Lin Yuming, who appeared bewildered as she stared at him. Yes, she was the female classmate he had encountered while setting up his stall earlier. Chu Ming hadn't expected to be recognized while wearing a hat. He shrugged and replied, "What can I say? No one was buying my kidney, so I had to pack up." Lin Yuming's mind briefly wandered to inappropriate thoughts, causing her to blush slightly before quickly changing the subject that, "Oh, are you here to test your combat power too?" "Well, actually, I'm here to take a dump," Chu Ming replied, utterly unimpressed. Lin Yuming's face turned awkward as she realized her question was rather silly. After all, who would come to a combat power testing center for any other reason? She attempted to alleviate the tension, saying, well, you've been stuck at black iron, 2nd segment for so long. Your combat power must have surpassed 200 by now. Right? That's pretty good. At least you're not the lowest in the entire grade. Chu Ming felt even more exasperated. Listen, I appreciate your good intentions, but can we skip the unnecessary remarks next time? I didn't mean it like that. Lin Yuming suddenly realized what had happened. Her face flushed with embarrassment. After apologizing a couple of times, she hurriedly lowered her head and left. Chu Ming observed her petite figure and thought to himself that the girl had a commendable physique and admirable looks. Yet she appeared rather dazed at that moment. An announcement echoed through the hall. "Please, student number 687, proceed to test room number 2. Noticing that his number was indeed 687, Chu Ming swiftly stood up and made his way towards the room on the left side of the hall. Meanwhile, Lin Yuming found a few female classmates who had come with her to test their combat power. Upon seeing her blushing face, the girls paused for a moment before teasingly asking, "What did the testing instructor do to you in the testing room?" "Yeah, why is your face so red?" Lin Yuming's cheeks turned an even deeper shade of crimson as she hurriedly replied, "It wasn't the testing instructor, it was Chu Ming." The girls were taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances and exclaiming, Chu Ming? No way. You and Chu Ming are together. Oh my goodness, Ming Ming. How could you think that way? Exactly, you've already reached black iron level 8. How could Chu Ming be worthy of you? Take my advice and break up quickly. That's not it. Lin Yuming was flustered and stumbled over her words for quite some time before she finally managed to explain what had transpired. Only then did the girls relax, revealing puzzled expressions. Chu Ming actually came to test his combat power. Is there any necessity for that? Hasn't he been stuck at Black Iron Level 2 for a year or two? Did he manage to break through? But even if he did, what good would it do? It's still just Black Iron Level 3, and he practices Ling Yuan Gong, which probably means his combat power won't even reach 300. Isn't that still among the lowest in the entire grade? What's the point of testing? The girls couldn't comprehend why Chu Ming, who had awakened a useless talent with poor comprehension, would come here. Hadn't they heard he had already given up? I heard he goes to set up a stall in the southern part of the city every day after school, one girl remarked. Lin Yuming nodded in agreement. Yes, I just went to the southern part of the city to buy something and saw him there. Then why did he suddenly come to test his combat power? Could it be that he was provoked by so many people teasing him in the class group just now? If that's the case, he should be working hard at home to cultivate instead of coming here to test his combat power. With his level, it would be so embarrassing to test. I remember he tested his combat power last year. Right? It seemed to be just over 180, not even reaching the average level for Black Iron Level 2. TSK. How pitiful. The girls were in a flurry of discussion, utterly perplexed by Chu Ming's reasoning. Meanwhile, in test room number 3, Chu Ming stood before the combat power testing device, a towering 3-meter-tall apparatus with a 10-inch screen on its side. The testing method involved delivering a full force attack against the device, employing any form of attack to gauge the maximum combat power. Name and class. The instructor in charge of the testing, who was preoccupied with the recording tablet, asked impatiently. With the upcoming exams, too many students have been coming in to test their combat power over the past few days, and he was forced to work overtime on weekends, which naturally soured his mood. Chu Ming, senior year awakening class 1, Chu Ming replied calmly. All right, let us begin the test. Huh. Chu Ming. The testing instructor suddenly looked up, astonished to see the young man before him, and was taken aback. What are you doing here to test your combat power? Chu Ming was quite renowned at Beishan High School. Everyone knew he had awakened an S-class talent that was utterly useless, and his comprehension was exceedingly low, making it highly probable that he would never cultivate to the bronze level in his lifetime. Chu Ming blinked. Am I not allowed to test? The instructor frowned. You can, but I don't see the necessity. Why not wait until you've raised your spirit power to Black Iron Level 4 before coming to test? Every use of the testing device incurs a cost, and wasting it on Chu Ming seemed excessive. A Black Iron Level 2, whether tested or not, wouldn't change the fact that he ranked last in the grade, rendering the test meaningless. Chu Ming shot him a glance, adjusted the cap on his head, and replied coolly, I'm sorry, teacher, but today I'm determined. Not even Jesus can stop me. The instructor was momentarily dumbfounded. What? You, the bottom of the grade, are so confident. Anger surged within him. What kind of attitude is that? Chu Ming remained unfazed. This is my attitude. What of it? The instructor was furious, and, in his ire, chuckled. It's fine. After saying that, he furrowed his brow, looking bewildered. Wait, is something off here? Teacher, please step outside. I'm about to start the test, Chu Ming politely stated. Is it all right if I forcibly use the testing device? No problem. Go ahead. The instructor's expression was a mix of anger and confusion, ultimately leading him to scratch his head in a daze as he exited the testing room. How's it that I can't get mad at this kid? Damn, working overtime really messes with your head. Watching the door close, Chu Ming's lips curled into a slight smile. Apologies, but having a get-out-of-jail-free card allows one to act as they please. Let us begin the test. Approaching the testing device, Chu Ming took a deep breath and began to channel the spirit power within him. The invisible waves of spirit power surged forth, swirling wildly in the confined space of the testing room. He slowly raised his right arm, pouring all his spirit power into it, and with a mighty punch, struck the testing device. Bang! A resounding crash echoed. Following the intense wave of spirit power, the device registered his spirit power level, Black Iron Level 8. Subsequently, the digits representing his combat power on the display screen began to soar wildly. 200, 400, 600. In the blink of an eye, the combat power surpassed the 600 mark. Seems to align with my expectations, Chu Ming thought with a hint of smile. only to be astonished when he saw that the numbers on the screen were still climbing. Continuing to rise dramatically, 800, 900, the value surged past 1,000, and only then did the rate of increase begin to slow down, yet it still didn't come to a complete halt. 1051.1067.1078. Finally, it settled at 1215. Chu Ming was dumbfounded. The combat power value seemed to deviate slightly from what he had anticipated. It had directly breached the 1,000 mark. What the heck? To note, the average combat power for a black iron level 8 cultivator is only around 800. Achieving a combat power over 1,000 already aligns with the average for a bronze level 1. At the bronze level, the average combat power increases by increments of 1,000. A combat power of 1,000 represents the average for bronze level 1, while 2,000 corresponds to bronze level 2, and so on. This seems a bit unscientific. Chu Ming frowned. He hadn't even cultivated a single spirit technique, and that punch he delivered to the device was essentially a standard attack. How could I achieve 1215 with just that? If I were to cultivate a spirit technique and used a skill on the device, wouldn't the combat power value be off the charts? He pondered. If the device wasn't malfunctioning, could it be that his mastery of Lingyuan Gong had reached the 12th layer? Chu Ming furrowed his brow in thought. This was the only possibility he could conceive. There are numerous factors that influence a cultivator's combat power, but the main ones are few: talent, spirit techniques, and the quality of spirit power. Chu Ming's talent does not provide any enhancement to his combat power, and he hasn't practiced any spirit techniques, leaving only the last possibility. Could it be that his spirit power quality is exceptionally high? In fact, when he reached the 9th layer of Lingyuan Gong, Chu Ming distinctly felt a significant improvement in his spirit power quality. Upon reaching the 12th layer, the quality improved even further. However, spirit power cultivated through Lingyuan Gong is widely recognized as being of extremely poor quality. Even at the 12th layer, the quality shouldn't be too high, right? Staring at the combat power value of 1215 on the testing device, Chu Ming stroked his chin and murmured, could it be that the 12th layer of Lingyuan Gong truly enhances the quality of spirit power to such an impressive degree? To achieve combat power equivalent to that of a bronze level 1 with just a punch, without using spirit techniques or having any talent enhancement, how extraordinary must this spirit power quality be? Number 689, Spirit Power Level Black, Iron Level 9. Combat Power 1012. A test result refreshed on the screen in the Grand Hall, originating from testing room number 1. Expressions of astonishment spread across the faces of many, and a wave of uproar ensued within the hall. What the heck? Black Iron 9, combat power exceeding 1,000. Who is this? It seems to be Xiao Chuanbua. I believe I just saw him enter. Goodness, has our Xiao goddess combat power risen again? I recall that just half a month ago, his power had barely surpassed 980, right? I bet he has made advancements in his spiritual techniques. Damn it, I'm so envious. I'm stuck at a mere 500 combat power. If memory serves me right, Xiao God only broke through to Black Iron 9 a month ago, didn't he? Incredible how swiftly his power has exceeded 1,000. Does this mean he could even contend with a weaker bronze one? Isn't that obvious? Many spiritual cultivators at bronze 1 don't even reach 1,000 in combat power. Can you guess why it's called average combat power? Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the crowd, each face betraying envy and jealousy. This year's senior class at Beishan High School boasted over 2,000 students, with more than 300 in the awakening class. Yet the sole individual achieving Black Iron 9 was none other than Xiao Chuanbua, who had awakened and B-grade Earth element talent. Although his talent was not top tier, his comprehension was remarkably outstanding. That it is said that he has already mastered the 3rd layer of a first-grade advanced technique, the thick Earth decision. Simultaneously, he possesses a first-grade intermediate spiritual technique, the stone cone technique, though the specifics of his mastery remain unknown. However, with his combat power exceeding 1,000, his expertise must be considerable. Xiao Chuanbua's combat power has exceeded 1,000. Lin Yuming exclaimed in surprise. He seems to be the second student from our Yuzhou city this year to break the 1,000 mark, right? Wait, who was the first? A girl nearby replied. Gu Yueshi from Yuzhou Middle School. She surpassed 1,000 a month ago. Don't you think Xiao Chuanbua and she are a perfect match? Indeed, indeed. It's such a delightful pairing. Several girls' eyes sparkled with excitement, and they couldn't help but chime in. their gazes toward Xiao Chuanbo brimming with admiration. In a second or third tier city like Yuzhou, achieving Black Iron 9 before the college entrance examination is already a mark of extraordinary talent, and those reaching Bronze 1 or exceeding 1,000 in combat power before the exams are even rarer, with only 2 or 3 such students in the city each year. With a click, the door to testing room number 1 swung open amid the collective gaze of the crowd. A youth with sword-like brows and starry eyes stepped out, casually surveying the multitude before walking towards the exit with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of genius. Some younger girls were nearly starstruck. Yet, unbeknownst to all, a glimmer of pride flickered in the depths of the boy's eyes. Ah, this act of showing off is utterly flawless. Xiao Chuanbo secretly reveled in his triumph, convinced that this moment would surely secure him the top spot in the upcoming mock examinations, to achieve combat power exceeding 1,000 before the college entrance exams. At the Black Iron 9 level, showcasing combat power akin to that of Bronze 1. Who else could possibly compare? There isn't another like him in the entire school. Just then, the Grand Hall's large screen refreshed once more, revealing a test result for number 687. Black Iron 8, combat power 1215. A sudden silence enveloped the hall. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief. What on earth is this? How can a Black Iron 8 test at over 1,200 combat power? This is utterly outrageous. The instrument must be malfunctioning. Unbelievable. Xiao Chuanbo, with his remarkable comprehension, barely broke 1,000 at Black Iron 9. Who is this? Black Iron 8 with combat power at 1,200? No one in Yuzhou City has ever surpassed 1,100 before the college entrance exams. Right. This 1,200 seems far too implausible, and it's a Black Iron 8 at that. After the initial shock, nearly everyone's first reaction was to suspect a malfunction in the equipment. How could this be possible? What does it mean to have a Black Iron 8 with combat power comparable to Bronze 1? You could leap over 2 minor ranks in battle? What are you, a cheat? Damn, that startled me. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Xiao Chuanbo let out a heavy sigh of relief, as just moments ago, he feared he might lose his title as the top genius of Beishan High School. But thankfully it was just a false alarm. What a ridiculous instrument. How could it produce such a basic error? One must remember that the current top genius in Yuzhou City, Gu Yueshi from Yuzhou Middle School, had reportedly been stuck at Black Iron 9 for several months with a combat power around 1080 to a Black Iron 8 with a combat power of 1,200 is a talent that could only exist in first-tier cities like Beijing or Magic City. Could such a remarkable genius truly emerge from our mediocre school? Nonsense. Xiao Chuanbo scoffed, dismissing the incident from his mind. Turning to continue towards the exit, he happened to brush past Lin Yuming and the others. No, 687. That seems to be Chu Ming's number, right? Lin Yuming said, bewildered. How did he become Black Iron 8? What on earth is this combat power of 1,200? The instrument must have malfunctioned. Surely. Absolutely. Chu Ming is clearly a Black Iron 2. Several girls nearby were equally astonished and confused, recalling that number 687 was indeed Chu Ming. Chu Ming. Xiao Chuanbo paused momentarily. His previously lingering anxiety entirely dissipated. So, this was indeed the test result for Chu Ming? That could only confirm that the instrument had malfunctioned. What a joke. That guy had been stuck at Black Iron 2 for over a year, and just last month he scored a mere 1 point in the second mock exam. How could he possibly have become so impressive in less than a month? What? Can he cheat now? Meanwhile, the testing teacher, having stepped out for a smoke, returned to testing room number 3 and found that Chu Ming had already left. Damn, this little brat feels a bit off, the testing teacher muttered to himself, frowning, still unable to comprehend why he felt no anger towards Chu Ming's earlier arrogance. Forget it, he thought, a Black Iron 2 failure isn't worth my time. The teacher shook his head, dismissing the thought, attributing it to fatigue from too many late nights. He then approached the equipment to reset the data, preparing to call on the next student for testing. But out of curiosity, he glanced at the instrument screen to see how much combat power this little novice could muster. The sight nearly blew his mind. What? 1,002 combat power, Black Iron 8. The testing teacher stood dumbfounded, utterly speechless. What the hell? Am I losing my mind? Just then, another testing teacher entered the room, frowning as he inquired, Mr. Wong, what is going on with your equipment? How could a Black Iron 8 register combat power of 1,200? Didn't you check it before testing? Mr. Wong, snapping back to reality, scratched his head and replied, the equipment malfunctioned? That shouldn't be the case. I just checked it 6 months ago. The other teachers I twitched in disbelief. Who was testing in this room just now? It was Chu Ming, the one with the S-grade talent. Then this test data must be erroneous. Quickly recalibrate it. I'm astonished. Meanwhile, Chu Ming had already arrived at the school library. Eager to claim a spiritual technique, that he was now certain that his spiritual energy quality was incredibly impressive. The 12th layer of the Lingyuan technique likely equated to a 4th grade technique or higher. Right? He was eager to discover just how formidable his combat power could be when paired with a spiritual technique. The quality of spiritual energy could be likened to base attack power. But merely having that wouldn't suffice. What would be the difference from a super soldier? It was imperative to learn some skills. As he pondered these thoughts, Chu Ming stepped through the library doors, glancing around to ensure no one was there to shoo him away before finally relaxing and heading towards the spiritual technique section upstairs. He recalled that the school library was protected by a magical array capable of detecting students' spiritual energy levels. Any student below Black Iron 5 attempting to enter would be unceremoniously thrown out by the supervising teacher. That teacher was notoriously ruthless. Don't ask how Chu Ming knew this. Upon entering the realm of spiritual techniques, Chu Ming gazed in awe at the myriad of esoteric skills adorning the shelves. His eyes sparkled with an overwhelming desire to extract a slice of memory bread and devour every single technique in sight. However, within the confines of the monitoring array, such an audacious act would undoubtedly reveal the existence of his precious memory bread. This legendary trump card must remain a closely guarded secret. Why were all the techniques like Conquin, Lightning Whip, Transformation, and Iron Mountain so pathetically low tier? A student could only claim one technique, so Chu Ming was determined to choose wisely. Yet after much deliberation, he found nothing to his satisfaction. The library of Beishan High School was filled exclusively with first-tier techniques, suitable only for Black Iron level practitioners, offering little enhancement to combat prowess. There were second-tier techniques, but they were sequestered in the principal's office if a particular technique or skill is practiced by too many individuals. Subsequent practitioners would find it utterly ineffective. This may be a peculiar law of this world. The higher the tier of the technique, the stricter the limitations. For instance, a first-tier technique can only be practiced by a maximum of 5,000 individuals, while a second-tier technique is limited to just 1,000. Thus, higher-tier techniques are exceedingly rare, and the principal was reluctant to part with even a single second-tier skill. Of course, techniques like Lingyuan Gong, which do not belong to any tier, are exempt from this restriction. Vine Technique, a high-tier first-grade wood-based skill, is an attack and control type, recommended for practitioners of Black Iron level 8 and above. Once mastered, it allows the practitioner to conjure vines of spiritual energy to whip or strangle enemies, with a total of 9 levels. What is this, an entanglement from a mother? Chu Ming grimaced, feeling exasperated. After finally finding a high-tier first-grade skill, why did the method of attack have to be so pedestrian? Just as he contemplated giving up, he unexpectedly spotted a note on the last page of the Vine Technique. Note: the Vine Technique is a simplified version of the mid-tier 5th-grade skill time. Its cultivation difficulty is exceedingly high, requiring exceptional comprehension to even begin. Yet once mastered, the increase in combat power is substantial. Exercise caution in your training. Chu Ming raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of interest dancing in his eyes. If that is the case, I must pursue this with fervor. The main draw is its rebellious nature. High difficulty, you say? I shall see if there is anything that 2 slices of memory bread cannot resolve. If there is, I shall consume 2. Without further hesitation, Chu Ming seized the Vine Technique and made his way to the library's first floor. Initially, he had hoped to select a higher-tier technique for cultivating spiritual energy. However, a student is permitted to claim only one technique, and switching to another would require an application to the school authorities. Far too cumbersome. Moreover, the school possessed no advanced techniques, only first and second-tier ones, all of which paled in comparison to the 12th level of Lingyuan Gong. Chu Ming dismissed the idea altogether. Teacher, I would like to claim this, he announced at the registration desk on the first floor, presenting the Vine Technique alongside his student ID. Thankfully it's not that previous staff member who threw me out, he thought. Today's attendant was a strikingly beautiful young woman sporting round glasses, lazily perched atop her desk, engrossed in a drama on her tablet. Wow, a stunning glasses-wearing teacher. She looks unfamiliar. Could she be new? Chu Ming, is it? The teacher adjusted her glasses, showing no surprise upon seeing his name. Instead, she merely lowered her head and tapped a few times on her tablet, inputting information. She hasn't even heard of my illustrious, albeit lackluster name. She must truly be new. Chu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. As this spared him from unnecessary complications, he had yet to devise an explanation for his sudden leap from Black Iron Level 2 to over Level 5. Class 3, Awakening Class. Chu Ming, claiming the Vine technique. The teacher muttered to herself while lazily tapping on her tablet. Though puzzled as to why this student was only now claiming a technique so close to the college entrance examinations, she couldn't be bothered to dwell on it. Wait, the Vine technique? Suddenly, the teacher looked up in astonishment and asked, "Are you certain you wish to cultivate this?" Chu Ming nodded affirmatively. Indeed. The teacher furrowed her brows. Did you not read the note at the end of this technique? This is a simplified version of a 5th-tier skill. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to cultivate? 5th-tier skills are suited for platinum-level practitioners. Even in its simplified form, the difficulty is extraordinarily formidable. The records indicate this student is claiming a technique for the first time, suggesting he has recently broken through to Black Iron Level 5. With the college entrance exams looming, how could he dare choose the Vine technique with such limited comprehension? He might spend years trying to even begin mastering it, utterly wasting his time, with the 3rd mock exam tomorrow and only a month until the college entrance examination. I advise you to select a technique with a lower cultivation difficulty instead. That way, you could at least improve your combat power before the exams. The teacher adjusted her glasses, offering her well-meaning advice. However, Chu Ming countered, "It's all right, teacher. I relish a challenge." The teacher shot him a disbelieving glance, too fatigued to protest further. After a few taps on her tablet, she handed him the Vine technique. "Take it, and remember to return the original within 2 weeks." "Thank you, teacher." Chu Ming smiled slightly, turning to leave. Watching his retreating figure, the teacher squinted her eyes, muttering under her breath, "Truly, it is difficult to dissuade the stubborn." But he was a teacher now. How could she curse her students? Whatever, if he insists on wasting time on such a challenging technique, it is of no concern to me. I shall continue to indulge in my dramas. Upon returning home, Chu Ming promptly transcribed the entirety of the Vine technique onto his computer, totaling over 8,000 words. Even with the smallest font, it would require 2 slices of memory bread to print it all out. Alas, there was no other option. With a resigned expression, Chu Ming retrieved 2 slices of memory bread and ingested them after printing the content of the Vine technique. It melted in his mouth. Instantly, a wealth of knowledge regarding the Vine technique flooded his mind. Not only the 8,000 words, but also numerous new insights garnered through synthesis. With a mere thought, 9 thick vines enveloped his arm, intertwining with a muscular sensation of power. Wow, they are so large, thick, and firm. Chu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. The vines, though composed of spiritual energy, felt like an extension of his own body. At the mere thought, these vines could spring forth, transforming into tentacles to ensnare a maiden. In essence, they could be wielded with precision, adept for whipping or entangling. Finally, he possessed a skill. He wondered just how high his combat power could soar with a full-force strike from a single vine. Chu Ming retracted the vines, feeling an irresistible urge to test his combat power at school. However, he reconsidered. The prospect of cultivating a high-tier first-grade technique to the 9th level made him curious about the magnitude of the enhancement to his power. Perhaps it could exceed 2,000. It is worth noting that, even among first-tier low-grade techniques, few could achieve the 3rd level while in the Black Iron tier. The cultivation of techniques demands far greater insight than that of formulas. Nevertheless, with a foundational combat power of 1,200, securing the top position in the 3rd mock exam should pose no difficulty. He resolved to seek an opportunity to test his power after the exam tomorrow. Chu Ming, unwilling to linger on such thoughts, turned his gaze back to the Vine technique displayed on his computer, his eyes glimmering with determination. If he could deduce the Ling Yuan Gong, surely he could do the same with this technique. Right? He even felt that he might manage to derive the complete 5th grade skill time from the vine technique. Could he, as a black iron level practitioner, actually cultivate a 5th grade skill that would propel him to new heights? Suppressing his excitement, Chu Ming immediately began earnestly deducing the vine technique. However, he clearly underestimated the challenge of elevating a 1st-tier technique to the 5th tier. The entire night passed before he managed to push the vine technique to the 11th level. Barely elevating its tier to low 2nd grade. I am utterly defeated. Just how simplified is this technique? Chu Ming felt utterly drained. This is far too exhausting. If only Doraemon possessed a tool capable of directly elevating the rank of spiritual skills. To be candid, he is now quite eager to seek out the blue fat cat for inquiries, yet finds himself powerless to act. Employing the talent of the multiverse trader is exceedingly taxing on mental energy. Moreover, Chu Ming has previously observed that each trade with Doraemon instantaneously drains a significant amount of his mental strength. Just yesterday, after trading with the blue cat twice, he nearly depleted his mental energy entirely, rendering him incapable of utilizing his talent at present. Additionally, the blue cat had mentioned earlier that most of its items have been sent to the future for repairs, leaving only a few that are either of little use or exceedingly rare and costly, making them unsuitable for trade with him. Even if he were to contact Doraemon now, it would likely be of little consequence. It seems prudent to wait a couple of days for his mental energy to recover before attempting to engage in conversation. Clearly, the cultivation of mental strength cannot be neglected, mused Chu Ming, furrowing his brow in distress. Generally speaking, aside from those awakened with mental-type talents, few individuals dedicate themselves to the cultivation of mental energy. A casual approach suffices. However, he cannot afford such laxity. The multiverse trader talent demands an immense amount of mental energy. He must cultivate it. Yet another dilemma arises. Where can he procure a manual for the cultivation of mental energy? Chu Ming's expression was one of deep frustration. Manuals for mental energy cultivation are far rarer than those for spiritual energy. Institutions like Beishan High School, a key urban institution, do not possess such resources. All students typically refrain from specifically cultivating mental energy, as there are no requirements for mental energy levels until one reaches the silver rank in spiritual energy. Surely the Spiritual Cultivation University must have manuals for mental energy cultivation. If only he could gain admission to a university. Chu Ming quickly arrived at this conclusion and casually glanced at his phone to check the time. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Goodness, the 3rd mock examination is about to commence. He hastily retrieved a memory bread and swiftly mastered the wood vine technique at level 11, then shut down his computer and rushed out the door in the eastern suburbs, at the entrance of the novice secret realm. A vast throng had gathered. Students from all the senior awakening classes across the city had converged here, numbering in the thousands. Following the resurgence of spiritual energy, all high schools nationwide have been divided into regular classes and awakening classes. As the name suggests, the awakening classes are composed entirely of students who have awakened their talents. Only the senior students from these awakening classes are qualified to enter the secret realm for the mock assessment. In contrast, students in the regular classes, regardless of their spiritual energy levels, are confined to ordinary written examinations at school. Those who have not awakened their talents will likely never break through to the gold rank in their lifetimes, a widely accepted consensus in this world. Consequently, from a national perspective, their cultivation holds little value to Beishan High School. In the senior awakening class, students were whispering among themselves. With just 10 minutes remaining until the assessment begins, where is Chu Ming? Has he truly chosen to forego the examination? Has our Ming Gu lost his nerve? One can understand. The difficulty of this 3rd mock assessment has escalated to an outrageous degree, with the minimum spiritual beasts in the secret realm being of Black Iron rank 3, and some even at Black Iron rank 9. Not to mention Chu Ming, even I feel a bit anxious. Indeed, entering this secret realm is perilous for anyone with combat power below 400. With his combat power below 200, Chu Ming would find it nearly impossible to emerge alive. Wait, I heard that Chu Ming measured a combat power of 1200 yesterday at school. Are you daft? Would you believe such a foolish rumor? Do you believe this, or that I am Qin Shi Huang? Mr. Wang, has Chu Ming chosen to forego the examination? Chun Hao casually inquired of the homeroom teacher. He is the student who claims before every exam that he is certain to perform poorly. An A-class lightning element talent awakener, with spiritual energy at black iron rank 8 and combat power of 904. He ranks among the top 20 seniors in the city. He must have opted out, remarked the homeroom teacher, Wang Hongmei, with a furrowed brow, somewhat displeased. But why didn't he inform me beforehand? The difficulty of this third mock examination is indeed exceptionally high, even if Chu Ming wished to participate. Wang Hongmei would hesitate to allow it. That if anything were to happen to a student, she would bear the responsibility. She could understand Chu Ming's decision to forego the assessment, but failing to give any notice seems rather disrespectful to the teacher. This child, despite ranking among the lowest in strength at school, is also so lacking in courtesy. Has he really chosen to forego it? Chun Hao clicked his tongue, beginning to wonder if his teasing in the group chat yesterday might have disheartened Chu Ming. TSK, this lad clearly lacks mental fortitude. Is he truly too afraid to attend the assessment? Just then, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Hey, look over there, isn't that Chu Ming? Goodness, it really is our Ming Ge. Almost didn't recognize him with that cap. No way, he actually dares to show up as a black iron rank 2? Incredible, truly admirable for someone who has awakened an S-class talent. He dares to come? This is akin to Li Xingyu searching for a restroom. Who is Li Xingyu? My roommate. Chun Hao replied, momentarily taken aback by the surrounding chatter. Following the crowd's gaze, he saw a youth wearing a baseball cap, appearing somewhat drowsy, making his way toward them. Who else could it be but Chu Ming? Fortunately, he arrived just in time. Chu Ming silently breathed a sigh of relief. Had he been late, he would have missed out on the rewards for placing in the top 10. Every time the seniors have a mock examination, the top 10 students receive rewards that in the previous second mock examination. The reward for the top 10 was 5 low-level spirit pearls each, along with a guaranteed spot at a prestigious spiritual cultivation university. The top 3 received additional rewards, rumored to include spirit herbs and spirit artifacts, though the specifics remained confidential, leaving Chu Ming somewhat in the dark. Regardless, he aimed for a top 10 finish this time, ideally securing a position in the top 3. Mr. Wang, what are the rewards for the top 10 in this third mock examination? Chu Ming pondered before approaching his homeroom teacher for clarification. Wang Hongmei paused in surprise, bewildered as to why he would ask such a question. Chun Hao, standing nearby, also looked perplexed, wondering how the rewards for the top 10 relate to someone ranked at the bottom of the school. Chu Ming replied nonchalantly, I'm merely curious. Wang Hongmei furrowed her brow, dismissing any deeper thoughts, and casually explained, it's the same as the second mock. Each of the top 10 will receive 5 low-level spirit pearls, which is equivalent to around 50,000. However, the rewards for the top 3 seem to have changed. I've heard they can select any second-tier spiritual skill or manual from the Yuzhou Spiritual Cultivation Department. But I'm not entirely sure. The rewards for the top 3 are shrouded in secrecy. Wang Hongmei had only heard rumors, which he felt were unlikely to be true. Chun Hao scoffed, choose any second-tier spiritual skill or manual? Since when has the state been so generous? Even a low-tier second-tier skill commands a market price in the millions. I doubt this rumor is genuine. Wang Hongmei nodded in agreement. Regardless, the reward for the top 3 will certainly not be insignificant. Likely valued at least 2 to 300,000. As she spoke, she looked at Chun Hao with anticipation. Xiao Hao, aside from Xiao Chuanbo from Class 5 and Li Xiao from Class 3, your combat power is the highest in our school. Securing a place in the city's top 10 should be a given. Your talent and spiritual skills give you a significant edge in defeating monsters. With a stroke of luck, placing in the top 3 is not out of reach. I have faith in you, so do your best. Chun Hao practiced the lightning attribute skill Lightning Array Frenzy, focusing on area attacks, which combined with his A-class lightning talent yields impressive efficiency in combat. The assessment content revolves around the quantity and rank of defeated monsters, giving him a substantial advantage, despite only having a combat power of 904. Placing around 15th among seniors in the city, his chances of securing a top 3 position are quite favorable, a sentiment widely acknowledged in the class. However, Chun Hao wore a troubled expression, sighing, Mr. Wang, I feel that I may not even make it into the top 20 this time. My performance has been lacking lately, and the difficulty of this assessment is exceedingly high. Wang Hongmei. Chu Ming shot him a bemused glance. Has the showboating begun again? Just then, at the high platform beside the secret realm entrance, a middle-aged man clad in training attire and exuding an imposing presence spoke up. All right, students, it is now 8 o'clock. Any students who have yet to arrive will be considered as having opted out. Next, I would like to elucidate the rules governing this mock assessment. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Chu Ming was somewhat taken aback, for he had not anticipated that the invigilator for this assessment would be none other than him. This individual is Chun Xuan, the minister of the Spiritual Cultivation Department of Yuzhou City, a platinum-level cultivator endowed with the formidable strength to dominate an entire city that on the day a year ago when Chu Ming awakened his S-grade talent. It was this minister Chun who took notice of him and expressed a desire to take him on as a disciple. As a result, it is indeed remarkable that Minister Chun has come to oversee the examination personally. Minister Chun, the Chun Xuan of the Spiritual Cultivation Department in Yuzhou City. Goodness, he is a platinum-level powerhouse. His combat power is at least in the millions. My word, a combat power of 1 million is utterly outrageous. I feel it is beyond my reach for a lifetime. The surrounding candidates were equally astonished, whispering among themselves, never expecting that a figure of Chun Xuan's caliber would personally supervise the examination. Minister Chun addressed the assembly from the elevated platform. Due to certain special circumstances, the difficulty level of the nationwide mock assessments for the third-year high school students has been significantly elevated. And our city's examination is no exception. To ensure the safety of all students, I shall oversee the proceedings in their entirety. Furthermore, a new regulation has been instituted prior to entering the secret realm. Each candidate must undergo a combat power assessment. Those with a combat power below 500 will be prohibited from entering the secret realm and will receive a score of 0. This measure has been implemented with the safety of the students in mind. And I hope for your understanding. Upon hearing this announcement, many candidates widened their eyes in disbelief, particularly those whose combat power fell short of the mark, their faces paling instantaneously. What? Failing to meet the combat power requirement means they cannot even enter the secret realm. A score of 0 right off the bat. The increase in difficulty for this mock assessment is simply beyond comprehension. It should be noted that at least 25 of the third-year students in the city possess a combat power below 500. This regulation effectively eliminates a quarter of the participants. Goodness, are the underperformers now stripped of the qualification to participate in the assessment? Chun Hao smacked his lips in disbelief and turned to Chu Ming, teasingly remarking, "Minggu, it seems you've come for naught today, huh? You might as well have withdrawn beforehand and enjoyed a bit more sleep." Not only Chun Hao, but many others cast sympathetic or mocking glances towards Chu Ming. Our Minggu is truly unfortunate. He has lost even the qualification to participate in the assessment. His performance is abysmally far from the mark, having only tested with a combat power of 180. I genuinely cannot fathom why his aptitude is so dismal. He has been practicing the Spirit Yuan technique, a universally applicable method, for an entire year and has only reached the second layer. It is truly disheartening, my friend. What I find most puzzling is how he even ended up in our awakening class. His S-grade talent is utterly useless, and he ought to be in a regular class instead. It's tough, my brother. I have a mere 450 combat power. Who would have thought that one day I would find myself sympathizing with Chu Ming? Hearing the students' discussions, Wang Hongmei breathed a sigh of relief. She had been concerned about the potential dangers faced by those students with insufficient combat power entering the secret realm, especially Chu Ming, a second-tier black iron cultivator with combat power below 200. He would be courting death. To her surprise, the national authorities had taken this into account. Although the difficulty of the assessment had been significantly increased, they had established a threshold that outright barred candidates with low strength from entering the secret realm. If this continues, Chu Ming will indeed receive a score of 0. Meanwhile, Lin Yumeng furrowed her brow, casting a regretful glance at Chu Ming. The girl beside her shrugged and remarked, "What can be done? A score of 0 is surely better than entering the secret realm and meeting one's demise." Lin Yumeng sighed resignedly. Indeed, safety is of utmost importance. If only Chu Ming's combat power and level tested yesterday at school had been genuine. Not only could he participate in the assessment, but he might even have had a shot at first place. Yet, That is clearly an impossibility. Chu Ming ignored Chun Hao's jests and the gazes of those around him. His expression calm as he observed Minister Chun Shiyuan on the platform, curious about the method of testing levels and combat power. Would it be conducted with instruments? Yet he saw no such devices. At that moment, at the entrance to the secret realm, a stern-looking middle-aged man appeared, emanating a peculiar aura. Behind him trailed a towering 3-meter-tall iron puppet, forged entirely of black iron, reflecting a cold gleam in the sunlight. Each step inducing tremors in the ground. As the candidates looked on in bewilderment, Minister Chun Shiyuan explained from the platform. This is our spiritual cultivation department's silver-level puppeteer, Peng Ji. The iron puppet beside him possesses a combat power of approximately 500 and has been specifically crafted for your assessments. Should you succeed in defeating this iron puppet, you will qualify to enter the secret realm for the assessment. Otherwise, you will receive a score of 0. Now, without further ado, let us commence with the testing. Starting with Yuzhou High School. With that declaration, a commotion erupted among Yuzhou High School's candidates, as their class teachers led them to line up before the iron puppet. The first to undergo testing was a slender young man, who, visibly nervous, stepped out of the line, took a deep breath, and unleashed his spiritual technique that a fireball materialized in his hand and shot forth, striking the iron puppet's chest with tremendous force, with a resounding crack. The slender boy was sent flying several meters by a single kick from the iron puppet. Landing on the ground in pain, it was evident that he was a weakling with combat power below 500. Earning an immediate score of 0. What? The first one failed? This is an inauspicious start. Goodness, this iron behemoth is rather formidable. The candidates from Yuzhou High School who were waiting in line began to feel anxious. Fortunately, the subsequent candidates, numbering over a dozen, successfully defeated the iron puppet. It was clear that its defensive capabilities were exceptionally high. It would rise unscathed after each defeat, ready to face the next challenger. 10 minutes passed, and Yuzhou High School had already seen over 150 students pass the assessment, with only 5 failing, as expected of Yuzhou's top high school. The number of students with combat power below 500 is surprisingly low. Chen Hao could not help but exclaim in admiration, yet his gaze remained fixed upon a particular figure in the second awakening class of the 3rd year at Yuzhou High School. She was a girl of cool demeanor, with a delicate, fair-skinned face, her hair tied in a high ponytail that accentuated her snow-white neck, dressed in a sleek black dress that complemented her tall stature. The girl gazed indifferently towards the entrance of the secret realm, oblivious to the myriad of adoring glances cast in her direction. Goodness, it seems Gu Yueshi has grown even stronger. Chen Hao's eyes narrowed with a hint of jealousy. Chu Ming, momentarily taken aback, remarked in surprise, "Is she Gu Yueshi?" He had sensed a familiarity about the cool girl who attracted so much attention. Upon closer reflection, he realized she was indeed the impressive girl he had encountered at the street stall just yesterday. However, Chu Ming had not anticipated that she was Gu Yueshi, the city's foremost genius. Chen Hao frowned in his direction. "What do you mean? Who else could it be? Don't tell me you don't even recognize her." Chu Ming replied nonchalantly, "I've heard of her, but I don't personally know her." Previously, he had been completely disengaged, lacking the motivation to keep track of such prodigies. Nevertheless, even without actively following her, he had often heard various rumors about Gu Yueshi. It was said that she had awakened an A-grade summoning talent and possessed exceptional comprehension abilities. That be why the beginning of the 2nd semester in her 3rd year, she had already broken through to the 9th tier of Black Iron. And her combat power had quickly approached 1,000. She was likely nearing 1,100 now. That it is understandable. You're not part of our circle, so it's normal that you wouldn't recognize Gu Yueshi. Chen Hao scoffed, his tone laced with sarcasm. Chu Ming shot him a glance and replied coolly, "Fool." Chen Hao's expression froze, and he abruptly turned to face him. He initially intended to retort angrily, but found himself at a loss for words, unable to summon any ire. What is going on? Just as Chen Hao was left bewildered, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd. It was time for Gu Yueshi's assessment. Goodness, her beauty is truly otherworldly. "Brothers, all eyes on me. Look at me, look at me. I have an announcement to make. I am Gu Yueshi's dog." Heaven knows Gu Yueshi's combat power must be nearing 1,100, right? It is estimated that once again she will claim the top spot in this mock examination. With her stunning beauty and exceptional figure, she is truly a paragon among her peers, and her remarkable prowess undoubtedly makes her a dream for many aspiring students. The moment she steps into the arena, all eyes are on her. Naturally, Guyueshi's performance in the test is without a doubt. Faced with the iron puppet, she does not even deign to use her innate abilities or spiritual techniques. Instead, she effortlessly delivers a light slap to the puppet's chest, sending it flying several meters through the air, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. Chu Ming is left bewildered. That wasn't it stated that this girl awakened a summoning talent? How can a summoner possess such an astonishing base attack power? It must be over 800, right? Indeed, you must be Guyueshi, correct? I heard that you have been the top performer in the previous 2 mock assessments as well. The usually expressionless puppet master, Peng Ji, reveals a smile of admiration towards a girl. Guyueshi nods, appearing somewhat aloof. Peng Ji, unfazed, chuckles. Now that you've passed the test, hurry into the secret realm and slay some monsters. Aim for another first place. Guyueshi's eyelashes flutter slightly as she turns her gaze towards Beishan High School and inquires, "May I form a team with someone?" Ah, Peng Ji blinks in surprise, thinking he must have misheard. "You want to team up with someone?" Guyueshi nods again. Peng Ji, unable to comprehend, asks, "Why do you want to team up? Isn't that akin to carrying a burden?" Although teaming up is permitted during the assessment, the points earned from defeating monsters are shared among the team members. For example, if a duo takes down a black iron-level monster, earning 5 points, they each receive only 2.5 points. Typically, only candidates with lower combat power choose to team up to enhance efficiency and safety. Yet, with Guyueshi's combat power hovering around 1100, comparable to the first level of bronze, she could easily traverse the secret realm alone. Why would she seek a partner? Wouldn't that merely dilute her score with a deadweight? In response to Peng Ji's confusion, Guyueshi purses her lips and states, "I just want to team up with him." Peng Ji is momentarily taken aback. Then a look of understanding crosses his face. It appears this talented young woman has fallen for someone. Well, that's not something I can intervene with. Peng Ji shakes his head helplessly and signals for the next candidate to begin their test. Guyueshi stands silently at the entrance of the secret realm, her gaze fixed on a particular direction at Beishan High School. What does this mean? Why isn't she entering? Chun Hao's expression reflects his confusion, before suddenly realizing, oh my, she isn't trying to find someone to team up with. Is she? It seems likely. Wang Hongmei furrows her brow, perplexed. Why? With her combat power, she would clearly be most efficient in a solo assessment. Why team up? Not just them. Many onlookers exchange bewildered glances, utterly baffled by Guyueshi's actions. No way. Guyueshi actually wants to find a partner. Who could possibly qualify to team up with her? Perhaps it's Xiao Chuanbo from Beishan High. That seems plausible. Only he and she have combat powers exceeding 1,000. After a flurry of discussions, everyone's gaze inevitably drifts towards Xiao Chuanbo. Among the 1,000-plus candidates, apart from Guyueshi, he's the only one whose combat power has also surpassed 1,000, though he only barely broke the threshold yesterday. No one else in the crowd can match Guyueshi's caliber. What are you staring at? Xiao Chuanbo, engrossed in his phone, looks up bewildered by the attention. The boy beside him exclaims, "Xiao, you're incredible. Are you really going to team up with Guyueshi for this assessment?" I've never heard you mention it. Surrounding boys cast envious or jealous glances his way. What? Team up? Xiao Chuanbo is momentarily stunned, his expression shifting dramatically. Who said anything about teaming up with Guyueshi? Don't spread rumors. If my ex-girlfriend hears about this, I'm done for. She even said she would get back together with me after the college entrance examination. The surrounding students are left speechless, realizing they nearly forgot that he is indeed quite the sycophant. If it's not him, then who could it be? The crowd is left puzzled, glancing towards other boys with combat powers above 900. Clearly, anyone who could entice Guyueshi to team up would possess substantial strength. Among all candidates, only 7 or 8 others exceed 900 in combat power. Suddenly, someone's eyes light up. Look at the direction Guyueshi is gazing. Isn't that the area where the third-year awakening class is located? Indeed, she has been staring intently in that direction. Could she be looking at Chun Hao? In that class, he's the only one whose combat power has also broken 900. Right? Ah, no way. It couldn't possibly be this guy. Gradually, more and more eyes fixate on Chun Hao, their expressions filled with disbelief and envy. From Gu Yueshi's line of sight, he seems to be the only viable candidate. Surely, it can't be Chu Ming standing next to him? Ah, she wants to team up with me? Chun Hao exclaims in surprise, having sensed that Gu Yueshi was looking at him all along, but unable to believe it. Now, hearing the murmurs around him, he grows increasingly excited. In a way, could it be that I've caught her eye? Although he doesn't harbor any particular feelings for this talented girl, she is undeniably the cherished dream of countless aspiring students. If he were to win her affection, he can hardly fathom the thrill it would bring him. Chun Hao can't help but feel a surge of anticipation, though he feigns ignorance of the situation, maintaining a facade of bewilderment. Chu Ming wears a peculiar expression, sensing that Gu Yueshi might be looking at him as well, though he questions whether it's merely a figment of his imagination. 10 minutes later, all candidates from Yuzhou High School complete their assessments. It is now Beishan High School's turn. Naturally, the awakening class is first in line. Soon, it is Chun Hao's turn, under Wang Hongmei's encouraging gaze. He approaches the iron puppet with a facade of trepidation, secretly reveling in the thrill of the ACT. It is unclear what motivates this mindset of his, enjoying the thrill of playing the fool. Perhaps, as students from other schools assume that Chun Hao is merely a weakling, he delivers a seemingly ordinary punch, striking the iron puppet. With a resounding crack, the iron puppet is sent flying 10 meters away. Gasps of shock ripple through the crowd as they wonder aloud, what was that act just now? Chun Hao savors the exhilaration of his ruse, and after completing the test, he glances at Gu Yueshi, casually passing by her in hopes she might call out to him. However, Gu Yueshi doesn't even spare him a glance, her attention still fixed on the direction of the awakening class. Chun Hao's expression stiffens, caught in an awkward moment. What does this mean? Is she not interested in teaming up with me? That can't be right. Apart from me, who else qualifies to partner with her? Perhaps she is simply too shy to approach? After pondering for a moment, Chun Hao stands beside Gu Yueshi and casually greets her. Hello, are you also looking for someone to team up with? Gu Yueshi furrows her brow, subtly shifting a few steps away, clearly signaling her disinterest in engaging with him. Chun Hao is genuinely caught off guard. In no way, she truly isn't looking for me. Then why was she glancing at me earlier? Other candidates witnessed this scene, equally perplexed, exchanging bewildered glances. Have I misjudged the situation? Who on earth does Gu Yueshi wish to team up with? Could it genuinely be Xiao Chuanbua? Just then, it is Chu Ming's turn to be tested. As he steps out of the line and approaches the iron puppet, all eyes shift from Gu Yueshi back to him. Let us be honest, watching a spectacle is far more entertaining than simply admiring beauty. Oh, it's finally our turn for Ming good to shine. I bet he will be sent flying 15 meters by the iron puppet. Impossible. That black iron level guy was sent flying 12 meters. I reckon Chu Ming will be launched 20 meters. I wager 30 meters. The students from Beishan High School can't help but taunt, already envisioning the scene of Chu Ming being knocked to the ground. Squealing like a pig, Chu Ming disregards the gazes of those around him, lifting his head to observe the towering 3-meter iron puppet, an expression of intrigue lighting up his eyes. He no longer worries about revealing his strength. He has already devised an explanation for his surge in power. Bring it on. Prepare to feel the impact of my mighty elbow strike. Just as Chu Ming was about to take action, a light and airy voice suddenly rang out. He doesn't need to take the test, right? I want to team up with him. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone turned in astonishment to Gu Yueshi, exchanging incredulous glances with one another, questioning whether they had misheard. The person she wanted to team up with was actually Chu Ming. How could that be possible? Am I hallucinating? What is going on here? Why on earth would Gu Yueshi want to team up with Chu Ming? Come on, they're not even in the same league. One is the top of the city, while the other is at the very bottom. Does Chu Ming even deserve this? What gives him the right? This was something nobody had anticipated. The other students were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide as saucers, utterly unable to accept it. If Gu Yueshi had wanted to team up with geniuses like Xiao Chuanbua or Chun Hao, they would have felt jealousy and discomfort, but more than that, they would have felt resigned. After all, those two truly had the qualifications to stand alongside Guyueshi. But what about Chu Ming? What did he have to offer? His black iron, second-tier status, his combat power of less than 200, his awakening of a useless talent. All the boys were at a loss, unable to comprehend where they had fallen short. Chun Hao could no longer contain himself. Staring dumbfounded at Guyueshi, then glancing at Chu Ming, his brain momentarily overloaded. Wait, girl, if you're not picking me, that is one thing, but choosing Chu Ming, who are you insulting here? Meanwhile, Xiao Chuanbua, who was busy messaging his ex-girlfriend, looked up in shock, unable to fathom Guyueshi's decision that he acknowledged that Chu Ming was indeed quite handsome, perhaps second only to the readers of Tomato. But apart from his looks, what else did he have? What was Guyueshi thinking? Was she infatuated? Hadn't she been known for her cold demeanor? Not only others, but even Chu Ming himself was bewildered, thinking, what does this mean? Is this girl interested in me? Teacher Pang? Guyueshi frowned as she looked at the dazed Pang Ji beside her. Only then did he snap back to reality, glancing at Chu Ming uncertainly. You want to team up with him? As a member of the spiritual cultivation department in Yuzhou City, Pang Ji certainly recognized Chu Ming, a student who had awakened an S-class useless talent, which left him even more perplexed. In a way, this genius girl can't seriously be considering teaming up with Chu Ming, right? This is outrageous. Yes, Guyueshi nodded, pointing at Chu Ming and asserting, he doesn't need to take the test. With me around, I can guarantee his safety in the secret realm. Pang Ji was stunned. No, not every candidate is exempt from testing. Otherwise, it would violate the regulations. Guyueshi frowned, but his combat power is too low. He would be severely beaten by the iron puppet and definitely wouldn't pass the test. Chu Ming, what are you talking about? Pang Ji sighed wearily. I know his combat power is low, which is precisely why he doesn't qualify for the secret realm assessment. How can you team up with him? Guyueshi was silent for a moment, then stubbornly replied, I just want to team up with him, Teacher Pang. Why don't you ask Minister Chun if we can exempt Chu Ming from the test? Pang Ji was caught in a dilemma. If it had been any other candidate making such unreasonable demands, he would have lost his temper long ago. But facing a genius ranked first in the city with limitless potential, it was tricky to offend her. As for the other candidates, they had long since been left speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. The shocked gazes flickered back and forth between Chu Ming and Guyueshi. What was going on? Why was Guyueshi disregarding the assessment regulations just to team up with him? Why? It was utterly incomprehensible. Chen Hao scratched his head repeatedly, his brain nearly overheating as he tried to make sense of this absurd scenario. At that moment, Chu Ming suddenly spoke up, his tone displeased. Hey, did you even ask for my opinion about teaming up? I think I also have a say in this. This statement caused another wave of astonishment to wash over the crowd. Nobody expected Chu Ming to reject Guyueshi. Wait, are you crazy? The top genius girl in the city wants to team up with you, and is even willing to break the rules to exempt you from the test. And you don't appreciate it? What the hell? Is he out of his mind? Chen Hao couldn't comprehend Chu Ming's actions. With his combat power of less than 200, there was no way he could pass the Iron Puppet challenge and would receive a score of 0. Guyueshi was willing to take him into the secret realm, even promising to protect him, and he dared to refuse. What gave you the right to turn her down? Guyueshi uttered in confusion, not expecting to be rejected. This wasn't her being self-absorbed. It was simply that Chu Ming's combat power clearly couldn't pass the test. He had no reason to refuse her, under the bewildered gazes of everyone. Chu Ming slowly approached the iron puppet and scoffed. Why would I want to team up with you? To have you share your score with me? That single remark left everyone utterly baffled. Did he just say the opposite? The top genius in the city, sharing her score with someone who was dead last? He couldn't even get past this iron puppet. However, the next moment, everyone's expressions changed dramatically as disbelief spread across their faces. Suddenly, an overwhelming spiritual power erupted from Chu Ming, and without warning, he delivered a powerful kick between the iron puppet's legs. Bang! A thunderous metallic crash resounded. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, the several-ton iron puppet soared into the air like a rocket. Oos! Bang! The iron puppet was sent flying at least 10 meters high before plummeting to the ground like a meteor, randomly selecting a lucky spectator. What the hell? Chun Hao, who had been staring blankly, suddenly realized that the iron puppet was crashing toward him. Terrified, he tightened his grip and dove to the side, narrowly avoiding it and landing awkwardly on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The entire venue fell silent. Chu Ming scratched his head awkwardly. Wow, I really overdid. Why rise in combat power was too rapid. It's a bit hard to control. The candidates were already dumbfounded, their minds buzzing as they stared at Chu Ming in shock and disbelief. Wow, did he just kick the iron puppet with 500 combat power away? This isn't right. Xiao Chuanbo was wide-eyed, his expression akin to seeing a ghost. Although it would have been easy for him to kick the iron puppet away with his own combat power, how could Chu Ming possibly achieve that? Wasn't he at least 800 combat power to pull that off? Isn't he just a black iron second tier? Suddenly, a look of horror flashed in Xiao Chuanbo's eyes as he recalled what had happened the previous day at the school's combat power testing facility. No way could that 1200 combat power be real. How could he kick the iron puppet away? Chun Hao scrambled to his feet, ignoring the dust covering him, his eyes wide with disbelief as he fixed his gaze on Chu Ming. This had to be combat power above 800. It was impossible. He had only tested at 180 last year. Could he have made such significant progress without revealing it? Teacher, does this count as passing the test? Chu Ming looked at the still-dazed Pang Zhi and asked, "Can I enter the secret realm now?" Pang Zhi opened his mouth, momentarily unsure what to say, and could only nod. "Thank you." Chu Ming smiled slightly and walked straight toward the entrance of the secret realm. Passing by Gu Yueshi, he remarked, "Sorry, girl, but I think I'll be more efficient hunting monsters alone." With that, he stepped into the entrance of the secret realm, his figure disappearing from view. Gu Yueshi was momentarily taken aback, then quickly became anxious, calling out, "Wait for me." She had known all along that Chu Ming was definitely not an ordinary black iron second tier. She had witnessed his formidable mental strength that day. So, was this the reason Gu Yueshi wanted to team up with Chu Ming? Xiao Chuanbo mumbled to himself, now seriously doubting that the test data from the day before had been erroneous. Could it really be that outrageous black iron 8th tier with combat power of 1200? How on earth did Chu Ming manage that? Wang Hongmei looked utterly perplexed. As the homeroom teacher, she was more bewildered than anyone else. "Teacher Wang, when did Chu Ming reach black iron 8th tier?" Pang Zhi suddenly ran over, his face filled with suspicion. "Huh, 8th tier? I haven't." Wang Hongmei was utterly astonished. Pang Zhi remarked, "Although I'm unaware of this young man's combat prowess. When he channels his spiritual energy, I can perceive it distinctly. He is undoubtedly at the 8th tier of black iron." A wave of astonishment rippled through the audience. 8th tier of black iron? When did Chu Ming silently ascend to the 8th tier? Among all the senior students in the city, there are scarcely 20 who have reached the 8th tier of black iron. Indeed, even counting Chu Ming, there'd only be 18, but when did he achieve the 8th tier? Didn't he just score poorly in the last mock exam? The students from Beishan High School were left in a state of shock, particularly Chu Ming's classmates, who felt a burning shame on their faces. Just yesterday, they had mocked Chu Ming in their class group chat, and now, to their dismay, it dawned upon them that they were the true fools. 8th tier of black iron. Chun Hao was left dumbfounded, realizing that Chu Ming's spiritual power level was on par with his own. This was inconceivable. Despite his unwillingness to accept it, Chu Ming's earlier display was undeniably genuine. Moreover, Pang Zhi was a golden-level puppet master, possessing exceptionally strong mental acuity. Thus his perception couldn't possibly be mistaken. So, this young man had indeed been concealing his strength all along. With the imminent college entrance examination, he had decided to stop pretending. Had he? Chun Hao's teeth ground in frustration, his anger reaching a boiling point. Damn it! Chu Ming had once again outshone him, just like a year ago during the awakening ceremony, when he believed himself to be the most impressive due to his A-grade talent, only for Chu Ming to awaken an S-grade talent, at least on that day. Chun Hao had been entirely overlooked by everyone, a slight that had irked him for quite some time. What if he was at the 8th tier of black iron? As someone cultivating the spiritual origin technique, the quality of his spiritual energy was subpar. Even at his peak, his combat power barely surpassed 800. He refused to believe that in this upcoming mock exam, Chu Ming could possibly outperform him. Chun Hao silently gritted his teeth. while he too was at the 8th tier of Black Iron. His combat power had already surpassed 900 to furthermore. His cultivated techniques and talents provided him with a significant advantage in monster hunting. He was resolute in his belief that he could not lose to Chu Ming. With that thought, Chun Hao's gaze hardened, and he charged into the entrance of the secret realm. That moment, Pang Ji had reached the high platform and hurriedly reported the situation to Chun Shiyuan. 8th tier of Black Iron? Chun Shiyuan frowned, taken aback. Due to last year's incident, he had been closely monitoring Chu Ming, and the state had requested him to keep a watchful eye on the young man. The talent of a universal trader was, after all, rather unique. Minister Chun, could it be that this young man has been concealing his strength all along? Pang Ji pondered aloud. But why would he do that? Chun Xian recalled Chu Ming's outrageous performance during the last mock exam, where he had barely managed to kill a Black Iron level 1 Black Wolf with great difficulty. He frowned and replied, I have a strong impression that he was not hiding his strength. In every regard, his combat power could not have exceeded 200, but moreover, he had no need to conceal it. Everyone knows that better performance leads to better school benefits. Why would he hide? Pang Ji contemplated this and found it reasonable, expressing his confusion. Then how did he suddenly, a thought struck him, and he exclaimed in astonishment, Minister Chun, could it be that this young man truly utilized his talent to trade for something useful from the myriad realms, causing his level to soar? A glint of insight flashed in Chun Shiyuan's eyes as he considered this the only possibility. However, the issue was that the talent of a universal trader had been attempted countless times by the state decades ago, expending vast resources and manpower, ultimately concluding that it was utterly useless, that it was impossible to trade for anything of value from the powerful beings of the myriad realms. How had Chu Ming accomplished this? This matter needed to be reported immediately. Chun Shiyuan quickly recognized the significance of the situation, that if Chu Ming truly had a method to utilize this talent, it could at least indicate that his S-grade talent was indeed functional. An individual who had awakened an S-grade talent was undoubtedly worthy of being reported. Minister, do you think Chu Ming has a chance to secure a place in the top 10 in this mock exam? Pang Ji inquired curiously. Chun Shiyuan furrowed his brow in contemplation before shaking his head and responding, It's unlikely. Even making it to the top 20 would be a challenge. This young man likely only advanced to the 8th tier of Black Iron this month, has never practiced any techniques, and his talent does not enhance combat power. The technique he cultivates is still the spiritual origin technique, so his combat power is probably only just over 800. Most importantly, lacking mastery of any techniques, he can only rely on his fists to combat monsters, which greatly reduces his efficiency. He might even be outperformed by those with combat powers in the 600 to 700 range. Pang Ji reflected on this and found it quite reasonable. Chuckling, regardless of how well this young man performs in the mock exam, he has certainly provided us with a significant surprise that if he truly has a way to utilize the universal trader, it would hold considerable strategic value for the nation. Suddenly, everything went dark. After a moment of dizziness, Chu Ming found himself in a vast grassland, with a lush forest and towering snow-capped mountains visible in the distance. Not a single monster was in sight. This examination-specific secret realm was relatively safe. All the dangerous monsters have been eliminated, and only those with weaker aggression were artificially arranged. Although the difficulty of this examination had increased, it paled in comparison to those truly perilous secret realms. Glancing around, he realized Gu Yueshi was not by his side, and Chu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, in the absence of a team, the teleportation points to enter the secret realm were random, that he had no desire to carry a dead weight. What did it matter if the city's top genius girl was present? Her combat power barely reached 1100 up. Meanwhile, his foundational combat power was already at 1200. Coupled with the 11-fold vine technique, he felt terrifyingly powerful. Let us hunt monsters. Chu Ming turned and dashed into the depths of the forest. Determined not to waste any time, that he had to secure a spot in the top 3 of the city. Swish! Shortly after entering the forest, a rustling sound erupted from the nearby bushes, and suddenly a shadow darted out. A Black Iron level 3 Black Wolf? Chu Ming cast a fleeting glance at it, and rage surged within him. It was a case of seeing an old enemy in the last mock exam. He had nearly been killed by a Black Iron level 1 Black Wolf. As he watched the black wolf pounce towards him, Chu Ming initially thought to kick it to death in retribution. However, he suddenly recalled something, squinting his eyes as he murmured, as the saying goes, "A gentleman seeks revenge, exterminating your entire lineage." In the next moment, a thick vine extended from his arm, striking the black wolf's abdomen with astonishing speed. Crack! Awoo! The black wolf let out a mournful howl and, without hesitation, turned to flee, its black pupils filled with fear. Chu Ming quickly pursued, delivering another swipe to its rear, prompting it to run even faster. Crack! Awoo! The force was perfectly controlled, inflicting only superficial wounds. Black wolves were pack animals, and in its fright, this black wolf would likely instinctively run toward its kin. That was precisely Chu Ming's intention. He aimed to exterminate its entire lineage. This would also save him some time in monster hunting point 10 minutes later. Having followed the black wolf deep into the forest for several thousand meters, Chu Ming successfully located its DNIT was a massive cave, within which over 20 black wolves resided, the lowest at black iron level 3 and the highest at black iron level 8. Wow. So many. Chu Ming gasped in surprise. It should be noted that the creatures within the secret realm generally possess combat power significantly higher than that of spiritual cultivators of the same level. A black iron level 8 black wolf likely had a combat power nearing 900 that coupled with the other 20 or so black wolves at level 3 and above. Chu Ming had no doubt that even Gu Yueshi, the genius girl, would hesitate to confront this pack directly. The teamwork capabilities of black wolves were exceedingly formidable. However, for Chu Ming at this moment, it was merely a minor issue. Come on, maternal vines, intertwine, faced with a group of ferocious black wolves. Chu Ming fully activated the vine technique, unleashing 11 vines that began to lash out frantically. Crack! Crack! Awoo! Accompanied by a series of crackling sounds and the anguished howls of the black wolves, the cavern gradually became drenched in blood. Even the black iron 8th stage Black Wolf King, despite its formidable prowess, succumbed to the relentless lashes of the vines, its spine snapping under the force. Ikati writhed in agony for a brief moment before life slipped away. In less than 3 minutes, Chu Ming had annihilated the entire pack of black wolf monsters. Gazing at the scattered corpses and pools of blood, he felt a twinge of astonishment. His combat strength appeared to be significantly higher than he had anticipated, certainly exceeding 2,000. To wipe out a group of foes at the pinnacle of the Black Iron 8th stage would likely require considerable effort from even an ordinary bronze 2nd stage spiritual cultivator. Yet he had achieved this with remarkable ease, hardly exerting himself at all. Could it be that my combat strength is nearing 3,000? The thought flickered in his mind, prompting a moment of surprise. That seemed rather outrageous. The average combat strength of a Black Iron 8 stage is merely 800. And here I am, soaring towards 3,000? Is the enhancement from the wood vine technique truly that substantial? It is no wonder it is a simplified version of a 5th grade spiritual skill. Shaking his head, Chu Ming dismissed further contemplation. The immediate priority was to slay more spirit beasts to accumulate points. Approaching the heap of black wolf carcasses, he commanded the vines to extract the spirit orbs from each body, depositing them into his backpack. Every creature within the secret realm harbored spirit orbs within them, though the vast majority were of the inferior grade, utterly useless, and would garner no interest if sold. However, they could be utilized for point tallying during assessments. TSK, not a single low-grade spirit orb to be found. All of them worthless trash. 0.10 black iron 3rd stages, 8 black iron 4th stages, and 5 black iron 5th stages. What? This all alone nets me 156 points? Chu Ming's eyes lit up, and he instantly felt that his goal of placing in the top 3 was secure. In fact, the likelihood of clinching the first position seemed exceedingly high. If memory serves, the top scorer in the last mock exam, Gu Yueshi, only managed a score of 287, right? Yet here he was, having entered the secret realm for less than half an hour, already racking up over 100 points. Surely, securing first place is merely a matter of reaching out. High combat strength grants one the freedom to act as they please. Chu Ming sighed, realizing that aside from himself, no other examinee could have accomplished the extermination of this pack of black wolves. Such efficiency in accruing points was evidently beyond replication by others, thus, he felt no urgency. With the assessment lasting a full 8 hours, acquiring an additional 2 to 300 points afterward seemed effortlessly attainable. Outside the secret realm, all examinees had completed their tests, with 80 passing, while the remaining stood dejectedly in place. Their emotions complex at that moment. Several high school principals conversed on a platform, having hurried over after a meeting at the Education Bureau. The situation was becoming increasingly dire. Rumors circulated that several divine-level secret realms were nearing their limits, and the nation was in dire need of top-tier combatants. Indeed, this was why the difficulty of the national high school assessments had suddenly escalated. The government likely aimed to identify the most gifted students and concentrate the finest resources upon them for focused cultivation. Let's not dwell on that. We, as mere silver-level educators, ought not to concern ourselves with national affairs. Such matters are better suited for individuals of Minister Chen's caliber, one remarked. Well then, let us discuss the details of this assessment. Li Huayu, principal of Beishan High School, gazed at the profound entrance of the secret realm and smiled. Although the difficulty has increased considerably, for those students with combat strength exceeding 900, it remains manageable that I believe our school will secure at least 3 spots in the top 10. Wang Yuan, principal of Yuzhou High School, shot him a glance and replied coolly, the top 10 is irrelevant. As long as Yuzhou High School can maintain its first position, that is all that matters. Li Huayu's smile faltered, irritation flashing in his eyes as he regarded Wang Yuan, yet felt powerless to retort. After all, Gu Yueshi from Yuzhou High School possessed extraordinary talent, having surpassed a combat strength of 1,000 at the beginning of her senior year, shattering the city record. In contrast, Beishan High School had Xiao Chuanhua, who had only recently crossed the 1,000 mark, trailing far behind Gu Yueleven. In every citywide assessment during their senior year, Gu Yueshi had consistently claimed the top spot. Leaving no room for challenge, it was highly probable that this time would be no different at that moment. Shan Xin, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. Principal Li, how many points do you think your student Chu Ming will achieve in this assessment? The question left all the principals momentarily stunned. Who did you say? Li Huayu thought he had misheard. Given the difficulty of this assessment, how could Chu Ming possibly score points? Surely, he wouldn't even pass the preliminary test. Would he? Minister Chen, are you jesting? Wang Yuan's expression shifted to one of disbelief. That kid's combat strength is still under 200. How could he possibly score points? The other principals nodded in agreement, equally perplexed. Chen Xuan calmly recounted the events that had transpired. Instantly, all the principals exhibited expressions of shock and incredulity. Chu Ming had already reached the Black Iron 8 stage. Moreover, he was suspected of mastering the methods of a universal trader. Had anyone else made such claims, they would have dismissed them outright. How could this be? Wang Yuan's countenance darkened considerably. If Chu Ming's S-grade talent could indeed be harnessed, it would signify that Beishan High School had produced an S-grade talent awakener, warranting a substantial allocation of resources from the nation next year. As the principal of Yuzhou High School, Wang Yuan was naturally disinclined to see such a development. Fortunately, even if this kid had reached the Black Iron 8th stage, his combat strength should not be high. Given that he had not trained in any spiritual techniques, it likely hovered around 800, making it improbable for him to break into the top 20. At least in this assessment, Chu Ming posed no threat to the rankings of his school's prodigies. Wang Yuan consoled himself with these thoughts, his expression softening somewhat. Yet just then, Li Huayu suddenly recalled something, his expression shifting dramatically. Wait, could it be that the combat strength test data for Chu Ming yesterday was genuine? The others turned to him in unison. Chen Shuyuan frowned. Chu Ming underwent a combat strength test yesterday. Li Huayu nodded. Yes, yesterday a testing instructor from our school reported to me, stating that Chu Ming had tested at the Black Iron 8 stage, and he paused, revealing an incredulous expression. Moreover, he recorded a combat strength value of 1215. The eyes of the principals widened instantly. Impossible! Wang Yuan exclaimed, gesturing emphatically to a Black Iron 8 stage with a combat strength over 1200. Principal Li, are you joking? Such a genius has never appeared in the entirety of Yuzhou City. Indeed, it must be a malfunction in your school's testing apparatus, another principal interjected. The top scorer in the city, Gu Yueshi, has a combat strength of only around 1100, and she is at the Black Iron 9th stage. The other principals could hardly believe it either. Such geniuses were not entirely absent nationwide, but given the educational resources and teaching quality in Yuzhou City, it was virtually impossible to cultivate one. Most importantly, this was Chu Ming. A month ago, his combat strength had barely surpassed 200. How could he have suddenly soared by over 1,000? Had he traded his talent for an external advantage? I can hardly believe it, Li Huayu said with a wry smile that tea the time. I thought it was a malfunction, but if Chu Ming truly is at the Black Iron 8 stage, does that not suggest that the 12-15 combat strength might indeed be accurate? Chun Xuan furrowed his brow in contemplation before nodding. I think it is possible that S-grade talents appear only once every few decades. Aside from universal traders, every S-grade talent awakener ultimately becomes a master-level combatant with a combat strength exceeding 100 million. If Chu Ming has indeed unlocked the potential of this talent, a surge in both level and combat strength to such an extent is not out of the question. The principals exchanged glances, and upon reflection, they found Chun Shuyuan's reasoning compelling. After all, it was an S-grade talent. If it could be utilized, the possibilities were limitless. If this kid truly possessed a combat strength of 1,200, wouldn't he stand a chance at claiming the top position in this assessment? Li Huayu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Wang Yuan's face darkened, his voice cold. That is not necessarily the case. High combat strength does not guarantee high efficiency in monster hunting. This kid has far too little experience in slaying creatures. Li Huayu shot him a sidelong glance, smiling. Whether he secures first place is irrelevant. As long as it is proven that Chu Ming can utilize his talent, that is sufficient. TSK, an S-grade talent. And this is the first one ever to emerge in Yuzhou City. Wang Yuan's expression darkened further, his fists clenched tightly. What are you gloating about? Weren't you the one who looked down upon Chu Ming's talent more than anyone else in the past? Now the face changing is faster than you and your wife in bed. Within the depths of a secret realm, Chu Ming had ventured over 10 kilometers into the forest, encountering progressively stronger monsters, the majority of which were at least at the 6th stage of Black Iron. However, it remained a mere matter of a whip strike. Just as he was about to extract the spirit pearl from a Black Iron 7th stage dog-headed monster he had slain, a clear yet surprised female voice suddenly called out beside him. Chu Ming, I finally found you. Turning to look, Chu Ming was momentarily a loss for words. Wait, miss, what exactly do you want? The owner of the voice was Gu Yueshi, her eyes brimming with joy as she hurriedly asked, could you please teach me how to cultivate mental strength? I can pay you tuition. A trace of helplessness crossed Chu Ming's eyes. It seemed he had guessed correctly. The scene from yesterday, where he had used the hat of forgiveness to deal with the vendor, must have led her to mistakenly believe that his mental strength was extraordinarily potent. Actually, my mental strength level is only at the 1st stage of Black Iron. How could I teach you? Chu Ming replied with an exasperated shrug. Gu Yueshi furrowed her brows, utterly unconvinced, believing instead that Chu Ming was unwilling to instruct her. She had distinctly witnessed him manipulating the vendor's mind yesterday, influencing her own mental state to the point where she couldn't even feel anger towards him. His mental strength level must be above the 5th stage of bronze. Moreover, he likely awakened a talent related to willpower. He must be a dual talent awakener. Otherwise, how could he control someone else's mind? I can offer you 30 low-level spirit pearls and 1.35 million Chinese yuan. This is all my savings. Could you please impart just a bit of your mental cultivation experience? Gu Yueshi pressed her lips together, speaking with a hint of pleading. Her spiritual power level had been stuck at the 9th stage of Black Iron for nearly half a year. Logically, with her comprehension, she should have already advanced to bronze. Unfortunately, she had awakened the summoner's talent, which, like the puppeteeress, placed immense emphasis on the cultivation of mental strength. If her mental strength level couldn't keep up, it would be exceedingly challenging to elevate her spiritual power level. Her mental strength was only at the 5th stage of Black Iron. She needed to raise it to the 6th stage before her spiritual power could potentially break through. Only by cultivating her spiritual power to bronze level before the college entrance examination could she hope to be admitted to the 2 premier spiritual cultivation academies, which had always been her goal. Thus, Gu was genuinely eager to learn how Chu Ming had managed to elevate his mental strength beyond the 5th stage of bronze before the exams. Was there some special trick involved? I really can't teach you anything. Stop pestering me. I need to continue hunting monsters. Chu Ming unceremoniously rejected her. Although her offered price was indeed tempting, he simply could not teach. With that, he turned and dashed deeper into the secret realm. His figure swiftly vanishing amidst the dense foliage. Gu stood frozen in place, a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes. Was he truly so unwilling to teach her? By noon, candidates had begun to emerge from the secret realm in succession. The first to exit were mostly injured, each face marked with terror. These individuals had relatively weak combat power, barely exceeding 500, and had only just passed the Iron Puppet test, however, within the current secret realm. The number of monsters exceeding 500 in combat power was considerable. Anyone who had the misfortune of encountering them would undoubtedly find themselves in a dire predicament. The entrance to the secret realm. Pang Ji stood counting the spirit pearls each candidate brought out, calculating their scores. Yuzhou High School, Jibwichang, 3 black iron 3rd stage spirit pearls, 1 black iron 4th stage spirit pearl, a total of 13 points. Shanyo High School, Yindao Jin, 2 black iron 3rd stage spirit pearls, 6 points. Beishan High School, Deshochong, 18 points. Shanyo High School, hey, classmate, you can't sleep here. Teacher, he's fainted. He's lost so much blood. The first batch of candidates had dismal scores, all hovering around 10 points, with not a single one reaching 20 points out on the platform. Chan Xuan frowned deeply, sighing, these children truly are pitiful. If the previous examination's difficulty had remained, at least they might have passed. Li Huayu chuckled wryly. Indeed, we can't determine whether this reform in examination criteria is beneficial or detrimental. As time passed, more candidates emerged from the secret realm, and their scores began to rise. Gradually, some surpassed the passing line of 60 points. However, on the whole, nearly everyone's scores had dropped significantly compared to the second mock exam, and a glance revealed a sea of frowns by 4:30 in the afternoon, with only half an hour remaining until the end of the examination. Candidates above the 6th stage of black iron began to exit, including 2 who were even at the 8th stage of black iron. Their scores shattered the previous records, reaching as high as 152 points. Drawing envious glances from the onlookers, suddenly a ragged figure burst forth from the secret realm, an expression of uncontainable excitement on his face as he shouted, "Top 3 in the city. I've got it." The candidates turned in unison, their faces reflecting disdain. This fellow looked as disheveled as a beggar. It was clear he had suffered greatly in the secret realm, yet he dared to boast about securing a top 3 position. However, when he dumped a pile of spirit pearls from his backpack onto the ground, every expression changed. This must be at least over 50 spirit pearls, right? Who the heck is this guy? Which school is he from? How is he so formidable? Just how many monsters did he slay? This is outrageous. Good heavens. Isn't this Chun Hao from Beishan High School? I almost didn't recognize him with all that dirt on his face. Him? No wonder. His lightning element talent is incredibly powerful when it comes to slaying monsters. Last time in the second mock exam, his combat power was only over 800, and yet he ranked 12th in the city. But wait, given his strength, he shouldn't be this disheveled, right? Did he get caught in a monster wall? The crowd buzzed with astonishment, utterly taken aback. Pang Ji also cast several surprised glances at Chen Hao, nodding in approval. Not bad. You should have the highest score so far. That heap of spirit pearls, upon rough estimation, would easily exceed 200 points, while the previous high score among candidates had barely reached 95. Chen Hao quickly interjected, "Teacher Pang, please calculate my score. I believe I can definitely make it to the top 3 this time." Stimulated by Chu Ming, he had decided to take a risk, painstakingly locating 2 nests of black wolf monsters. And at the cost of his life, he annihilated both dens. He had slain a total of 53 black wolves, including 2 at the 8th stage of black iron. He was confident he could rack up over 200 points. Aside from Xiao Chuanbua and Gu Yueshi, who had combat power exceeding 1,000, Chun Hao believed no one else's score could surpass his. In his view, apart from himself, no one else could annihilate a group of black wolf monsters. After all, only he had awakened the lightning element talent and had cultivated area damage lightning techniques. He held an absolute advantage in group damage. All these are spirit pearls from black wolves? Pang Ji, after inspecting a few pearls, was astonished. You didn't wipe out a whole pack of black wolves, did you? Chen Hao, brimming with pride, feigned modesty. No, I wiped out 2 packs of black wolves. Pang Ji looked at him in surprise. Impressive. The teamwork capability of black wolves is quite formidable. It's rare for a spiritual cultivator of your age to achieve such a feat. Chen Hao humbly replied, Oh no, it's just that my attack methods happen to be area-based, which gives me a slight edge against the black wolf packs. The surrounding candidates were left in awe, not only shocked by Chen Hao's combat prowess, but also astonished that he had dared to seek out the black wolves. Judging by his disheveled appearance, the process of annihilating the black wolf packs must have been exceptionally arduous. Beishan High School, Chen Hao, total score 321 points. After Pang Ji finished tallying, he announced his score. A wave of astonishment rippled through the surrounding candidates. This had already shattered the city's mock exam record. The previous high score was around 292 points, and Chen Hao had raised the record by nearly 30 points. Of course, this was also due to the lower difficulty of previous examinations, where the monsters in the secret realm were not very high level, yielding lower scores for monster slaying. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Chen Hao's performance was indeed extraordinary. After all, while most people hadn't even reached 100 points, he had soared past 300 upon the high platform. Chen Xuan and the principals were equally taken aback by such an astonishing score, each displaying a range of expressions. Excellent. Well done, young man. You've truly brought honor to Beishan High School. Over 300 points. Surely a place in the top 3 is secured. Perhaps even first. Li Huayu's smile was nearly splitting his face, overwhelmed by the day's multitude of surprises. With Chu Ming and Chen Hao, they were indeed the unparalleled duo of Beishan High. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan, standing aside, was consumed by despair, his countenance dark and foreboding. Was Beishan High School truly blessed by ancestral spirits? How could a student like Chu Ming, who had awakened his S-grade talent, suddenly harness it? And now another Chen Hao appeared. Was it worth risking one's life to confront the Black Wolf Pack for a mere top 3 placement? At that moment, Chen Hao stood tall, basking in the admiration and astonishment of those around him, feeling more exhilarated than ever. Finally, he had reclaimed his pride. What was Chu Ming, after all? So what if he suddenly leveled up to Black Iron 8 stage, having never practiced a single spiritual technique? What could he possibly use to defeat monsters? His fists? Scoring 100 points would be a monumental achievement. 10 minutes later, a figure of ethereal grace emerged from the secret realm, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Gu Yueshi has come out. I wonder how many points she will score. It seemed unlikely she could surpass Chen Hao, who had pushed himself to the limits today. Indeed, over 320 points is extraordinary. Last time, Gu Yueshi only scored 287. But wait, considering her combat prowess exceeding 1,000, the monsters in the secret realm must have increased in difficulty, which is beneficial for her. Each monster she defeats will yield a higher score than in previous assessments. Almost all candidates believe that Gu Yueshi and Xiao Chuanbua were the only 2 capable of exceeding Chen Hao's score. Only these 2 prodigies, with their combat strength over 1,000, could potentially compensate for Chen Hao's group damage advantage. Chen Hao's pride slightly diminished as he anxiously focused on Gu Yueshi, although he had never dared to hope to surpass this city's top genius. What if? However, when Gu Yueshi opened her backpack and emotionlessly poured out a multitude of spiritual orbs, that flicker of hope vanished from Chen Hao's heart, causing his eyes to twitch uncontrollably. Goodness, this must be at least 80 orbs. When Pang Ji announced her total score of 542, the venue erupted in astonishment. The candidates' gazes transformed into sheer shock. What? 542 points. This is simply unbelievable. She had shattered Chen Hao's recently set city record by over 200 points. Did achieving a combat strength over 1,000 truly yield such outrageous results? Chen Hao was rendered speechless, instantly abandoning his aspirations for first or second place, resigning himself to a modest third. After all top 3 scores would receive additional rewards, making it nearly equivalent. Good thing you didn't team up with anyone else. Otherwise, you would have had to share those 500 points, and you might have only secured second place. Pang Ji joked, his eyes filled with admiration for the young lady. Gu Yueshi remained calm. displaying no hint of joy. For her, securing first place was a matter of course. During her time in the secret realm, she had hardly focused on monster hunting, spending much of her time searching for Chu Ming. Yet, she still managed to achieve over 500 points. The increase in monster levels in this secret realm meant that previously, she would have earned only 1 point for defeating a black iron first stage monster. But now, she was effortlessly taking down monsters of black iron third stage and above, earning 3 points each time. Perhaps I truly am second, Guyueshi remarked softly, her eyes dimmed with an air of melancholy, as if burdened by unspoken thoughts, before turning to walk towards her school's team. What? Pang Ji was left bewildered. Was this girl genuinely so humble? With over 500 points, who could possibly contest her for first place? Xiao Chuanbua? Well, if that lad pushed himself as hard as Chun Hao, it might be uncertain that on the high platform. Wang Yuan's previous gloom had entirely dissipated, a smug smile creasing his face. Ha! This girl has indeed not disappointed me. Apologies, Principal Li, but the first place still belongs to Yuzhou High. Li Huayu furrowed his brow slightly and replied nonchalantly, It matters not whether we secure first or not. Having Chu Ming with his S-grade talent is sufficient for Beishan High. Wang Yuan's smile faltered instantly. The city's top position was a yearly occurrence, and prodigies with combat strength exceeding 1,000 emerged every year, but an S-grade talent had not been seen in Yuzhou's history until now. How could this even compare? Observing Wang Yuan, who was now rendered speechless, Li Huayu smiled gently and inquired, What troubles you, Principal Wang? Your school's genius has taken the city's first position. Why do you not smile? Is it a natural disposition? I'm just feeling sour. Wang Yuan's face darkened again. Were it not for Qin Shuyuan's presence, he would have erupted in anger. Well, barring any surprises, she is indeed likely first. Chun Xuan nodded slightly, casting an appreciative glance at Guyu 11 Li Huayu. However, was somewhat unconvinced. Minister Chun, is that certain? If Chu Ming truly possesses combat strength of 1,200, he may yet score higher. Qin Xuan shook his head gently. It's unlikely. Chu Ming's experience in monster hunting is far too limited, unlike Guyueshi, who has consistently scored first in every assessment. Her familiarity with this secret realm far surpasses what Chu Ming could achieve. Li Huayu pondered this reasoning, letting out a resigned sigh. Chu Ming's combat strength had inflated within a short span, but could be summarized as being strong in power alone. When it came to experience in monster hunting, not even Guyueshi, let alone the top 20 students in the city, could be compared to him. That lad would be fortunate to secure a spot in the top 10. Wang Yuan scoffed. He desires both S-grade talent and first place. Why not just reach for the heavens? As the examination time drew to a close, candidates at the Black Iron 8th and 9th stages emerged from the secret realm in succession. Their scores generally exceeding 200, with many surpassing 250, significantly improved from the last assessment. For those with sufficient combat strength, the heightened difficulty of the secret realm actually made scoring easier at this moment. Xiao Chuanbua's figure appeared at the secret realm's entrance, instantly igniting the candidates' excitement as they turned their attention toward him. He was the only one eligible to contend for first place alongside Guyueshi. Given that only they had combat strength exceeding 1,000, however, when they looked at Xiao Chuanbua, they were momentarily taken aback. He was hunched over, furiously tapping on his phone, seemingly engrossed in sending a message. His face etched with anxiety and urgency. Classmate, please take out your spiritual orbs. I need to tally the scores, Pang Ji reminded him. Wait a moment, teacher. I'm replying to a message. Xiao Chuanbua continued typing without looking up, his fingers dancing across the screen. The surrounding candidates exchanged puzzled glances. What was he doing? Only Xiao Chuanbua's classmates shared incredulous looks, clearly aware that he was preoccupied with messaging his ex-girlfriend once more. Pang Ji, bewildered and on the verge of speaking up, was interrupted as a figure wearing a baseball cap and slender frame suddenly appeared at the exit of the secret realm. Instantly, all eyes shifted away from Xiao Chuanbua. Chu Ming has emerged. I'm here too. Unbelievable that he was among the last to come out. Was he truly Black Iron 8 stage? It was hard to fathom why his level had surged so unexpectedly. Could it be that his S-grade talent had finally manifested? Oh my goodness, this is simply outrageous. They wondered what score he would achieve. The average combat strength of a Black Iron 8-stage candidate was around 800, which would barely yield over 200 points at best. I wager he might just scrape into the top 20. Hey, what are you doing? Chu Ming was momentarily taken aback at finding Xiao Chuanhua blocking his path. Engrossed in his phone, he intended to ask him to move aside, but inadvertently caught a glimpse of the chat on his screen, his eyes widening in surprise. What the heck? This fellow is engaged in a conversation with a girl noted as Xiao Xia. It appears that due to the lack of signal in the secret realm, he is unable to respond to her messages, which has resulted in her anger. Xiao Chuanhua is frantically sending messages in an attempt to appease her, yet Xiao Xia remains resolute in her refusal to forgive him. Chu Ming watches in astonishment. Who would have thought that this genius, ranked first in the entire school, would turn out to be such a sycophant? Meanwhile, Xiao Chuanhua is utterly oblivious to the presence of another person behind him, as he continues to send a flurry of humble apologies, striving to win back her forgiveness. Xiao Xia, however, retorts, "Get lost, scumbag. How dare you ignore my messages for an entire day? Don't even think about rekindling our relationship. I could never forgive you for the rest of my life." Chu Ming can hardly contain his incredulity. He hadn't expected her to be a former girlfriend. Xiao Chuanhua is on the brink of collapse, muttering, "No, please. I truly made a mistake. There's no signal in the secret realm. How could I reply?" As he speaks, he resumes typing, desperately pleading for her forgiveness. "Hey, buddy, could you move a bit? You're blocking the exit to the secret realm." Chu Ming finally exclaims. Without lifting his head, Xiao Chuanhua replies, "Shut up. I have urgent matters." Chu Ming, unable to bear it any longer, snatches the phone from his grasp. I end the bewildered gaze of Xiao Chuanhua. Chu Ming sends a message to his ex-girlfriend Xiao Xia. "Go to hell. Whether you choose to forgive me or not is your business. Get lost." After sending the message, he returns the phone to the dazed Xiao Chuanhua, patting him on the shoulder, saying, "I've taken care of it for you. No need for thanks." Where brother Xiao Chuanhua's eyes widen in shock as he processes what has just occurred, his expression shifting dramatically. "What the hell? Why did you take my phone? What is wrong? Do you have a problem with that?" Chu Ming glances at him, a hint of green visible beneath his cap. It's nothing," Xiao Chuanhua replies, forcing a friendly smile, suddenly feeling that Chu Ming's act of seizing his phone and cursing at his goddess was not such a grave matter after all. "Wait a minute. Shouldn't I be angry?" Xiao Chuanhua is filled with confusion, but there is no time to ponder this. He quickly picks up his phone and retracts the message Chu Ming sent, fervently praying in his heart. She didn't see it. Xiao Xia must not have seen it. If she did, it would be over. She can't seriously think I was the one who insulted her. Right? That would spell disaster. She might never forgive me. Just then, Xiao Xia replies, "Did you just insult me? It's over." She really saw it. Xiao Chuanhua's pupils contract in shock, panic setting in as he hurriedly begins to type a response. "Xiao Xia, it's fine. I forgive you." Xiao Chuanhua is left utterly bewildered, rubbing his eyes, questioning whether he misread the message. He responds incredulously, "Really? Xiao Xia? Of course it's really no problem." Xiao Chuanhua is left in a daze. What on earth is happening? Just moments ago, he was desperately apologizing, and now, after being insulted, she grants him forgiveness. Is there something amiss here? Could it be that girls enjoy this kind of domineering attitude? Suddenly, Xiao Chuanhua's eyes widen in revelation, and he looks up, searching for Chu Ming's figure, casting him a look of gratitude and admiration. The master. He is undoubtedly a master at charming women. I've got it. Next time Xiao Xia gets angry, I'll just insult her directly. Chu Ming is unaware that he has inadvertently led this sycophant astray. He has now approached Pang Ji, ready to tally his score. Instantly, all the candidates around him direct their attention toward him, especially Chun Hao, whose gaze is fixed intently on the backpack in Chu Ming's hand. Although he does not believe that Chu Ming's score could surpass his own, he feels an inexplicable sense of unease on the platform. Chun Xuan and the principals observe Chu Ming, eager to discover just how many points this individual, with a combat power of 1200, can achieve. Only Gu Yueshi maintains a calm demeanor, her eyes harboring a tinge of bitterness in her view. With Chu Ming's spirit power level above the 5th tier of bronze, his efficiency in monster hunting must be astonishing. With just a thought, he could effortlessly obliterate a black iron level monster of the 9th tier S spirit. Moreover, spirit power attacks inflict area damage. How could his score possibly be lower than hers? Under the collective gaze of the crowd, Chu Ming opens his backpack, pouring out the spirit beads contained within. It appears there are only around 30. This all. Chun Hao exhales in relief, a derisive smile gracing his lips. Killing over 30 monsters may surpass the majority, but it likely only places him in the lower 20s. Meanwhile, he himself has slain 52 monsters, and they were predominantly high-level black wolves. Among them, 2 were black iron-level monsters of the 8th tier. What does Chu Ming have to compare to him? How could he possibly have eliminated so few monsters? Gu Yueshi's expression shifts to one of astonishment. Is it possible that this fellow is concealing his true strength? Just as before, on the platform, Chan Shiyun shakes his head in disappointment. Sighing, it seems he truly lacks experience. Li Huayu furrows his brow and remarks, that shouldn't be the case, even without hunting experience. With his 1200 combat power, he should have been able to kill only 30 monsters. Nearby, Wang Yuan suddenly brightens, saying, could it be that the testing device at your school malfunctioned yesterday? Perhaps he doesn't actually have 1200 combat power? Upon hearing this, Chun Shiyun and Li Huayu's expression shift, clearly acknowledging the likelihood of this possibility. Could it be that Chu Ming is merely an ordinary black iron-level monster of the 8th tier? Killing over 30 monsters? That's quite impressive. Pang Ji observes the pile of spirit beads Chu Ming has laid out, counting them roughly, nodding in satisfaction as he picks one up to gauge its level with his spirit power. Pang Ji exclaims in surprise, his brow furrowing as disbelief washes over him. He inspects it more closely, and his eyes widen in astonishment. He exclaims, this is a spirit bead from a black iron-level 9th tier brown dog monster. At this statement, the surroundings fall silent, and everyone turns to Chu Ming with expressions of shock that he actually defeated a black iron-level 9th tier brown dog monster. That's a creature with combat power exceeding 950. No, it can't be true. Chen Hao's expression darkens as he realizes the implications. Chu Ming has managed to exert combat power exceeding 950 at the black iron level 8th tier. Meanwhile, he can barely scrape by with a combat power of 900. Chen Hao's face is etched with disbelief. Yet, even more shocking revelations lie ahead. Pang Ji continues to inspect the other spirit beads, and with each one he examines, the astonishment in his eyes intensifies. By the end, his gaze directed at Chu Ming is one of utter incredulity. Why, you mean all of these spirit beads are from black iron level 9th tier monsters? Indeed. You mean you killed 34 black iron level 9th tier monsters? The entire venue erupts in astonishment. All eyes widen, almost unable to believe their ears. All of these are spirit beads from black iron level 9th tier monsters. Chen Hao's mouth drops open, as if it could accommodate 3 kun, a traditional unit of measure. His expression one of sheer horror. It is important to note that within the entire secret realm, there are only about 60 black iron level 9th tier monsters, and Chu Ming single-handedly defeated over half of them. What kind of combat power is that? Every single black iron level 9th tier monster boasts combat power exceeding 950. Some even surpass the 1,000 mark. Moreover, these creatures possess tough hides and robust defenses. Even Gu Yueshi, a prodigy with 1,100 combat power, found it incredibly challenging to defeat them. This is indeed the case. Gu Yueshi managed to kill only one black iron level 9th tier monster, which took her a full hour. The next time she encountered a black iron level 9th tier monster, she simply turned and fled, not even wanting to glance back. It's not that she couldn't defeat them. It was merely too time-consuming, and she preferred to hunt 2 black iron level 8th tier monsters instead, since the score difference was negligible, given that Gu Yueshi felt this way. It's easy to imagine how those candidates with combat power below 1,000 would fare. Not only did they not kill any, but they were also too fearful to approach black iron level 9th tier monsters, lest they melt away upon getting too close. Thus, the shock felt by the surrounding candidates is indescribable, and even the glances cast towards Chu Ming are tinged with a hint of horror. Is this for real? Aside from Gu Yueshi, no one else has even defeated a single black iron level 9th tier monster, yet he managed to kill 34? This is absurd. It defies logic. Is he not merely at the black iron level 8th tier? Indeed, even a practitioner at the bronze tier would find it exceedingly challenging to slay so many black iron tier 9 monsters. Wouldn't they? Those creatures are notoriously difficult to breach. Could it be that Chu Ming's combat prowess is nearing the average level of a bronze tier 2? Unthinkable. That would be utterly absurd. The average combat power at bronze tier 2 is a staggering 2,000. The crowd gasped in astonishment, all rendered speechless by Chu Ming's astonishing achievements. The CPU was nearly overheating. Struggling to comprehend how he accomplished such feats, that it seems his mental prowess is indeed remarkably high. Gu Yueshi's eyes sparkled with determination. She was now thoroughly convinced that Chu Ming's mental level must be exceptionally elevated. Otherwise, how could he, with his black iron tier 8 spiritual power, achieve such terrifying results? No, I must find a way to have him teach me how to cultivate my mental strength. Gu Yueshi pursed her lips, her clear eyes brimming with resolve. How did you manage that? Pang Ji was momentarily dazed, finally regaining his composure to ask in astonishment. What is your actual combat power? Chu Ming paused, taken aback. He had not anticipated that revealing these spiritual orbs would elicit such a reaction from them. Are black iron tier 9 monsters truly that difficult to kill? Isn't their combat power around 950? Among all the candidates in the city, aren't there several with power exceeding 950? Could it be that they cannot defeat black iron tier 9 monsters? Having awakened a seemingly useless talent, Chu Ming had been slacking off since his senior year and was not well versed in the knowledge of the creatures in the secret realms, unaware of their formidable defenses. Strong? Killing so many monsters is merely a matter of a single whip strike, right? Where's the strength in that? Of course, the primary issue lies in the rapid surge of his combat power. He indeed lacked a clear understanding of his abilities. Faced with Pang Ji's question, Chu Ming found himself at a loss for words, that he wasn't entirely certain how much his power had increased, but it was likely nearing 3,000 AT that moment. A petite and charming girl suddenly spoke up, "Teacher Pang, it seems that Chu Ming's combat power has already reached 1215. He tested it at school yesterday." Chu Ming turned to see it was Lin Yuming. Her face flushed with excitement, seemingly thrilled by his performance. The surrounding girls cast her peculiar looks, beginning to suspect that she might have a crush on Chu Ming. However, Lin Yuming's thoughts were quite simple. Our class has produced such an incredible academic achiever. How marvelous! 1215. Chun Hao's pupils trembled, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. His combat power is 300 higher than mine, even though we are both at black iron tier 8. What the hell? The crowd erupted in disbelief. In a way, if he were at black iron tier 9, then that combat power might be conceivable, but being at black iron tier 8 is simply outrageous. Wow, I saw that data at the testing facility yesterday. At that time, I thought the instrument must have malfunctioned. What? That data was actually produced by Chu Ming. Pang Ji was equally astonished. A black iron tier 8 with combat power exceeding 1200 had never been seen in the entirety of Yuzhou City. The key point is that even with a combat power of 1200, it shouldn't be possible to kill so many black iron tier 9 monsters, right? Surely, one would need at least 2000 combat power? At that moment, several figures suddenly leaped down from the high platform, landing steadily before enclosing Chu Ming. It was none other than Qin Xuan and several principals who, upon hearing of Chu Ming's extraordinary achievements, were unable to contain their astonishment and immediately sprang into action. Their gazes towards Chu Ming resembled that of looking at a rare bear. Not quite. A genius of such caliber is even rarer than a bear. Chu Ming, has your talent been activated? Chun Shiyuan could hardly suppress his excitement as he hurriedly inquired. The principals were equally fixated on him, all eager to know the answer. Chu Ming furrowed his brow, pondering before responding. Well, about half a month ago, I made a pact with a powerful being from the myriad realms, and it granted me an elevation in both spiritual level and combat power. This was a carefully crafted explanation he had prepared to perfectly account for his sudden surge in strength. Moreover, he refrained from mentioning that he had acquired any impressive techniques or treasures. Instead, he stated that he had been directly endowed with levels and power by a formidable entity. This way, he could avoid inciting any murderous or covetous thoughts from certain individuals A genius. Chu Ming felt quite satisfied with his explanation. Is it truly activated? Chun Shuyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, Wonderful! You have caught up to years of diligent practice in just a single use. You have far surpassed others by a wide margin. Truly, S-tier talent is no exaggeration. Li Huayu was equally ecstatic. A myriad realm trader could directly trade for levels and combat power to enhance without the need for cultivation, if he can engage in multiple trades. Could he possibly reach the bronze tier before the college entrance examination? The other principals were also left speechless. Although they had suspected as much, the confirmation that Chu Ming could utilize his talent still sent shockwaves through their minds. Wang Yuan remained silent, his expression having grown grim, more so than if he had suffered a dire setback. An S-tier talent awakened at Beishan High School. Is his talent truly usable? Chen Hahao felt as though struck by lightning. Even if Chu Ming ascended to the golden tier, it would not compare to the shock this news had brought him in light of an S-tier talent. What does golden tier even amount to? In the over 100 years since the resurgence of spiritual energy, only 8 individuals with S-tier talents had appeared nationwide. Every one of them, aside from the myriad realm traders, eventually became top-tier powerhouses at the master level or higher. The average combat power of a master tier is over 100 million. Each master is capable of independently defending a large province, akin to a regional governor. Moreover, one of the S-tier talent awakeners has now ascended to become one of China's 3 divine realms. The divine realm, with combat power exceeding 1 billion, guards an extraordinarily formidable divine secret realm, undoubtedly a guardian deity of China. The value of S-tier talent is evidently immense. If Chu Ming's talent can indeed be utilized, he could likely be preemptively accepted by 2 first-rate spiritual cultivation institutions, or rather, would a first-rate institution suffice? It is entirely possible he could enter a national-level spiritual cultivation department. Upon considering this, Chen Hahao shuddered, suddenly regretting all the times he had mocked Chu Ming. What if he were to face retribution later? He could no longer harbor even a hint of comparison with Chu Ming. Competing with an S-tier talent awakener is sheer masochism. Hadn't he just witnessed this prodigy, relying on his talent, elevate his combat power to such an absurd level in less than a month? What is there to compare? The surrounding candidates were equally dumbfounded, their astonishment matching that of Chen Hahao, and they felt as though a light had suddenly dawned upon them. So, this is the reason behind Chu Ming's sudden surge in levels and combat power. Has our class truly produced an S-tier talent awakener? Wang Hongmei's expression was dazed, feeling an overwhelming sense of unreality. I could see that moment. Chu Ming tentatively spoke up, May I ask when I can receive the rewards for being among the top 3 in the assessment? What are we all doing here in utter shock? I'm here for the rewards, you know. Chun Shuyuan and the others finally snapped back to reality from their astonishment, bursting into laughter. I didn't expect you to be so pragmatic. Rest assured, you will definitely receive your rewards. I will ensure you have them by tonight. All right? Upon hearing this, the other candidates who had placed in the top 10 twitched slightly. Wait a minute. Aren't the rewards for the top 10 supposed to be distributed within half a month? Minister Chun, how can you blatantly grant privileges? However, they could only grumble silently in their hearts, not daring to voice their complaints. It is indeed reasonable for an S-tier talent awakener to have some privileges. At that moment, Pang Ji suddenly spoke up weakly. Chu Ming, while it is indeed impressive that you have slain 34 black iron tier 9 monsters, your total score is only 304, which does not qualify you for the top 3. By the rules, you won't be able to claim the rewards for the top 3. Chu Ming was momentarily taken aback. Has the score inflated so dramatically that even surpassing 300 wouldn't secure the first place? Brother Ming, my score has been calculated, and it is 352. Xiao Chuanbua had unknowingly approached and whispered, if your strength is so formidable, why did you choose to hunt black iron tier 9 monsters? Killing them is genuinely laborious and thankless. Chu Ming slightly furrowed his brow, casting a curious glance at him, and silently distanced himself from him. What is this clingy behavior? We aren't even that familiar. Why are you getting so close? At this moment, the surrounding candidates also reacted, casting regretful glances at Chu Ming. Logically speaking, given his current combat prowess, securing first place should have been a mere formality. Yet, Why insist on targeting the elusive black iron 9th tier monsters? Their numbers are scarce, and defeating them consumes considerable time. Had he focused solely on the black iron 8th tier creatures, he could have easily slain 70 or 80. Effortlessly amassing 5 or 600 points. What a pity. What? Chu Ming's score is even lower than mine. Chen Hao was taken aback. Feeling an inexplicable surge of excitement, he realized that, moving forward, he and Chu Ming would likely inhabit entirely different realms, with their future achievements destined to be world apart. Yet, he had triumphed over an S-class talent during the mock exams. Wasn't that worth boasting about for a lifetime? With this thought, Chen Hao's mindset began to stabilize, and he felt a tinge of pride. This Chun Chuan's smile also faltered. He had been so engrossed in the surprise of Chu Ming utilizing his talent that he had forgotten to calculate his score. Upon consideration, it was clear that he wouldn't make the top 3. Indeed, the lack of assessment experience was evident. Huayu chuckled wryly. You truly are obstinate, fixated on slaying the black iron 9th tier monsters. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan's mood also improved slightly. Regardless of the outcome, the first place in this assessment still belonged to their school, serving as a final consolation. However, Chu Ming's expression grew peculiar as he remarked, "Who said I only hunted black iron 9th tier monsters?" Instantly, the venue fell silent. Everyone stared at him in astonishment, momentarily unable to comprehend the implications of his words. What? Are you suggesting that these 34 black iron 9th tier monsters do not constitute your entire haul? I thought 300 points would secure first place, so I only presented 300 points, Chu Ming stated nonchalantly before unzipping the second layer of his backpack and spilling its contents onto the ground. A cacophony of clattering ensued as a multitude of thumb-sized spirit orbs appeared, densely packed. There were at least 100. In that moment, the entire assembly stood in stunned silence. What on earth? How many monsters did he slay in that secret realm? Chu Ming turned to the astonished Pang Ji and requested, "Teacher Pang, could you please help me tally these? Most of them are black iron 8th tier spirit orbs, with the remainder being black iron 7th tier. Pang Ji was left dumbfounded. You only targeted high tier monsters? Chu Ming shook his head, not entirely. I also defeated monsters below black iron 7th tier. However, I was too lazy to collect their spirit orbs, as they yield minimal points and waste time. Initially, I wiped out 5 or 6 packs of black wolves, but later realized that the efficiency of scoring through them was too low, so I sought out higher tier monsters instead." His tone was casual, as if discussing a trivial matter. After saying this, Chu Ming suddenly sensed the surrounding silence and glanced around, noticing that everyone was regarding him with wide-eyed astonishment. Did I inadvertently come across as an insufferable braggart? He felt a hint of awkwardness and, after a moment's thought, attempted to mitigate the situation by rolling up his sleeve and saying, "It's not that easy. I did sustain some minor injuries." Looking at the 1-centimeter wound on his forearm, which was serious enough to require medical attention, the crowd's eyes twitched in disbelief, igniting an urge to throttle him. Most had fought valiantly in the secret realm, sustaining injuries to barely defeat a few black iron 4th or 5th tier monsters. Yet here was Chu Ming, boasting of having slain over 100 high-tier creatures, with injuries less severe than their own. How could he still claim it wasn't so easy? 65 black iron 8th tier spirit orbs and 38 black iron 7th tier spirit orbs, totaling 786 points. Adding the previous 304, that makes 1,098 points. Pang Ji quickly tallied the spirit orbs, his mind reeling from a shock. Though he was a golden tier puppeteer, he could scarcely contend with even the black iron 9th tier monsters, let alone the silver 9th tier. Yet here stood Chu Ming, only 18 years old, yet to even take his college entrance exams. Pang Ji recalled his own score during those exams, a mere 245. Comparatively, he felt utterly insignificant. Goodness, this young man's future achievements are simply unfathomable. Over 1,000 points. Chen Hao's face turned pale, his existential crisis deepening. How had he become the fool again? Wait, Chu Ming claimed first, Gu Yueshi second, and Xiao Chuanbo third. What about me? Where do I fit among the top 3? Chen Hao's mind was in turmoil. This score should firmly secure the top spot in the province. Right? Li Huayu was both astonished and delighted. Since his wife had given birth to their fifth child, he had never encountered such a joyous day. Chen Xuan inhaled deeply, suppressing his shock. I estimate that across the entire southwest region, this is a staggering lead. Only the top-tier prodigies from the capital, who possess combat prowess exceeding 2,000 or 3,000 at such a young age, might surpass Chu Ming's score. He had long sensed that Chu Ming's capabilities far exceeded a mere 1,200. They were likely above 2,000 at otherwise. It would be impossible to have slain so many monsters. Black Iron 8th tier combat prowess exceeding 2,000. An S-class talent truly is absurdly powerful. Beijing. Li Huayu initially intended to remark that Chu Ming's extraordinary score might even secure him the national first place. But the mention of Beijing jolted him back to reality. As the capital of China, a hub for prestigious families, the educational resources and faculty were unparalleled, producing talents in abundance that, in contrast, a talent from a small place like Yuzhou, such as Gu Yueshi, might merely be considered an average girl in Beijing. Consequently, despite her status as a Black Iron 9th tier, with combat prowess surpassing 1,000, and being awakened as an A-grade summoner with considerable mental prowess, she could only gain admission to a first-rate spiritual cultivation university, while the top spiritual institutions in the capital Wunti even glance her way. Chu Ming had only recently begun to explore the application of his talent. Yet within a month, he had reached such a remarkable level. His future was incomparable to any current talent. Chen Shuyuan's eyes sparkled with exhilaration, with a prodigy of this caliber emerging from Yuzhou. Their spiritual cultivation department would undoubtedly benefit, and they might soon receive preferential treatment from the state. Naturally, he was elated. Without further ado, he announced that Chu Ming had secured first place in the assessment. Amidst the complex gazes of the crowd, Chen Xuan smiled at Chu Ming, stating, "Chu Ming, come with me to the spiritual cultivation department right away. I'll arrange a reward, and perhaps the higher-ups will wish to meet you." The higher-ups? Chu Ming was taken aback. What? Have I become invincible, attracting heavenly adversaries? Though he jested, he understood that the individuals Chen Xuan referred to were likely from provincial or even national spiritual cultivation departments. A usable S-class talent warranted national attention. All right, sounds good. Chu Ming nodded. He certainly wouldn't decline, as appropriately showcasing his potential could lead to greater recognition and resources, an opportunity not to be missed. He had numerous needs, such as mental cultivation techniques, higher-level spiritual techniques, and additional spiritual skills. He at least wanted to utilize those 20 memory slices first. Once his mental prowess increased, he could trade more items with Doraemon. Afterward, Chen Xuan spent half an hour delivering a rather monotonous speech in front of all the candidates, merely offering encouragement to those who had not performed well. Eventually, in the weary gazes of the injured students, Chen Xuan concluded his speech, preparing to depart. Initially, he intended to take Chu Ming back to the spiritual cultivation department alone, but upon reflection, he realized that this might set a poor precedent for favoritism. Thus, he decided to summon all the top 10 students, preparing to distribute their rewards early. Soon, a group boarded an official bus, departing amidst the envious gazes of countless candidates. The rewards for the top 10 included 5 low-tier spirit orbs, all of which had been leveled up, significantly accelerating their cultivation in the market. These would be valued at least 50 to 60,000. Indeed, Gu Yueshi has vanquished over 100 monsters, yet the vast majority of what was unearthed consists of mere low-grade spirit pearls, unworthy of consideration. The probability of low-grade spirit pearls emerging from the bodies of Black Iron-level monsters is exceedingly slim. What piques my curiosity more are the additional rewards for the top 3. I have heard they are quite remarkable. You think Chu Ming will secure an even more impressive reward. He is not merely the best in the city. After all, the candidates were abuzz with discussion, envious to the point of exasperation. I want to sit beside Chu Ming. On what grounds? Do you not understand the propriety of male-female interactions? On the bus, Gu Yueshi, the second best in the city, and Xiao Chuanbua, the third best, began to bicker all over the coveted seat next to Chu Ming. The other students looked on in astonishment. What is going on here? I absolutely must sit beside him. Gu Yueshi's cheeks flushed, clearly unaccustomed to confrontations. In no way, Xiao Chuanbo insisted. I have pressing matters to discuss with Ming Gu. I have urgent matters as well. Your concerns are certainly not as urgent as mine. Mine, is very urgent. I know you're urgent, but please, do not be so hasty. I'm far more urgent. Chu Ming, unable to contain himself, interjected, could you two, the kings of urgency, allow me a moment of peace? I failed to comprehend why your urgency pertains to me. Gu Yueshi was anxious to seek his guidance on cultivating her mental energy, which he could understand. However, what was Xiao Chuanbua's ulterior motive? Bro, I just insulted your goddess a moment ago. You should be angry with me. Yet here you are, treating me like a brother. Chu Ming was momentarily puzzled, as he had only found Xiao Chuanbua's presence at the exit of the secret realm bothersome, and, emboldened by his forgiveness cap, decided to have some fun at his expense. Who could have anticipated that this fellow would latch onto him, rather than dwell on it? Chu Ming, fatigued from slaying so many monsters, reclined onto the 2 rows of seats. Waving his hand dismissively, there are no more seats available. You may amuse yourselves elsewhere. Yueshi bit her lip. Realizing his rejection was unmistakable, and with a dejected expression, she walked to another empty seat. Yet Xiao Chuanbua, with his thick skin, squatted down right beside Chu Ming, wearing an ingratiating grin. Minggu, could you impart some wisdom to me? Chu Ming stared at him, utterly bewildered. What could I possibly teach you? Xiao Chuanbua glanced around and whispered, how to master the art of handling girls. Chu Ming was left utterly perplexed. Xiao Chuanbua continued, earlier, you took my phone and insulted my ex-girlfriend, right? Guess what? She forgave me immediately. After all the effort I put in, she refused to forgive me. Yet your one remark did the trick. Incredible. As he spoke, Xiao Chuanbua's expression turned troubled, but when I tried to mimic you and insult her again, she got upset once more. Is my method flawed? Minggu, how should I insult her to make it delightful for her? I really need your guidance. Chu Ming was at a loss for words. How could the forgiveness cap exert influence over others, especially when the person on the other end was unaware of who was on the line? How did you insult her? Chu Ming cast a sidelong glance at him. Intrigued, he couldn't fathom the bizarre logic of this fellow, who dared to learn anything and everything. Xiao Chuanbua, encouraged, believed Chu Ming was willing to teach him. Promptly retrieving his phone, Minggu, look, here is the chat record between her and me. Let me take a look. Chu Ming glanced at it, and that fleeting moment nearly caused his brain to short-circuit. You are the most adorable little porker in the world? What the hell? Is that how you insult someone? How utterly repulsive. Xiao Chuanbua's face turned awkward. Keep your voice down, Minggu. I didn't want to insult her too harshly. Chu Ming was speechless. He understood now why she would be offended. She must have felt disgusted. Minggu, please just teach me how to insult her. Xiao Chuanbua pleaded again. Not a chance. Chu Ming firmly rejected him. Such a sycophant was beyond redemption, even if Tong Jinsheng were to intervene. What kind of ailment causes one to obsessively fawn over an ex-girlfriend? Can't you let go? Brother, the person you cannot let go of has long since moved on. All right? Please, big brother. If you don't teach me, I'm done for. Xiao Chuanbua panicked, launching into a frenzied display of humble pleading. Chu Ming, exasperated, snatched his phone and messaged his ex-girlfriend. If you don't forgive me, then get lost. You think you can challenge me? Xiao Chuanbua's face turned ashen, panicking. Minggu, is that really appropriate? The next moment, a response came through. Xiao Xia. All right, I forgive you. Xiao Chuanbua's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, what the heck? Amazing recovery. Minggu. Could it be that Xiao Xia truly appreciates such boldness? Should I adopt this approach as well? But it feels so wrong to be so harsh. My heart aches. Observing his conflicted expression, Chu Ming could guess his thoughts and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Return to Gotham. Batman promised not to hit you anymore. With a soft sigh, Chu Ming suddenly felt a pang of thirst and casually asked, is there any water? I'm feeling a bit parched. Xiao Chuanbua hesitated, instinctively nodding, then immediately shook his head. Do you have it or not? If there is, came the ambiguous reply. Chu Ming's eyelid twitched in annoyance. If there isn't, then scram. Don't disturb my sleep. Xiao Chuanbua wore a conflicted expression, struggling for what felt like an eternity before he gritted his teeth. Pulled out a bottle of mineral water from his bag and offered it. Minggu, this is water I've cherished for quite some time. I usually can't bear to drink it, if you wish to have some. Could you limit yourself to just a few sips? Chu Ming glanced at the bottle, observing the murky liquid inside. He grimaced, bro, Even if I don't want to teach you, you wouldn't poison me. Would you? No, it's not poisonous. Xiao Chuanbua seemed anxious that others might overhear, hastily lowering his voice to explain, "This is water steeped in the residue of sugarcane my ex-girlfriend chewed. I've treasured it for 2 years. How could it possibly be toxic?" As he spoke, he unscrewed the cap and took a small sip, instantly revealing an expression of rapture and enjoyment. Delicious. Her flavor is simply exquisite. Chu Ming was dumbfounded. Bro, I've seen absurdity, but I've never seen anything as absurd as this. What? Did you write Heavenly Evil God or something? Even the real Fei Yong would have to call you Master. Minggu. Would you like a sip? Xiao Chuanbua offered a smile that combined flattery with a hint of pain. Such a precious item, he would never dream of allowing anyone else to even glance at it. But for the sake of learning, he was willing to make the sacrifice. Chu Ming was truly disgusted, and after a moment of silence, he finally smiled. Under Xiao Chuanbua's puzzled gaze, a vine as thick as a thumb suddenly emerged from his shoulder. With a swift motion, it struck Xiao Chuanbua on the back of the head. Thud! Xiao Chuanbua, caught completely off guard, collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Youth certainly has its advantages. He simply fell asleep. Chu Ming instantly felt much better, and noticing the terrified gazes of the other passengers on the bus, he casually remarked, "It's nothing. The kid is just tired and needs to rest." Half an hour later, the bus finally arrived at the spiritual cultivation department. This was a grand edifice over 30 stories tall, standing majestically in the city center. The spiritual cultivation department is an official institution, the highest authority in China aside from the military, overseeing various aspects of domestic governance. Even at the municipal level, the Minister's spirit power rank is no less than Platinum 5, with combat power exceeding 5 million, possessing the absolute strength to maintain order within the city. Under the personal guidance of Chen Xuan, Chu Ming and his group arrived at a spacious conference room on the 18th floor. In the center of the conference table lay 10 exquisite gift boxes. These are the rewards for the top 10, Chen Shuyuan explained casually. Each participant receives 5 low-grade spirit pearls that a few candidates' eyes instantly lit up, their expressions brimming with excitement. This was their first time placing in the top 10 and receiving rewards. Naturally, they were thrilled. What about the rewards for the top 3? Chu Ming inquired directly, expressing that these 5 low-level spirit pearls held little value for him. Moments ago, he had collected over 20 low-level spirit pearls within the secret realm, merely choosing not to bring them out. Although the probability of low-level spirit pearls manifesting within black iron-level monsters is quite low, his frequent kills certainly compensated for that. You seem rather impatient. Chen Xuan remarked with a helpless glance at him, then shifted his attention to Gu Yueshi and the constantly rubbing the back of his head, Xiao Chuanbua, saying, "Then you 3 shall follow me." Very well. Soon, the trio of Chu Ming followed him out of the conference room, leaving the others to reveal expressions of envy. It is said that the additional rewards for the top 3 are worth at least 2 to 300,000. Indeed, how enviable. I wonder what they are, they murmured amongst themselves. Hearing the discussions around him, Chan Hao felt a sense of numbness wash over him. He felt as if he could die. After all, he was the one who had secured 3rd place. This year's reward for the top 3 had changed. Each of you may freely select 1 second-grade low-tier spirit technique or spell. Chen Shiyuan led the trio to his office, explaining as he retrieved 3 small booklets, placing one before each of them. These booklets contained records of all the spells and spirit techniques from the Yuzhou Spirit Cultivation Department. You may choose any one of the second-grade low-tier ones, and I will have someone fetch it for you to second-grade low-tier. Are the rewards this generous? Xiao Chuanbua's eyes gleamed instantly. Last time, during the second mock exam, he had also secured a top 3 position, but his reward was merely a mid-tier first-grade spirit technique. The disparity between first and second grades is monumental. Put it simply, the market price for a high-tier first-grade spirit technique is around 200,000, while a low-tier second-grade spirit technique can exceed 1 million. This is due to the fact that a first-grade technique can accommodate up to 5,000 practitioners, while a second-grade technique can only support 1,000. Any subsequent practitioners would find it ineffective. The rarity of second-grade techniques is thus self-evident. Chu Ming picked up one of the booklets and began to flip through it. Upon a cursory glance, he noted there were over 100 titles. most of which were spirit techniques, with only about 20 being spirit power spells. Is it truly this scarce? A municipal spirit cultivation department, is this impoverished? Well, it's still better than having nothing. After a brief moment of inner criticism, Chu Ming began to select carefully, ultimately settling on a second-grade low-tier spirit power spell, the Imu Ju. This wood attribute spell allows the practitioner to convert their formless spirit energy into wood attribute energy, which should synergize well with the wood vine technique. Moreover, Chu Ming had a hunch that after mastering two distinct spells using his memory bread, he might be able to fuse the two into a new spell. Xiao Chuanhua and Gu Yueshi quickly made their choices as well, both opting for spirit techniques. Chen Shiyuan promptly sent someone to retrieve copies of the three chosen spirit techniques and spells. After handing them to the trio, he turned to Chu Ming with a smile, saying, "Chu Ming, based on your score this time, securing first place in the province is undoubtedly within your grasp, thus bringing glory to our Yuzhou city. In my personal capacity, I can offer you an additional reward, an S-grade talent awakener capable of utilizing innate abilities." Chu Ming's future prospects were limitless, and Qin Shiyuan naturally wished to cultivate a good relationship with him in advance. Truth be told, he harbored a desire to take Chu Ming as his disciple, but upon reflection, he felt he lacked the qualifications. Perhaps this young man would soon be taken away by provincial or even national authorities. What reward? Chu Ming's eyes lit up, surprised to find he could receive something for nothing. A delightful turn of events. Xiao Chuanhua and Gu Yueshi cast envious glances his way. Minister Chun was a platinum-level powerhouse. His personal reward must surely be equivalent to a second-grade low-tier spirit technique or spell. Chu Ming was about to strike it rich. Qin Shiyuan furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment, and then asked, "Just tell me what you lack. As long as it's under 2 million, I can manage it." Wow, such a generous budget. Xiao Chuanhua's eyes widened in astonishment that if memory serves, officials of Minister Chen's caliber earn around 500,000 a year. Yet he was willing to offer nearly half his annual salary as a reward for a student. Truly, S-grade talents are in high demand. Minister Chun, can you truly offer anything? Chu Ming inquired, testing the waters. Of course, Chun Xuan replied grandly, as long as it is under 2 million, I can procure it. Then I would like 1,999,999 in cash. Did you even ask? Chun Xian's expression froze, genuinely taken aback by the boyish pragmatism. Xiao Chuanbo regarded Chu Ming with admiration. Could it be that our Minggu is truly a genius? Isn't it a bit excessive to simply ask for money? Chan Shiyuan remarked, his face filled with helplessness. It's not that I'm unwilling to give. Many items in the spirit cultivation department are difficult to purchase outside. Are you certain you want cash? Chu Ming was well aware of this fact. He had merely been jesting. After a moment of thought, he said, "Then I would prefer a spirit power cultivation spell, a spirit power spell." Chun Xuan was taken aback, revealing an awkward and troubled expression. "I'm afraid we do not have that." Chu Ming's brows furrowed. Could it be that such a thing is truly this rare? He was aware that no high school in the city possessed a spirit power cultivation spell. But to learn that even the official department lacked one was shocking. Gu Yueshi shot him a puzzled glance, noting that there are fewer than 10,000 spirit power spells in all of China. And surely a small city like theirs would not have one. She had always practiced the most basic meditation method for her spirit power cultivation. If she had a spirit power spell, her spirit power level would not have remained stuck at black iron level 5. How could Chu Ming, with such a high spirit power level, lack this basic knowledge? Moreover, this was a common topic covered in the third-year curriculum. Had he truly not learned anything in his final year? Gu Yueshi's heart brimmed with curiosity. Chun Xian nodded in affirmation, adding, "Spirit power spells cannot be created. They can only be obtained from special secret realms. And they possess uniqueness. A single spell can only be cultivated by one person, which is why they are so rare." Pointing to Gu Yueshi, he continued, "She awakened an A-grade puppet master talent, which demands a high spirit power level. And she has displayed remarkable comprehension and aptitude. Logically, the state should provide her with a spirit power spell. Unfortunately, the state does not have any surplus spirit power spells to offer her, as the number of students needing to cultivate spirit power nationwide is considerable." Is that so? Chu Ming cast a glance at Gu Yueshi, who had previously puzzled him. How could such a gifted individual be denied even a spirit power spell? It turned out the issue was simply one of insufficient resources. Thus, what kind of secret realm might yield a spirit power spell? Chu Ming quickly inquired. This was undoubtedly the item he needed most. Only by enhancing his spirit power could he trade for more items from Doraemon. The Grievous Soul Secret Realm, Chan Xuan replied nonchalantly. Such secret realms are exceedingly rare. Yuzhou City has none, and the entire Sichuan province possesses only one, located in the neighboring Dongchuan City that in this realm. The Grievous Soul-type monsters are formed from the residual spirit power of deceased beings, and their attack methods are primarily mental, making them extremely perilous. Some golden level or higher Grievous Soul monsters, through years of evolution, may develop their own methods of spirit power cultivation. By defeating such monsters and retrieving their soul pearls, there's a chance to comprehend their spirit power cultivation techniques. If such methods can be applied to humans, they would constitute a new spirit power cultivation spell. However, most spirit power cultivation methods developed by Grievous Soul monsters are not applicable to humans. Chu Ming's eyelid twitched. The probability of this was indeed minuscule. It was even lower than the chance of Kuin getting knocked down by a big elbow and failing to rise, so you might as well forget about spirit power spells for now. Chan Xuan said with a wry smile, I am aware that your talent necessitates spirit power cultivation. However, the state currently does not have any surplus spirit power spells to offer you. All right then. Chu Ming nodded, resigned to abandon that hope. However, he couldn't help but entertain other thoughts. There was a Grievous Soul secret realm in neighboring Dongchuan City, right? Perhaps he could take a chance there. Those such realms are exceedingly dangerous and would require defeating golden level or higher Grievous Soul monsters to potentially acquire a spirit power spell. His forgiveness had effect was still active. He should be perfectly safe, right? Let us not dwell on this any longer, for it holds little significance. Instead, why not discuss what reward you desire? Chun Shuyuan returned to the main topic. Chu Ming pondered for a moment. Aside from items below 2 million related to mental energy techniques, he found himself lacking in immediate needs at AS for low-tier second-grade techniques. He had just acquired the Emu Ju. The crux of the matter was that he remained uncertain whether he could fuse two distinct techniques using the memory bread. If that were not feasible, then transitioning to the Emu Ju would render his previous 12 layers of spiritual essence cultivation entirely obsolete. In that case, obtaining another low-tier second-grade technique would serve no purpose, especially since he had already perused the catalog and found that the Emu Ju was the most compatible with the Woodvine technique. A second-grade low-tier technique, AS for the low-tier second-grade spiritual skills, they paled in comparison to the simplified version of the 5th-grade Woodvine technique. Nevertheless, practicing a few more spiritual skills was not out of the question. Although indulging in such lowly techniques seemed a tad wasteful of the memory bread. Just as Chu Ming hesitated over whether to acquire another spiritual skill, he suddenly caught sight of an oddly shaped object atop the cabinet, behind Chun Xu. It resembled a large spiritual orb, roughly the size of a fist, emanating faint waves of spiritual energy, yet was marred by a multitude of cracks, its brilliance dimmed. Why does this thing seem somewhat familiar? Curiosity piqued, Chu Ming could not resist inquiring, Minister Chun, what is that orb in your cabinet? A ball. Chan Xuan was taken aback, following his gaze to glance at it, before chuckling, oh, that? Merely a useless collectible. I thought it amusing at the time and purchased it for over 180,000. Yet it has only gathered dust ever since. Gu Yueshi frowned slightly, suddenly exclaiming, could it be the Lingshu Pearl? Chan Xuan glanced at her in surprise, chuckling, this little girl is quite the eye, even in such a state. She can recognize it? I merely read about it in a book. Is it truly the Lingshu Pearl? Xiao Chuanbua exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't it said that each one sells for tens of billions? Moreover, they are rare, only accessible to those of master-level strength or above. I certainly cannot afford a usable Lingshu Pearl. Even if I sold the Yuzhou Spiritual Cultivation Department, I doubt it could procure one. Chan Xuan smiled. This Lingshu Pearl of mine has long been rendered nearly unrecognizable. It merely serves as a decorative piece now. That moment, Chu Ming suddenly spoke up. Minister Chun, may I have this Lingshu Pearl as my reward? He recalled what it was, having read about it before. Only void spiritual beasts of master level and above could possibly give birth to Lingshu Pearls, which contained an independent space for storing items and were quite valuable. They were akin to storage rings from cultivation novels, but it was said that Lingshu pearls had an additional function. If worn for an extended period, they could potentially awaken a powerful spatial talent within the wearer. Chu Ming had previously heard that certain prominent families in the capital would adorn their children with a Lingshu pearl from birth to increase their chances of awakening spatial talents. It truly was a case of starting life on the right foot. Point 1. Must understand that master-level beasts possessed battle powers exceeding 100 million. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was to obtain a Lingshu pearl. Ah, you want this? Chen Xuan was bewildered, questioning, this object is of no use, merely a decorative piece. What would you do with it? Chu Ming responded, I believe my home could use a decorative item. Chen Xuan, well, that's quite a reasonable justification. Have you truly thought this through? This item is indeed useless. A damaged Lingshu pearl is no different from an ordinary low-grade spiritual orb, save for a modicum of collectible value. Chen Xuan even suspected that Chu Ming was jesting. Surely, even a low-tier first-grade spiritual skill would be a better choice than this. Jiu Yueshi and the others cast him incredulous glances. Why did this fellow always have such peculiar thought processes? Chu Ming insisted, Minister Chen, I am serious. Just give me this. The reason was simple. It seemed that Doraemon had some sort of tool capable of restoring any damaged item. Something like a restoration liquid? If you truly desire it, take it. Chen Xuan hesitated, observing that his expression was not that of a jester, and reluctantly nodded. After all, he had already spoken. Rewards under 2 million were fair game. Furthermore, this damaged Lingshu pearl was undoubtedly one of his most regrettable purchases. In his youth, he had thought that placing such an item in his office would exude prestige, only to realize later how foolish that notion was. He had also been duped by the seller, paying 180,000 for a damaged Lingshu pearl that, while possessing a bit of collectible value, was worth less than 500,000 on the market. Thus, Chen Xuan felt no pangs of regret as he retrieved the Lingshu pearl from the cabinet and approached Chu Ming. Still a bit uncertain. Are you sure you want this? I'm certain. Thank you, Minister Chen. Chu Ming quickly reached out to take it, pocketing it lest Chen Xuan change his mind that if he could trade with Doraemon to obtain a tool that could restore items. It would be akin to acquiring an intact Lingshu pearl, worth tens of billions. It was as though Qin Shi Huang found himself unable to rise from a pit. Very well, Chen Xuan remarked, somewhat disheartened. Not expecting this lad to only request the least valuable item, feeling that his favor had not been well compensated. Just then, there was a knock on the office door that a middle-aged man entered, whispering to Chen Xuan, Minister Chen, the superiors have arrived and wish to see Chu Ming. So soon. Chen Xuan furrowed his brow in surprise. It had only been less than 3 hours since he reported. The middle-aged man nodded. Yes, it's Deputy Minister Li from the Sichuan Province Spiritual Cultivation Department, the provincial department, and a deputy minister at that. Chen Xuan's brow furrowed deeper. He felt that the higher-ups did not seem to appreciate Chu Ming's significance. A usable S-grade talent would guarantee his status as a top-tier master-level powerhouse in the future, a figure capable of overseeing an entire province. Under such circumstances, one would expect the minister of the Sichuan Province Spiritual Cultivation Department to come in person. Especially since Chu Ming's talent was that of a universal trader, capable of connecting with myriad realms and, theoretically, even conducting transactions with deities. Point one would think he should be accorded the utmost attention from the national level. What was happening? Chen Xuan found himself momentarily perplexed. 2 minutes later, Chu Ming was escorted to a reception room on the 25th floor, where he met Li Kaiyun, the deputy minister of the Sichuan Province Spiritual Cultivation Department. He was a slender man in his 30s, with a gaunt physique, yet his gaze was piercing, exuding an air of danger as he reclined in the main seat of the reception room. The second in command at the provincial level was a diamond-ranked powerhouse, with battle power exceeding 10 million, that his corporeal form was gradually transforming from carbon-based life into a spiritual entity, capable of subtly manipulating the forces of heaven and earth. An astounding display of strength. Upon seeing Chu Ming, Li Kaiyun narrowed his eyes, revealing a hint of skepticism. I have heard you can utilize the universal trader ability. Chu Ming furrowed his brow slightly, sensing a significant pressure emanating from this slender man. Truly, a representative from the province bore a certain imposing aura. Nonetheless, he remained calm, replying, Indeed, I successfully completed a transaction with a powerful being from the myriad realms. Li Kaiyun inquired, did he directly enhance your battle power and level? Along with my comprehension, Chu Ming replied composedly, upon completing the transaction, that powerful being directly bestowed upon me enhancements in level, battle power. In comprehension, I am uncertain how he achieved this. And what did you use to trade with him? A mere ordinary item, which that powerful being expressed great fondness for, though was unavailable in his realm. Li Kaiyun squinted, attempting to discern any flicker of dishonesty on Chu Ming's face, but found none. After a moment of silence, he nodded, that is somewhat reasonable. Reasonable. His assistant, standing nearby, appeared utterly bewildered. Was it truly so simple to acquire enhancements in level, battle power, and comprehension with just a single item? Chu Ming maintained a calm demeanor. He was well aware of the universal trader talent and understood precisely what to say to instill confidence in others. You truly have remarkable luck. Kaiyun sighed and remarked, unlike that predecessor of yours, who spent his entire life without acquiring anything truly valuable from the myriad realms. Chu Ming nodded, fully aware of whom this predecessor referred to. 50 years ago, there was indeed someone who awakened as a realm trader in China. That individual was named Xiaoqin, and it was said that the country had invested substantial resources in him, which ultimately proved to be a complete waste. Researchers at the time discovered that valuable items on Blue Star, such as spiritual pearls, wealth, and gold, were of little interest to the beings from other worlds, where they demanded exorbitant prices that even the state could not afford. However, certain entities from these alternate realms showed great interest in peculiar items, such as the flora and fauna of Blue Star, or even black silk. With these items, one could trade for slightly useful goods, such as stones imbued with spiritual energy or plants that could produce such energy. Yet, those beings were unwilling to trade for anything of greater value. Overall, this talent was deemed nearly useless for cultivation, hence it became recognized as a worthless gift. Chu Ming could easily find this information in publicly available online resources. As a provincial leader, Li Kaiyun naturally understood this even better. Thus, he considered it reasonable to use a single item as a trading condition. Logically, an S-class talent awakener should be able to enter the National Spiritual Cultivation Department by exception. Kaiyun lit a cigarette, dispelling his doubts, and began to address the matter at hand. However, your talent is still too peculiar. We would like to observe you for a while longer. The state had invested too much time and resources in realm traders back then, only to gain nothing in return, leaving them with psychological scars. Moreover, the fact that Chu Ming was able to successfully trade for combat power and levels this time was likely just a stroke of good fortune. A chance encounter with a benevolent and powerful being. Would he be able to maintain such good luck in the future? If this was a one-time occurrence, then it would still be considered a worthless talent. Chu Ming's potential was estimated to be on par with those who had yet to awaken their gifts, implying that he would never reach the golden tier in this lifetime. Recklessly investing too many resources in him posed a significant risk. If Chu Ming were aware of his thoughts, he would only chuckle, although both were awakeners of the realm trader talent. Only I know Doraemon, who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary humanoid existed in a world devoid of any special powers, yet was extraordinarily formidable. How about this? We can offer you a guaranteed admission to Qingyuan or Jingda. If during your university years you manage to elevate your spiritual power level to above the golden tier, we would be more than willing to welcome you into the spiritual cultivation department. Kaiyun said slowly. Qingyuan and Jingda are the two premier spiritual cultivation institutions in China, coveted by countless candidates, including Gu Yueshi. Chu Ming fell into a brief silence, appearing somewhat dejected. Though in truth he was merely feigning it, he did not wish to expose his ability to trade various extraordinary items with Doraemon, as it could attract unnecessary dangers. Those extraordinary conceptual items would surely tempt even the most powerful beings. If he were to enter an official institution like the Spiritual Cultivation Department, he would undoubtedly be under constant scrutiny from the state, greatly increasing the risk of exposure. The top spiritual cultivation schools were indeed an excellent choice. Not only did they boast exceptional faculty and educational resources, but their benefits were also impressive. It was said that each student received several intermediate spiritual pearls monthly. Outstanding students could even receive advanced spiritual pearls. Brother, don't blame us, Li Kaiyun said, noticing the disappointment on Chu Ming's face. If this were 50 years ago, the state would have unreservedly invested as many resources as possible in you. But now the state's resources are truly limited. Your talent carries too much investment risk. The state would certainly hesitate to gamble on you when there are better options available. Chu Ming glanced at him. Recognizing that the other's words were quite sincere, he nodded and replied, I understand. Thank you. Well then, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Kaiyun slowly rose, to be honest. This matter could have easily been handled by Chan Xuan without bothering a provincial-level individual like him. However, what if Chu Ming truly became some super powerful figure in the future? Although the likelihood was exceedingly slim. He was still an S-class talent awakeners, which always presented a certain possibility. The state had to show him a degree of importance. After all, Kaiyun quickly departed with his assistant a while later. Chan Xuan entered the reception room, his expression complex as he regarded Chu Ming. Now devoid of the earlier expectations and excitement, it was evident that Li Kaiyun had shared something with him. I really got ahead of myself, celebrating too soon. Chan Xuan thought that he now realized that Chu Ming's recent success in utilizing his talent to trade for levels and combat power was most likely just a stroke of luck and would probably only happen this once. After all, the state had thoroughly researched realm traders 50 years ago, determining that the probability of trading for items useful for cultivation from the myriad realms was nearly zero. Could Chu Ming have a second stroke of luck? That seemed unlikely. Subsequently, Chu Ming directly left the spiritual cultivation department, having collected all his rewards and deeming it unnecessary to stay any longer. He merely wished to return home promptly to contact Doraemon and inquire about the availability of items capable of restoring goods. Undeniably, this assessment had yielded considerable gains in less than a day. He had acquired over 20 low-level spiritual pearls, a second-tier low-level spell, a damaged spiritual void pearl, and the qualification for guaranteed admission to a top spiritual cultivation institution. Additionally, there was another significant gain. The method to obtain a mental cultivation technique that he needed to visit the Grievance Spirit's secret realm in Dongchuan City as soon as possible, taking advantage of the 3-day effective period of the Forgiveness Hat, during which he would be invincible. He was determined to secure a mental cultivation technique. Having firmly resolved what he needed to do next, Chu Ming hailed a cab at the entrance of the spiritual cultivation department, preparing to head home. However, on the way, Chu Ming's attention was captured by a snack shop named Blood Spirit Dorayaki. What is this? He genuinely did not comprehend the meaning of Blood Spirit. Yet he understood the term dorayaki and suddenly recalled an important matter he had overlooked. Oh no, I forgot to prepare dorayaki. Without this, how could he possibly deceive that blue fat cat? Driver, stop the car right here. Chu Ming hurriedly exclaimed, paying the fare and rushing towards the shop. The store was not large, but it was exquisitely decorated, clearly a high-end confectionery. Hello, handsome, how may I assist you? The female owner beamed with a radiant smile upon seeing a customer. Chu Ming glanced at the dorayaki displayed in the showcase and found them to be indistinguishable from ordinary ones. So he inquired curiously, may I ask, what is the significance of your blood spirit dorayaki? The female owner quickly explained, our dorayaki contains bone powder from the blood spirit beast, a creature that exists only in silver-tier secret realms. Their bones are rich in spiritual energy and abundant in nutritional value, such as Chu Ming was astonished. Wait, you use ashes to make dorayaki? The female owner's smile faltered, and she instinctively wanted to defend herself, but found no words to counter his claim. Only casting him a resentful glance. This young man must be here to pick a fight, she thought. Ashes are just ashes. It's not like I eat them, she murmured to herself. Chu Ming then asked, what does it taste like? Is it better than the spiritual energy dorayaki? The spiritual energy dorayaki. The female owner looked puzzled. It's when you infuse spiritual energy into regular dorayaki, making it taste better. Chu Ming explained that he had previously traded such dorayaki with the blue fat cat. It must be tastier than the spiritual energy dorayaki. The female owner affirmed, blood spirit beast bone powder is not the same. Its bone powder greatly enhances the taste of desserts. The blood spirit dorayaki has an exceptionally refined texture, smooth, tender, sweet, and not overly cloying that it's incomparable to simply infusing spiritual energy into a dorayaki. If you don't believe me, you can taste it for free. If it's not good, you don't have to pay. Chu Ming's eyes lit up at once. In that case, I shall give it a try. The female proprietor nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly fetched a serving of dorayaki. Handing it to him, Chu Ming, not one to be polite, devoured half of it in one bite. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and declared, "It's not to my liking. Please pack 20 for me to take away." The female proprietor nearly suffered a mental lapse. That, of course, Chu Ming was jesting. The dorayaki was indeed quite delectable, and the proprietor had not exaggerated. It would certainly serve well to entice the blue fat cat. He immediately decided to purchase 100 of the blood spirit dorayaki. As he hummed a little tune, he exited the shop under the proprietor's lingering gaze. Despite having made a considerable profit, she wished never to see Chu Ming again. Upon returning home, Chu Ming hurriedly lay down on his bed, closed his eyes, and a faint wave of mental energy emanated from his forehead. Former multiverse trader. Activate. The familiar boundless dark expanse enveloped him once more. Countless worlds within the myriad realms scattered around like shattered glass. Focusing his mind, Chu Ming commenced his search, dedicating a full 20 minutes before finally locating the animated world he sought. "Doraemon, I have arrived." At that moment, Doraemon, engrossed in a comic book within his room, was startled by the sudden explosion of sound in his mind, causing him to take flight and collide with the ceiling before crashing down. "What are you doing?" Doraemon exclaimed, rubbing his head on the floor in exasperation. "Could you be a bit quieter when you suddenly appear? It's quite frightening." "My apologies, I was just overly excited," Chu Ming replied, feeling an exhilarating thrill at the prospect of acquiring some extraordinary gadgets once more. "What do you want from me?" Doraemon asked, glancing at the ceiling. "I currently have no gadgets to sell you." Chu Ming, however, was not convinced. In the animated series, Nobita often borrowed gadgets from him, and although Doraemon initially hesitated, he always ended up handing them over. This blue cat simply struggled to part with his precious tools. After all, those gadgets were painstakingly acquired from the future. They would surely come at a price. Without further ado, Chu Ming summoned a blood spirit dorayaki, expending a measure of his mental energy to teleport it directly before Doraemon. "Dorayaki?" Doraemon shot up from the floor, his eyes sparkling with excitement, instinctively grabbing the dorayaki and shoving it in his mouth. In an instant, his taste buds exploded. His pupils transformed into hearts, overwhelmed by an unprecedented flavor that sent waves of ecstasy through his brain, leaving him with an almost euphoric sensation. Observing Doraemon's ecstatic reaction, Chu Ming felt a surge of confidence. This delightful treat from the world of awakened spiritual energy was undoubtedly a power play against the ordinary world inhabited by Doraemon. How can this dorayaki taste even better than the last one? Doraemon marveled, only to be struck by a sudden discomfort, as though ants were crawling all over him. Only be allowed one of such delicious dorayaki. "I might as well die." "Do you have more? Please, may I have 2 more?" Doraemon pleaded, his demeanor reflecting a desperate craving, but a slight smile graced Chu Ming's lips. "I have come to trade. After all, I possess an abundance of dorayaki." "But what do you intend to offer in exchange?" Doraemon instantly felt conflicted. To be honest, he was reluctant to part with his gadgets for someone from another world, particularly the powerful ones. If they were misused, it could lead to disastrous consequences. "Could you please tell me what you did with my forgiveness hat?" Doraemon could not resist asking. "Of course, I utilized it to perform good deeds," Chu Ming replied earnestly. "As soon as I acquired the forgiveness hat, I went to teach a fraudulent merchant a lesson." Doraemon nodded slightly, then rummaged through his 4-dimensional pocket, retrieving a device and checking the data on the screen. He sighed in relief. "The lie detector confirms you are telling the truth." "Really? Is that how it works?" Chu Ming felt a cold sweat break out. Thankfully, he had indeed reprimanded a merchant at that time. If he had fabricated a lie, the deal would have surely fallen through. After confirming the truth, Doraemon hesitated and asked, "What do you wish to trade this time?" "More memory bread." "Yes, I wouldn't mind acquiring some more memory bread," Chu Ming replied, knowing the value of such cultivation artifacts. "However, primarily, I seek a gadget that can restore items, something like a restoration liquid." "Restoration liquid?" Doraemon paused, puzzled. "What is that?" Chu Ming furrowed his brow, Sensing trouble, he was uncertain which episode this version of Doraemon hailed from. As the series was episodic, with each episode presenting different settings, was it possible that this blue cat truly did not possess a restoration liquid? That would be quite unfortunate. What good would a damaged Lingshu pearl do me? It would be better to have a second-tier spiritual technique. While I may not have a restoration liquid, I do have this. Suddenly, Doraemon spoke up, and after some rummaging, produced a flashlight-like gadget. The restoration ray. With this ray, you can restore any item to its original state, Doraemon explained. However, you mustn't shine it for too long, or it will revert the finished product back to its raw materials. And be warned, it cannot be used to bring the deceased back to life. That would violate the laws of nature and incur punishment. After finishing his explanation, Doraemon looked at Chu Ming with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. What do you think? This gadget is one I crafted with my own hands. It took me quite some time. Moreover, the parts one bought from the future cost me a fortune, so it's certainly worth 50 dorayaki. Upon hearing the description of the gadget, Chu Ming's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, the blue cat's treasure trove was brimming with all sorts of wonders, as long as it had restorative effects. He would be satisfied. Suppressing his excitement, Chu Ming feigned disappointment. However, what I truly desire is the restoration liquid. While the restoration ray is usable, I don't particularly like flashlights. 50 dorayaki is certainly too steep. Doraemon exclaimed, "What kind of bizarre bargaining reason is that? How about this? I will offer 30 dorayaki, and you throw in 10 memory breads, and we have a deal." Chu Ming reluctantly conceded. "How can you bargain so ruthlessly?" Doraemon jumped up, shouting angrily at the ceiling. "This is a restoration ray I personally crafted. It utilizes time technology. It is not comparable to a useless item like the forgiveness hat. 30 dorayaki is far too cheap." "Goodness, how can you dismiss the forgiveness hat as useless?" Chu Ming pondered how Doraemon assessed the value of gadgets. After a moment of thought, he replied, "But 50 is really too high. Such delicious dorayaki requires considerable effort to produce in our world as well. Could you perhaps lower the price a bit?" Doraemon, filled with suspicion, could not help but pull out the lie detector once more. Upon discovering that Chu Ming's previous statement was indeed truthful, he pondered. Could it be that this dorayaki is truly precious? Chu Ming smiled subtly, feeling a sense of pride. Even ordinary dorayaki requires significant effort to make. This is what one would call a play on words. "All right," Doraemon finally conceded, looking rather glum. "Then I will take 40 dorayaki and throw in 10 memory breads. That is my lowest price. If it goes any lower, I will not sell." Chu Ming pretended to hesitate for a moment before agreeing. "All right then, let us proceed with the trade." To him, the blood spirit dorayaki was of no real value. A low-tier spiritual pearl could buy him 1,000 of them. However, he could not afford to make it too easy for the blue cat. If it grew tired of the dorayaki, future trades would become troublesome. Thus, a bit of haggling was necessary, but he also needed to tread carefully to avoid angering the blue cat. Subsequently, the talent of the multiverse trader activated once more. In an instant, Chu Ming felt as though his mental energy had been almost entirely drained, leaving him dizzy for quite a while, nearly on the brink of fainting. Wow! The mental energy from the Black Iron grade is truly subpar. He had only traded with Doraemon twice the previous day and had yet to fully recover. Moreover, Chu Ming distinctly sensed that this time, the transaction consumed significantly more mental energy than the two previous trades combined. Why is that? Could it be that this restoration ray is indeed more formidable than the forgiveness hat? Chu Ming found himself somewhat perplexed. Prior to encountering Doraemon, all the items he had traded for were merely trinkets, requiring little to no mental effort to acquire. Did this imply that the rarer the item, the greater the mental expenditure? But how is this rarity defined? Is it contingent upon the subjective perception of the trader? For instance, if Doraemon perceives the restoration ray as exceedingly rare or valuable, does that necessitate a greater expenditure of mental energy for him to attain it? After pondering this for a moment, Chu Ming felt there was a strong possibility. Yet he was too lethargic to delve deeper. In essence, his current mental capacity was simply too weak. It seemed that venturing into the realm of vengeful spirits was an absolute necessity. Returning to his thoughts, Chu Ming opened his eyes to inspect the restoration ray that had materialized in his hand. nodding in satisfaction before closing his eyes again to observe Doraemon, who was indeed indulging in a frenzy of dorayaki consumption. A delightful transaction. I shall return shortly. Do remember to prepare some extraordinary items for me. After uttering these words, he refrained from further interruption and stowed away the interdimensional trader. Unbeknownst to him, Doraemon, while munching, mumbled incoherently, "Extraordinary items? Does this being from another world have such extravagant tastes?" His thoughts shifted back to reality. After placing the remaining dorayaki into the refrigerator, Chu Ming valiantly suppressed the dizziness caused by his mental exhaustion and swiftly retrieved the damaged Lingshu pearl. Placing it on the floor, he then seized the restoration ray flashlight, eagerly flipping the switch to unleash a brilliant beam of light upon it. In the next instant, the multitude of cracks on the Lingshu pearl began to mend at a visibly rapid pace, transforming swiftly into a perfectly round pearl that radiated a delicate azure glow, exuding an aura of profound mystery. Could this be the legendary power of space? Chu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed. The floor collapsed. The section of concrete floor illuminated by the restoration ray had, unbeknownst to him, gradually transformed into cement and gravel, ultimately succumbing to its own weight and slowly crumbling away. Goodness! The floor reverted to its raw materials. Chu Ming exclaimed, startled, as he deftly grasped the Lingshu pearl and switched off the restoration ray. He then found himself exchanging wide-eyed glances with the young lady downstairs, who was in the midst of changing clothes. Oh my! What a shocking sight! Fortunately, the young lady was quite understanding and did not dwell on this accidental incident too much, merely urging him to repair the floor promptly. After they both vented their frustrations regarding the developer's shoddy construction, they exchanged WeChat contacts, allowing the matter to pass. After finding a wooden board to cover the collapsed section of the floor, Chu Ming sat at the edge of his bed, toying with the restoration ray flashlight, a contemplative expression crossing his face. This device appeared to serve a purpose beyond mere restoration. It could potentially be wielded as a weapon. If aimed at a person for a prolonged period, might it not revert them back to the state of a fertilized egg? Doraemon had mentioned that this device utilized temporal technology. Chu Ming furrowed his brow, suddenly struck by a hypothesis. Could it be that the effect of this ray was not merely restoration, but rather reversal of time? That would be quite extraordinary. If used on a spiritual practitioner, might it not cause their level and combat power to plummet back to a previous state? Incredible. This was indeed a miraculous artifact. It seemed to grant unparalleled might to whoever it illuminated. Chu Ming's eyes gleamed with realization, feeling that this item might indeed surpass the forgiveness hat in efficacy. After all, the forgiveness hat had a time constraint, while the restoration ray appeared to lack one. However, he hesitated, recalling instances in the animated series where many items borrowed by Nobita from Doraemon initially functioned flawlessly, yet later exhibited various malfunctions. Were these items perhaps subject to a lifespan? He pondered deeply, surmising that it was highly probable, especially for mechanical items such as the restoration ray flashlight, which seemed likely to experience faults, with each use potentially leading to some degradation. It appeared prudent to reserve these items for critical moments, avoiding reckless usage to prevent any unfortunate damage. Furthermore, they must be carefully stored to avoid any wear or tear. With this in mind, Chu Ming gingerly placed the restoration ray flashlight on his bed and took the revived Lingshu pearl in hand. Examining it closely, he sensed that his mental energy had partially replenished, and thus he channeled a sliver of it into the Lingshu pearl. Instantly, he felt the presence of a distinct independent space within the pearl, estimating it to be at least 20 cubic meters in size, substantially larger than his current rental room. Most crucially, he discovered that time within the independent space of the Lingshu pearl was utterly still. What serendipity! This would be a perfect storage solution for Doraemon's gadgets, effectively preventing any natural degradation. It would undoubtedly extend their lifespan significantly. Moreover, placing the forgiveness hat within this time-stop space would theoretically pause its countdown, thus considerably prolonging its usability. Astonishing! This pearl was an extraordinary treasure, filled with exuberance. Chu Ming wasted no time in decisively placing both the forgiveness hat and the restoration ray flashlight into the Lingshu pearl space. After calculating, he estimated that the forgiveness hat still had approximately 85 hours of effective time remaining, that if he only utilized it during crucial moments, for instance, half an hour each day, it could potentially last for 6 months. Truly, he had struck gold with this Ling Shu pearl. After securely storing the two significant artifacts, he contemplated further and retrieved the low-tier second-grade spell. Imu Ju did a look of hesitation crossed his face. The 12th tier of Ling Yuan Gong produced an exceptionally high quality of spiritual energy, at least on par with a 4th-grade spell, that if he consumed the Imu Ju using the memory bread and failed to merge the two spells, resulting in the failure of Ling Yuan Gong, it would be a tremendous loss. His foundational combat power might plummet by several hundred points. Caught in a web of indecision, Chu Ming grappled with whether to take the gamble if he successfully merged the two spells. It could yield a synergistic effect greater than the sum of its parts. The spiritual energy within him could not only transform into the wood attribute most suitable for him, but also significantly enhance its quality. As Lu Sun once said, high risk, high reward. Ultimately, Chu Ming resolved to take the plunge. Retrieving a piece of memory bread, he meticulously condensed the contents of the Imu Ju onto his computer, minimizing the text and imprinting it entirely onto the bread. Life and death are fated. Wealth and nobility are in the heavens. With steely determination, Chu Ming swallowed the memory bread hold in an instant. The 9th tier of Imu Ju was comprehended. The following moment, he felt the spiritual energy embedded within every muscle in his body surge wildly. It was as if he were undergoing a transformation, gradually shifting from a formless state to one imbued with wood attributes. The ambient would attribute spiritual energy soon boiled over, coalescing into a small vortex that flooded into Chu Ming's being. Why are all my muscles cramping? Chu Ming was taken aback, feeling as though every muscle in his body had come alive. Convulsing frantically, every muscle except for his biceps was twitching. The pain was overwhelming. Although Chu Ming understood that the training method of a black iron-level spiritual practitioner involved refining spiritual energy into spiritual power and infusing it into every part of the body, he had never heard that muscles would cramp in such a manner. Could it be that the speed of his transformation into wood attributes from the 9th tier of Imu Ju was simply too rapid? Chu Ming quickly analyzed the situation, but the excruciating pain coursing through him made it impossible to think clearly. His veins bulged, and sweat poured down his face, but he hurriedly sat cross-legged on the bed. Attempting to activate the Imu Ju to soothe the tumultuous spiritual energy within him, his surprise, it proved effective. Chu Ming soon realized he could control the speed of the transformation of his spiritual energy attributes. By decelerating the process, the frantic cramping of his muscles finally subsided. It seems my training experience is still quite limited. Chu Ming let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that directly leveling up with memory bread had some adverse effects. However, it should not pose a significant problem. The next time he consumed memory bread to learn a new technique, as long as he was well prepared and concentrated on controlling the spiritual energy within him, there should be no major issues. Subsequently, Chu Ming dismissed any distractions and earnestly began to practice the Imu Ju, attempting to merge it with the Ling Yuan Gong. Soon, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that this idea was entirely feasible. His comprehension of both techniques was undoubtedly superior to that of their original creators. What was the difference between merging the two and simple addition? Half an hour later, the room was enveloped in a green mist. The two potted plants on the bedside table, which had nearly withered, now thrived with vibrant greenery and vitality. Suddenly, Chu Ming, sitting cross-legged on the bed, opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and instantly inhaled all of the green mist in the room without leaving a trace. It worked. He had succeeded. With a beaming expression, Chu Ming gazed at his hands. Beneath his skin, a faint green hue shimmered, but it quickly returned to normal. The spiritual energy within him had completely transformed into the wood attribute, and its quality had not diminished in the slightest. Instead, it had surged dramatically. Concurrently, the quantity of spiritual energy had also increased significantly, filling every part of his body and subtly permeating into his bones. The infiltration of spiritual energy into his bones was a hallmark of advancing to the bronze level. However, Chu Ming could sense that only the outermost layer of his bones had been permeated by the spiritual energy, indicating that his spiritual energy level was merely at the first stage of bronze. But that was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that the 12th level of Lingyuan Gong and the 15th level of Imu Ju had been flawlessly fused together. Indeed, not only had Chu Ming merged the two techniques, but he had also advanced the Imu Ju from the 9th level to the 15th level. Earlier, he had consumed a piece of memory bread to absorb the 6 levels he had derived. Once both techniques were cultivated to their limits, their fusion was simply a natural progression. After merging, they naturally became a new technique. Chu Ming named it the Green Giant Technique. When he practiced earlier, his skin had turned a vibrant green, so the name seemed quite fitting, right? Well, perhaps that was a jest. He decided it shall be called the Imu Ling Ju. After contemplating, he settled on a more conventional name and began to ponder a pressing question. What rank should this new technique be? After the Imu Ju was advanced to the 15th level, it must at least qualify as a second-tier high-level technique, right? With the fusion of the 12th level of Lingyuan Gong. Could it not directly surpass the 5th tier? Was he not, in essence, training a 5th-tier technique to its limit? Chu Ming lacked a clear concept of this, as he had never practiced a 5th-tier technique. He could only make a rough estimation, but he could feel that the quality of his spiritual energy was exceptionally formidable, and his foundational combat power had undoubtedly surged significantly. After all, even the prodigious Xiao Chuanbua among his peers had only managed to practice a first-tier high-level technique to the 3rd level. Such a disparity could not merely be described as a chasm. It was a matter of incomparable realms. Moreover, after his spiritual energy transformed into the wood attribute, the potency of his wood vine technique could not be compared to what it once was. Chu Ming dared not imagine the extent of his current peak combat power. It was surely capable of effortlessly exceeding 3,000, and perhaps he could even unleash a combat power value of 4 or 5,000 with ease. It seemed he would need to find a place to test this out. Filled with curiosity, Chu Ming was eager to ascertain his current combat strength. However, after glancing at the darkening sky outside, he immediately dismissed the idea of testing his strength at that moment. After a long day of exertion, why would he bother with such a test? Resigned, Chu Ming flopped on his bed, pulled out his phone, and launched Genshin Impact. After all, he was set to venture to the Wraith's secret realm in Dongchuan City the following day. He could conveniently test his combat strength there. Without any acquaintances in that area, he could avoid unnecessary complications. The next day, upon waking, Chu Ming sent a message to his homeroom teacher requesting a 2-day leave of absence. Regardless of her approval, he packed his belongings and stepped out the door. After all, he had often taken leave in the past, and his teacher had never seemed to mind. As an orphan with no parents and abysmal grades, most teachers likely would not bother with him. As for now, he was the top student in the province, guaranteed admission to a top-tier spiritual cultivation academy. Who could question him? Chu Ming, undaunted, quickly boarded the high-speed train to Dongchuan City, arriving smoothly 20 minutes later. Dongchuan City was also a 3rd-tier small city, yet both official and unofficial combat strengths were generally significantly higher than those in Yuzhou City. Chu Ming had researched some information the previous night and discovered that the head of the spiritual cultivation department in Dongchuan City was actually a platinum 8th-tier cultivator, boasting a combat strength exceeding 8 million, 3 million more than Shenxun. Additionally, there were even military experts stationed within Dongchuan City, reportedly reaching diamond level. The reason? It was likely due to the city's extraordinary fortune. Within the city limits, a staggering 38 secret realms had emerged. Half of the entire province's secret realms had manifested in Dongchuan City, including 10 silver-level realms, 5 gold-level realms, and 1 platinum-level realm. Moreover, with a special category of Wraith Secret Realm. It was truly a city chosen by destiny. Naturally, stronger combat power was required to oversee it. Upon disembarking from the high-speed train, Chu Ming utilized a navigation app to locate the nearest combat testing facility and hailed a taxi to head there. It was still early, so why not test his strength first? Although the Spiritual Cultivation Department also offered combat strength tests, they required registration of personal information. Chu Ming was not keen on attracting the attention of officials at this moment. Within a day's time, both his combat strength and level had increased significantly. If discovered, he could only claim that he had utilized the World Trader once more to trade for levels and combat strength. What other explanation could he provide? He certainly could not reveal the memory bread. However, doing so would likely result in his forced incorporation into the spiritual cultivation department. Within official institutions, every action would be constrained, making matters exceedingly inconvenient. Furthermore, he would most likely be subjected to talent research by the nation's researchers, which could expose his dealings with the blue fat man's dubious transactions. In any case, it was prudent to keep a low profile for the time being. After all, as Lu Sun once said, be prudent and develop quietly. Do not indulge recklessly. No, that should be Liu Ban. Before long, Chu Ming arrived at the private combat testing facility indicated on the navigation app. And upon looking up, he was momentarily stunned. Before him stood a magnificent 30-story building, situated at the city's third ring road, its reflective glass facade mirroring the azure sky to the top of the building. The words Jiang Group prominently displayed themselves. Wait a minute, where had the navigation app led him? Did it even know how to direct properly? I can navigate better than this. However, Chu Ming quickly realized he had misinterpreted the navigation app. The combat testing facility was actually located on the second floor of this building, operated by the Jiang Group. Out of curiosity, Chu Ming searched for information about the Jiang Group online and was astonished to discover that it was indeed quite impressive. The chairman was a platinum, fifth-tier expert, with combat strength comparable to Qin Xuan, essentially monopolizing all businesses related to spiritual cultivators in Dongchuan City, with the combat testing facility merely a minor venture. Hey, are you here to test your combat strength at Jiang Group 2? As soon as he entered the elevator, a teasing voice came from beside him. Chu Ming turned to see a rather unsavory-looking youth grinning at him with an expression that any man would understand. Chu Ming was left bewildered. What was the meaning of this? At the same time, he found it odd that this unsavory youth and his companions appeared to be students. Logically, they should not be visiting a private combat testing facility when free testing was available at their school. Ding! At that moment, the elevator reached the second floor. As the doors opened, Chu Ming's pupils constricted as he seemed to grasp the situation. Welcome, esteemed guests! On either side of the elevator doors stood rows of receptionists clad in Qipao uniforms. High heels and black stockings, bowing and greeting the moment they bowed. Chu Ming felt momentarily blinded by the brightness before him, leaving him somewhat dazed. This wasn't right, was it? Are you sure this isn't a club? Brother, you must be here for the first time, right? Seeing Chu Ming frozen in place, the unsavory youth leaned in closer to tease. Need me to show you around? Chu Ming cast a silent glance at him. Hesitating whether to leave this seemingly disreputable establishment, a smiling hostess approached, inquiring, "Are you gentlemen together? Do you have a reservation? May I ask if you wish to dine first, or perhaps indulge in a foot massage and bath?" The lewd young man replied, "We already have a reservation. We'll first test our combat prowess, then get a foot massage, and finally ascend to the third floor for a bath." Haha, wow, is it really possible to test combat prowess here? Do private testing facilities really operate like this? Chu Ming felt a sense of numbness, quickly stating, "I'm not with them. Please take me to test my combat prowess." Oh, my apologies. The hostess said apologetically. "May I ask what your plans are after testing your combat prowess?" "I have no plans. I'm just here to test my combat prowess." Chu Ming's eyes were filled with seriousness. The lewd young man and his companions were taken aback, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. No way. Someone actually came here just to test their combat prowess. They thought, why not go to the spiritual cultivation department for a test? It's much cheaper there. The hostess, too, was somewhat surprised. After a moment's hesitation, she whispered, "Sir, are you sure you don't want to relax after your test? We offer soothing services here." Chu Ming furrowed his brow slightly, maintaining his serious demeanor. Well, that's not entirely out of the question. However, he ultimately did not dare to go, primarily out of fear of encountering a bioorganic entity. After paying the testing fee, Chu Ming followed the hostess to the combat prowess testing room. Damn it. Testing combat prowess requires a low-grade spirit pearl. He thought, going to the spiritual cultivation department costs just $1,000. Here it's 10 times more expensive, although a low-grade spirit pearl isn't a significant amount for Chu Ming at this moment. He couldn't shake the feeling of being ripped off, which left him somewhat displeased. Why should they charge so much just because of their fancy decor? Their advanced equipment? or the fact that their testers are scantily clad. Attractive young women, and they even take the liberty to grope me under the guise of search. There must be a reason behind this exorbitant fee. All right, sir. You may begin your test, the female tester said, withdrawing her delicate hand from Chu Ming's rear, revealing a charming smile as she sweetly added, "After you finish testing, feel free to seek me out for some relaxation." "Damn it, you won't entice me to spend." Chu Ming replied calmly, "No need. I will leave right after my test." With that, he strode towards the combat prowess testing device, discreetly adjusting his weapon. The smile vanished from the female tester's face, replaced by a displeased gaze at Chu Ming's retreating figure. What was this? Was her touch merely in vain? She couldn't believe that he was only there to test his combat prowess. Wasn't he rather absurd? Where else could one test their combat prowess if not here? Why come to the most expensive private testing facility? Now that he was here, why put on airs? It was clear he wanted to have some fun but found the prices too steep to bear. Opting to feign a simple desire to test his combat prowess in an attempt to salvage some dignity. She had encountered many young men like Chu Ming before, lewd, poor, yet vain. Noticing that he had no intention of indulging in any other services, her attitude cooled considerably as she said flatly, "Well then, please proceed with your test." After all, it was likely just a combat prowess rating of 5 or 600. She couldn't understand what was so remarkable about it. Although Chu Ming wore a mask, she could still tell he was quite young, probably only 17 or 18 to 80 that age. The average combat prowess was around 5 or 600, which was even lower than hers. Chu Ming, however, was oblivious to her change in demeanor, his focus entirely on the combat prowess testing device, his eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. Finally, he would measure his extreme combat prowess. He wondered how high it had already soared. After some contemplation, he decided not to employ any spiritual techniques directly. Instead, he slowly raised his fist, channeling his spiritual energy, and delivered a seemingly unremarkable punch. A faint azure glow flickered around his fist. Boom! A dull thud echoed as the testing device trembled slightly. The screen lit up, displaying a series of rapidly increasing numbers. IT started at 1,000. Then it surged to 1,800, 2,000, 2,400, 2,500, and it finally settled at 2,578. The female tester gasped, her expression frozen in disbelief. The moment the number 1,000 appeared on the screen, her impatient demeanor vanished, replaced by incredulity. A 17 or 18-year-old with a combat prowess exceeding 1,000 was indeed an exceptional talent in the entire Sichuan province. This young man was surprisingly gifted. Perhaps it wouldn't be out of the question to offer him complimentary services. Just as the thought crossed her mind, she suddenly noticed the number on the device had escalated to 2,578, rendering her utterly speechless. A 17 or 18-year-old with a combat prowess exceeding 2,500? Was this even real? Even the prodigies from the capital city struggled to reach such heights. Moreover, the screen displayed that Chu Ming's spiritual energy level was merely at the first tier of bronze. Where the average combat prowess was only around 1,000, that how could he possibly achieve such a feat? As she was struck with shock, the female tester furrowed her brow, suddenly realizing something was amiss. Indeed, he hadn't even used any spiritual techniques. This was merely his foundational combat prowess. Just then, 11 thick vines suddenly sprouted from Chu Ming's arm, slowly twisting into a massive vine with a diameter of approximately 20 centimeters. Resembling a tree trunk. Wood vine technique 11th level, fully unleashed. In the next moment, amidst the female tester's wide-eyed astonishment, Chu Ming radiated a brilliant azure light. With a swift motion of his right hand, the colossal vine lashed out. Instantly shattering the air, carrying immense force, it struck the testing device with tremendous impact. Boom! The testing device shook violently. The screen lit up abruptly, revealing a staggering number, 7,500, and it continued to soar, 8,500, 9,700, 1,0500. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed 10,000, reaching the average combat prowess level of silver. At last, the rate of increase began to slow, finally settling at 12150.120,000. The female tester was nearly petrified, her expression one of sheer terror. This was already the average combat prowess for a first-tier silver. Although there were many silver tier spiritual cultivators within the Jiang family group, and the facility's overseer was at the 8th tier of silver. She had seen her fair share of silver tier guests. However, this boy appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old. His spiritual energy level was only at the 1st tier of bronze. How could he possibly achieve a combat prowess 10 times that of the average? This was utterly counterintuitive, if it weren't for the fact that she had distinctly felt the terrifying aura emanating from him when he cast his spiritual technique. She might have doubted the accuracy of the device. This was simply inconceivable. 120,000. Not too shabby, Chu Ming said with a satisfied smile. His foundational combat prowess had increased 5-fold. Just yesterday, when his foundational combat prowess was merely 1,200, even with his utmost effort in unleashing the Woodvine technique, he estimated his extreme combat prowess would barely exceed 3,000, an increase of less than 3 times. Clearly, this was due to the transformation of his spiritual energy into the wood attribute. When he cast the wood-based spiritual technique again, the power naturally surged significantly. Furthermore, the Woodvine technique had only been developed to the 11th level, equivalent to a low-tier, 2nd-grade spiritual technique. Yet the original version of this technique was at least 5th grade, that if he could fully develop the original Woodvine technique and master it to its limits. How much would his extreme combat prowess soar? The increase to his foundational combat prowess could reach at least 20 times. Wow, how terrifying. The more Chu Ming pondered, the more exhilarated he became that he immediately resolved that after acquiring the mental cultivation method from the Soul Remnant Secret Realm, he would return and dedicate himself to developing the Woodvine technique. Upon completing the combat prowess test, Chu Ming gained a clearer understanding of his strength. Below the silver tier, he was practically invincible, capable of wreaking havoc even without relying on tools from Doraemon. Then Chu Ming decided to take his leave, turning to the astonished female tester and saying, "I'm off, sister." The female tester suddenly jolted back to reality. Hastily bowed, her voice trembling with respect. "Please take your time, esteemed guest." At this moment, she was completely convinced that Chu Ming had indeed come solely to assess his combat prowess. A practitioner whose strength was comparable to that of a silver-level cultivator could easily earn over 10 low-level spirit orbs in a day, even while hunting monsters in the black iron-level secret realm. That equated to a daily income exceeding 100,000. It was more than 10 times her monthly salary. How could he possibly not afford it? 5 minutes earlier, the lecherous youth and his companions had quickly completed their strength tests, emerging from various testing rooms. Above each testing room's entrance hung a large screen displaying their assessed spirit power levels and combat strengths. The results varied, but none exceeded black iron level 8 and 900 in combat strength. The one commonality was that each of them emerged with an attractive female tester in their arms. Clearly, they had been unable to resist temptation. "Wow, you're incredible. Just 18 and already at black iron level 8, with your combat strength nearing 900. I've never seen someone so talented." The girl nestled in the lecherous youth's embrace continually lavished praise upon him, her face brimming with admiration. "Huh, not at all. I'm merely in the top 3 of the school." The lecherous youth, feeling somewhat elated, humbly waved his hand, though the grin on his face was difficult to suppress. He understood that the girl likely flattered every guest this way, but it felt undeniably gratifying. "Virtual brother! Over here!" Not far away, his companions waved him over. After regrouping, they exchanged glances at the girls in their arms, sharing knowing smiles that only men understood. "How about we skip the foot wash and head straight to the 3rd floor?" The youth known as Virtual Brother revealed a rather lewd expression. Laughter erupted among the group, clearly indicating their shared intent. "Wait, what happened to that brother who came in with us? He went into testing room number 5, right? Why hasn't he come out yet?" Someone suddenly inquired. Perplexed, another frowned and remarked, "Could it be? Is he genuinely taking the strength test? He can't be here just for fun, can he?" Virtual Brother scoffed. "We're all around a few hundred in strength. What could possibly be worth testing? This guy must be loaded to come to such an expensive place for a strength test. To them." Chu Ming was of a similar age, and they assumed his strength was likely comparable. Surely, he couldn't be a genius with strength exceeding 1,000, right? Such geniuses were hardly encountered. Just then, a commotion erupted in the opulent hall. "Holy crap, is that Jiang Chenlong? No way. How could the young Master Jiang possibly come to such a lowly entertainment venue? It really is him. Hello, young Master Jiang. A lavishly dressed young man, his face adorned with excess flesh, strode swiftly toward the testing area under the gaze of the crowd. His expression was particularly grim, suggesting he was in a foul mood, and he appeared rather intimidating. Yet whenever someone greeted him, he would politely nod, causing his facial flesh to tremble, which frightened the greeting party into paleness. "Isn't that the one?" Virtual Brother exclaimed in astonishment. "He truly does seem difficult to approach, just as the rumors say." His companions wore expressions of confusion. Virtual Brother lowered his voice to explain. "That's Jiang Chenlong, the youngest son of the chairman of the Jiang Group." "Ah, it's him." The companions were instantly taken aback. Aside from the military and spiritual cultivation departments, the chairman of Jiang Group, Jiang Dong, was the foremost powerhouse in Dongchuan City, with a platinum level ranking of 5. He was a ministerial figure in ordinary municipal spiritual cultivation departments, making him quite renowned as Jiang Chenlong was the youngest son of that esteemed chairman. He held significant standing in Dongchuan City, not only due to his father's status, but also because of his exceptional cultivation aptitude. It was said that he awakened an A-grade talent at a young age and reached bronze level 1 before last year's college entrance examination, becoming one of the few accepted by a top-tier spiritual cultivation academy in the province. Wow, he has been studying at Qingyuan Academy for a year now. I heard he is already at bronze level 3. Indeed, with his talent and comprehension, his combat strength must have surpassed 4,000. That's terrifying. Is that even possible? 4,000 combat strength at bronze level 3 sound a bit exaggerated. How can it not be? Don T forget, when he took the college entrance exam last year, he measured a combat strength of 1,500 at bronze level 1. He was immediately accepted into Qingyuan Academy. Sigh, I'm so envious that he studied at a key high school in Dananxi, provincial capital, with far better resources than ours. Not to mention his father is a platinum powerhouse. Virtual Brother and his group whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy as they regarded Jiang Chenlong. They were nearly the same age, so how could the disparity be so vast? Virtual Brother felt somewhat embarrassed. Just moments ago, the girl in his arms had been praising his talent, yet the next moment, Jiang Chenlong had arrived. Compared to him, his black iron level 8, with combat strength barely breaking 900, seemed trivial. "Excuse me, which testing room is available?" Jiang Chenlong approached a staff member and asked in a low voice. Although his tone was polite, his grim visage still frightened the staff member. He quickly bowed, his face pale, and stammered, "Why, young Master Jiang? Rooms 1 to 4 are all vacant." A flicker of exasperation crossed Jiang Chenlong's eyes. He merely had a naturally grim expression, yet despite his politeness, people still feared him. However, he was accustomed to it and nodded, saying, "Well then, please arrange a room for me. I wish to test my strength." "Of course, young Master Jiang. Please wait a moment. I'll prepare it right away." The staff member hurriedly scurried into testing room number 1, visibly anxious. The onlookers exchanged astonished glances and began to murmur among themselves. "Young Master Jiang is actually here to test his strength. I heard his combat strength has long surpassed 4,000. Is that outrageous? When I was at bronze level 4, my combat strength hadn't even reached 4,000. You're just really pathetic. You can't even reach the average combat strength. Keep your voices down. I heard young Master Jiang has a terrible temper. Just look at his expression. It's clear he is not in a good mood today." Don T disturbed him. Upon hearing the last remark, Jiang Chenlong shook his head helplessly, an undercurrent of anticipation flickering in his eyes. He had just broken through a second-tier high-grade spirit technique to the 5th level, which would surely elevate his limit combat strength significantly. Thus he was eager to measure it. Previously, his limit combat strength had been recorded at 4215, while a combat strength exceeding 4,000 at bronze level 3 might seem impressive to ordinary people. In the context of Qingyuan Academy, it was merely average. Jiang Chenlong's combat strength did not even rank within the top 100 among his freshman peers. He needed to exceed 5,000 to be regarded well. However, Jiang Chenlong now felt hopeful. If he could indeed exert combat strength exceeding 5,000 at bronze level 3, it would signify considerable talent even at Qingyuan Academy. Although he could not compare to the prodigies with 5 or 6,000 combat strength at bronze level 2. It would at least secure him more resources in his second year next year. As he contemplated this, Jiang Qinlong's heart swelled with excitement, heightening his anticipation for his current combat strength. Just then, the large screen above testing room number 5 updated with new test data. Spirit power level. Bronze level 1. Combat strength. 12150. Jiang Qinlong glanced over, utterly bewildered, and questioned a nearby staff member, "Is there something wrong with the equipment in testing room 5? The staff member was equally perplexed and stammered, "We conduct checks daily. It was functioning correctly this morning." "Then what is going on with this data?" Jiang Qinlong frowned, his facial flesh twitching ominously, exuding an intimidating presence. The staff member was so frightened that cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he quickly replied, "Why, young Master Jiang, please don't be angry. I'll check it right away." With that, he fled, racing towards the control room. "What the hell? Am I angry? I'm merely asking a normal question." Jiang Qinlong was utterly speechless. With so many individuals utilizing the testing apparatus daily, it was perfectly normal for it to malfunction occasionally. How could he possibly become enraged over such a trivial matter? Nonetheless, this particular malfunction was indeed rather absurd. How could it record such an outrageous figure? A mere bronze rank with a combat power of 12,000. Such a prodigy has never existed in human history. Surely it cannot be genuine. What a preposterous statistic. Su Ge was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a chuckle. "Divine gold, you've made me laugh." "Wait, isn't that the individual who just entered the testing room?" "Indeed, I also witnessed him entering room 5. That this fellow has rather unfortunate luck to encounter a faulty device." Huh? Su Ji's companions were equally amused. It wasn't just them. No one in the venue believed that data, as it was simply too ludicrous. The official website of the National Spiritual Cultivation Department documented the highest combat power achieved by individuals at each rank and tier throughout human history. For bronze rank cultivators, the highest recorded combat power was 5012. This was reportedly established over 30 years ago by a current extraordinary powerhouse, and to this day, no one has managed to surpass it. The data presented by Chu Ming was akin to someone on Earth sprinting 100 meters in 3 seconds. Not even a normal person would believe it, not even Ding Zhun at that moment. The door to room 5 swung open. Chu Ming stepped out and scanned the crowd, relieved to find no expressions of shock upon their faces. He had known that no one would believe such data. At least not for the time being. That a quick examination of the device's back-end data and the impact marks would reveal that the 12,000 combat power was indeed a result of his own strikes. By then, it might even attract the attention of silver or even gold-level powerhouses from the Jiang group, which would complicate matters significantly. With this thought, Chu Ming tightened his mask, lowered his head, and prepared to make a swift exit. Suddenly, a grim voice interrupted him. "Apologies, brother, but the device has encountered some issues. How about we waive this transaction for you?" Taken aback, Chu Ming looked up to find a face full of flesh. Fierce and cold, startled, he nearly pulled out his restoration flashlight. "Dude, you really are quite terrifying." Zhang Fei would seem benevolent in comparison. "Take it, brother, this is indeed our fault." Jiang Qinlong produced a low-grade spiritual pearl, handing it to Chu Ming with a smile. "Come again next time." His smile contorted his already rugged features into a ghastly visage. "That is a delightful smile. Perhaps you should refrain from it next time." Chu Ming's eyelid twitched, but he was not rude, accepting the pearl with a simple "thank you, brother," before hastily departing. However, just as he left, the staff member who had gone to check the back-end data rushed back. Nearly in tears, "Young Master Jiang, there is absolutely nothing wrong with the back-end data for testing device 5. It truly is a bronze rank with a combat power of 12,000. How is that possible?" Jiang Qinlong's eyes widened, his voice rising as if in a thunderous roar, startling those around him. The staff member's face drained of color, his legs turned to jelly, nearly collapsing. Jiang Qinlong, taken aback, quickly reassured him. "Do not be alarmed. My tone merely reflects disbelief. I harbor no blame against you." Subsequently, Jiang Qinlong personally went to the control room to examine the data from testing device 5. Astonishingly, he discovered that there was indeed no error. Impossible. Unscientific. Jiang Qinlong's face was a mask of incredulity as he stormed into room 5, confronting the female tester. What was the situation with that individual earlier? The female tester, already shaken by Chu Ming, was on the verge of a breakdown under Jiang Chenlong's fierce inquiry. I don't know. He was clearly a bronze rank, yet his base combat power was over 2,500. Then he unleashed these massive strikes on the device, resulting in a record of 12,000 combat power. Jiang Chenlong's eyes widened, feeling as though he were deciphering an ancient scripture. The expression on her face did not suggest deceit. Frowning, he hastily approached the device, reaching out to touch the impact area. Turning to her, he asked, "Where did he strike earlier? Please point it out." Trembling, the female tester walked over and indicated a spot. Jiang Chenlong quickly touched the area, and in an instant his pupils constricted as he distinctly sensed a lingering aura of wood-type spiritual energy. This indicated that the area had been struck within the last 5 minutes. Moreover, there was a noticeable dent. The testing apparatus used in their facility was designed to withstand a full-force blow from a gold-rank powerhouse. To create such a dent, one would need at least silver-level combat power. Jiang Chenlong's heart surged with tumultuous waves, and after a prolonged moment of shock, he stammered. This person's combat power must be over 10,000. The data cannot be false. Could it be that the spiritual energy level test data was erroneous? Was he not a bronze rank, but rather silver level? No matter how he regarded it, Jiang Chenlong could not fathom that there truly existed someone capable of demonstrating silver-level combat power while being classified as a mere bronze rank. Yet, all the evidence pointed to the fact that this was indeed the case. The residual spiritual energy from the apparatus suggested that this individual possessed a terrifyingly high quality of spiritual power, possibly even surpassing that of his father, a bronze rank cultivator with spiritual energy quality akin to that of a platinum rank, if it also mastered a technique of 3rd tier or above. Achieving 12,000 combat power would not be out of the question. Jiang Chenlong swallowed hard, feeling an inexplicable thrill, as if he were witnessing history in the making. That it seemed he had stumbled upon an extraordinarily gifted individual, a prodigy that had never been seen in the 100 years since the awakening of spiritual energy, a true pioneer. My goodness, such an extraordinary talent. I must befriend him. Jiang Chenlong suddenly came to his senses, turning and dashing out of the testing room, hurriedly making his way outside. Seeing his flustered demeanor, everyone in the hall was left bewildered, exchanging confused glances. What on earth had happened to young Master Jiang? Su Gu, puzzled, suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, "Could it be that the data we just witnessed was genuine?" At his words, the surrounding individuals were taken aback, all displaying expressions of disbelief. Many present had heard the staff member proclaim that the back-end data was accurate. At that moment, they had naturally dismissed it. However, now that Jiang Chenlong had personally verified it and appeared both astonished and anxious, it was indeed a matter of intrigue. Could it be the outrageous testing data from earlier might actually be true? A bronze rank with a combat power of 12,000. This was utterly unscientific. Su Gu pondered in uncertainty for a moment before noticing a trembling figure emerging from room 5. It was the female tester. His eyes lit up as he rushed over to inquire. The response he received mirrored that of Jiang Chenlong. My goodness. Su Gu stood frozen in place, his face a mask of horror. With whom had he just been fraternizing? By the time Jiang Chenlong burst out of the Jiang Group's doors, Chu Ming was already 3 streets away, having changed into different attire. With the combat power test completed, his next course of action was to prepare for the Ghostly Soul's secret realm. He pulled out his phone and searched for the location of the secret realm on the map. He quickly pinpointed it in the suburbs west of the city. However, the map indicated that it was situated within a military-controlled zone. Chu Ming frowned slightly. His knowledge of the Ghostly Soul's secret realm was limited. Yet he was aware that secret realms under military control were exceedingly perilous, and without special permission, no one could enter. Special permission? Where on earth could he procure that? Although Chu Ming was not entirely familiar with the process, he knew that any dealings with the authorities would undoubtedly be complicated, even if he met the requirements to apply for such special permission. The entire procedure could easily take more than half a year. Furthermore, he estimated that he likely lacked the qualifications for such an endeavor. Must he rely on the forgiveness hat to brazenly intrude? Chu Ming furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of hesitation. Clearly, the risk of exposing his identity was substantial. After all, He was provoking official personnel, and once the machinery of the state was set in motion, uncovering his identity would not pose a significant challenge. Yet he had no alternative. The cultivation method for mental energy was a necessity. If he did not elevate his mental energy level, it would be impossible to trade for more formidable items with Doraemon in the future. Indeed, he thought to himself, "Damn it, I must take a gamble." Ultimately, Chu Ming resolved to proceed. Moreover, it was not certain that his identity would be revealed, was it? Glancing around at the surrounding buildings, Chu Ming narrowed his eyes. Pausing momentarily on several cameras, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, he then entered a nearby clothing store, purchasing an oversized outfit, sunglasses, gloves, and a pair of elevated shoes. Once clad in his new attire, he retrieved the forgiveness hat from the Lingshu Pearl and placed it upon his head, inquiring of the shopkeeper, "Madam, where is your surveillance data stored?" The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment, instinctively responding, "The computer." "But why do you ask?" A flicker of wariness flashed in her eyes. Chu Ming flashed a toothy grin. "I just need to use your computer. Is that all right?" The shopkeeper's expression shifted. "That wouldn't be permissible." "No way." "All right then." With that, Chu Ming boldly opened her computer right before her eyes, locating the examination footage data and deleting it all. He then found a solid-state drive that stored the surveillance data, took out the restoration flashlight, and shone it upon it. Moments later, he switched off the flashlight, reassembled the hard drive, and checked the data within. To his delight, he discovered that all the most recent timestamps had reverted to 20 days prior. Time had turned back. How terrifying. With this, even the most adept technicians would find it impossible to recover the deleted surveillance footage. Chu Ming wore a triumphant smile, feeling that this clever maneuver was simply brilliant. As long as he erased all surveillance data that captured him using the restoration light, who could possibly suspect him? But wait, there seemed to be witnesses. Chu Ming squinted, directing his gaze towards the shopkeeper, who trembled slightly, fearfully asking, "What do you intend to do?" "Of course it's necessary." 5 minutes later, Chu Ming adjusted his pants and exited the clothing store, a satisfied grin hidden beneath his mask. The experiment had been a resounding success. The restoration light, when directed at a person, could reverse that individual's time, affecting their age, memories, and even physical state. He had just conducted an experiment on a shopkeeper, by shining the light on her for a mere second. Her condition reverted to that of a few days prior, her memory shifting to that time, causing her to forget his face entirely. Thus, Chu Ming departed with confidence, even stopping by the restroom, which explained his adjusting of his pants. What else could it have been? In any case, with this method, he could completely evade surveillance tracking and directly eliminate witnesses. A stroke of genius. Did you see that? No beta? This is the proper way to utilize gadgets. Subsequently, Chu Ming deliberately avoided monitoring in crowds as he made his way towards the spirit realm. He would only employ the restoration light to erase surveillance data when he encountered unavoidable cameras. Thus, he stealthily navigated, deleting traces along the way, until he finally reached the outskirts of the western part of the city by evening. Here, military vehicles were scattered along the roads, accompanied by soldiers patrolling with their firearms. Chu Ming had no choice but to conceal himself within the forest, enveloping his entire being in wood-type spiritual energy, blending his presence with the surrounding flora, and advancing stealthily. But he recalled that the soldiers in the army were at least of black iron rank, with the added danger of being equipped with specialized weaponry and ammunition designed for spiritual practitioners. A single burst could incapacitate any spiritual practitioner below silver rank. However, for those above silver rank, the potency of such firearms was negligible. The bronze rank. Spiritual energy permeates the bones, significantly enhancing their resilience. By the time one reaches bronze rank 9, their spiritual energy saturates the marrow, rendering each bone as durable as the toughest alloys, making ordinary bullets ineffective. Upon reaching silver rank, practitioners began to refine their internal organs with spiritual energy, experiencing an exponential increase in their inner spiritual power. They could even detach their spiritual energy, transforming it into a protective barrier with formidable defensive capabilities. Even weapons designed to combat spiritual practitioners would struggle to breach such defenses unless they resorted to missiles. However, once a practitioner attains master rank, their physical form undergoes a complete transformation from carbon-based life to spiritual existence, allowing them to harness the immense power of the heavens and earth at will. Even the pinnacle of humanity's technological weaponry. Nuclear arms would be utterly ineffective against them. As the saying goes, a master must not be insulted. Once one reaches the extraordinary level, what is a master worth? Ultimately, this explains why Chu Ming was so desperate to grow stronger in this world. Without absolute power for self-preservation, one could easily meet an untimely demise. What use is a combat power exceeding 10,000? This world is not devoid of beings with combat power in the hundreds of millions. Is everyone below the divine realm merely an ant? While lost in such inconsequential thoughts, Chu Ming stealthily approached the entrance to the spirit realm, concealing himself atop a large tree to observe discreetly. Ideally, he wished to infiltrate the realm without attracting any attention. However, after a brief observation, he quickly realized that such a feat was unattainable. The entrance was swarmed with at least 100 soldiers, surrounded by numerous tents, and even several watchtowers with glaring searchlights scanning the area. Had it not been for Chu Ming's use of the wood vine technique, entwining himself within the vines and merging with the tree, he would have been discovered long ago. His surprise, this spiritual technique possessed a camouflage effect. Just then, Chu Ming noticed a jeep approaching along the road, stirring up clouds of dust before coming to a halt at the entrance. 3 individuals emerged from the vehicle. One was a woman, still possessing grace despite being in her 30s, dressed in a cheapao, her figure strikingly captivating. The second was a young girl in a pale blue dress, her demeanor exuding an icy elegance, her expression devoid of makeup as her clear eyes calmly gazed at the spirit realm entrance, seemingly lost in thought. The third was a middle-aged man. Well, there was no need for adjectives for the man. Chu Ming's attention was instantly drawn to the serene girl, for she was undeniably beautiful. In fact, she was Gu Yueshi. What was she doing here? Was she also in search of the mental energy cultivation method? This seemed to be the only possibility. Surely she was not here for a midnight moon viewing? How fortuitous! Indeed, a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Chu Ming's eyes as he watched the middle-aged man approach an officer, exchanging a few words before seemingly presenting some form of identification. The officer inspected the credentials, glanced at Gu Yueshi and the graceful woman, then nodded in acknowledgement. Moments later, the woman led Gu Yueshi into the spirit realm. Could that identification be the so-called special permit? Gu Yueshi managed to acquire such a document. It seemed her background was not as simple as it appeared. Yet if she was so desperate for the mental energy cultivation method, why had she only now sought a permit to enter the spirit realm? Chu Ming furrowed his brow, perplexed, but soon dismissed the thought. After all, what did it matter to him? He then retracted the woodvine technique and leaped directly down from the treetop. With a thud, dust billowed as he landed right before a group of soldiers. Such audacity! Good evening. Chu Ming grinned, flashing a friendly smile, though his mask concealed his expression. The area fell silent for a second before erupting into chaos. Who goes there? An intruder! Sound the alarm. The soldiers' faces paled as they raised their weapons in unison, aiming at Chu Ming, their expressions a mix of tension and alarm. They had never encountered such a brazen intruder. He had boldly jumped right in front of them and even greeted them. Clearly, he was a formidable spiritual practitioner, utterly reckless. The officer nervously swallowed, issuing a stern warning. This is a military-controlled restricted zone. Trespassing here is a serious offense. I advise you to reconsider the consequences. Merely trespassing into a restricted area is not a trivial matter. I did not sneak in unannounced. Did I not give you prior notice? Chu Ming remarked nonchalantly, utterly disregarding the hundreds of cold gun barrels aimed at him, and boldly strode towards the entrance of the secret realm. Such audacity! The officer's expression shifted dramatically, fury taking hold as he issued another warning. I tell you, if you dare to intrude into this forbidden zone, I shall certainly grant you my forgiveness, the soldiers murmured in confusion. No, wait. The officer furrowed his brow, sensing the peculiar and bewildered gazes from the surrounding soldiers. A hint of embarrassment flickering in his eyes. How could such an absurd verbal blunder arise at this moment? Just as Chu Ming was about to swagger into the entrance of the secret realm, the officer, with little time to ponder, bellowed once more, "Halt!" If you take another step forward, we shall have no choice but to allow you entry. A soldier beside him instinctively echoed. Indeed, if you take another step, we shall open fire. He turned to the officer, bewildered, and tentatively inquired, Did you just misspeak? I did not. The officer was left dumbfounded, fixated on Chu Ming's retreating figure, his mind swirling with uncertainty, beginning to realize something. Why did he feel an inexplicable urge to forgive him? And this feeling was overwhelmingly strong. It was utterly uncontrollable. It compelled him to utter those previous words, as if his mind or consciousness had been commandeered. In the fleeting moments when the officer was lost in thought, Chu Ming's silhouette had vanished, brazenly stepping into the vengeful soul's secret realm before the eyes of hundreds of soldiers, in truth. In the second before he entered the secret realm, many soldiers had contemplated opening fire. Yet, in that instant, a singular thought emerged in their minds. Wasn't he merely trespassing into a restricted area? What was so serious about that? Such a forgivable act hardly warranted gunfire. At this moment, an eerie silence fell over the entrance of the secret realm that a group of soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom what had just transpired. After a prolonged silence, someone ventured to ask, Brothers, did any of you feel a desire to forgive that individual just now? A nearby soldier's eyes widened in astonishment. You felt it too? Goodness, so everyone experienced the same. It was utterly perplexing. Therefore, the captain's earlier statement was not a slip of the tongue. This individual is surely not right. Could he have manipulated our minds? It must be so. This person is undoubtedly a mental cultivator, and of a high rank. The soldiers buzzed with astonished discourse. A mental cultivator? The officer pondered with furrowed brows, convinced that this must indeed be the only possibility. Only those who had awakened a mental affinity talent and primarily cultivated mental power could exert such casual control over others' minds. Moreover, to control so many individuals at once. It is crucial to note that soldiers must possess a minimum mental power level of Black Iron Tier 8 to enlist, and none present had a mental power level below Black Iron Tier 6. Yet, that mysterious individual had effortlessly controlled the minds of over 100 soldiers, including the officer himself, whose mental power level was a commendable Bronze Tier 5. This individual was undoubtedly a mental cultivator of Silver Tier or above. After careful analysis, the officer reached a definitive conclusion, his countenance turning grave. The soldiers gasped in alarm at his words, at a Silver Tier mental cultivator. Within a first-rate spiritual cultivation university, such an individual could serve as a mental power instructor. The number of mental cultivators was already exceedingly scarce. After all, the ratio of those who awakened the mental affinity talent was minuscule. Among 1 million awakened individuals, perhaps only one would possess such a talent. Furthermore, mental affinities are classified into tiers, with those below tier be offering little to no assistance in cultivating mental power. Coupled with the rarity of mental cultivation techniques, most who awakened this talent struggled with slow progress due to a lack of methods. Historically, there have been just over 3,000 mental cultivators of Silver Tier or above in China, all documented, as these individuals could utterly dominate their peers of the same rank, posing a significant danger. After all, the vast majority of spiritual cultivators neglect the cultivation of mental power, resulting in generally lower mental power levels. For instance, this officer had already reached Silver Tier 9 in his spiritual power, a mere step away from Gold Tier, with combat prowess nearing 100,000. Yet his mental power level was only Bronze Tier 5. Even if there were 100 of him, they would still be easily overwhelmed by a Silver Tier mental cultivator. Should that mental cultivator wish to, he could effortlessly shatter the officer's mind, causing him to perish on the spot. Contemplating this, the officer couldn't help but shudder. If that mysterious individual harbored any murderous intent, a mere thought could extinguish the lives of everyone present in an instant. Who on earth was he? Why did he dare to trespass into the vengeful soul's secret realm? Amidst the dread, the officer was filled with confusion. The reason one must apply for a special permit from the state to enter the vengeful soul's secret realm is due to the fact that the vengeful spirits within possess mental power attacks. Those with weak mental fortitude face certain death upon entry. Thus, the state has imposed restrictions, allowing only mental cultivators of Silver Tier or above to apply for special permits to enter the vengeful soul's secret realm. or to be accompanied by a silver-tier mental cultivator. Therefore, that mysterious individual could have easily applied for a special permit to enter the secret realm through legitimate means. Why resort to trespassing? Was the application process deemed too lengthy? The officer's brow furrowed tightly as he cast a sidelong glance at the middle-aged man beside him, unable to resist inquiring. "Mr. Gu, how long did it take for you to obtain your special permit?" The middle-aged man, who was none other than Gu Yueshi's father, Gu Dongfeng, appeared pale, clearly shaken by Chu Ming's bizarre display. Upon hearing the officer's question, Gu Dongfeng regained his composure and replied, "I applied a year ago, and it was processed in just 3 days. A year ago, when Gu Yueshi awakened her A-tier summoner talent, her father, Gu Dongfeng, immediately recognized her urgent need for a mental cultivation technique. Consequently, he promptly applied for a special permit for the Vengeful Soul's secret realm. Gu Yueshi's aunt, Li Yuan, the alluring woman from earlier, was a silver tier 3 mental cultivator, which expedited the permit process. Over the past year, Li Yuan had taken Gu Yueshi into the Vengeful Soul's secret realm multiple times, attempting to secure a mental cultivation technique for her. But alas, the acquisition proved exceedingly challenging, yielding no results. 3 days? That swiftly. Then why did that individual choose to trespass? Upon hearing this, the officer's frown deepened, his confusion only growing. "Chief, do you think my daughter and the others will be safe in the secret realm?" Gu Dongfeng inquired anxiously. That mysterious individual's mental prowess is terrifying, perhaps even surpassing that of Gu Yueshi's aunt. And now the three have entered the same secret realm. Naturally, he was concerned for the safety of his daughter and sister-in-law. "Rest assured, Mr. Gu." The officer raised his hand, revealing the military communication wristband on his wrist, assuring him earnestly, "I have already reported everything that transpired here without delay. A gold-tier mental cultivator from the Southwest Military District will arrive shortly, ensuring that the illegal intruder will be brought to justice in the shortest possible time." Gold-tier. Upon hearing this, Gu Dongfeng felt a slight sense of relief. There were less than 300 gold-tier mental cultivators nationwide. Apprehending that mysterious individual should pose no problem. Within the Vengeful Soul's secret realm, the sky loomed dark with heavy clouds, casting a somber shadow. The silent forest lay shrouded in a thin mist, accompanied by eerie whispers of wind and faint, haunting cries echoing from deep within the woods. Suddenly, from a nearby underbrush, a shadow darted past. An oppressive wave of dark energy surged forth, imbued with a chilling mental pressure. In the next moment, a monstrous bear-like vengeful spirit emerged from the thicket, cloaked in swirling black smoke. "Get lost!" Chu Ming swung his hand, startled by the sudden appearance, and exclaiming, "Damn it, you nearly scared me to death." The vengeful spirit monster lacked a physical form. The slap passed right through its visage. Yet it paused, seemingly bewildered as it gazed at Chu Ming for a moment before turning to depart. Chu Ming was hardly surprised. He had previously researched information regarding vengeful spirit monsters. These entities were formed from the conglomeration of residual spiritual energy from numerous deceased monsters, harboring profound resentment or animosity towards humanity. Perhaps those fallen creatures had all met their demise at the hands of humans. Thus, it was evident that this entity would never forgive mankind. Once it laid eyes on anyone, it would undoubtedly seek their demise. Except, of course, for Chu Ming himself. With the forgiveness hat, he was free to act with impunity, as he distinctly remembered the blue chubby figure's introduction to this item, as long as one wore it. No matter the actions taken, the other party would certainly grant forgiveness. It was never stated that it could only procure forgiveness from humans, right? Hence, as long as he donned the green hat, he would be entirely secure within the realm of the vengeful spirits. Akin to a leisurely stroll through the streets, observing the swaying, vengeful spirit monster as it retreated, Chu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile gracing his lips. "My apologies, I inadvertently trespassed into your territory. You wouldn't hold that against me, would you?" The vengeful spirit monster stiffened momentarily, then turned to shake its head, indicating that it bore no ill will. Chu Ming approached it, continuing, "I intend to forcibly seize your soul orb. That won't pose a problem, will it?" The vengeful spirit monster hesitated, then shook its head once more. "Splendid, Chu Ming. without an ounce of hesitation, reached out to place his hand upon its head, gradually releasing his spiritual energy. His spiritual energy rank was a mere pitiful black iron tier, while the bear-like vengeful spirit monster before him boasted a spiritual energy level of at least bronze tier 3 or higher. Logically, Chu Ming should have been incapable of breaching its defenses. However, in reality, there was no need to breach anything. The purpose of vanquishing vengeful spirit monsters was to extract the soul orb from within them. A task deemed too cumbersome. Why not simply extract it using spiritual energy? The bear-like vengeful spirit monster offered no resistance whatsoever, allowing Chu Ming's spiritual energy to flow into its being, retrieving the soul orb that served as its life core. Clearly, it considered Chu Ming's act of taking its soul orb to be a trivial matter, easily forgivable. Once the soul orb was extracted from the vengeful spirit monster, it became enveloped in the surrounding spiritual aura and, under the influence of certain laws, gradually materialized into a solid form. Chu Ming grasped the glossy black orb, feeling it and discovering that, apart from abundant spiritual energy, it contained nothing else of note. Throughout his journey, he had acquired over 30 soul orbs, all of which followed this pattern. Only soul orbs from vengeful spirit monsters of silver tier and above potentially harbored their own spiritual energy cultivation methods. Should such a method prove effective for humans, it could constitute a novel spiritual energy cultivation technique. Reflecting on Chun Xiu Yuan's word from the previous day, Chu Ming promptly resolved to delve deeper into the secret realm. Seeking silver tier vengeful spirit monsters, the outskirts were primarily populated by black iron and bronze tier entities. Their soul orbs, aside from being useful for replenishing spiritual energy, were of little other utility. After absorbing the soul orb in his hand to recover the spiritual energy he had just expended, Chu Ming dashed into the depths of the jungle, showing no inclination to conceal his presence. He was utterly unrestrained. The jungle fell into a profound silence once more. The bear-like vengeful spirit monster collapsed to the ground, its eyes hollow, its form gradually becoming ethereal. After a considerable duration, a hushed whisper of a female voice echoed through the jungle. "Ant, the probability of encountering a silver tier monster in the outskirts is exceedingly low. Shall we venture deeper?" "Absolutely not. Do you not comprehend the peril that lies within the depths of the vengeful spirit realm? There are at least dozens of silver tier vengeful spirits, and we might even encounter gold tier ones. If that happens, I would struggle to protect myself, let alone safeguard you." In the jungle, Guyu Shi and her aunt proceeded cautiously, their senses heightened as they scanned their surroundings, speaking in hushed tones. Upon hearing her aunt's words, Guyu Shi's eyes dimmed slightly, and she could only nod in resignation. She yearned desperately for a method to cultivate spiritual energy. Only silver tier and above vengeful spirit monster soul orbs had any chance of containing such cultivation techniques. A mere possibility, but that possibility seemed exceedingly slim. Jiyu Yushi's eyes were filled with sorrow. Over the past year, she and her aunt had entered the vengeful spirit realm a dozen times. Although they had only hunted vengeful spirits in the outermost regions, they had slain several silver tier monsters. Most of those vengeful spirit soul orbs self-destructed upon death, and they had only obtained 8 silver tier soul orbs. Only one of those contained a spiritual energy cultivation method. Unfortunately, that method was inapplicable to humans and could not serve as a cultivation technique. The odds were utterly disheartening that if only she could swiftly advance her spiritual energy level without relying on cultivation techniques. Simply through basic meditation, she found herself pondering, her thoughts drifting back to Chu Ming's figure. Based on his performance before Chun Xiu Yuan yesterday, it was highly probable that he had not cultivated any spiritual energy technique. After all, he didn't even understand why such techniques were so rare. So, how had he managed to elevate his spiritual energy level to bronze tier 5 or higher before the college entrance examination? Solely through meditation? She cast a glance at her aunt, unable to resist asking, "Aunt, is there truly no secret to accelerating the speed of spiritual energy cultivation through meditation?" Li Yuan frowned slightly. Exasperated, "Why must you be so obstinate, my dear? I've told you countless times that meditation is essentially a subpar spiritual energy cultivation technique, merely fortuitously capable of enhancing spiritual energy a tad. The rate of improvement through meditation has its limits. What secret could possibly expedite it? Have you ever seen a bronze tier or higher spiritual practitioner who relied solely on meditation to advance? Guyushi instantly grew anxious and retorted, "But I clearly saw that day." Li Yuan rolled her eyes and interrupted. "Here we go again. I've already said it's impossible. How could anyone possibly rely on meditation to elevate their spiritual energy to bronze tier 5 or higher before the college entrance examination?" After a pause, she continued, "Forget about meditation. Even if that person possessed a spiritual energy technique, it would still be unfeasible that a bronze tier 5 practitioner before the exam. Such a feat is practically non-existent globally." Li Yuan, somewhat irked, remarked, "I awakened my A-grade mental talent in my first year of high school and acquired a tier 3 spiritual energy cultivation method by my second year. Those conditions already surpass the vast majority of individuals. Wouldn't you agree? When I took my college entrance exam, my spiritual energy level was merely at bronze tier 1. Even so, I was sought after by Qing Yuan and Jing University." Li Yuan rolled her eyes again, firmly believing that no one from small place like Yuzhou City could surpass her achievements. However, the truth remained that Chu Ming's spiritual energy level was indeed above bronze tier 5. She had witnessed it firsthand. She felt quite aggrieved. No matter how she argued, her aunt simply refused to believe her. At that moment, Li Yuan suddenly gasped in surprise, pointing towards a certain direction. "Is there another spiritual practitioner within this secret realm?" "Ah." She was taken aback, following her gaze and gasping as well. There, on the grassy ground ahead, lay a bear-like vengeful spirit monster, its eyes vacant and its form already faded to a translucent state. Clearly, this monster's soul orb had been extracted, and it had been forcibly taken while it was still alive. To achieve such a feat with a bronze tier 3 vengeful spirit monster, the individual responsible must possess a spiritual energy level on par with her own. Li Yuan squinted her eyes, silently analyzing the situation. When faced with the threat of death, most vengeful spirits would choose to self-destruct their soul orbs to forcibly extract a soul orb from a vengeful spirit. A practitioner would need to overpower it by at least one major tier. This meant that the practitioner who had extracted the soul orb from this bear-like vengeful spirit must be at least bronze tier 3. Initially, Li Yuan hadn't paid much attention to it, merely considering it a coincidence, as any practitioner of silver tier or higher could apply to enter the vengeful spirit realm. Just then, Guyushi exclaimed, "Aunt, look ahead." "What is it?" Li Yuan raised her head and looked over, immediately revealing a look of astonishment. Before her was a dense jungle, forcibly cleared to create a narrow path, littered with broken branches and trampled grass, leading deep into the secret realm. How dare he create such a commotion in the realm of vengeful spirits? Li Yuan was left dumbfounded. The realm of vengeful spirits is notoriously perilous. The creatures lurking within the depths of a jungle are highly sensitive to human presence. Even the slightest disturbance could attract them. This is precisely why they were so cautious within the realm, fearful of stirring up a throng of vengeful monsters, which would spell disaster. Although the creatures at the periphery of the realm are generally of lower rank, their sheer numbers could be overwhelming. Even ants can kill an elephant. This individual was either extraordinarily powerful and fearless or just a reckless fool. Li Yuan clicked her tongue. Even as a silver tier practitioner in the 3rd rank, she would not dare to act so recklessly in the realm of vengeful spirits. Could this be the work of a golden tier adept? Unlikely. There are no more than 300 individuals nationwide who possess mental prowess at the golden tier. It would be exceedingly rare to encounter one by chance. Li Yuan shook her head, deeming the possibility too slim. Just then, an overwhelmingly powerful mental pressure descended from the horizon without warning. "Run!" Li Yuan's expression changed drastically, her hair standing on end, as she feared an exceptionally powerful vengeful monster had arrived. With such formidable mental pressure and the ability to fly, it could only be a golden tier entity. She had no time for rational thought. Instinctively, she scooped up the bewildered Guyushi and fled in the opposite direction. From the sky came a calm male voice. "There's no need to run. I am not a vengeful monster." Li Yuan paused momentarily, then ran even faster. What the hell? This vengeful creature has learned human language. Clearly, it was extraordinarily powerful. In the sky, a middle-aged man hovered, his eyes twitching slightly, revealing a hint of exasperation. In the next moment, he focused his thoughts, and a vast ocean of mental energy surged forth from his forehead, directing itself towards the fleeing Li Yuan. Whoosh! In an instant, Li Yuan came to a halt, her body stiffening as she slowly turned around. Clearly under mental control, her body no longer obeying her commands. It's over. Li Yuan's face turned ashen, feeling utterly helpless. She then saw the middle-aged man hovering in the air, gazing at her with an expression of disbelief. Li Yuan was momentarily dazed, then exclaimed in terror, "My goodness, this vengeful creature has become human." The middle-aged man directly silenced her with his mental power, taking a deep breath and stating, "My name is Lu Qing. I am for the Southwest Military District, tasked with capturing an illegal intruder, and I am here to protect you." Lu Qing? Gu Yueshi, still cradled in Li Yuan's arms, blinked in surprise. Is that the Lu Qing ranked 5th on the Golden God list? The Lu Qing in the air nodded. That estimated 8T that moment. Li Yuan also recognized him, her expression shifting to one of excitement. She longed to speak, but found her voice silenced by the mental control. Lu Qing, the great adept, with a mental prowess reaching the 8th rank of the Golden Tier. Ranked 5th on the Golden God list in the Practitioner Forum. This meant he was 5th among all Golden Tier practitioners nationwide. Li Yuan felt exhilarated. She had always held great admiration for practitioners above the Golden Tier. Frequently perusing the information of these formidable individuals on the Practitioner Forum, naturally recognizing Lu Qing, it was only due to her earlier panic and thoughts of escape that she hadn't identified him sooner. After all, as a Silver Tier practitioner in the 3rd rank, encountering Golden Tier mental pressure in the realm of vengeful spirits was utterly terrifying. Wait, what did Lu Qing just say? He is here to capture an illegal intruder. Li Yuan was taken aback. That practitioner who had caused such a stir in the secret realm was actually an illegal intruder. Why? Surely, that individual's mental prowess must be above Silver Tier, capable of legally applying for a permit. Li Yuan couldn't wrap her head around it, but it didn't matter. All she knew was that the illegal intruder was doomed. In front of an 8th rank Golden Tier practitioner, there were scarcely 500 individuals nationwide who could offer any resistance. This was no exaggeration that a practitioner focusing on spiritual energy without cultivating mental techniques would have a natural limit to their mental prowess, capping at the 5th rank of the Golden Tier, even if their spiritual energy rank was at the Master level. With combat strength exceeding 100 million, their mental prowess would still be only at the 5th rank of the Golden Tier. This meant that even a Master-level practitioner at the 9th rank would end up either controlled or mentally extinguished in the presence of Lu Qing, an 8th rank Golden Tier practitioner. Unless the practitioner possessed a spiritual tool capable of defending against mental attacks or had comprehended the laws of power, thus reaching the extraordinary level, they would have no means of resisting Lu Qing. This exemplified the might of Golden Tier practitioners. Of course, if the illegal intruder were a practitioner above the 9th rank of the Golden Tier, they might evade Lu Qing's pursuit. But that was even more unlikely. The stronger the practitioner, the rarer they become. There are fewer than 150 practitioners above the 9th rank of the Golden Tier nationwide, each a national treasure and a figure standing at the pinnacle of the country. How could they possibly find the leisure to trespass into a Golden Tier realm of vengeful spirits? While Li Yuan was lost in excitement, a voice suddenly erupted from the distant jungle. What the hell? Golden Tier, mental pressure? Don't run. Leave the soul orbs behind. The 3 of them were momentarily stunned. Lu Qing squinted, directing his gaze toward the source of the voice, extending his mental power to cover the area, detecting a figure clad in a hat, mask, and sunglasses rushing towards them. Is this the illegal intruder? Why are they approaching me willingly? Yueshi's expression changed, her eyes filled with incredulity. That voice sounded just like Chu Ming's. Is the illegal intruder? Whoosh, a figure, thoroughly bundled up, burst from the jungle into view. Chu Ming was immediately taken aback, glancing at Gu Yueshi and Li Yuan, then looking up at Lu Qing with a perplexed expression. Wait, where are the vengeful monsters? Where is that massive Golden Tier vengeful creature? How did it turn into a person? He had already traversed the deepest part of the secret realm, encountering over 30 silver-tier vengeful monsters and snatching all their soul orbs. However, only 8 of the orbs contained methods for cultivating mental power, and he had no idea how many were usable by humans he had intended to explore further, hoping to find a golden-tier vengeful monster. But damned if he hadn't gotten lost. After finally finding a familiar path, he had no clue which direction led deeper into the realm. So he just picked one at random that now seemed he had returned to the periphery of a secret realm. Chu Ming spotted the bear-shaped, vengeful monster from which he had previously taken a soul orb, and his eye twitched. Damn it, feeling weak in mental power is truly frustrating in a place like this. I can't even discern direction. Moments ago, he had sensed an exceptionally powerful mental pressure and thought he had encountered a golden-tier vengeful monster, which prompted his frantic dash toward it. So, what is happening now? How fortuitous that he had delivered himself right to them, saving them the trouble of searching. Liu Qing looked down at him, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He anticipated capturing someone would be so effortless. However, he found it strange that he did not perceive any significant mental energy emanating from this illegal intruder. There were only 2 possibilities. Either this person's mental power was exceedingly weak, below the silver tier, or their mental prowess surpassed his own. The latter seemed improbable. From the tone of Chu Ming's voice, Liu Qing could tell that this individual was certainly under 20 years of age. How could his mental power possibly exceed Liu Qing's? Are you looking for me? Chu Ming asked, tilting his head in confusion. Are you here to capture me? Wow, a golden-tier practitioner has come to apprehend me. This is quite impressive, Liu Qing replied calmly. You have illegally trespassed into the realm of vengeful spirits, constituting a serious crime. I am Liu Qing, a golden-tier practitioner from the Southwest Military District. Tasked with capturing you, I hope you will cooperate. Do not compel me. What if I refuse to cooperate? Chu Ming curiously interjected. Interrupting his discourse, Liu Qing narrowed his eyes, sensing that this young man seemed rather ungrateful. Li Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated that this intruder would dare to be so arrogant in front of Liu Qing. How audacious! Is he courting death? Gu Yueshi, in a state of urgency, hastily cautioned, Chu scoundrel, do not be so foolish. He is none other than Liu Qing, the 5th on the Golden Divine list, a divine cultivator of the Golden 8th segment. She nearly called out Chu Ming's name instinctively, but managed to stifle it just in time. Since he had gone to such lengths to disguise himself, it was clear he wished to keep his identity concealed. Li Yuan gazed at her niece in shock. When did Xiaoxi become one to curse? Moreover, this matter has nothing to do with you. Why scold him? Chu Ming, equally astonished, glanced at Gu Yueshi. Sister, how could you use your melodious voice for cursing? It nearly brought me delight. Not cooperating, are we? Liu Qing's voice turned sharp once more. Simultaneously, a vast mental force surged from his brow, and a terrifying golden spiritual pressure began to be unleashed without restraint. Yuan and Gu Yueshi's faces turned ashen, an overwhelming dread enveloping them. As though they were confronting death itself, the prowess of a Golden 8th segment divine cultivator was indeed horrifying. Truly, he could crush master-level spiritual cultivators with ease. Who could withstand such a force? Li Yuan cast a sympathetic glance at Chu Ming, realizing that this young man was truly asking for punishment. Do not. Gu Yueshi's face drained of color, and she was about to plead for mercy when Liu Qing's authoritative voice rang out. Since you refuse to cooperate, I will have to let you go. What? Gu Yueshi's expression froze, her lips parted slightly, staring blankly at the sky. Did I miss here? Li Yuan wore a similarly bewildered expression. Just because he didn't cooperate. You won't apprehend him? Is it really that hasty? A look of confusion crossed Liu Qing's face. Had he not intended to say that if one did not cooperate, he would take coercive measures? What was happening? All right. Thank you, big brother. Chu Ming clasped his fists in gratitude, smiling. If there is nothing else, I shan't intrude further and will take my leave. With that, he turned to depart. Liu Qing's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted. Halt! If you dare to leave, then I shall let you go. Gu Yueshi, Li Yuan, Liu Qing. Without looking back, Chu Ming waved his hand. All right, I understand. You are too courteous, big brother. His figure soon vanished into the depths of the woods. The remaining 3 fell into silence. After a considerable time, the perplexity on Lu Qing's face abruptly vanished, replaced by incredulity and terror. Wait a moment, was I just mentally controlled by him? That sensation of losing control and acting against one's own was all too familiar to Lu Qing. It was precisely how he typically controlled others' minds. To achieve this, two conditions were necessary. One must awaken the will-based talent, and the controller's mental strength must vastly exceed that of the controlled. Lu Qing was struck with a chill, his face paling. His mental strength surpasses mine by a significant margin, a platinum-grade divine cultivator. Not just him, Li Yuan and Gu Yueshi quickly realized the same, their faces reflecting utter astonishment. This was impossible, right? That intruder just now managed to control Lu Qing's mind. How extraordinarily powerful must his mental strength be? Platinum grade. How could that be? There are fewer than 100 platinum-grade divine cultivators in the entire country. And he appeared so young, clearly in disguise. Li Yuan was left dumbfounded. She had not only encountered a golden-grade divine cultivator, but also a platinum-grade powerhouse. This defies logic. Why would such an impressive figure force his way into this secret realm? Surely, he wouldn't require a special pass and could enter and exit freely. Among the three, Gu Yueshi was undoubtedly the most shocked. Her fair face had gone completely blank. She could assert with absolute certainty that it was Chu Ming. No one else could be so absurd. Furthermore, she was all too familiar with Lu Qing's inexplicable forgiveness, having experienced it firsthand before. So, he truly is a platinum-grade divine cultivator. At the entrance of the secret realm, an officer and Gu Dongfeng stood waiting, their expressions considerably more relaxed. The individual sent by the military district was none other than Lu Qing. With the 5th-ranked divine cultivator on the golden divine list present, that intruder would surely not escape. After all, in a small city like Dongchuan, there couldn't possibly be a stronger divine cultivator than Lu Qing, could there? The intruder's mental strength level was likely around Silver 5 segment. Who could it be? The officer furrowed his brows, speculating on the intruder's identity. This individual possesses extraordinary audacity. Every divine cultivator ranked silver and above is officially recorded, yet he dares to engage in such criminal acts. Gu Dongfeng spoke with a hint of agitation. The thought of his daughter and sister-in-law potentially being threatened by this individual filled him with rage. The officer cast a glance at him, reassuring, Mr. Gu, do not worry. With Officer Lu present, that individual cannot escape, and her daughter's safety is absolutely assured. That Gu Dongfeng nodded in understanding. I know, with Officer Lu here, there will be no issues. That moment. A flash of light erupted at the entrance of the secret realm, but a slender, upright figure appeared before them. Swish, swish, swish! The soldiers, after a moment of stunned silence, suddenly changed countenance, raising their guns in unison, their faces filled with profound disbelief. This is impossible. The officer's expression shifted drastically as he instinctively drew his sidearm. Yet this weapon offered him no semblance of security. His heart pounded with fear. Gu Dongfeng's face turned ashen, panic-stricken. How? How did he come out first? The one emerging from the secret realm was indeed Chu Ming, appearing wholly unscathed, with no signs of injury whatsoever. This was starkly contrary to what everyone had envisioned. Shouldn't Lu Qing have apprehended this intruder and expelled him from the secret realm? How could this fellow emerge unscathed on his own? Was the secret realm simply too vast for Lu Qing to locate him? Clocking out, brothers, Chu Ming waved at everyone, disregarding their astonished gazes, swaggering back in the direction he had come from. The soldiers exchanged glances, hesitating over whether to intercept him. Ultimately, their eyes turned in unison toward the officer. What should we do, Captain? We cannot stop this person. The officer swallowed hard, momentarily at a loss. If even Lu Qing could not capture this individual in the secret realm, how could they possibly hold him back? To avoid unnecessary casualties, he ultimately chose silence, watching as Chu Ming's figure receded into the distance. Suddenly, Chu Ming halted, turning to gaze at the officer's direction. Hiss! The officer's pupils constricted, sweat pouring down his back as if he were being scrutinized by a bloodthirsty beast, a chill running down his spine. Not a beast at all. This individual is a divine cultivator of silver grade or higher. With a mere thought, everyone present could succumb instantly. What are his intentions? Every heart raced with trepidation. Chu Ming's gaze lingered only an instant on the officer before shifting to Gu Dongfeng beside him, asking, "Are you Gu Yueshi's father?" Gu Dongfeng was taken aback, stepping back in fear. What's wrong? Chu Ming smiled slightly. Nothing much. I just find your daughter rather impressive. With that, he turned and departed, his figure quickly vanishing into the forest. Gu Dongfeng stood in a daze for a long while before suddenly changing color. What did he just say? What does he mean by that? What does it mean that my daughter is impressive? What did he do to her inside? The officer felt a surge of anger rise within him. Could it be that Mr. Gu's daughter had been sullied by that man in the secret realm? How dare he boast so arrogantly before her father? Damn it! What a beast! At that moment, 3 figures, a young man and 2 women, emerged from the secret realm. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, the officer became instantly animated. Rushing forward to exclaim, "Officer Liu, the intruder has just exited the secret realm. He left not long ago and surely hasn't gone far. Hasten to pursue him." Gu Dongfeng rushed over, glancing at his daughter with concern. He anxiously inquired, "Xiao Shi, are you all right? Have you sustained any injuries?" Gu Yueshi lowered her head and absent-mindedly shook it, murmuring, "I'm fine." Observing her dazed demeanor, Gu Dongfeng's heart ached, and an overwhelming fury surged within him. He turned to Lu Qing and, with a resounding thud, knelt before him, exclaiming in a frenzy of rage, "Commander Liu, I beseech you to capture that criminal. How dare he tarnish my daughter? I shall ensure he suffers a fate worse than death." Gu Yueshi, bewildered, lifted her head, her cheeks flushed. Tarnish, Li Yuan, momentarily taken aback, quickly interjected, "What are you doing, brother-in-law? Get up." Xiao Shi. Before she could finish her sentence, the officer vehemently declared, "Indeed, that intruder is utterly audacious. He displays a complete disregard for our nation's laws. Not only did he trespass into restricted areas, but he also committed the heinous act of assaulting a woman. Such a crime is utterly unforgivable. Just a mere silver-level spiritual practitioner. I cannot fathom where he derives such audacity. Commander Liu, you must apprehend him without delay." Gu Yueshi, feeling dazed, glanced down at her dress, which was clearly intact. Why did they assume she had been? She blushed, stammering an explanation. "No, it's not like that, Dad. I'm truly fine. I actually felt quite good around him." Caught in a whirlwind of embarrassment and panic, she was at a loss for words. Gu Dongfeng was momentarily stunned, then his pupils dilated in disbelief as he stared at his daughter. Nearly shouting, "Felt quite good? How could you possibly have such an illusion? He must have manipulated your mind, right?" Gu Yueshi looked adorably dazed, her mind buzzing. Enough? Lu Qing could no longer bear to witness the scene. With a mere thought, he exerted his mental control over Gu Dongfeng, immobilizing him in place. He then began recounting the events that had transpired in the secret realm. Once he finished speaking, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering. Each person bore an expression of incredulous shock. A silver-level spiritual practitioner. The officer gulped nervously. "Commander Liu, could you be mistaken? There are no more than 100 spiritual practitioners of such caliber in the entire nation. And we are acquainted with each one, are we not? How could such an individual appear in a small place like Dongchuan City? There's no mistake. That individual just now controlled my mind within the secret realm. I had no opportunity to resist." Lu Qing's face bore traces of trepidation. Ever since his mental prowess reached the gold level, he had not experienced the terrifying sensation of having his mind dominated by another for many years. Even your mind was controlled? The officer's face turned pale as he speculated. Could it be that this is a newly emerged platinum-level spiritual practitioner? Most likely, Lu Qing replied, exuding a sense of helplessness. "I am unable to handle this matter. It will need to be reported directly to the capital." The officer nodded solemnly. There were fewer than 200 individuals nationwide capable of dealing with a platinum-level practitioner. It seemed they had no choice but to involve those in the capital. It's perplexing. What could a being of such caliber hope to gain by intruding into our humble secret realm? Lu Qing pondered for a moment before stating, considering the nature of this individual, it might simply be for amusement. Gu Yueshi cautiously observed the two, her emotions swirling in complexity. They surely could not fathom that the platinum-level practitioner was merely a student yet to take his college entrance examination. Could they? How had Chu Ming managed to accomplish such a feat? Her curiosity and confusion bubbled to the surface. Meanwhile, Chu Ming had returned to the city, eager to experiment with the mental cultivation methods contained within the soul orbs. Initially, he contemplated renting a hotel room, but without an ID, he could not risk exposing his identity. After a brief moment of contemplation, he recalled a particularly safe location. Half an hour later, he arrived beneath a deserted bridge. With a flourish, he cast down over 30 silver-level soul orbs onto the ground. Chu Ming's eyes gleamed as he selected the 8 orbs that contained mental cultivation methods. Holding one in hand, he sat cross-legged on the ground, focusing his mental energy to sense the cultivation method within, attempting to set it into motion. Damn it, it doesn't work. Chu Ming quickly discovered that the cultivation method was incompatible with humans, and in frustration, he flung the orb away. After a moment's thought, he returned to retrieve the orb, carefully wiping it clean before storing it back in the Lingshu orb space. Even without a usable mental cultivation method, a silver-level soul orb could still fetch a handsome price that he then resumed his seated position, picking up the next orb to try again. Damn it, still no luck. Trash. This one, too, was ineffective, after testing 5 soul orbs, all yielding no results. Chu Ming felt increasingly despondent. The odds seemed absurdly low, akin to the unlikelihood of Hua Chenyu composing a nocturne. Surely, not every cultivation method within these 8 soul orbs could be useless. Was his journey into the vengeful soul secret realm in vain? He couldn't help but worry as he picked up the next orb, his expression grave. Closing his eyes, he focused on the cultivation method within, trying to activate it. Subtle, formless mental energy swirled around his brow and his mind. Strands of mental energy flowed along an intricate path, growing stronger with each completed cycle. What the hell? Chu Ming suddenly opened his eyes wide, astonished as he gazed at the soul orb in his hand. It worked. I have succeeded. This cultivation method is usable. A new mental cultivation technique has been born. Incredible. Hard work truly pays off. Chu Ming was overjoyed and quickly secured the orb, preparing to document the cultivation method once he returned home. Then, he would skip the training altogether and directly upload it to his memory. Next, with eager anticipation, he took the last 2 soul orbs containing cultivation methods, only to discover, indeed, Hua Chenyu could never compose a nocturne. Out of the 8 soul orbs, only one contained a usable cultivation method for humans. After collecting over 30 silver-level soul orbs from vengeful spirits, he had acquired just one viable technique. Chu Ming sighed slightly, finally grasping the immense difficulty in obtaining mental cultivation techniques. Moreover, vengeful spirits of silver level were truly scarce in the secret realm. After several hours, he had only encountered a little over 30. If others were aware of Chu Ming's thoughts, they would likely be incredulous. Only a little over 30. Just? If silver-level vengeful spirits could escape the secret realm and manifest in reality, even a single one could wreak havoc in a small city. Silver-level mental attacks. Most platinum-level spiritual practitioners would struggle to withstand such an onslaught. This is precisely why Dongchuan City, a modest place, had so many formidable spiritual practitioners stationed there. Even with Lu Qing, a gold-level practitioner, nearby, it was evident how significant a threat silver-level vengeful spirits posed to the populace for someone like Chu Ming. To have acquired over 30 silver-level soul orbs in just a few hours was a remarkable achievement. If this were to be shared, it would undoubtedly create a nationwide sensation. Alas, wasn't it said that the secret realm of vengeful spirits contained gold-level entities? Why had he not encountered any? Chu Ming sighed in frustration, feeling helpless. The higher the level of vengeful spirit orbs, the more advanced the mental cultivation techniques contained within that a silver-level soul orb would only yield methods up to the 3rd tier high grade, sufficient to elevate an individual's mental prowess to silver level 9. To progress further, one would require techniques of even higher tiers. For Chu Ming, the higher the tier of the cultivation technique, the better. As it was merely a matter of memory storage, he genuinely yearned for some gold-level soul orbs. Unfortunately, he had yet to encounter any. After finally sensing the aura of a gold-level entity, he rushed over, only to discover it was a mere human. Damn it! It seemed that to acquire higher-tier mental cultivation techniques, he would need to venture into more perilous secret realms and obtain soul orbs from more formidable, vengeful spirits. With this thought in mind, Chu Ming took out his phone, logged onto the official forum of the Spiritual Practitioner Department, and searched for information regarding the specifics of the vengeful spirit secret realms within the country. Within China, there were a total of 35 secret realms housing vengeful spirits of gold level and above, with only 5 known to exist. To one's astonishment, there exists a secret realm of vengeful spirits in the capital, and it is of diamond grade, housing formidable diamond grade vengeful spirits. Chu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a fortunate coincidence! He had just secured admission to one of the 2 prestigious spiritual cultivation academies, both located in the capital. After the college entrance examination, he could conveniently explore this diamond grade realm of vengeful spirits. Chu Ming immediately resolved that his first objective upon arriving in the capital would be to acquire a mental cultivation technique of at least 6th rank. As for the present moment, Chu Ming raised his head, casting a glance at the bridge above. A faint arch of his brow revealing his contemplation, he heard the echo of an armed helicopter. Clearly, the military had commenced their search for him. With such a commotion, it was high time for him to make his exit. Thus, he set forth, back to Yuzhou City. Before departing, Chu Ming retrieved a light-reducing flashlight and illuminated the area beneath the bridge, erasing any trace he had left behind. Such meticulous caution was commendable. That night, the entire East Chuan City was under curfew. Darkened streets witnessed military vehicles roaring past. Above, dozens of armed helicopters circled, their blinding searchlights scanning the vicinity as if hunting for something elusive. Each helicopter exuded potent waves of spiritual or mental energy, unmistakably occupied by powerful spiritual or divine cultivators. Judging by their aura, each one was assuredly no less than silver grade. The intensity of the search and the somber atmosphere instilled trepidation in every citizen of East Chuan City, provoking myriad speculations about the unfolding events. What was happening? Why the sudden curfew? Had another monster escaped from the secret realm? Surely not, for hadn't the authorities declared that all entrances and exits to the realms have been sealed by array masters? Do you trust the authorities, or do you believe I am Qin Shi Huang? The involvement of divine cultivators could only mean that a vengeful spirit had indeed broken free from the realm. Don't scare me. 3 years prior, a bronze-grade vengeful spirit emerged and claimed thousands of lives. Fear not. It is not a vengeful spirit, that my brother, who serves in the military, just informed me that a platinum-grade divine cultivator criminal has appeared in East Chuan City, and the military is in pursuit of him. Oh, thank heavens. At least it's merely a platinum-grade divine cultivator. In the office on the top floor of the Jiang Group, Jiang Chenlong stood alongside his father, Jiang Jianzhong, gazing out through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows as armed helicopters surged past, their serious expressions tinged with confusion at a platinum-grade divine cultivator attempting to breach a gold-grade vengeful spirit realm. Jiang Chenlong remarked in astonishment. Is this individual simply idle? This situation does seem somewhat unreasonable, yet is not entirely implausible, Jiang Jianzhong replied casually. Many divine cultivators possess somewhat troubled minds. Who knows what they are thinking? As a platinum 5-stage spiritual cultivator and one of the apex figures in East Chuan City, Jiang Jianzhong was among the first to learn of the events transpiring in the vengeful spirit realm. He was indeed taken aback. A platinum-grade divine cultivator, standing among the elite of the nation. Though both are platinum-grade, the distinction between divine and spiritual cultivators is as vast as the sky and the earth. It appears I must acquire a more formidable divine artifact. Jiang Jianzhong retrieved a pitch-black orb from the inner pocket of his suit. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary soul orb, but upon closer inspection, one would discern the surface intricately carved with countless tiny runes. This was a divine artifact forged from a soul orb, aptly named for its capacity to defend against mental assaults. This divine artifact was of gold grade, capable of withstanding a few mental attacks from gold-grade divine cultivators. Jiang Jianzhong had expended considerable resources and connections to procure it. He had thought that in a small place like East Chuan City, possessing a gold-grade divine artifact would suffice. Yet now, it seemed he would need to acquire one of a higher caliber. Father, aside from this matter, I encountered something even more extraordinary today, Jiang Chenlong suddenly declared. Jiang Jianzhong glanced at him, unimpressed. What is it? Jiang Chenlong spoke with barely contained astonishment. Today, at our testing facility, a bronze one-stage spiritual cultivator came to assess his combat power, and his capabilities were astonishingly exaggerated. How exaggerated? Jiang Jianzhong replied, unimpressed. Could it possibly exceed 5,000? Jiang Chenlong's expression turned peculiar, momentarily at a loss for words. Throughout human history, the highest combat power recorded for a bronze one stage was barely over 5,000. That individual was nothing short of extraordinary. When your father was at the bronze one stage, his highest combat power only reached 2,100. Even so, I was the undisputed top scorer among all examinees in my province that year. Jiang Jianzhong reminisced. Suddenly, he looked at Jiang Chenlong with disappointment. Although you topped the province last year as a bronze one stage, your highest combat power is merely 1,500, truly a disgrace. Why do you suddenly bring that up? Father, Jiang Chenlong felt exasperated. Why did every conversation inevitably lead back to his own achievements? Is it so shameful that I cannot speak of it? Jiang Jianzhong retorted, growing increasingly agitated. Look at that provincial top scorer from yesterday's mock exam. What was his name? Chu Ming. Despite being only at Black Iron 8 stage, he achieved nearly 2,000 combat power. Why can't you compare yourself to him? Jiang Chenlong felt like crying. How can that be compared? He possesses an S-grade special talent. I heard he doesn't even need to cultivate. He can directly trade for levels and combat power from the myriad realms. How can I compete with him? Moreover, that myriad realm trader cannot be used indefinitely. It's highly likely he can only utilize it this once. If that Chu Ming remains a Black Iron 8 stage for his entire life, what significance does a combat power of 5,000 hold? Wouldn't he be stuck in that state forever? Upon hearing this, Jiang Jianzhong furrowed his brows, contemplating, realizing he could not refute his son's argument. After all, the situation surrounding the myriad realm trader talent indeed aligned with his son's assertion. It was nearly impossible to trade for something truly useful. Most likely, that Chu Ming merely had a stroke of luck this time. However, although he found his son's reasoning sound, as a father, it would be quite embarrassing if he could not retort when challenged by his son. After a moment of silence, Jiang Jianzhong shook his head and sighed. Aside from Chu Ming, the results of this mock exam for provincial examinees are utterly dismal. Your generation truly is lacking, far inferior to ours. Jiang Chenlong, feeling quite disgruntled, couldn't he help but retort, Father, your statement is rather biased. Just now I mentioned that bronze one-stage spiritual cultivator who seemed to be only 17 or 18 years old. Can you guess what his combat power measured today? Jiang Jianzhong scoffed dismissively. How much could it possibly be? At most, 2,000. No, he measured a combat power of 12,000. Yes, you heard correctly. A bronze one stage with a combat power of 12,000. A triumphant smile spread across Jiang Chenlong's face, as if he himself had achieved that remarkable power. Jiang Jianzhong was momentarily stunned. What did you say? 12,000. Jiang Chenlong boasted. Who says our generation is lacking? Father, did your generation ever have such an extraordinary genius? Jiang Jianzhong fell silent for a moment, gazing at his son's fierce expression, and sighed. I had thought you only needed a facelift. It seems your mind requires some adjustment as well. Jiang Chenlong's expression stiffened, and he became anxious. No, Father, I'm not joking. That individual truly possesses a combat power of 12,000. The central control side has the data. I've checked, and there's no issue whatsoever. Moreover, many people witnessed it at the time. Jiang Jianzhong regarded him silently for a while, then began to unbuckle his belt, sneering, You little rascal think you can fool your father. Jiang Chenlong's expression changed dramatically. Old dang, are you serious? After a flurry of chaos, Jiang Chenlong expended an immense amount of effort, meticulously analyzing data and adjusting surveillance for a full 2.5 hours before finally convincing his father of his claims. What an astounding battle prowess. Jiang Jianzhong sat before his computer, repeatedly replaying the monitoring footage of Chu Ming's testing, his expression one of utter astonishment. In the same bronze tier video, this young man's combat power surpassed his own by nearly 10,000. It exceeded humanity's highest recorded figure by 7,000. At this moment, he could not help but concede that this revelation was indeed more shocking than the emergence of a platinum-tier divine practitioner. If this young man in the video were not to meet with an untimely demise, it was nearly certain that he would become an extraordinary powerhouse in the future. Extraordinary tier, commanding the power of laws. No matter how formidable one's mental strength, it would appear feeble in the face of such power, akin to a child attempting to play basketball. In comparison, what was a platinum-tier divine practitioner? I told you it was true. Didn't I? With a bruised and battered visage, Jiang Qinlong wore a face of grievance. Such a talent could truly be considered a prodigy of the heavens. Compared to him, Chu Ming, who relied on mere talent and opportunism, was insignificant. He then sighed, lamenting, "What a pity that I failed to befriend such a remarkable genius back then. But perhaps there will be another chance in the future." Jiang Jianzhong squinted thoughtfully, replying, "The probability of such a genius being admitted to the two major spiritual cultivation academies is exceedingly high." "You're at Qingyuan Academy, aren't you? There may yet be an opportunity to encounter him." Jiang Qinlong retorted, "It's not that simple. That individual was wearing a mask. I don't even know what he looks like. Moreover, for someone of that caliber, the likelihood of directly entering the spiritual cultivation department is far greater, right?" Jiang Jianzhong pondered this and agreed, his expression shifting to one of regret. It truly was a case of fate unfulfilled. To forge a connection with such a genius would undoubtedly yield no detriment, yet they had missed the opportunity. The following morning, Chu Ming returned to Yuzhou City, just like an ordinary person, having taken a high-speed train. The first thing he did upon returning to his rented room was transcribe the mental cultivation method contained within the soul orb, which totaled over 5,000 words. A single memory bread barely managed to imprint it all. Instantly, it dissolved upon entering his mouth. In the next moment, Chu Ming felt a throbbing pain at his brow, as his mental strength surged at an astonishing rate. His mental strength level skyrocketed, as if propelled by an invisible force. Black Iron Tier 2. Black Iron Tier 3. Black Iron Tier V. Black Iron Tier 6. It ascended all the way to Black Iron Tier 7 before finally leveling off. Incredible. This mental cultivation technique is truly formidable. It must be at least a low-grade Tier 3 method. Right? Chu Ming was overjoyed. He had initially thought acquiring a low-grade Tier 2 technique would be commendable, yet this one surpassed his expectations immensely. Merely mastering this technique, without even actively cultivating it, had propelled his mental strength to Black Iron Tier 7. Before the college entrance examination, reaching this level of mental strength would mark him as a top-tier genius across the province. It is well known that the difficulty of cultivating mental strength is significantly greater than that of spiritual power. After all, cultivating mental strength involves a cerebral process that is perilously treacherous. A moment's inattention could lead to severe consequences. Thus, most individuals approach the cultivation of mental strength with extreme caution, resulting in a generally slow progression. The terrifying speed at which Chu Ming ascended 6 tiers in mere minutes will be met with disbelief if spoken of. This is the power of memory bread. And yet, this was not the end. Upon mastering the mental cultivation technique, Chu Ming was unsurprisingly able to enhance it into a more impressive version. Let us get to work. Chu Ming immediately focused his mind and began the refinement process. Hours slipped by, and, at last, he successfully transformed the mental cultivation technique into one of at least a high-grade Tier 3 standard. He named it the Chu Divine Technique. No, wait, Chu Beast Technique. That seemed somewhat inauspicious. Chu Ming furrowed his brow, ultimately deciding to rename it the Ming Divine Mind Method. Although it still felt somewhat lacking, at least it sounded more conventional. The name was trivial. What mattered was the content. After consuming the Ming Divine Mind Method with the memory bread, his mental strength level successfully reached Black Iron Tier 9. Chu Ming closed his eyes to savor the sensation, nodding in satisfaction. If previously his mental strength could be likened to a grain of millet, now it was at least as substantial as that of a seasoned player. Having achieved such a level, he felt entirely capable of trading for even more remarkable items from Doraemon. He wondered if the blue cat would be willing to sell. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Ming decided to give it a try to retrieve the 60 blood spirit dorayaki he had left over from his previous visit. Since they had been kept in a space where time did not flow, they remained as fresh as when they were first made, still emanating warmth. Subsequently, Chu Ming closed his eyes and activated his mental strength. Summoning the multiverse trader, in no time, he found himself in the world of Doraemon. However, upon entering this realm and catching sight of the blue cat, he was momentarily taken aback. Doraemon, alongside Nobita, John, Shizuka, and others, was traversing a dense forest, accompanied by a little white dog. Which episode is this? Chu Ming felt perplexed. He recalled that most of Doraemon's plots unfolded in urban settings. Such wilderness scenes should be rare, right? Could this be from one of the theatrical adaptations? Not wanting to dwell on it, he reasoned that there were far too many episodes and theatrical films to remember. Without further ado, he used the multiverse trader to send a message to Doraemon. Hello. Doraemon, I'm back. Ah? Doraemon was startled once more, but quickly regained composure, wearing a resigned expression. After greeting Nobita and the others, it discreetly moved to a secluded spot and looked up to ask, "What do you want this time? Didn't you just come by yesterday? I happened to acquire some dorayaki again, the same kind as yesterday. Would you like some? Also, do you have any items to sell me?" Chu Ming cut straight to the chase. Another batch. Doraemon's eyes lit up instantly, instinctively reaching out to rummage through its gadgets, only to freeze in place. With a dejected expression, it replied, "But I don't have a single gadget on me right now." Ah, Chu Ming was taken aback. How could this be possible? Isn't Doraemon supposed to have gadgets at all times? It couldn't be that it didn't want to sell to him, right? Doraemon explained, when we set out on this adventure. John insisted I leave all my gadgets behind, claiming that not bringing them would enhance the adventure's atmosphere. I had an anywhere door, but it was just eaten by an alligator. Chu Ming was at a loss for words. He immediately realized that this was a plot from one of the theatrical films. The screenwriters often sought to heighten drama by limiting Doraemon's gadgets. He recalled being infuriated while watching a particular theatrical release during his childhood, cursing the writers for denying the use of gadgets. "What a shame I came at the wrong time," he sighed. "Well then, I won't disturb you today, all right," Doraemon said, feeling despondent. He had devoured those 40 dorayaki in just 1 hour the previous day, leaving it craving more. Had it known, it wouldn't have joined Nobita and the others on this adventure. Wait, just then it felt something suddenly in its hand. Picking it up, it was overjoyed to discover it was 2 dorayaki. At the same time, Chu Ming's voice echoed again. "Here are 2 for you. No need to be polite. We're buddies." "Wow. Thank you. You're such a good person." Doraemon was deeply moved and repeatedly expressed gratitude to the heavens. After boosting its favorability, Chu Ming controlled his consciousness to leave that world, intending to return to reality. However, he decided to explore other worlds instead. With nothing pressing on his mind, he simply wished to wander a bit, as it had been several days since he last traversed the myriad realms. Moreover, with his mental strength having improved so significantly, he should now be able to enter some more advanced worlds. Right. With a sense of anticipation, Chu Ming activated his mental strength and began to tour through the countless worlds of the multiverse. My consciousness can indeed access more worlds now. What is this creature? It resembles a parasite. However, the aura of this peculiar object is rather terrifying. It must be at least of platinum grade. Right? I cannot provoke it. I shall explore the next world. I must admit, the sensation of traversing through the myriad realms is quite extraordinary. Encountering various bizarre and abstract creatures that left Chu Ming utterly astounded, in merely half an hour, he had traversed over 500 worlds with his consciousness. Remarkably, his mental energy was hardly depleted and still felt remarkably abundant. Excellent! At last, he could tangibly sense the enhancement of his mental prowess. Chu Ming felt quite satisfied. Previously, whenever he attempted to enter over 100 worlds in a short span, he would experience a sense of fatigue akin to kidney deficiency, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Now, he could enter freely, in a state of exhilarating frenzy. Yet it proved to be of little practical use. Among these creatures, he could hardly trade for anything of value. After touring through dozens of worlds, Chu Ming began to feel a sense of ennui and was about to retract his consciousness when suddenly, a particular world caught his attention. It was a lower-tier world, yet its aesthetic resembled that of Doraemon. It was cartoonish. What the heck? Another animated world. Is my luck truly this explosive? Chu Ming's breath quickened. and without hesitation, he prepared to enter this world with his consciousness. Wait, this world's level seems rather high. Chu Ming was taken aback, distinctly sensing that the level of this animated world was significantly greater than that of the Doraemon realm. With an immensely powerful world consciousness, IT would require at least 90 of his mental energy to barely gain entry. Wow, what kind of animated world is this? Chu Ming was filled with astonishment and curiosity. Having traversed countless worlds, he had long since drawn certain conclusions. The level of a world, or more precisely, the strength of its consciousness, depends on the amount of supernatural power within it. The world of Doraemon, or more accurately, Nobita's world, although filled with numerous miraculous gadgets, was fundamentally low-tier, nearly devoid of any supernatural forces akin to the Earth of his past life. Thus, Chu Ming's consciousness could enter effortlessly, consuming almost no mental energy. However, this newly discovered animated world undoubtedly harbored an abundance of supernatural powers. This also implied that he might be able to trade for items even more remarkable than the gadgets of Doraemon within this realm. With narrowed eyes, and after a moment's hesitation, he ultimately succumbed to his curiosity, channeling the vast majority of his mental energy to collide with the world's consciousness. After a strenuous struggle, his consciousness successfully penetrated into this world. Whoosh! A bleak and dim forest came into view. Ah! Chu Ming was momentarily stunned, unable to pay heed to the dizziness brought on by the excessive consumption of mental energy, his eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. For in the clearing at the heart of the forest, he beheld a colossal castle, adorned with a wolf claw emblem above its grand entrance. On the castle's balcony stood a humanoid wolf, entirely gray, donning a tattered cap, with a scar running across its face, engaged in tinkering with a bizarre contraption. Holy smokes, Grey Wolf? The level of its world is this high. Is there any supernatural existence in the world of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf? Chu Ming was left utterly perplexed and momentarily at a loss for words. This animated series he had undoubtedly watched in his childhood and his past life. However, the memories were far too distant for him to recall clearly. He only remembered that Grey Wolf had many remarkable inventions, such as the weather cube, the reverse hammer, and the size pills. Each of these rivaled the gadgets of Doraemon. As for the supernatural powers in the great battle of the weird creatures, the black big hands seemed to possess magical abilities, yet that alone shouldn't elevate the world's level so significantly. Chu Ming furrowed his brow, momentarily unable to fathom the situation. He had only watched the earliest episodes of this animated series, which indeed lacked any particularly formidable supernatural forces. After pondering for a long while, he suddenly recalled something, a look of realization dawning upon him. Did I not see a video about Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf on Billy in my previous life? It seems to have been an introduction to the setting of a new version of the animation, featuring even the likes of the Time Stone. Upon this realization, Chu Ming no longer found it strange. Clearly, in the newer version of the animated series, the writers had introduced many outrageous concepts, thereby significantly increasing the world's level. Damn it, this is rather frustrating. Merely entering this world with my consciousness has nearly depleted my mental energy to the brink. I have no surplus energy to engage in trade with Grey Wolf. Discovering Grey Wolf yet being unable to trade is no different than imposing a restriction on fighting. Chu Ming felt utterly uncomfortable. Genuinely speechless, it seems that his mental power is still far from sufficient. Just then, on the balcony of Wolf Castle, the figure of Red Wolf suddenly appeared, wielding a frying pan. Furiously, she shouted, "Grey Wolf, why haven't you gone to catch sheep yet? All you do is tinker with your useless inventions. What good is it if you can't catch sheep?" Grey Wolf's expression changed dramatically, terrified as he replied, "Don't hit me, dear. This new invention of mine will definitely catch sheep. Just trust me one more time. You say that every time. Take this frying pan. Smack." Ah. Grey Wolf was instantly sent flying by the frying pan, disappearing into the sky like a star, triggering a passive ability to leave behind a message. "I will return." Chu Ming watched in astonishment, his gaze sweeping over Red Wolf several times with shock. TSK, Red Wolf still possesses a certain allure, does she not? No, wait, I misspoke. The power of Red Wolf seems rather outrageous. Does it not? Chu Ming clicked his tongue in disbelief that effortlessly send a wolf soaring hundreds, even thousands of meters away, disappearing in an instant without a trace. Such explosive power is something even a silver-tier spiritual practitioner would find challenging to attain, right? Of course, even more outrageous is Grey Wolf that is he not dead from this. Indeed, these animated characters are all conceptual beings. If only I could acquire Grey Wolf's immortality. Chu Ming could not help but indulge in fantasy. After observing Red Wolf for a while longer, he felt himself nearing the limits of his mental energy, and realizing the situation, he decided to withdraw his consciousness from this world. After noting the coordinates of this world, his consciousness returned to reality. The first thing he did upon opening his eyes was to hastily retrieve a soul pearl from the spirit ruins orb, frantically absorbing the mental energy within. Only then did Chu Ming feel considerably better. He was quite disheartened. This excursion across the myriad realms yielded no tangible rewards. Although one cannot say there were none at all, it can only be described as somewhat lacking. At the very least, he had discovered the world of Grey Wolf, and in the future, there would be opportunities for trade.as for how to trade with Grey Wolf. How much does mutton cost per pound? Again, Chu Ming pondered, calculating the market price of mutton and reflecting on his savings, feeling confident that he could easily afford to overwhelm Grey Wolf. Trading with him should not be difficult. The problem lies in the fact that his current mental energy is insufficient to support such a transaction. He would need to elevate it to at least the third tier of bronze, right? Chu Ming sighed softly. There was no other option but to continue cultivating his mental energy. However, before resuming his training, there was an even more pressing matter at hand. That is, to continue refining the wood vine technique. Currently, he had only managed to advance it to the 11th level, equivalent to a second-tier low-level spiritual technique. Yet the augmentation in combat power had already reached an astonishing 5-fold. Coupled with an exceptionally high quality of spiritual energy, it granted him a limit of 12,000 in combat power, even at the first tier of bronze. What if he were to successfully refine the original 5-tier wood vine technique? Wouldn't his combat power soar to over 50 or 60,000? The more Chu Ming thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. He hesitated no longer and immediately opened the document for the wood vine technique on his computer, diligently working on its refinement point 3 days later. What the heck? I finally managed to refine this troublesome spiritual technique to the 20th level. Sitting before the computer with disheveled hair, Chu Ming let out a heavy sigh of relief. The difficulty of refining the wood vine technique was far greater than he had anticipated. He had initially thought it would take at most a day or two to achieve the original 5-tier version. However, the reality was 3 whole days have passed, during which I have consumed several pieces of memory bread and expended a considerable amount of mental energy, immersing myself entirely in the intricate deductions of the wood vine technique without sustenance. I have managed to elevate it to the 20th tier. This is roughly equivalent to a mid-tier 3rd-grade spiritual technique. However, such a technique at this grade is exceedingly rare in the entire Yuzhou city, possibly existing in only 1 or 2 copies. Aside from the upper echelons of the spiritual cultivation department, almost no one has access to it. Acquire a 3rd-grade spiritual technique is undoubtedly a dream come true for many. Yet, Chu Ming remains unsatisfied. The maximum enhancement to foundational combat power after mastering a mid-tier 3rd-grade technique is perhaps a mere 10-fold increase. My current foundational combat power stands at 2578, even with a 15-fold augmentation. It would only reach around 38,000. This merely equates to a relatively strong silver-ranked 3rd-tier spiritual cultivator. How is it that I, a distinguished user of extraordinary talents, with only a bronze-tier spiritual energy level, can only contend with a silver-ranked 3rd-tier cultivator? This is utterly disappointing. Chu Ming harbors deep dissatisfaction. Were others to hear his sentiments, they would likely wish to silence him immediately. You possess merely a bronze-tier spiritual energy level, and yet your combat power exceeds 30,000. You are almost on par with a silver-ranked 3rd-tier cultivator, and you still deem this inadequate. What kind of nonsense is that? At this pace, within 5 days, I should be able to deduce the original 5th-grade version. After pondering for a moment, Chu Ming gritted his teeth and resolved to continue his work on the wood vine technique. Just then, A series of beeping sounds interrupted him. It was a WeChat call. Upon checking, he realized it was his homeroom teacher, Wang Hongmei, calling. Chu Ming paused for a moment, suddenly recalling that he had not attended school for several days. Initially having only requested a single day off, it's surprising that his homeroom teacher has such a long reaction time, in the past, even when he skipped school for over 10 days. She wouldn't have cared if he had perished outside. Now, after just a few days of absence, she is calling? Perhaps it is due to his acceptance into 2 prestigious spiritual cultivation academies that she is taking notice? After a moment's thought, out of courtesy, Chu Ming answered the call. Hello. Who is this? I'm not interested in insurance. There was a brief silence on the other end before Wang Hongmei's irritated voice broke through. I am your homeroom teacher. Chu Ming, what on earth have you been doing? Wasn't it agreed that you would only take 1 day off? You've been absent for 4 days. Do you still wish to continue your studies? Chu Ming replied, not particularly. Wang Hongmei. After a prolonged silence, a deep breath was heard from the other end. Wang Hongmei's tone softened slightly. Chu Ming, I understand that you have already secured admission to one of the 2 major spiritual cultivation academies, and you may feel that attending school is of little consequence. However, I must inform you of something crucial. If you do not show any improvement in your spiritual energy level or combat power during this period leading up to the college entrance examination, your admission qualification may very well be revoked. At this, Wang Hongmei's tone grew noticeably urgent. As a homeroom teacher, the success of her students in gaining entry to top-tier spiritual cultivation academies would significantly enhance her performance metrics. The possibility of revocation? Chu Ming furrowed his brow and asked, Wang teacher, who told you such rumors? Wang Hongmei responded hastily, It's not a rumor. The principal himself told me. It is said that certain individuals within the 2 academies seriously doubt your talent, believing that it may only be usable once and is ultimately of little value, and thus they are reconsidering your admission. Chu Ming's frown deepened. If this were true, it would indeed be rather vexing. While he could understand the academy's concerns, after all, the talent of a world trader does carry a somewhat notorious reputation. They, as China's top institutions, surely would not want to admit someone deemed ineffectual. However, understanding does not preclude feeling disgruntled. Why do I feel as though I'm the one begging for admission to your academies? Damn it, who exactly holds a grudge against me? May you Zhu Equin shrink by 20 centimeters, Wang Hongmei continued. Therefore, you absolutely cannot slack off now. You must at least improve your spiritual energy level or combat power a little before the entrance examination, even if only by a small margin. Who knows? It might just earn you the recognition of the 2 academies. Chu Ming fell silent for a moment before responding nonchalantly. It doesn't matter. If they don't want me, then I won't go. After all, it's not my loss. Improve my level or combat power before the entrance examination. Sorry, but over these past few days, my combat power has skyrocketed from 3,000 to 38,000. All right, not much of an improvement. Just a slight increase. Chu Ming wasn't exaggerating. As someone with extraordinary talents, if the 2 academies turned him away, it would undoubtedly be their loss. He could even predict that if your showcase is 38,000 combat power now, both academies would undoubtedly change their demeanor in an instant, eagerly seeking his enrollment. However, such words, when heard by Wang Hongmei, felt entirely different. She paused, then urgently implored, Chu Ming, don't act out of spite. These are 2 top-tier spiritual cultivation academies. In our city, it takes 2 or 3 years for a student to gain admission. If you could enter one of the 2 academies, it would be a great honor for me as your teacher. Most importantly, the faculty and resources at these 2 academies are unparalleled by any other institution. Every instructor is a diamond-level powerhouse. The principal is even a master with a combat power exceeding 100 million. Just think of how exceptional the conditions are. You absolutely cannot act out of spite and refuse to go. Chu Ming remained unfazed, saying, Masters, myriad, Chun Beixian, do not require a master-s instruction. Ah, Wang Hongmei was taken aback. Has this boy truly reached such heights that he disregards even master-level powerhouses? Teacher, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Wait a moment. Wang Hongmei was nearly frantic, pleading, Can I at least beg you? As your teacher, please come back to school and study a bit more. Forget it, teacher. You know me well. I am a firm believer in the words of great thinkers that Liu Sun once said, "To learn without thinking is labor lost. To think without learning is perilous." I shall certainly heed my brother Sun. What kind of famous saying is that? Wang Hongmei truly wanted to curse, but for the sake of her performance metrics. She suppressed her irritation and finally pleaded, "Please, don't be stubborn. Listen to your teacher's advice and return to school as long as it ensures your smooth admission to the two academies. The principal will meet any of your current demands." Really? Your teacher guarantees it. Absolutely true. Chu Ming pondered for 2 seconds and replied, "I see that the principal's wife still possesses considerable charm." Wang Hongmei. Smack. This Chu Ming is truly beyond reason. He dares to gamble away his qualification for admission to the two academies. Does he genuinely believe he is some unparalleled genius? In the principal's office at Beishan Middle School, Wang Hongmei slammed the phone down onto the desk, her frustration palpable. Clearly, she was infuriated by Chu Ming's petulant and unreasonable attitude. Principal Li Huayu sat nearby, his expression dark, feeling no remorse for Wang Hongmei's words. Even believing she had been too lenient, since the call had been on speakerphone, he had heard everything. This kid is rather audacious. I senti. Principal Li, what should we do now? Should I go and drag Chu Ming back to school? After venting her frustration, Wang Hongmei calmed down somewhat and anxiously inquired. This was a matter of considerable significance for her performance metrics. Li Huayu furrowed his brows in silence. As principal, he certainly hoped to see a student from a school gain admission to the two academies. If nothing else, it would enhance the school's reputation and prestige. However, when he thought of Chu Ming's S-grade talent, Li Huayu felt a headache coming on. Finally, he sighed and said, "Forget it. Let him be." Wang Hongmei was taken aback and immediately panicked. "No. Principal Li, it has been 5 years since any student from our school has been admitted to the two academies." Chu Ming. Li Huayu interrupted her. "Teacher Wang, please calm down. Think carefully. Is it really within our power to ensure Chu Ming's admission to the two academies? What can we truly do to assist him?" Wang Hongmei was left speechless, hesitating for a long time before ultimately falling silent. She understood that the two academies were primarily focused on Chu Ming's S-grade talent. Even if the school forcibly helped him improve his level or combat power before the entrance examination, what difference would it make? At that time, should the two prestigious institutions discover that Chu Ming's talent could no longer yield beneficial results, it is highly probable that they would withdraw his qualification for guaranteed admission. Alas, I must have been overly anxious. Indeed, if he can no longer harness his talent, what assistance can we possibly provide him? Wang Hongmei sighed in resignation. Li Huayu remarked, "At this juncture, all we can do is pray that this child can once again perform miracles." With these words, a heavy silence enveloped the office. Both their gazes grew somewhat dim. Is prayer truly effective? If it were, then Xiao Qin, who awakened as a multiverse trader 50 years ago, would not have wasted the nation's considerable resources and manpower only to fade into obscurity. In truth, both Li Huayu and Wang Hongmei were acutely aware that it was highly unlikely Chu Ming would be accepted by either institution. They merely clung to a thread of hope. Perhaps his astonishing performance in the third mock exam would be the sole highlight of his life. Sigh. What a fleeting moment of joy it was. Meanwhile, Chu Ming had already stepped outside, intending to take a leisurely stroll. Initially, he had planned to continue his exploration of the woodvine technique, but after 3 days and nights of relentless effort, he felt utterly drained. Moreover, his train of thought had been abruptly interrupted by a phone call from his homeroom teacher, leaving him rather disinclined to pursue the matter further. In truth, a cultivator at the bronze first stage possesses ample energy. Staying awake for 3 days and nights would not typically be exhausting. He simply wished to indulge in a brief respite. Why should I, a mere bystander, be so driven? Isn't this just pure drudgery? With such a mindset, Chu Ming stepped out without a care, hailed a cab, and soon arrived at the largest antique market in the city. However, he was not merely wandering aimlessly. He intended to employ a restoration flashlight to engage in some intriguing endeavors as he strolled along the bustling streets of the antique market. He surveyed the various peculiar trinkets displayed on either side, pondering whether there might be anything that could be transformed from waste to treasure using the restoration light. "Hey, young man, take a look at this sword." It was unearthed just last week, an ancient spirit weapon from the 5th year of the recovery era. Authentic, it must have been at least a 5th-grade spirit weapon back in the day. A scrawny stall owner suddenly called out to Chu Ming, his face beaming with enthusiasm. Chu Ming cast a glance at the rusted relic that was the sword, a flicker of disbelief crossing his eyes as he inquired. "How much?" The frail man responded with a grin. "Not expensive. 80,000. You must be joking," Chu Ming retorted, turning on his heel to leave. The stall owner's smile froze, a tinge of irritation creeping into his demeanor. "Wait, you could at least acknowledge that I'm not a fraud. There's no resin involved." Though he refrained from voicing his frustration, a glint of wariness and suspicion flickered in his eyes as he observed Chu Ming's retreating figure. The sword he was peddling had been infused with a considerable amount of spiritual energy, making it imperceptible to the average cultivator. Only those with a mental energy level of black iron 8 stage or higher could discern its authenticity with a mere mental probe. Could it be that this lad, seemingly only 17 or 18 years old, possessed such a high level of mental energy? The scrawny man pondered, shaking his head in disbelief. In no way, such a prodigy could not possibly exist in Yujo. He must simply be someone lacking in discernment, prone to insults. How reasonable. Suddenly, an exclamation of intrigue arose. "This sword seems to have some merit." The scrawny stall owner snapped back to attention, noticing a group of young men and women approaching his stand. Among them, a striking youth with sword-like brows and starry eyes was inspecting the rusted sword with a look of astonishment. Sensing an opportunity, the stall owner eagerly exclaimed, "Young man, you have a discerning eye." This spirit weapon longsword was unearthed not long ago, dating back to the 5th year of the recovery era. It was certainly a 5th-grade weapon, absolutely authentic. Hearing this, Xiao Chuanbua furrowed his brow, skepticism evident in his voice. A 5th-grade spirit weapon from the 5th year of the recovery era. Such an item would be classified as significant cultural heritage even in the provincial museum. How could you possibly have acquired it? Although he did sense a rich aura of spiritual energy emanating from the sword, and its weathered appearance lent it an air of history, it seemed implausible that, I must have special channels, you see. The scrawny man adopted a mysteriously vague demeanor, launching into a fervent spiel that made the counterfeit sound genuine. Xiao Chuanbua's skepticism gradually faded, excitement bubbling within him as he exclaimed, "If that's the case, then I must have stumbled upon a treasure." A young man in his 20s behind him nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, I too believe this sword is likely authentic. We should consider purchasing it." This young man, named Lu Feng, was Xiao Chuanbua's cousin, reputed to be an experienced antique dealer with a wealth of knowledge. Upon hearing Lu Feng's endorsement, Xiao Chuanbua immediately set aside his last reservations, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "If Brother Lu says so, then it must be true. How much is this thing? I'll buy it." "Not expensive," the scrawny man thought with delight, ready to state the price. Just then, Lu Feng's expression shifted, and he pointed toward a figure in the distance, hesitatingly saying, "Chuanbua, I assent that Chu Ming over there, the one in floral shorts and slippers." Xiao Chuanbua paused, quickly following Lu Feng's gaze to spot a familiar silhouette at a nearby stall. My goodness, it really is him. He had been desperate to find Chu Ming over the past few days. Without Brother Ming's guidance, he felt utterly lost in dealing with his ex-girlfriend. The scrawny man, too, looked over with curiosity, only to be struck dumb. Was that not the same young man who had just insulted him? Irritation bubbled up within him, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Do you know that person?" "I am telling you, young man, that lad has no manners. He just called me an idiot for no reason at all." Xiao Chuanbua paused, asking, "Are you certain that individual insulted you?" The scrawny man replied, "Absolutely. I merely wanted him to take a look at my sword, and he outright called me a fool." "How absurd!" Xiao Chuanbua frowned, pondering, "Well, perhaps you truly are a fool. Then, Brother Ming must have had his reasons." The scrawny man was left utterly bewildered. Why are there so many fakes around here? Unbeknownst to Chu Ming, the self-proclaimed king of sycophants, Xiao Chuanbua had coincidentally arrived at this antique street as well. He perused the stalls along the street, continuously scanning the antiques with his mental energy. To his dismay, he discovered that the majority were counterfeit in this era. Valuable antiques were no longer relics from ancient times, but rather damaged spiritual artifacts from the early stage of spiritual energy recovery. Although these artifacts were often beyond repair, they held immense collectible value for enthusiasts, particularly those once wielded by formidable figures, which were highly sought after. For Chu Ming, however, the distinction between a damaged spiritual artifact and one in pristine condition held little significance. With a simple flash of the restoration light, he could restore them to their former glory. This was the very reason he had ventured to the antique street, seeking to procure a suitable spiritual artifact. Such artifacts significantly enhance combat prowess, often surpassing the augmentation provided by spiritual techniques. If the spiritual artifact harmonized well with one's cultivated techniques, the increase in combat capability would be nothing short of extraordinary. It was not merely a case of 1 + 1. Yet. Spiritual artifacts were considered luxuries among cultivators, typically beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. After all, the artisans capable of forging such items were remarkably rare, requiring not only an awakening of talent at B grade or above, but also a high level of both spiritual and mental energy. Each usable spiritual artifact is extraordinarily precious, and even the most valuable damaged spiritual artifacts pale in comparison. Thus, purchasing antique spiritual artifacts would undoubtedly be more advantageous, at least in Chu Ming's view. The dilemma lay in the fact that each stall he visited appeared to offer nothing but fakes. Just as he was on the verge of giving up, he suddenly noticed a commotion in a stall ahead, where a crowd had gathered, creating quite the spectacle. What are they looking at? Let me take a peek. As the saying goes, it is human nature to be drawn to excitement. Chu Ming felt a surge of curiosity and made his way through the throng to catch a glimpse of the stall. On the carpet lay a large, imposing antique spiritual artifact, exuding a black gold luster that reflected a chilling gleam in the sunlight, resembling a halberd. However, this artifact had been severed in two and appeared to be severely corroded by some unknown substance. Its surface riddled with pockmarks and in a state of disrepair. The residual spiritual energy within it was nearly depleted. The damage level is at least 95. What is so fascinating about this broken thing? Why is there such a crowd gathered around it? Chu Ming furrowed his brows slightly, releasing his spiritual energy to carefully sense the surroundings, and was instantly taken aback. Goodness, this antique spiritual artifact is indeed genuine. Moreover, its grade is at least above the 6th rank. A 6th rank spiritual artifact. Only those of diamond-level cultivation can fully wield its immense power. It is truly a rarity, and no wonder so many people have gathered to observe. However, Chu Ming did not dare to completely ascertain the authenticity of this antique spiritual artifact. After all, his spiritual energy level was merely at the 9th stage of black iron. What if the methods used to counterfeit this artifact were exceptionally sophisticated? Could they deceive even the perception of bronze-level spiritual energy? Stroking his chin, Chu Ming hesitated over whether to purchase it. After wandering for so long, he had finally stumbled upon a potential genuine antique spiritual artifact of such high grade. He certainly did not wish to miss this opportunity to tea that moment. Someone in the crowd suddenly inquired of the stall owner, "Boss, this is a halberd, isn't it?" The stall owner paused, visibly displeased, and retorted, "How can you speak like that? Young man, you say chicken without mentioning duck. Do you understand?" No. The individual quickly pointed at the antique spiritual artifact, clarifying, "I meant this spiritual artifact. It is a halberd, right?" The stall owner's eye twitched. Was this fellow intentionally seeking trouble? "If you're not buying, then scram." It appeared that the stall owner was a bit slow on the uptake. Chu Ming internally scoffed before inquiring, "Boss, where did you acquire this halberd-shaped spiritual artifact?" The stall owner replied nonchalantly, "It was passed down from my ancestors, likely discovered in some secret realm, and it has only been around for 23 years. However, it was originally a 6th-rank spiritual artifact, known as the Crimson Blood Halberd." Chu Ming nodded. The information provided by the stall owner aligned closely with what he had sensed through his spiritual energy, particularly regarding the age. It indeed seemed to be just over 20 years. If it were a counterfeit, it would not be so succinct. After all, the older the antique spiritual artifact, the greater its collectible value. One would certainly embellish the age. This halberd had an 80% chance of being genuine. It was worth a gamble. With this in mind, Chu Ming asked, How much do you intend to sell it for? The stall owner gestured with his hand, indicating 8, another exorbitant price. Chu Ming frowned. There was something about this number that felt off. Yet, the stall owner spoke up. 8,000 will suffice. It's not particularly valuable anyway. 8,000. Chu Ming was momentarily taken aback. That seemed rather too cheap, didn't it? At such a low price, why had none of the onlookers considered purchasing it? Just then, a voice chimed in from the side. I advise you not to buy it. This thing is worth not even 1,000, let alone 8,000, although it was once a 6th-rank spiritual artifact. It has suffered severe damage, and its spiritual energy is nearly depleted. Moreover, its age is too short to possess any collectible value. Following that, another familiar voice exclaimed, Wow. Minggu, I finally found you. Chu Ming was startled and turned to see Xiao Chuanbua and several young men and women who had appeared beside him. The person who had just advised him against the purchase was a tall youth in casual attire. Lu Feng, the cousin of Xiao Chuanbua. He held a long object wrapped in tattered cloth, which was none other than the broken sword from the stall moments. Lu Feng believed the sword to be genuine and had decided to buy it. He initially intended for his cousin to seize a bargain, but Xiao Chuanbua, seemingly out of his mind, blindly trusted Chu Ming. After Chu Ming had insulted the stall owner, Xiao Chuanbua assumed it was because Chu Ming had recognized the sword as a fake, and thus refrained from making the purchase. Lu Feng could not fathom why his cousin held such faith in Chu Ming, a 17 or 18-year-old high school student. What did he know about antiques? Hadn't he, an experienced enthusiast with 7 or 8 years in the field, developed a keener eye than a mere high schooler? Or perhaps Chu Ming's spiritual energy level surpassed his own, above the 7th stage of black iron? Could he discern the authenticity of these antiques directly through his spiritual energy? Frankly, Lu Feng was unsure. After all, he had heard that Chu Ming had recently traded for a significant boost in spiritual energy and combat power due to his S-grade talent, achieving first place in the provincial 3-model examination. What if this fellow had also traded for an enhancement in spiritual energy? However, Lu Feng deemed this unlikely. After all, with the talent of a world trader, merely managing to trade for one useful item was already a stroke of fortune. That if Chu Ming had managed to acquire such high levels of spiritual energy and combat prowess, would that powerful being from another realm be willing to grant him yet another enhancement in spiritual energy? They were not in the business of charity. Just looking at the halberd, it certainly was not worth 8,000. Lu Feng shook his head, adopting an air of seasoned experience, and quietly advised Chu Ming. Listen to my advice, brother. I have been in the antique game for 7 or 8 years. I can discern the value of such things at a glance. You lack experience and cannot grasp it. His tone carried a hint of superiority typical of insiders. Clearly, Lu Feng sought to showcase his expertise in antiques before his cousin and friends, asserting that he was far more skilled than a mere high school student like Chu Ming. Chu Ming regarded him with astonishment. Who are you? Why are you coming over to show off? Xiao Chuanbua quickly interjected. Minggu, this is my cousin Lu Feng. He is indeed an antique expert, having started at the age of 16. After a pause, he added softly, However, Minggu, you need not heed his words. I trust that you have your own judgment. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Instantly brimming with displeasure, why does this little brat always side with Chu Ming? What kind of spell has Chu Ming cast on you? Are you out of your mind? Lu Feng coldly snorted, his expression turning somewhat grim. I am merely offering a suggestion. If you wish to buy, I won't stop you. It would just be a small loss. If you have money to spare, consider my words as if I never spoke. What kind of cryptic remarks are you making? Chu Ming frowned and retorted, What are you snorting about? Who are you trying to charm? Am I your father? Lu Feng was taken aback, his face filled with disbelief. Clearly, he had not anticipated Chu Ming would be so forthright. Instantly, he felt a flush of anger welling up within him, but he swallowed his pride in a fit of rage. This was not a result of some forgiving hat. Chu Ming had not worn one. Rather, Lu Feng suddenly recalled that Chu Ming's combat power seemed to be nearing 2,000, making him a formidable opponent. He had no choice but to suppress his ire. Nonetheless, his inner discontent reached its peak. So what if he had some good fortune and a slight boost in combat power due to talent? What was there to boast about? This life would be all there was. Minggu, you are truly straightforward, Xiao Chuanbo remarked awkwardly, unsure what else to say. Chu Ming dismissed them, turning directly to the stall owner and asking, "Boss, would you sell this for 3,000? Now that he knew the halberd was not worth 8,000. It was only reasonable to negotiate. He expected the stall owner to haggle. But to his surprise, the man replied without hesitation, "Sure, take it." Chu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. He had aimed too high, but there was no turning back. Once spoken, words linger like spilled water. Resigned, he scanned the payment with a pained expression. Then, under the watchful gazes of the crowd, he quickly departed with the spiritual artifact halberd in hand, before restoring its original appearance with restoration light. Chu Ming intended to first seek out an appraisal shop to verify its authenticity. What if it were a counterfeit? Wouldn't that just lead to unnecessary wear and tear on the restoration light? After collecting his payment, the stall owner promptly packed up and left. Before the onlookers dispersed, many debated Chu Ming's decision. It was quite apparent he had made a poor investment. Who would have thought a fool would actually buy it? Indeed, although it was a 6th-rank antique spiritual artifact, its condition and age rendered it virtually worthless. Not to mention 3,000. Even 1,000 would be difficult to sell. That young man was certainly a stubborn fool. Earlier, someone had kindly warned him, yet he still chose to insult another. Hearing these remarks, Xiao Chuanbo wore a peculiar expression. Could it be that Minggu had truly become the unwitting fool this time? That seemed implausible. Minggu had managed to handle his ex-girlfriend. He was practically superhuman. What was there he could not accomplish? Antiques, no matter how perplexing, could not be more challenging than navigating relationships. Could they? Surely this halberd must possess some unique quality that compelled Minggu to spend his money. Not heeding my advice. He should prepare for his losses. Clearly, he had no eye for antiques and dared to venture into the antique street, seeking bargains. Had this kid lost his mind due to poverty? Lu Feng, with a sullen expression, remarked as he picked up the broken sword in his hand, "This sword is likely genuine." That kid didn't recognize it, which is forgivable, but to insult the vendor, truly, he is both uncouth and incompetent. Xiao Chuanbo timidly replied, "Brother Lu, Minggu is just a bit straightforward. He's actually quite a decent person and truly capable as well." "I can't believe it." Lu Feng's fists clenched, unable to contain his frustration. "Are you out of your mind? Have you become so accustomed to being a sycophant? It's one thing to pander to your ex-girlfriend daily, but now you're fawning over a man. You must be the embodiment of a born sycophant." Xiao Chuanbo had defended himself. "But how can this be called fawning? I like my ex-girlfriend, so I pursued her. I find Minggu impressive, so I believe in him. This is simply sincerity. It's quite reasonable." Lu Qing felt a vein throbbing on his forehead, realizing he had run out of words for his brain-dead cousin. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he couldn't help but chuckle in frustration. All right. You refuse to trust your cousin and insist on believing that Chu Ming, do you? Today, I shall show you who truly understands antiques." With that, Lu Qing grabbed Xiao Chuanbo's arm and stormed off in a particular direction. Xiao Chuanbo, bewildered, asked, "Brother Lu, what are you doing?" "Doesn't Chu Ming think the sword I bought is fake? I'm going to find an appraisal shop right now. Let us see if it's indeed fake." "Is that really necessary?" "Absolutely necessary." Lu Feng was equally incensed, determined to prove his superior knowledge of antiques over Chu Ming. His friends stood frozen, exchanging glances, ultimately resigned to follow along. Soon, the group arrived at a newly established appraisal shop named Yongquan Appraisal. The interior was adorned in a classical style, filled with various antiques displayed in an array of cabinets. Exuding professionalism, that a burly man in a lab coat sat at the counter. Upon noticing customers entering, he greeted them with a broad smile. "Welcome. How may I assist you?" If Chu Ming were present, he would instantly recognize this man as Zhang Yang, the vendor who had been selling counterfeit worm spirit grass on the pedestrian street. Zhang Yang was a fugitive with a serious criminal record. Despite possessing a silver-level spiritual power, he could not earn a living through legitimate means and resorted to deceit and trickery. Counterfeiting worm spirit grass was quite profitable. Selling just one could yield over 300,000, however. After his last encounter with Chu Ming, he was genuinely frightened. The sensation of losing control over his own mind was terrifying. Who could fathom how that 17 or 18-year-old youth possessed such outrageous mental prowess? Regardless, Zhang Gang dared not sell counterfeit worm spirit grass again and sought a different path. Thus, he opened a non-certified appraisal shop on Antique Street, intending to swindle a bit of appraisal fees before making a quick exit in half a month. "Excuse me, sir. May I inquire what level of appraiser you are?" Lu Feng cautiously assessed Zhang Gang with a discerning eye. Zhang Gang smiled faintly and produced an appraisal certificate from his pocket, placing it on the table. "Take a look for yourself." The certificate was, of course, a forgery, but Zhang Gang was supremely confident in his skills and had no fear that these young men would detect the deceit. Lu Feng picked up the certificate and, upon glancing at it, exploded, "A third-level appraiser." The moment these words left his mouth, his friends and Xiao Chuanbua displayed expressions of astonishment, their gazes towards Zhang Gang shifting dramatically. A third-level appraisal certificate? Only those with silver-level spiritual power could qualify for such a certificate, right? A silver-level mental power would even allow one to teach at a top-tier spiritual cultivation university. A third-level appraiser could easily set up shop in major cities. "What brings you to our little city of Yuzhou?" Lu Feng, somewhat incredulous, scrutinized the seal on the certificate, which indeed appeared genuine. "I previously operated a shop in the capital. But the competition there was overwhelming. A third-level appraiser in the capital is hardly significant and barely makes any profit." Zhang Gang feigned nonchalance. "Yuzhou is much better. Less competition, more relaxed, allowing me to earn a bit of money and enjoy life. It's far more comfortable than in the capital." "That seems quite reasonable." Lu Feng pondered for a moment, believing it to be mostly true. He then placed the broken sword on the counter, stating, "Please help me appraise this sword." The seller claimed it to be an old spiritual artifact from the 5th year of the revival era. "Can you verify its authenticity?" Zhang Gang replied. "First, please pay the 2,000 appraisal fee." "That is quite expensive." Lu Feng was taken aback, as this price was at least double that of other shops. However, a third-level appraiser certainly carried more weight that he sighed, thinking it would be worth it to convince Xiao Chuanbua, and gritted his teeth, directly scanning his phone to make the payment, suppressing his discomfort as he said, "I've paid. Please proceed with the appraisal." "Great." Zhang Gang nodded with a smile, placing his hand on the broken sword and closing his eyes to feign a meticulous examination. After a considerable time, under the anxious gazes of Lu Feng and Xiao Chuanbua, Zhang Gang finally nodded and declared, "Indeed, this sword has considerable age, and the residual spiritual power quality is exceptionally high. It is undoubtedly a spiritual longsword from over 150 years ago. I can vouch for it with my third-level appraiser's credibility." In reality, his spiritual power was only at the bronze level, and he could discern that the sword was a fake. However, since he was already deceiving, he figured it better to flatter the client, ensuring they would return for future appraisals. This was what he called sustainable exploitation. As for being exposed, what could he do? Just run away. With Zhang Gang's silver-level spiritual power, few in Yuzhou could stop him if he chose to flee. "Really?" Lu Feng's eyes lit up, his previously anxious heart finally at ease. Exclaiming, "Ha! I told you so. How can my judgment possibly be flawed?" He slapped Xiao Chuanbo on the shoulder, grinning. "What do you say, little cousin? Still believe in your Mingge? It really is genuine?" Xiao Chuanbo's expression grew awkward. With the appraisal result from a third-level appraiser, even if he still held faith in Chu Ming, he felt uncertain. It seemed Minggu truly did not understand antiques. But why had he insulted the vendor earlier? Did he have some deeper motive? Did he really think his cousin's years of antique appreciation were in vain? Lu Feng felt a sense of vindication and couldn't help but boast. "I admit, in terms of spiritual power and combat prowess, I certainly cannot compare to that Chu Ming. However, in terms of mental power and discerning antiques, that kid is at least 8 streets behind me. Chuanbua, why do you choose to believe in him instead of anyone else? Now look, with such a glaring flaw in this sword, you missed out, and only your cousin could help you pick it up." "Ha!" Lu Feng was filled with pride, finally regaining his lost face. Just then, a voice suddenly called from outside the appraisal shop. "Oi, is the boss around? Hurry and help me appraise this halberd." Mingge, Xiao Chuanbua instantly recognized the voice, exclaiming with excitement, "Wow! It seems we truly have a connection with Mingge. We've run into him 3 times in just half an hour." "Seriously, running into someone on the same street is hardly unusual," Lu Feng replied, rolling his eyes in disbelief. He was also somewhat surprised that Chu Ming had come to appraise the halberd he had purchased. But what was there to appraise? The halberd was undeniably genuine, yet it was hardly valuable. To put it bluntly, the appraisal fee would exceed its worth. Was Chu Ming a bit dim-witted? Lu Feng muttered, completely perplexed by this fellow's reasoning. Spending money on a clearly losing antique spirit weapon was one thing, but to also pay for an appraisal was utterly baffling. This could hardly be attributed to minor developmental delays. It was more like a complete lack of cognitive development. However, this was quite fortunate. Lu Feng caressed the genuinely appraised broken sword, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Chu Ming thought this sword was fake, didn't he? This was the perfect opportunity to deliver a solid blow to his ego. As Chu Ming stepped into the shop, ready to call for the boss, he was taken aback upon seeing Xiao Chuanbua and the others. What a coincidental encounter. Then he turned his head and caught sight of Zhang Gang behind the counter. Momentarily taken aback, oh. This BYD seems rather familiar. Wasn't he the one selling Worm's spirit grass at a stall on the pedestrian street a few days ago? What the hell? How did he transform into the owner of an antique appraisal shop in just a few days? Upon seeing Chu Ming, Zhang Gang's face instantly paled, a shade whiter than that of his great-grandmother's corpse 3 days post-mortem. Etched with sheer terror, the memories of that day when he was mentally controlled flooded back, making his legs tremble involuntarily. Damn it. How could I encounter this little brat here? This shop is filled with familiar faces, isn't it? Chu Ming's peculiar gaze swept over the crowd. It was as if the little boy had stumbled upon a world teeming with acquaintances. Lu Feng approached, a smug smile gracing his lips. What a coincidence, little brother. Are you here for an appraisal as well? He gestured toward Zhang Gang, saying, well, you've chosen the right place. This boss is a level 3 appraiser. Do you know what that entails? His mental strength is at least of silver grade. In our Yuzhou, that's a remarkable advantage. Lu Feng weighed the shabby sword in his hand and, with a flourish, declared, I must say, as expected, a level 3 appraiser. He could tell at a glance that this sword I bought is genuine. His appraisal skills are simply extraordinary, delightful. The feeling of slapping a face is truly exhilarating. Lu Feng reveled in his self-satisfaction, eagerly anticipating Chu Ming's embarrassed expression. Seeing the atmosphere shift, Xiao Chuanbua quickly reassured. It's all right, Ming Ji. You don't understand antiques. It's normal to misjudge. Real goods? Chu Ming raised an eyebrow. Glancing at the shabby sword in Lu Feng's hand, he then looked up at the ashen-faced Zhang Gang, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. Well, quite impressive, isn't it? In just a few days, your mental strength has grown to the point where you can run a professional appraisal shop. At this statement, everyone in the shop, except for Zhang Gang, was left dumbfounded. Liu Feng's smile vanished in an instant, his eyes darting back and forth between Chu Ming and Zhang Gang in bewilderment. Xiao Chuanbua wore a face of astonishment. What was happening? Did they know each other? Moreover, judging by their tone, they seemed quite familiar with one another. This shouldn't be possible. A being with mental strength reaching silver grade, even if not a practitioner of awakened mental talents, would still hold a status comparable to that of a typical golden grade spirit practitioner. In the municipal spirit practitioner department, they would be considered high-ranking officials. How could Chu Ming possibly be close to him? Xiao Chuanbua and Lu Feng were both astonished and doubtful, caught off guard by the situation. However, what left them even more shocked was yet to come. Upon hearing Chu Ming's words, Zhang Gang trembled in fear, nearly tumbling from his chair. Forcing a ghastly smile, he anxiously shook his head. No. Big brother, you jest. My mental strength is hardly worth mentioning, compared to you. I'm not even a hair on your body. Lu Feng. Xiao Chuanbua. This was not right, was it? This appraiser, you cannot jest like this. Big brother, I haven't provoked you at all this time, have I? Zhang Gang, trembling with fear, continued, please, don't slap me again over a trivial disagreement. It's quite damaging to my pride. What the hell? Lu Feng and Xiao Chuanbua's eyes widened in disbelief, staring incredulously at Chu Ming. This level 3 appraiser had previously been slapped by Chu Ming. This defied all logic. A student who hadn't even taken a college entrance examination, facing off against a level 3 appraiser, could not possibly be a fair fight. It was akin to a Tyrannosaurus Rex battling a brine shrimp. Even if Chu Ming's combat strength exceeded 2,000, such a feat was inconceivable. I'm a good person, a pure and naive high school student. Chu Ming smiled faintly, stepping forward to inquire like an old friend, "Brother, how much have you earned these past few days?" "Huh? No." Zhang Gang's face paled further, on the verge of tears. "Big brother, you already took 3 million from me last time. Can you leave me a way to survive?" Chu Ming replied nonchalantly, "A way to survive? Aren't I providing that for you?" Zhang Gang paused, then began cursing furiously in his heart. "Damn it. Isn't this just a euphemism for pay me or I'll kill you? What kind of good person extorts every time they meet, threatening death for non-payment?" Nonetheless, after a moment of inner turmoil, Zhang Gang conceded, trembling as he pulled out a bank card from beneath the counter. "This is the 35,000 I earned these past few days. Please take it, big brother. The password is still the same." "Excellent." Chu Ming's eyes sparkled as he snatched the card, lingering with anticipation. "Is there anything else?" "Brother," Zhang Gang was nearly in tears, "I truly don't have a single cent left. The fund for opening this shop were all extorted. He had only been operating for 3 days. How much could he have possibly earned?" Seeing his demeanor suggested he was not lying, Chu Ming decided against pressing further. Nodding, he remarked, "All right then, if there's nothing else, I won't intrude any longer. Farewell for now. Until we meet again. Goodbye. Please take care, big brother." Zhang Gang exhaled in relief, smiling as he waved goodbye. "I'll see you again, Lemon. Damn. Even if it means risking arrest, I must flee this sorrowful city overnight." With that, Chu Ming, brandishing the antique halberd, strolled leisurely out of the store, leaving Lu Feng and the others in a state of shock that he hadn't anticipated that a mere appraisal of an antique spiritual weapon would yield such unexpected gains. 30,000 for nothing. What a delight! Chu Ming felt elated, preparing to seek out a reliable shop to appraise the halberd. Inside the shop, the atmosphere felt as if it had solidified. The silence was so profound that one could hear a hair fall to the ground. Xiao Chuanbua and the others were utterly dumbfounded. Chu Ming had just extorted a level 3 appraiser. Furthermore, he had previously taken 3 million from him. What on earth was happening? Lu Feng's mind swirled in confusion. He glanced at the ashen-faced Zhang Gang, then down at the shabby sword in his hand. So, was this sword genuine or not? The shopkeeper claimed it was real, yet Chu Ming, with superior mental strength, insisted it was fake. What was the truth? However, at that moment, the authenticity of the sword was no longer significant. That Lu Feng was more intrigued by how Chu Ming could instill such fear in a level 3 appraiser, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. Could it be that Chu Ming had leveraged his S-grade talent to enhance his mental strength, and not by a trivial amount? This seemed the only plausible explanation. No, wait. Lu Feng suddenly froze. There was another possibility. What if this shopkeeper's claim of being a level 3 appraiser was false? Yet, just as he began to contemplate this truth, calamity struck. Suddenly, a series of shrill, piercing alarm bells erupted, resonating as if from the heavens above, deafeningly loud. What the hell? A citywide alert. Xiao Chuanbua's expression shifted dramatically as he dashed out of the door to ascertain the situation, discovering that everyone on the antique street stood frozen in place, their faces etched with panic. What was happening? Had a monster emerged from a secret realm? Lu Feng followed suit, his face grim, instantly dismissing Chu Ming from his thoughts. In this era, the sound of such alarms could cause everyone to forget everything else, leaving only fear and dread. Citywide alerts were only sounded in the face of grave crises. Yuzhou had sounded such an alarm 5 years prior, when a diamond-grade monster had emerged from a secret realm. Neither the spiritual practitioner department nor the military station in the city could handle it. Before reinforcements arrived, they could do nothing but watch as the monster rampaged through the city, resulting in tens of thousands of casualties. In a way, Yuzhou had only sounded a citywide alarm 5 years ago. How could it happen again so soon? Xiao Chuanbua was stunned, horrified. What is the reason this time? Another diamond-grade monster has emerged. Damn, wouldn't that mean tens of thousands more would perish? Who cares what the reason is? Lu Feng slapped him on the forehead. Quit dawdling. Hurry to the shelter. With that, he grabbed Xiao Chuanbua and bolted out of the store, racing towards the nearest shelter. Surrounding them were throngs of terrified people, screams, howls, and cries echoing endlessly. The antique street, once bustling with life, had transformed into a scene straight out of a disaster film. Where's Ming Ji? Xiao Chuanbo wondered aloud while scanning the crowd for Chu Ming's figure as he and Lu Feng's I twitched. Are you out of your mind? What time is it, and why are you still concerned about that? Xiao Chuanbo fell silent, a flicker of unusual emotion flashing in his eyes, but he suddenly recalled something that it was said that Ming Ji's parents perished at the hands of a diamond-level monster 5 years ago. Wasn't it? Citywide alert. Amidst the thronging crowd, Chu Ming stood still, gazing up at the azure sky with narrowed eyes. The memories of his original self surged through his mind. 5 years ago, a diamond-level monster invaded the city, leaving 8 streets soaked in blood, hundreds of buildings in ruins, and over 100,000 citizens dead, including the original self's parents. At the age of 13, the original self narrowly escaped disaster at school, and upon learning of his parents' demise, he instantly shattered. Yet, no one offered him solace, as many classmates and teachers had also lost their families. That incident inflicted a devastating blow to the psyche of the original self, who then vowed to become a powerful spiritual cultivator, determined to cleanse the world of all secret realms. However, he awakened an S-level wasted talent, forever unable to break through to the golden level, leading him to despair and ultimately to a fatal overdose. It was in a world where he drank soda and watched dramas that Chu Ming found himself transported here. What was the cause of this citywide alert? Had another formidable monster emerged from the secret realm? Furrowing his brows, Chu Ming's first instinct was to find a place to hide. A transcended individual. He did not harbor the same boundless hatred towards these monsters as the original self did. He merely felt a sense of sorrow for the original self's loss. Although the memories of the original self did influence him to some extent, he could not recklessly confront those overwhelmingly powerful monsters simply to avenge the original self. The creatures capable of triggering a citywide alert were at least diamond level, entities with combat prowess exceeding millions. Would he truly throw himself against such a foe? Wait a moment. Chu Ming suddenly had an epiphany. Directing his consciousness towards the restoration beam flashlight within the Lingshu Pearl, perhaps he actually possessed the means to resolve this citywide crisis. Just as Chu Ming was lost in thought, an anxious voice suddenly called out, "Big brother, what are you doing here? You must be a student. Hurry back to school." Turning around, he was surprised to see Zhang Gang. Chu Ming paused, frowning. "Of course, I need to return to school." "What is it to you?" The school was the safest place in every city. Whether it was a university, high school, or elementary school, the government would have array masters set up defensive formations during construction, capable of withstanding master-level attacks. However, during a citywide alert, only students and teachers were permitted to enter the school for refuge, while ordinary citizens were directed to city shelters. "You better hurry, big brother. With your potential, you will surely become a pillar of humanity. So you must not perish," Zhang Gang urged, patting Chu Ming's shoulder before turning to leave. Chu Ming blinked, reminding him, "You're going the wrong way. The shelter is over there." Without looking back, Zhang Gang replied, "I'm heading to a trading shelter." When the citywide alert sounds, all adult men of silver level and above must be conscripted to fight. "Did you not know that?" Chu Ming scoffed. "Are you pretending? You, a habitual fraudster, are willing to fight? You just plan to run away, don't you?" Zhang Gang halted, turning around with a smile. "Little brother, do you know why I always engage in deceitful activities? Because your character is worse than mine." After a brief silence, Zhang Gang continued, 5 years ago, when the citywide alert sounded, I became a deserter. Being caught meant death. I could no longer pursue a legitimate occupation, so I resorted to fraud to make ends meet." "And so?" Chu Ming furrowed his brow, not fully grasping his point. Zhang Gang's smile gradually faded. "I deserted 5 years ago because I only wanted to protect my wife and daughter. The fate of others was of little concern to me. But they perished 3 years ago during another city's alert. If only someone could have protected them back then." Chu Ming raised an eyebrow, surprised. "So now you wish to become a good person? To protect others' families and atone for your regrets? Huh. What do others' families have to do with me?" Zhang Gang scoffed. "I merely want to prove to them that my desertion was not out of cowardice." With that, he turned and made his way against the crowd, waving his hand. "Hurry back to school, little brother. Kill more monsters in the future. It will serve as a tribute to me." Chu Ming nodded. All right, go in peace. I will burn that 300,000 for you. Zhang Gang's determined steps faltered slightly. Just then, a solemn voice echoed through the city's broadcast. Attention all citizens. The citywide alert has been activated. Please, citizens below, silver level, swiftly enter the nearest shelter. All enrolled students must return to school immediately. Pregnant women and young individuals under 20 enjoy priority for shelter. If the shelter is full, citizens over 50 must voluntarily vacate. Repeat, if the shelter is full, citizens over 50 must voluntarily leave. Yield shelter to pregnant women and young people. Violators will be dealt with according to the law, silver level and above spiritual cultivators. Please proceed immediately to the worm's secret realm vicinity in the east of the city. By time for citizens to take refuge. Attention, this is an order. Violators will be treated as deserters. Repeat, the crowd on Antique Street erupted into a panic, hastening their escape. Yet, Chu Ming noticed a gray-haired elder in the distance who had come to a halt, staring vacantly at the loudspeaker above. After a long moment, the elder trembled as he took out his phone and made a call, anxiously saying, "Son, have you entered the shelter?" "Oh, that's good. I'm fine. Please tell Xiao Li that Grandpa can no longer cook for him. He should eat less takeout." Having traversed for a year, Chu Ming was experiencing firsthand the dire circumstances that textbooks had described as humanity being on the brink. The former peace and stability were but a fleeting breath amidst a struggle for survival. So this was the world besieged by countless races that in the Yuzhou Spiritual Cultivation Department. Minister Chun, this situation may be far more severe than 5 years ago. Shouldn't we wait for military support? We cannot afford to make unnecessary sacrifices. Wait for what? Chan Xuan did not even glance at the subordinate urging him, striding swiftly towards a rooftop. If we do not stand up, who will? Should we leave it to the ordinary citizens? The subordinate, nearly frantic, hurried to catch up, saying, "Minister Chun, but how long can we hold out? This time, it's not just a diamond-level monster. It's a spatial rift." Hecade said that this rift is likely the embryonic form of a master-level secret realm. Once it fully forms, without any array seals, it could unleash a multitude of diamond-level, even master-level monsters. What difference is there between us gold and silver levels charging in and a mantis trying to stop a chariot? We could only delay for a few seconds. Chun Shiyuan halted, not from retreat, but because he had reached the edge of the Spiritual Cultivation Department's rooftop. Every second we delay could save another 10,000 lives in Yuzhou City. Even a mantis trying to stop a chariot holds significance that it makes sense to delay. Chun Shiyuan calmly stated, stepping forward into the void that a soft thud echoed. His foot seemed to land upon an invisible stair, allowing him to stand suspended in midair, a vast aura of spiritual energy surging around him. Subsequently, he soared towards the southern part of the city, prepared to face death. The crowd on Antique Street quickly dispersed, with Chu Ming casting a glance at the elderly individuals remaining behind, expressionless as he slipped into an unoccupied alley. He could already hear the distant wail of police sirens and the roar of armed helicopters. If he lingered on the street any longer, he would soon be discovered by the police or military and forcibly returned to school. In this era, students and promising young individuals were prioritized for protection. Representing the hope of a nation for the elderly, not sending them to the front lines was already the last act of kindness. Chu Ming placed the 2 segments of the ancient spear onto the ground, retrieving a restoration beam flashlight from the Lingshu Pearl. Upon activating the switch, he directed the beam at the spear. The ancient weapon began to transform at a visibly rapid pace. The signs of decay caused by an unknown substance on its surface gradually faded. Becoming smooth, the original black-gold texture slowly revealed a hint of crimson. After approximately 20 seconds of exposure, a crisp crack echoed. The severed spear fused back into one, the broken edge restored to its pristine state. Devoid of any signs of fracture, the spear, now over 3 meters long, exhibited a deep scarlet hue, emanating a formidable aura of spiritual energy, its presence bloodthirsty and savage. 6th-grade spiritual weapon, the blood spear, Chu Ming murmured, gazing contemplatively at the spear on the ground. This weapon was merely over 20 years old. It took a full 20 seconds of exposure to the restoration beam to fully restore it. If it were to shine the restoration beam on a diamond-grade monster, How long would it take for its rank to diminish below Platinum Tier 5? Chu Ming recalled from his high school textbook that monsters within secret realms generally grew stronger the longer they lived. A diamond-grade monster had likely existed for at least several thousand years, which meant it would require several minutes of continuous exposure to the restoration beam. After some calculations, Chu Ming picked up the restoration flashlight and scrutinized it closely, noticing signs of looseness at the switch. Previously, while traveling to the vengeful spirit realm in Dongchuan City, he had utilized the restoration beam numerous times to conceal his identity, clearly, as he had initially surmised. Each use of this tool incurred a certain degree of wear. Moreover, the longer the usage, the greater the depletion if he were to employ the restoration beam against the formidable creature emerging from the secret realm. It was highly likely that the flashlight would be rendered inoperable on the spot. Even if it did not break, it would probably have very few uses left. Reaching this conclusion, Chu Ming found himself embroiled in a dilemma. He had only acquired this artifact a few days prior and had barely utilized it. He truly felt reluctant to part with it. The scammer's words rang true. Why should I concern myself with the lives of others? I am not of this world. I am not a savior of the marketplace. I am certainly not a logical thinker. Grinding his teeth, Chu Ming ultimately decided to retreat to school and hide. Just as he was about to stow the blood spear and restoration beam back into the Lingshu pearl, he noticed over 50 uneaten blood spirit rice cakes in that space. Chu Ming paused momentarily, suddenly struck by an idea, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Perhaps there existed a mutually beneficial opportunity that could both save this city and yield profit for himself. After a brief contemplation, Chu Ming closed his eyes, channeling his mental energy to activate the multiverse merchant. Soon, he located the world of Doraemon within the vast expanse of realms. Fortunately, at that moment, the blue fat cat had concluded its adventure and was, as usual, lounging in Obita's room, engrossed in a comic book. Narrowing his eyes, Chu Ming wasted no time and directly transmitted 2 rice cakes in front of it. Doraemon was momentarily taken aback, its eyes bursting with joy as it discarded the comic book and devoured the rice cakes one after another. Upon finishing, it scratched its head in confusion. Strange, how did I forget to eat 2 rice cakes? Could it be that I gave them to you? Chu Ming replied, bemused. Doraemon paused, then realized, oh, it was you, with a cautious demeanor. It asked, why did you suddenly give me rice cakes? It seems suspicious. Chu Ming, uninterested in its trivial chatter, directly stated, bring out that lie detector you used last time, and I will give you 5 more rice cakes. Doraemon's expression shifted dramatically. No way. I only have 1 lie detector. I can't sell it to you, and 5 is far too few. I never said I wanted to buy it. Just bring it out to test a lie. Why? Just tell me if you will or not. Not happening. You must have ulterior motives. 8 rice cakes. How will you test a lie? Doraemon, moving with lightning speed, retrieved the lie detector and placed it on the ground. Looking obedient, is the lie detector on? Chu Ming asked, his eyebrows twitching. Yes. All right, listen carefully. The city I'm currently in faces an imminent threat of annihilation, potentially resulting in the deaths of tens of thousands. Ding! A green light illuminated on the lie detector, confirming the truth of his statement. Tens of thousands? Doraemon's eyes widened in shock. What? Is your world really that dangerous? What will you do? Do you need my help? Indeed. I am here to seek your assistance. Chu Ming was slightly taken aback. He knew the blue fat cat had a good heart, but was surprised by its eagerness to help without him even asking. Wow, I feel a bit embarrassed now. What crisis have you encountered? How can I assist you? Doraemon inquired anxiously, completely forgetting about the rice cakes. Please, sell me another restoration beam. Chu Ming originally intended to capitalize on the opportunity. But for some reason, seeing the blue fat cat's anxious expression made him hesitate. Perhaps it was better not to exploit a kind animated character. But I only have 1 restoration beam, Doraemon exclaimed, growing more frantic, pacing the room. Chu Ming frowned, about to say something when Doraemon suddenly halted, rummaging through its 4-dimensional pocket, and produced a cloth imprinted with a clock design. This is the time wrapping cloth. Like the restoration beam, it also has the ability to restore items. See if it can be used. Time wrapping cloth. Chu Ming was momentarily stunned, his eyes lighting up. Wow, this item is just as good as the restoration beam. Another time-related artifact. Suppressing his excitement, he asked, Doraemon, does this item have any limitations, such as how many times it can be used? Doraemon pondered for a moment. There are certainly limitations, but the time-wrapping cloth can be used tens of thousands of times. Generally, one wouldn't even use that many. However, the restoration beam you bought last time is quite prone to breaking, Doraemon added sheepishly. I mainly feared you would use it for nefarious purposes, so I secretly dismantled a few of its components. Chu Ming. Okay, so all of Nobita's gadgets are like this. Chu Ming felt genuinely frustrated. But don't worry, Doraemon quickly reassured, I won't do that again. I now believe you're a good person. Anyone willing to save tens of thousands must be a good person. Alright, then let's trade for the time-wrapping cloth quickly. Chu Ming had no time for idle chatter. However, gaining Doraemon's trust was an unexpected boon that would undoubtedly prove beneficial for future transactions. Okay, hurry and take it to save people. Doraemon nodded vigorously. Before long, the transaction was smoothly completed for the price of 40 rice cakes. Before parting, Chu Ming posed a question. Doraemon, I want to ask, if I were to wrap the restoration beam flashlight with the reverse side of the time-wrapping cloth, what would happen? Would the flashlight return to a brand new state? Ah, no way, Doraemon exclaimed, startled. Jumping up from the ground, two items with time technology cannot be used together. Otherwise, it would cause a time paradox. The consequences would be dire. All right, thanks, I will take my leave now. Chu Ming let out a sigh of disappointment. Having thought he could exploit a bug in the system, as he returned to reality, he gazed at a piece of wrapping cloth that had materialized in his hand. A contemplative look crossing his eyes. This item was indelibly etched in his memory. When the front side of the wrapping cloth covers an object, the flow of time for that object accelerates, revealing its future state. Conversely, if the reverse side is employed, the object's time will regress, showcasing its past state, in certain respects. This item surpasses the Restoration Light flashlight in terms of its versatility, as it possesses the unique ability to induce aging in objects. However, its limitation lies in the fact that the wrapping cloth cannot launch long-range attacks like the flashlight can. If I were to gather some spirit herb seeds and cover them with the front side of the time-wrapping cloth, wouldn't that allow the seeds to instantly mature into fully grown spirit herbs? This notion crossed Chu Ming's mind, and it was evident that utilizing this item to hasten the growth of spirit herbs is a promising idea, particularly for those herbs that have aged longer and possess stronger medicinal properties. Indeed, the potential applications of this item far surpass those of the Restoration Light flashlight and are yet to be fully explored. Nonetheless, this was not the time for intricate musings. Chu Ming collected his thoughts and raised his gaze towards the southern part of the city, his eyes flickering slightly. Well then, since this condition exists, let us engage in some logical reasoning. Although he was not a paragon of virtue, exhibiting a touch of moral decay and self-interest, he was not devoid of compassion to the extent of witnessing countless lives perish before him. If he were to truly save the entire city, would it be too much to borrow some items from the Spirit Cultivation Department's warehouse as a reward? Chu Ming stroked his chin, dismissing further contemplation, and retrieved the set of clothing he had previously used for disguise in Dongchuan City from the space within the Spirit Ruins Pearl. He soon wrapped himself up meticulously. Glancing at the darkening sky, Chu Ming nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Every superhero destined to save the world makes their entrance under the cloak of night. Meanwhile, in the southern part of the city, near the Worm's secret realm, an open area was teeming with thousands of spirit cultivators, all at least at the silver rank, exuding an immense aura of spiritual energy akin to an ocean. The expressions among the crowd varied. Some were resolute, others despairing, some terrified, yet none bore any semblance of confidence. Faced with a crisis that could trigger an alarm throughout the city's spirit cultivation department, no one believed they would survive. Many appeared pale with fear, glancing around to see if escape were possible. Yet, surrounding them were dozens of tanks and armored vehicles, accompanied by tens of thousands of fully armed soldiers standing at the ready. Among them were numerous strong-willed officers, all surpassing the golden rank in spiritual energy. Those silver-ranked spirit cultivators, forced into battle, would be executed on the spot should they exhibit any intent to flee. Damn it, I was just about to escape the city, only to get caught. Why must we sacrifice our lives for others to have a chance at refuge? Is a silver-ranked life not worth anything? If you had awakened an A-grade talent, you wouldn't have to face the front lines. What could be done? In this era, those without potential are merely fodder for sacrifice. Sigh, my daughter has just been born. Well, at least her father will be a martyr, receiving government support, which will make her life significantly better in the future. The crowd murmured among themselves, many unwilling to accept their fate as mere cannon fodder. Yet, there were also those with steadfast expressions, willing to sacrifice their lives for the continuation of their race. However, at this moment, everyone shared a common doubt. What exactly was this crisis? The Spirit Cultivation Department had gathered them near the worm's secret realm. And at first, they assumed a powerful worm monster had emerged from the depths of this realm. Yet, after being there for nearly half an hour, the worm's secret realm remained eerily silent. Could it be that this was merely an exercise? Many began to entertain this thought, igniting a flicker of hope within them. Just then, a tall figure appeared in the air above, none other than Minister Chun Shuin of the Yuzhou Spirit Cultivation Department. He addressed the crowd below with a solemn tone. Comrades, I am Minister Chun from the Yuzhou Spirit Cultivation Department. The reason for sounding the alarm citywide is not due to the emergence of a monster of diamond rank or above, but rather the appearance of a spatial rift 300 meters east of the worm's secret realm. According to our department's divine cultivators, this rift is highly likely the embryonic form of a master-level secret realm. It is estimated that the secret realm will take shape within 10 minutes. His calm words fell upon the crowd like a death knell, deafening in their ears. In an instant, despair washed over everyone's faces, including the soldiers. If a diamond-level monster had appeared, there might have been a chance for some to survive. But if a master-level secret realm were to be birthed, they would be doomed without exception. Every secret realm, upon its inception, invariably unleashes a torrent of monsters. This is unavoidable. Only after exterminating these monsters and allowing the Formation Master to set up a sealing array at the secret realm's portal can it become relatively safe. Therefore, once this master-level secret realm is born, it will instantly spawn a multitude of diamond-level and even master-level monsters. What can these silver-rank cultivators do to stop them? Moreover, the secret realm will manifest within 10 minutes, leaving them no time to await reinforcements from the Southwest Military District. Everyone here is doomed. No one can halt the influx of those formidable monsters into the city. Yuzhou City is likely to face annihilation in a short span of time. Damn, Zhang Gang among the crowd swallowed hard, his face devoid of color. Is this some kind of joke? Who can survive in Yuzhou, aside from those in the schools? Silence enveloped the surrounding people as despair permeated the air. No one noticed that not far away, concealed within the branches of a large tree, Chu Ming had perfectly hidden himself using wood-vine technique. Upon hearing Minister Chun's words, a look of excitement erupted in his eyes. What? After all this, it turns out to be just a spatial rift. That makes things simple. I can directly use the restoration light to revert the rift. Just a few seconds of exposure will restore that space to its state from years ago. This is far easier to handle than a diamond-level monster. There is no need to incur the cost of the restoration light. Suddenly, two sharp sounds of slicing air pierced through the distant sky. Minister Chun, who had been rallying morale, turned in surprise that he saw two streaks of light, one blue and one purple, racing towards them, carrying an astonishing aura of spiritual energy, at least above Platinum Rank 5. In an instant, Minister Chun recognized who they were and frowned, saying, "What are you doing here? Hurry and run." Run? What nonsense! If we simply flee back to the capital, we'll likely be branded as deserters and face a death sentence. It's better to come here and die early. The two streaks of light quickly reached Minister Chun's side, and as their brilliance faded, a man and a woman emerged. The speaker was a languid-looking young man, appearing to be in his late 20s. He was Zhou Wang, an admissions officer from the Capital University, a formidable spirit cultivator at Platinum Rank 8. The other, a cold and striking woman with azure hair named Lu Qian, was also an admissions officer from Qingyuan Academy, equally at Platinum Rank 8. The caliber of these two spirit cultivation academies was evident. Even their admissions officers possessed strength surpassing that of the department heads in municipal spirit cultivation departments. The state certainly could not afford to execute two 20-something Platinum Rank 8 spirit cultivators. Minister Chun scrutinized the two, his gaze complex, and said earnestly, You are both promising young talents, potential candidates for becoming master-level cultivators. To be honest, I would prefer if you left Yujo as soon as possible, or at least sought refuge in a city school. There is no need for you to accompany us, the useless ones, to our demise. Zhou Ruoang stretched lazily, dismissively saying, "We already said, early death means early rebirth. Even if we're branded as deserters and one T-face execution, we'll still die. So why not just die directly?" Lu Qian nodded expressionlessly indeed. Minister Chun was utterly baffled. Yes, at the case that the thought processes of you prodigies are all this peculiar. This led him to recall Chu Ming, that similarly unconventional individual. Damn it, it's all because of that brat named Chu Ming, Zhou Ruoang pouted. Expressing his frustration, I was supposed to come to Yuzhou City during the college entrance examination, but the school suddenly sent me to observe that Chu Ming. Having just arrived 2 days ago, I have yet to lay eyes on that young man, and now I find myself entangled in this predicament. Is this not utterly absurd? Lu Qian nodded in agreement. Indeed, Zhou Ruoang remarked, right? Our luck is simply astounding. Now, that lad is safely ensconced within the school, while we are left to face death here. I have never been this unfortunate in my life. Lu Qian affirmed, indeed. Zhou Ruoang chuckled, sister, it seems we have quite a bit in common, don't we? Don't you think the leaders of our school are all fools? Lu Qian replied, indeed. Zhou Ruoang continued, I can't fathom what is so remarkable about Chu Ming's abysmal talent that warrants observation. It can only be utilized this once. Lu Qian furrowed her brow and interjected, I do not concur with that statement. What? Zhou Ruoang was momentarily taken aback, irritatedly retorting, damn it, we truly are not on the same wavelength. Do not speak to me again, Lu Qian replied. Very well. Chan Xun, observing the exchange, thought, it seems these top-tier geniuses are indeed somewhat touched by divine gold. Teachers, might I offer you a word of advice? Chan Xun began, but was interrupted by a sudden, crisp sound akin to shattering glass emanating from nearby. Though the noise was not loud, it instantly transformed the expressions of everyone present. The crowd fell into a momentary silence before erupting into a frenzy of terror. Could this be the sound of a spatial rift expanding? What does this mean? Does it imply that a secret realm is about to emerge? It should be. I have seen videos of secret realms being born on Douyin, where the spatial rift suddenly widens, producing such a sound. Then, the rift swiftly morphs into a portal to the secret realm, releasing a horde of monsters. What the hell? They promised that the secret realm would emerge within 10 minutes. And yet it has barely been 3. Oh dear mother! I do not wish to perish. Fear not, brother. Soon your mother shall accompany you, came a sardonic reply. An atmosphere of panic and despair rapidly gripped the hearts of all present. The soldiers' faces bore an unprecedented gravity, their grips tightening around their weapons, yet offering no semblance of security. All eyes fixated on the direction of the spatial rift, but the dense foliage obscured any view of what transpired beyond. Visions of terrifying monsters, surpassing diamond level, surging forth from the portal flooded their minds. However, as seconds ticked away, 2 full minutes passed, and the area around the spatial rift remained eerily silent, devoid of any movement. Gradually, many began to exchange dubious glances, questioning the accuracy of their earlier perceptions. Suddenly, someone called out, Hey, look at Minister Chun. What has happened to him? At this, the surrounding individuals collectively raised their heads to observe. There stood Chan Xun and his companions, suspended in mid-air, their expressions frozen in shock as they stared intently at the spatial rift. Their faces were etched with disbelief, as though they had witnessed something utterly unfathomable. What the hell? Zhou Ruoang gulped, pondering how he could have imagined such an absurdity. After a long moment of stupor, he turned to the equally bewildered Lu Qian and asked, Sister, did you just see a beam of light? Lu Qian nodded. It was quite bright. Zhou Ruoang exclaimed, Did that beam of light illuminate the spatial rift? Lu Qian replied, Indeed. Zhou Ruoang's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice rising. Then the spatial rift just disappeared? Lu Qian confirmed, yes, it was as though it had never existed. Zhou Ruoang was taken aback. This is no mere illusion. He became animated, stammering, Light! That light! It vanished the spatial rift. Incredible! Who might this powerful individual be? Indeed, the earlier sound resembling shattering glass was not due to the rift expanding, but rather the noise of it healing. Chen Shiyuan and his companions had just witnessed this incredible scene that a beam of light had suddenly emerged from the forest, illuminating the spatial rift, which then faded away. Who could have wielded such power? Could it be the awakened spatial talent of a divine being? That seems improbable. Wasn't that individual preoccupied in guarding the divine realm in the Zhongjiang region? Zhou Ruowang, his face a mask of shock, exclaimed without reservation, "I must see for myself." Chen Xuan finally emerged from his stupor, his form shifting as he unleashed his spiritual energy, transforming into a streak of earthy light that sped away. He swiftly soared above the treetops, landing deftly on the ground. With a tense demeanor, he surveyed his surroundings and spoke respectfully. "I am Chen Xuan, the head of the spiritual cultivation department of Yuzhou City. Esteemed one, I am grateful for your intervention in saving the million citizens of Yuzhou City. Might I inquire who you are among the spatial masters?" As various possibilities flitted through his mind, Chen Xuan quickly dismissed them. While spatial rifts could indeed be erased by a person, two conditions must be met to achieve such a feat. First, one must awaken an A-class or higher spatial talent. Second, one must become a transcendent being of master level or above. The hallmark of a transcendent being is the comprehension of a certain law of power. For those who awaken spatial talents, that law is the law of space itself. Since the revival of spiritual energy, only 3 such transcendent beings with an understanding of the law of space have emerged in China. One of them has since ascended to become one of China's 3 divine realms. Reportedly stationed in Zhongjiang province, unable to extricate themselves, the other 2 perished long ago, having eliminated hundreds of spatial rifts across the nation, thereby preventing the emergence of countless secret realms and indirectly saving millions of citizens. Tragically, they ultimately fell victim to a divine beast 50 years prior. Thus, who was the powerful individual that had intervened? Chen Xuyan's mind was awash with questions, as he had not heard of any newly arisen spatial transcendent in the country. Moreover, even if such an individual did exist, would they truly come to Yuzhou? The nation would surely assign them to protect more critical cities, leaving smaller ones like Yuzhou to fend for themselves. After all, spatial rifts appeared almost daily across the country, and often more than one at a time. Esteemed one, Chen Xuyan waited, but received no response. The surrounding forest was enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the faint chirping of insects. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously extended his spiritual awareness, scanning the vicinity for any signs of presence, but found none. Have they departed? Chen Xuyan pondered, his brow furrowed with confusion. Suddenly, 2 figures descended from the sky. It was Zhou Ruowang and Lu Qian. Upon landing, they began to scan the area eagerly. "Where are they?" Zhou Ruowang exclaimed, agitated. "Which spatial master intervened? I soared above for an eternity and did not catch a glimpse of anyone. Where could they be? Having never encountered a transcendent being before, and especially one possessing the exceedingly rare spatial talent, he lamented that missing the opportunity to meet them was a profound loss." Lu Qian turned to Chen Xuan, inquiring, "Indeed, where did they go?" "I do not know," Chen Xuan replied, frustration evident on his face. That it is likely that this powerful being wished to keep their identity concealed. An entity of such caliber could vanish without a trace if they so desired. "That is true," Zhou Ruowang nodded, disappointment evident in his voice. "I concede. This was undoubtedly the closest I have been to a transcendent being. Yet, I did not even get to see them. Damn it, this is more disheartening than being denied the chance to fight." Lu Qian frowned, puzzled. Where did this person come from? Wasn't the last of the spatial transcendent beings long since gone? Chen Xuan corrected her gravely. "Lu teacher, they are referred to as sacrifices. Furthermore, there is still one alive, who is now a divine being." "Oh," Lu Qian nodded thoughtfully. "That divine being is nearing their end, is it not? How could one person possibly suppress so many divine monsters?" Chen Shuyuan's eyes twitched slightly at the corners. "Perhaps it would be wise for you to speak less, just as you did earlier. Why is it that every word you utter is filled with such auspicious phrases? It seems that the situation in Sichuan province has grown rather absurd lately," Zhou Ruowang remarked with an odd expression. Just the other day, a platinum-tier cultivator suddenly appeared in Dongchuan City next door, and we have yet to locate them. Now, another extraordinary being of the spatial realm has emerged in Yuzhou. Truly, it is becoming increasingly outrageous. Lu Qian nodded in agreement. Indeed, and don't forget about Chu Ming. Zhou Ruoang shot her a glance, exasperated. Chu Ming, what relevance does he have to these occurrences? Can we refrain from introducing such peculiarities? Lu Qian countered. His ability as a multiverse trader is not to be underestimated. Its level of absurdity rivals that of an extraordinary powerhouse. Zhou Ruoang retorted, I've mentioned this numerous times. It's merely a stroke of luck for him. Lu Qian insisted, I believe it may not be solely luck. Zhou Ruoang scoffed, Mark my words. If that lad manages to use the multiverse trader again, I shall sever my own head and offer it to a monster. Lu Qian pondered for a moment, perplexed. Surely there are no monsters that enjoy consuming excrement, right? Zhou Ruoang exclaimed, Hey, what the hell? Chun Xun, irritated, furrowed his brows as he unleashed his internal spiritual energy and soared into the air. Hastening towards the previously vacant expanse, he gazed at the countless lights of Yuzhou's urban landscape in the distance. His furrowed brow gradually relaxed, revealing a hint of a smile. Although he remained unaware of the identity of that formidable being, it could be said that this crisis of city annihilation had passed without incident. Millions of citizens would now have a little more time to live. Yet, a tinge of melancholy flickered in Chun Shuyuan's eyes. The current situation was increasingly dire, and he truly wondered how long China, and perhaps all of humanity, could endure. The frequency of spatial rifts had escalated alarmingly. 50 years ago, China would only witness a little over 100 spatial rifts each year. With the presence of 3 extraordinary spatial cultivators, most rifts would be eradicated before forming in a secret realms. However, last year, 6 spatial rifts had manifested within China, all forming secret realms, with levels exceeding silver grade, leading to the destruction of numerous cities. This year, the situation had worsened further. The nation was in urgent need of cultivating a cadre of elite combatants to turn the tide. This was the rationale behind the sudden increase in difficulty for the nationwide senior high school mock examinations. Moreover, the college entrance examination had undergone reforms as well. Chun Shuyuan silently prayed for China to navigate through this crisis successfully. Wow, how spacious! In the corridors of the Yuzhou Spiritual Cultivation Department building, Chu Ming sauntered confidently, with not a soul in sight. Those who managed to secure positions in the Spiritual Cultivation Department were undoubtedly silver-tier cultivators or above, now preparing to face death near the Worm's secret realm. This is splendid. I can casually borrow a few things from the Spiritual Cultivation Department, Chu Ming thought to himself. Having saved Yuzhou, borrowing a few items as compensation seems quite reasonable, doesn't it? With no qualms, he wandered through the building in search of the vault's location. He had heard that the city-level Spiritual Cultivation Department's vault housed the most precious treasures in the city. Soon enough, Chu Ming located the vault door on the building's basement level. Before him stood a massive metallic door, 5 meters tall and 3 meters wide, and Chu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. It was said that the vault door of the city-level Spiritual Cultivation Department was forged from a unique alloy, capable of withstanding sustained attacks from gold-tier beings, impervious even to missile strikes. However, Chu Ming's lips curled into a smirk as he retrieved the time-wrapping cloth from the Lingshu pearl and affixed its reverse side to the alloy door. Moments later, the segment of alloy covered by the cloth began to glow a fiery red at a visible rate, eventually melting into a pool of molten iron. Thus, a void appeared in the alloy door. Since it was an alloy, it must have been composed of several different metals melted together. If he could reverse its time to the moment of melting, wouldn't that suffice? Genius, Chu Ming thought, stowing the cloth away and slipping through the void into the vault, his eyes widening in astonishment as he surveyed his surroundings. Wow! So many spirit pearls, so many spirit herbs, so many spiritual artifacts. Chu Ming was utterly dazzled, hastening over to a small chest to grasp a spirit pearl for inspection. Goodness, it's actually a high-tier spirit pearl. These can only be found within the bodies of gold-tier monsters. The spiritual energy contained within was both abundant and pure. Absorbing just one could equate to a bronze-tier cultivator's month of cultivation. In contrast, lower-tier spirit pearls merely represented a day's worth of cultivation. Thus, despite possessing dozens of low-tier spirit pearls, Chu Ming hesitated to use them, as each was worth 10,000. A mere 10,000 could only shorten a day's cultivation time. It hardly seemed worth it, but wait, high-tier spirit pearls are worth over 1,000,000 and could yield a month's cultivation time? It appears that using low-tier spirit pearl for cultivation might actually be more economical. Chu Ming scratched his head, feeling as though he was starting to think critically. Yet he couldn't quite justify it. After all, for cultivators of silver tier and above, absorbing the spiritual energy from low-tier spirit pearls would yield little benefit. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and focused intently on the small chest of high-tier spirit pearls. Estimating that there were around 300, he promptly gathered them all into the Lingshu pearl space. Then, he turned his attention to several other chests filled with spirit pearls, only to feel disappointment as he discovered they contained only mid-tier pearls. These were only found within the bodies of silver-tier monsters and could provide the equivalent of 10 days of cultivation for a bronze-tier cultivator. The market price hovered around 100,000. Glancing at the shelves filled with dozens of boxes, Chu Ming estimated there were at least 1,000 mid-tier spirit pearls, and he couldn't help but whistle in awe. Goodness, so the Yuzhou spiritual cultivation department is this wealthy. Just these spirit pearls alone must be worth several 100,000,000. Well, it makes sense. After all, it's the largest authority in the city, akin to a municipal government prior to the resurgence of spiritual energy. Having so much wealth is only reasonable, Then I shan't be courteous. Chu Ming chuckled, unreservedly gathering all the mid-tier spirit pearls into the Lingshu pearl, as the savior of the city. Claiming a few 100,000,000 as compensation seemed entirely justified. Right? Wait, would this lead to a financial collapse for Yuzhou? Chu Ming pondered, stroking his chin. After some reflection, he concluded that perhaps his actions were a tad excessive. Thus, he retrieved the box of high-tier spirit pearls from the Lingshu pearl. Placing 5 of them on the shelf before reclaiming the box, 0.5 million should suffice for their operations for a while. Right? I truly am a benevolent soul. Chu Ming praised himself inwardly, then turned his gaze to the other side of the shelf, where a considerable number of spirit herbs and spiritual artifacts awaited, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. What a stroke of luck to discover such treasures. 5 minutes later, Chu Ming had cleared out most of the spiritual artifacts and herbs, leaving just 3 boxes untouched. After all, he was somewhat compassionate and wished to leave the spiritual cultivation department with some reserve. It was certainly not, because the Lingshu pearl space was full. All right, time to head home. Satisfied with his haul, Chu Ming had no intention of lingering any longer and swiftly slipped back through the void of the alloy door. Just as he was about to depart, a thought struck him as he turned back to the void in the alloy door, narrowing his eyes. With a smirk, he retrieved the time wrapping cloth once more and covered the void with its front side. After a moment, he lifted the cloth. Sure enough, the void had vanished. The alloy door returned to its original state. Genius! Chu Ming nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave, before exiting the spiritual cultivation department. He made a brief stop at the building's surveillance control room, using the restoration light to delete the footage from that time. What a prudent move. Half an hour later, the personnel from the spiritual cultivation department gradually returned, each face radiating with the joy of having survived a calamity. Although most were unaware of why the spatial rift had suddenly vanished, it mattered not. Survival was what counted. Chen Shiyuan soon returned to his office, silently finishing a cigarette before summoning his subordinate. Xiao Wang, go fetch 5 mid-tier spirit pearls. He prepared to reward Yin Jun, the formidable array master who had discovered the spatial rift and swiftly discerned its nature as the embryonic form of a master-level secret realm. His actions had enabled the spiritual cultivation department to sound the city-wide alarm in record time, thereby granting citizens a significant amount of time to seek refuge. Had the spatial rift not been eradicated by that enigmatic power, it would have at least allowed more students to survive. Regardless, Yinjun had undoubtedly rendered a monumental service worthy of recognition. Very well, Xiao Wang said as he turned to leave the office. Yet less than 3 minutes later, he rushed back in a state of panic, incoherently shouting, I can't believe it, Minister Chun. The vault door is completely intact. Chun Xuan raised an eyebrow. What are you saying? Have you lost your mind from the shock of the spatial rift? In response to Chen Shuyuan's bewildered gaze, Xiao Wang took a deep breath to calm himself before recounting the astonishing situation he had just witnessed. "What?" Chen Shuyuan exclaimed, sitting up in disbelief, his eyes wide. "The vault has been completely looted, and yet the door remains unscathed?" "Yes, Minister Chen, that is the most absurd part. There are no signs of damage to the door or the lock. It seems as if someone used spatial techniques to teleport directly inside." Chen Shuyuan was momentarily taken aback. "What?" Xiao Wang echoed. What? Take me to the vault at once." 5 minutes later, they stood before the vault door. Chen Shuyuan furrowed his brow in silence, his expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. The situation was precisely as Xiao Wang had described it. He indicated that a spatial talent awakened individual had likely raided the vault. However, no one in Yuzhou had ever awakened such a talent. "Wait, are you telling me that a transcendent level individual looted the vault of a municipal spiritual cultivation department? Is that even conceivable?" Chen Shuyuan's composure shattered as his mind raced. He could not fathom the significance of such an action. The high-grade spirit orbs, second and third-grade spiritual artifacts, and spiritual herbs within the vault were the entirety of their department's resources. Just as Chen Shuyuan teetered on the brink of despair, Xiao Wang suddenly approached with a report. "Minister Chen, Yan Jun mentioned that one of his formations detected unfamiliar bronze-level spiritual energy fluctuations half an hour ago. It is highly likely that these are remnants left by the individual who looted the vault." "What?" Chen Shuyuan was stunned. "Bronze level." "Indeed, Minister. The security formation confirmed the unfamiliar energy fluctuations are indeed bronze level, specifically the first tier. The perpetrator was inside the building for less than 20 minutes. They clearly located the vault and made a swift exit. Their intentions were unmistakable. Moreover, they did not trigger the defensive formations on the vault, indicating they employed no violent methods. They must have used some form of spatial technique to enter." In the office, a disheveled middle-aged man thumped his chest, declaring, "The formation I laid has never encountered any issues. It is absolutely infallible." He was Yan Jun, a 7th-tier array master, whose expertise in formations was unparalleled throughout Yuzhou. After hearing his words, Chen Shuyuan fell into deep contemplation. It was truly unfathomable. His instincts told him that the individual who had looted the vault was likely the same one who had erased the spatial rift. After all, spatial talent awakeners were exceedingly rare, second only to those with S-rank talents. It was nearly impossible for two to exist in a single city, especially in a small city like Yuzhou. Moreover, the timing was quite coincidental. However, a conundrum arose. How could a first-tier bronze-level spatial talent have the capability to erase a spatial rift? Wasn't that a feat only achievable by transcendent-level beings who had comprehended the laws of space? Chen Shuyuan rubbed his forehead, feeling as though his mind was on the verge of overheating. Too many incomprehensible events had transpired that day, and he was struggling to process them all. After a prolonged silence, he sighed, "Let us seal off the entire city. Mobilize the criminal investigation team to find the individual who looted the vault as quickly as possible." "Understood. Rest assured, Minister Chen, with my assistance, the criminal investigation team will surely apprehend this criminal." Yan Jun pledged, thumping his chest once more as he had memorized the energy fluctuations of the perpetrator. With his golden-tier mental acuity, he would instantly recognize them upon sight, ensuring they would face justice. Meanwhile, Chu Ming had returned to his rental apartment. Once inside, he eagerly retrieved a high-grade spirit orb, sitting on the bed to play with it, his heart racing with excitement. A bronze-level cultivator typically require a year of training to advance a tier. Even the most gifted individuals in the city would need at least 3 months to achieve such progress. However, my Emu spiritual technique is at least a 5th-tier technique, and having practiced it to its limits, my cultivation speed would undoubtedly surpass that of 99.999 of individuals that I estimate that I could elevate to bronze 2nd tier in just 10 days, and perhaps only 15 more to reach the 3rd tier. Chu Ming mused, though he dared not be overly confident, as he had never diligently cultivated before. The increase from black iron 2nd tier to bronze 1st tier had solely relied on the natural enhancement from forcing the technique to its limits with memory bread. But that was inconsequential. The numerous mid-grade and high-grade spirit orbs would certainly suffice to elevate my spiritual energy to the pinnacle of bronze level. With that thought, Chu Ming no longer pondered further. He stored the high-grade spirit orb back into the Lingshu Pearl S space and took out a mid-grade spirit orb, sitting cross-legged on the bed to absorb its energy while operating the Emu spiritual technique. The high-grade spirit orb could be saved for later. After all, it was beneficial even to platinum-level cultivators, while mid-grade orbs were less effective for them. As the technique flowed through him, Chu Ming felt waves of spiritual energy, denser than the air by dozens of times, surge from the orb, permeating his body through the pores of his hands. This energy was effortlessly refined into spiritual power by the Emu spiritual technique, circulating through his flesh before gradually seeping into his bones. For a bronze-level cultivator, infusing spiritual energy into the bones was the method of refining each bone, making them increasingly resilient while transforming them into vessels for spiritual energy. Cracked at a series of subtle sounds emanated from within Chu Ming, the sound of his bones being crushed and rapidly healing. Would you look at that? It feels rather pleasant. My whole body is tingling, akin to the gentle caress of a maiden's fingers. Cultivating with spirit orbs is truly delightful. Chu Ming reflected. He recalled that his lessons had taught him the air's spiritual energy was rife with impurities, and absorbing it could lead to adverse reactions, especially for bronze and silver tier cultivators. Point one refines bones while the other refines internal organs. Just imagining it is incredibly invigorating. However, absorbing the energy from spirit orbs is entirely different. Even low-grade orbs contain minimal impurities, making absorption smooth and seamless. This not only significantly accelerates the cultivation process, but also minimizes any adverse effects, even providing a sense of comfort. Regrettably, spirit orbs are prohibitively expensive. Even low-grade ones sell for 10,000, equivalent to 2 or 3 months' income for an ordinary family. The impoverished truly cannot afford them. Chu Ming had heard tales of wealthy heirs in major cities who could cultivate with high-grade spirit orbs from birth, achieving cultivation speeds that far exceeded his own. He had even heard that high schools in the capital and MO city distributed low-grade spirit orbs to students weekly, with outstanding students receiving mid-grade ones. And what about high school students in Yuzhou? They typically received only 1 low-grade spirit orb per year, and even if they ranked within the top 10 in the provincial mock exams, they would only earn 5 low-grade spirit orbs as a reward. The disparity in educational resources is truly staggering. This is merely one aspect. There are also vast differences in techniques, spiritual skills, and spiritual artifacts, which are worlds apart. In the key high schools of the capital, all students can cultivate with 5th-tier techniques. The combined resources of all the high schools in Yuzhou City cannot produce a single volume of the 3rd-tier law manual. This is precisely why Chu Ming aspires to gain admission to a prestigious university. Top-tier spiritual cultivation institutions are situated in major metropolitan areas, where resources abound. Particularly, the 2 leading spiritual academies located in the capital are of utmost significance. However, Chu Ming currently harbors a certain disillusionment towards these 2 establishments and is contemplating whether to consider a slightly lesser, yet still reputable spiritual university. If you do not desire me, there are plenty who would. Regardless, attending university is imperative. Even if it merely serves as an opportunity to exploit resources before dropping out, it would still be advantageous. Moreover, the identity of a student serves as an excellent shield. Had I not sealed that spatial rift today, a master-level secret realm would have emerged, resulting in the demise of every soul in the city, save for those sheltered within the protective arrays of the school. In summary, after experiencing the citywide alarm today, Chu Ming has gained a clearer understanding of the dangers inherent in this world. When crisis strikes, not only ordinary individuals, but even silver-tier spiritual cultivators are fated to be mere cannon fodder. It is crucial to enhance one's strength without delay. Crack! A faint sound resonated in his hand. Chu Ming snapped back to reality, opening his eyes to find that the intermediate spiritual pearl he held had cracked, losing its luster, its spiritual energy entirely drained. Furthermore, his spiritual power level successfully ascended to the 2nd tier of bronze. Continue! A flicker of excitement flashed in Chu Ming's eyes as he retrieved another intermediate spiritual pearl from the Lingshu Pearl, resuming his absorption of its energy. Tonight, he must reach the pinnacle of the bronze tier. The night passed without incident. In his room, Chu Ming sat cross-legged on the bed like a statue, his skin glowing with a verdant hue. Waves of vigorous wood-type spiritual energy surging within him. The bed and floor were strewn with over 20 drained intermediate spiritual pearls. This moment, Chu Ming's spiritual power level had reached the 9th tier of bronze, with his energy nearly ready to permeate his very marrow, enabling him to attain the zenith of bronze. Transitioning from the 1st to the 2nd tier of bronze required the absorption of a single intermediate spiritual pearl. However, advancing from the 2nd to the 3rd tier necessitated 1.5 pearls, with the requirements increasing exponentially thereafter. Break through from the 8th to the 9th tier of bronze. 6 intermediate spiritual pearls were needed, that amounted to a staggering 600,000. Fortunately, he had recently plundered a considerable reward from the spiritual cultivation department. Otherwise, Chu Ming felt he would have to endure half a year of arduous training to reach the 9th tier of bronze. Nevertheless, this rate of progress was already extraordinarily remarkable. Not to mention those ordinary individuals who would never break past the 9th tier of bronze in their lifetimes. Even prodigies like Gu Yueshi and Xiao Chuanbo from Yuzhou City would likely require at least 5 to 6 years to advance from the 1st to the 9th tier of bronze, needing nearly 200 intermediate spiritual pearls to compensate for such an extended training period. That would cost close to 20 million. Selling Gu Yueshi would hardly suffice to cover that expense. Spiritual cultivators are truly money-burning machines, Chu Ming lamented. He then refocused his mind, retrieving 3 more intermediate spiritual pearls, activating his techniques, and fervently absorbing their spiritual energy, preparing to ascend to the pinnacle of bronze. Crack, crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed like popping beans. A tremendous influx of spiritual energy surged into his body, refining in a spiritual power that aggressively washed over every bone, relentlessly burrowing deep within them. Time ticked by second, an hour later. Boom! Chu Ming's spiritual power erupted violently, his skin radiating a vivid green hue. Should anyone possess the ability to see through him, they would observe that every bone within him had transformed into a pure azure, resembling the finest jade, crystal clear yet remarkably resilient. Even specialized armor-piercing rounds would leave no trace of cracks upon impact. He had reached the pinnacle of bronze. Woohoo! Chu Ming could not contain his exultation, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing within him. He felt terrifyingly strong. When he was at the 1st tier of bronze, his foundational combat power exceeded 2,500, and now that he had attained the pinnacle of bronze, was he not poised to soar? The average combat power of a pinnacle bronze cultivator hovers around 99.99. A fraction more would equate to the average combat power of a silver tier cultivator. Given the quality of his spiritual power, his foundational combat power had undoubtedly surpassed 10,000. Moreover, it was highly probable that it had already reached 20 or 30,000, coupled with the multiplicative enhancement from his wood vine technique at 20 levels. His ultimate combat power could easily reach hundreds of thousands, had he directly ascended to the level of gold tier combat power. Incredible! Chu Ming was elated, internally praising the brilliance of Bread Brother. Without hesitation, he retrieved a bag of memory bread, intending to further refine the wood vine technique and elevate his ultimate combat power. As for why he did not continue absorbing spiritual pearls to enhance his spiritual power level, he was merely one step away from entering the silver tier. However, silver tier spiritual cultivators require the refinement of their internal organs, a process far more perilous than that of bone refinement. A careless mistake could lead to severe injury to his kidneys. Hence, he needed to procure some protective organ pills, as the name suggests. These pills are designed to safeguard the internal organs and are an indispensable aid for silver tier cultivators during their training. They protect the organs from damage during the spiritual refinement process, preventing catastrophic incidents such as kidney rupture and internal bleeding. These pills command a market price exceeding 80,000 for a single one, sufficient to ensure the safe cultivation of a silver tier cultivator for a month. However, protective organ pills are not particularly rare. Their manufacturing is not overly complex, but due to high demand, their prices are inflated. Such items are hardly worthy of being housed in the insurance vault of a municipal spiritual cultivation department. What a pity! Chu Ming shook his head helplessly, realizing that in this world, one cannot progress without financial resources. Fortunately, with his current savings, he could easily afford to buy protective organ pills as a meal substitute. After pushing the wood vine technique to its limits, he would go to purchase them. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Chu Ming's expression shifted slightly as he hurriedly gathered the scattered remnants of the intermediate spiritual pearls into the Lingshu pearl. He then quickly closed the document on his computer that contained notes on the wood vine technique. After contemplating for a moment, he opened an obscure video-sharing website, crumpling several paper balls to place on his desk. Only then did he feel more secure. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ming adopted a bewildered expression and walked over to open the door. Standing outside were two young strangers, a man and a woman, who scrutinized him with an appraising gaze. Could these be members of the Criminal Investigation Unit from the Spiritual Cultivation Department, here to investigate the robbery of the insurance vault? That seems unlikely. How could they possibly have traced it back to him so quickly? He had executed everything so flawlessly. Chu Ming's mind raced with speculation, feeling slightly anxious, yet maintaining a facade of confusion. Is there something you need? You are Chu Ming, correct? The young man inquired nonchalantly. Yes, he replied, that I am a representative from the admissions office at Capital University. You may call me Teacher Zhou. I have a matter to discuss with you. Please come with me, Zhou Ruoang stated in an authoritative tone, almost commanding. Excuse me, but why do you carry such an air of superiority? Chu Ming felt a flicker of annoyance. What was so impressive about Capital University? It was merely one of the nation's premier spiritual academies. Its principal is merely a master-level cultivator, a mere admissions officer, at best a platinum tier 8-stage cultivator, with a combat power of just over 8 million. Does he not believe I could easily expose him? Fortunately, it appeared they were not here to investigate the robbery of the vault. Chu Ming pondered for a moment, intending to inquire why they needed him to accompany them. Suddenly, the girl beside him, Lu Qian, furrowed her brow and spoke. Chu Ming, you should come with me. Their school is not good. Huh. Chu Ming was taken aback. Who was this girl? Were they not together? Could she be an admissions officer from Qingyuan Academy? Zhou Ruoang frowned in displeasure. What do you mean by that? Are you implying that our capital university is inferior? I find that amusing. Your Qingyuan Academy cannot even compare to a single hair of ours. Lu Qian ignored him, merely gazing silently at Chu Ming. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she reached into her jeans pocket and produced an item, extending it to Chu Ming with sincerity. Here, take this and come with me. Chu Ming instinctively looked at her hand and found that she was holding a lollipop. What are you doing? Do you think I'm a child? Are you testing me with this? I want to know where you intend to take me. Chu Ming did not respond to Lu Qian's earnest gaze, instead voicing his confusion that if you come with us, you will find out. Zhou Ruoang replied impatiently. Make your choice quickly. Will you come with me or with her? Do not waste our time. Last night, a prominent figure in the capital issued an order to bring Chu Ming back to Beijing, though the specifics of the directive remained unclear to them. However, the choice Chu Ming made regarding whom to follow would essentially determine which institution he would attend, considering both individuals were admissions officers. Yet, Zhou Ruoang had no intention of competing with Lu Qian for him, as he had always doubted the potential of the talent known as the Universal Trader and did not wish to recruit a useless individual for Beijing University. This was the reason behind his unsavory demeanor. Furrowing his brows in irritation, Chu Ming retorted, What if I choose not to follow anyone? Why does it feel like I must go with one of you? Am I not allowed to refuse? Zhou Ruoang raised an eyebrow in surprise, taken aback by Chu Ming's defiance, and chuckled. Do you truly believe you have that option? We intend to take you, with or without your consent. That he was joking. Of course, he was tasked with carrying out orders from above, and Chu Ming had no authority to refuse. Lu Qian interjected quickly. Chu Ming, don't listen to him. His words represent only himself. You can indeed choose not to accompany either of us. Zhou Ruoang glared at her, incredulous. Are you intentionally opposing me? Not at all, Lu Qian replied calmly. As a teacher, I believe it is essential to respect a student's choice. Zhou Ruoang scoffed. You're trying to lecture me on principles? Let us not forget who ordered us to bring him back to the capital. That was the education department of the spiritual cultivation headquarters. That if we fail to bring him back, how do we explain ourselves to them? Lu Qian responded, "It's all right. My uncle is the leader of the combat division at the spiritual cultivation headquarters." Zhou Ruoang instinctively wanted to retort, but quickly realized the implications of her words. His expression stiffening in shock. "Wait, what? Are you serious?" He and Lu Qian had been responsible for recruitment in Sichuan province for several years, yet he had never heard of this seemingly naive girl possessing such significant connections. The spiritual cultivation headquarters was a paramount authority in the nation, second only to the military, with its minister being one of the three divine realms of China. The leader of the combat division held a rank equivalent to that of a principal at prestigious universities. "Is this a joke?" Zhou Ruoang forced a strained smile. "Not at all," Lu Qian said, pulling out her phone and offering it to him. "Would you like to call my uncle to verify?" "No need," Zhou Ruoang replied, his body quivering slightly. A mere platinum-level individual, he could only act brazenly in smaller cities that a clerk at the spiritual cultivation headquarters could easily overpower him. His gaze towards Lu Qian shifted subtly. Given her straightforward nature, it was highly probable she was telling the truth. "Damn it, who am I dealing with here?" Chu Ming was equally taken aback. "The people from the spiritual cultivation headquarters want me in Beijing. Why? Are they going to take my kidney? Surely they can't be interested in studying my talent." A shiver ran through Chu Ming, and he immediately became alert. His greatest concern was exposing his ability to acquire various extraordinary items through talent transactions. After all, possessing such a gift could invite trouble. Even if most of the powerful individuals at the spiritual cultivation headquarters were benevolent, what if there were those with ulterior motives? Chu Ming was unwilling to take that risk. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Miss Lu, you mentioned that I can choose not to go with you, correct?" "My name is Lu Qian," she nodded. "Of course, although I would prefer you accompany me. I respect your decision." "Very well, I choose not to go," Chu Ming stated resolutely, pausing before asking, "Are you from Qingyun University, Miss Lu?" "Yes," she affirmed. "All right then," Chu Ming nodded, his impression of the institution slightly improved, primarily regarding Lu Qian as an admissions officer. However, she could only speak for herself. Who could say whether there were individuals like Zhou Ruoang among the faculty at Qingyun? As for whether to attend either university, Chu Ming remained undecided. Moreover, a new dilemma had arisen. Should he pursue higher education in the capital? If he were targeted by individuals from the spiritual cultivation headquarters, seeking to forcibly study his talent, he would likely find it difficult to resist the multitude of thoughts flooded his mind, intensifying his yearning for power. Damn it, if I had the strength of a divine realm, would I need to worry about this? I could just forego the beef altogether. All right, since you don't wish to accompany us, we'll leave it at that, Lu Qian remarked, appearing somewhat dejected but maintaining a calm tone. Let us meet again during the college entrance examination. I hope you can stand out among the national candidates and gain admission to Qingyun rightfully. Zhou Rong couldn't help but scoff. Stand out? On what basis? Just with his combat power of around 2,000. This year's college entrance examination reform was significant that in previous years, the difficulty varied by province and even city, with different scoring standards. This was to ensure relative fairness, allowing candidates from smaller cities a chance to enter top-tier spiritual cultivation universities. The government had previously mandated that all first-class universities, including the two prominent ones, reserve at least one admission slot for each city nationwide to avoid overlooking talents from smaller locales. However, the current situation was increasingly dire. The nation urgently needed to cultivate top-tier combatants, and fairness was no longer a priority. This year's examination would have a uniform difficulty across the nation. Candidates from major cities with combat powers of 3 to 4,000 would be competing directly against those from smaller cities, where the average combat power had yet to breach 1,000. For someone like Chu Ming, with a combat power around 2,000, he would rank first in Sichuan province's third mock examination and lead by a substantial margin. However, among candidates in the capital, he would merely be average. Could he truly stand out in the national examination? It seemed unlikely. At most, he might achieve the top score in his province. The prospect of gaining admission to Qingyun or Beijing University through legitimate means seemed even more distant. In past examinations, a candidate in a small place like Yuzhou could secure admission to either university simply by reaching the bronze level and exceeding a combat power of 1,200. However, This year's unified scoring standard meant that he would need at least a combat power of 2,800 to even approach the admission threshold of the two prominent universities. Could Chu Ming elevate his combat power from around 2,000 to above 2,800 in just a month? It seemed improbable unless he could once again utilize the universal trader to obtain items that would significantly enhance his power. Zhou Ruowang deemed this impossible, finding Lu Qian's words somewhat ludicrous. However, upon learning of her extraordinary background, he refrained from making further excessive remarks, opting instead to keep his comments minimal. Lu Qian dismissed him and, after bidding Chu Ming farewell, turned to leave that, "If I were you, I would willingly forfeit the opportunity for guaranteed admission to the two universities." Zhou Ruowang couldn't resist making one last jab. "Stop barking, you fool." Chu Ming swiftly interrupted his spell casting and slammed the door shut. Zhou Ruowang stood frozen at the door, his expression a mixture of disbelief and astonishment, the moment the door closed. Chu Ming retrieved the forgiveness hat and the restoration light from the Lingshu pearl, bracing himself for the impending wrath outside. This insufferable teacher truly deserved a reprimand. He simply couldn't hold back. Nevertheless, he had little to fear. Given Zhou Ruowang's status, the probability of him taking action against Chu Ming was quite low. Even if he did, he wouldn't dare to cause any harm to in this era. Third-year high school students were legally considered T0 versions. "Fuck you." Zhou Ruowang soon became enraged, his spiritual energy surging as he stomped on the concrete floor, cracking it with a resounding snap. Beijing University admissions officer. Even the provincial spiritual cultivation minister would show him some respect. No one had ever dared to insult him so brazenly. This brat was insufferably arrogant. He had to teach him a lesson. Zhou Ruowang prepared to smash the door with a punch and drag Chu Ming out for a reckoning. Nearby, Lu Qian furrowed her brows, intending to intervene. However, at that moment, a chorus of rapid footsteps echoed from the hallway. Accompanied by a wave of formidable spiritual energy fluctuations, Zhou Ruowang was once again interrupted while casting a spell. He turned to glance at the entrance of the corridor, his expression one of bewilderment. Lu Qian also stared in confusion to them. The aura of spiritual energy was not particularly strong. Most of it was at the silver level, with only the leader exhibiting gold level power. Nevertheless, they sensed a degree of familiarity in these energies. Could they be members of the criminal division from the spiritual cultivation department in Yuzhou? What could they possibly be doing here? Soon, 7 or 8 men clad in police uniforms emerged from the stairwell, with a stern-looking middle-aged man leading the group. Upon seeing Zhou Ruowang and Lu Qian, the officers were momentarily taken aback. "Teacher Zhou? Teacher Lu, what brings you two here?" The middle-aged man inquired, perplexed. "Was that wave of spiritual energy caused by you?" "It wasn't us," Lu Qian pointed at Zhou Ruowang, exclaiming, "It was him. He just attempted to harm a senior student. That's a crime. Captain Hong, you must apprehend him at once." Zhou Ruowang protested. "What? No, you little..." Captain Hong was momentarily stunned, uncertain of the situation unfolding before him. "Captain Hong, she's joking. Don't take it seriously." Zhou Ruowang hurriedly chuckled. "We were merely looking for this student regarding a matter, and the surge of spiritual energy was just a way to stretch our limbs." According to Chinese law, assaulting a student constitutes a serious offense, potentially punishable by death. Though he had not succeeded in his attempt, and despite his considerable power and certain privileges, if the criminal system took the matter seriously and reported it, he would undoubtedly face some repercussions. Most importantly, it would tarnish his reputation. As a member of the admissions office, having a record of attempted harm against a student could spell disaster for his future prospects. "Is that so?" Captain Hong's expression was skeptical. He had never heard of a platinum-level cultivator engaging in physical activity in a residential area. Just then, the door to Chu Ming's room creaked open. Zhou Ruowang instinctively looked over, his eyes widening in shock. There stood Chu Ming, pale and weak, propping himself against the door, his complexion devoid of color and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he clutched his chest. In a mix of fear and astonishment, he called out to Zhou Ruowang, "Teacher Zhou, I only insulted you once. You wouldn't actually want to kill me, would you?" Zhou Ruowang, "Captain Hong, Lu Qian." A peculiar silence enveloped the scene for several seconds. Captain Hong furrowed his brows, his expression grave. Teacher Zhou, how do you explain this? He and several other officers had already placed their hands on the emergency call buttons at their waists. Should they press them, the provincial department would be immediately notified. Zhou Ruowang panicked, pointing at Chu Ming and shouting, "Defamation! He's slandering me! Captain Hong, I didn't lay a finger on him! How could I possibly have harmed him?" Lu Qian seemed to ponder this, as if it made sense. That's interesting, she remarked. Suddenly, Chu Ming coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face growing even paler. Weakly, he stated, "Just now, when Teacher Zhou unleashed his spiritual energy outside, it seemed to have ruptured my internal organs." What? Lu Qian's expression changed dramatically as she rushed forward, placing her hand on Chu Ming's shoulder and channeling a bit of spiritual energy into him for examination. Her face gradually darkened as she turned to glare at Zhou Ruowang, saying sternly, "His lungs and liver are injured. Zhou Ruowang, you have gone too far." No. Zhou Ruowang was left dumbfounded. This was impossible. When he released his spiritual energy earlier, he had been quite restrained and had deliberately avoided Chu Ming's direction. Otherwise, with his battle power exceeding 8 million, a full-blown release could have easily collapsed the building. What was wrong with this kid? Was his body made of tofu? How could such a minor fluctuation of energy have caused his organs to rupture? Even Kuan wasn't that fragile. At that moment, Captain Hong stepped forward to assess Chu Ming's condition, confirming Lu Qian's claims were entirely accurate. Wait a minute. This kid's lungs and liver are indeed injured, but there are merely 2 tiny cracks that it shouldn't be this serious, right? Help! Police officer! Please, I'm in agony. I need a protective pill. Do you have one? Quickly, give me one. Chu Ming cried out in desperation. Seeing him in such a pitiful state, Captain Hong hastily turned to the other officers, barking, "Who among you has a protective pill? Quickly bring it out." The officers finally snapped to attention, rummaging through their belongings until they quickly produced 2 vials of protective pills, handing them over. Yes, silver-level cultivators. It was reasonable for them to carry a few. These pills weren't particularly rare. The spiritual cultivation department distributed one to them each month, often saved for times when their cultivation stagnated. "Young man, please take one. These pills repair internal injuries swiftly." Captain Hong urgently offered a vial to Chu Ming. Without hesitation, Chu Ming snatched the vial, uncorked it, and poured its contents into his mouth. With a splash, all 6 protective pills were swallowed in one go. "Hey, wait. That's too much," Captain Hong gawked. "One is sufficient." "Don't waste it." "Officer, I feel my injuries are quite severe. One is truly not enough." Chu Ming grimaced, clutching his stomach. After a brief silence, he suddenly snatched the other vial from Captain Hong's hand and began pouring it into his mouth. "No, my insides still hurt. One vial definitely won't suffice, Captain Hong." By the time he realized what was happening, it was too late to stop him. He could only watch as Chu Ming swallowed yet another 8 protective pills. The 2 officers who had produced the pills were utterly dumbfounded, their faces drained of color. "Are you treating this like a meal? I've been saving those for so long." They wanted to yell, but couldn't bring themselves to. Given that Chu Ming was the victim, all they could do was look to Captain Hong. "Captain Hong, this would be reimbursed, right?" "Ah." Chu Ming sighed in relief, his complexion regaining its rosy hue as he expressed his gratitude. "Now I feel much better. Thank you, good officers. You truly are the people's heroes." Captain Hong was at a loss for words, sensing something was amiss, but unable to pinpoint what it was. 0.14 protective pills were valued at over 1 million. Could this kid be deliberately conning them into giving him pills? That seemed unlikely. He wasn't a silver-level cultivator, so consuming so many pills wouldn't be of any use to him. Perhaps he simply misunderstood the effects of the protective pills, believing that more would enhance their healing efficacy, which led to his panic consumption. That was understandable. After all, he was merely a high school student. In any case, they could seek reimbursement from the department. Although the treasury had been raided last night, the protective pills hadn't been stored there. With that thought, Captain Hong decided not to dwell on the matter further. He turned back to Zhou Ruowang, stating solemnly, "Teacher Zhou, please accompany us. Everything that has transpired here has been recorded by our body cameras, and the data has been transmitted to the provincial department in real time, though we hope you will cooperate." Captain Hong and the other officers were somewhat anxious. This was their first time summoning a platinum-level cultivator, one significantly stronger than their department head. Thankfully, they were official personnel, backed by the state. No, I truly did nothing to him. Zhou Ruowang was growing increasingly agitated if he were merely an ordinary platinum-level cultivator. Even if he had harmed a student, his privileges would likely spare him from imprisonment, allowing him to settle with a fine. But he was a teacher in the admissions office at Peking University. He could not afford a record like this. Let's verify the injuries. I demand to take him for a medical examination. Zhou Ruowang shouted, pointing at Chu Ming. The wounds on his insides were definitely not caused by me. A hospital examination will reveal the truth. Chu Ming blinked. Oh, my apologies, but my injuries have already healed. You know, the protective pills are remarkably effective. Zhou Ruowang. What? Damn it, this was intentional. This kid had undoubtedly inflicted the injuries on himself. Defamation. This was unquestionably defamation. In a moment of clarity, Zhou Ruowang realized everything. This must have been a ploy. Upon hearing the arrival of the officers, this brat had used his spiritual energy to injure himself and then emerged to frame him. Moreover, to avoid any injuries. He promptly consumed the protective elixir to mend his wounds. Astonishingly, in a bid to expedite the healing process, he voraciously ingested a dozen of those elixirs in one go. Such a cunning scheme. Zhou Ruowang's conjecture was mostly correct. However, Chu Ming's primary intention was, in fact, to acquire the protective elixir without cost. His desire for revenge was merely a secondary consideration. This maneuver was nothing short of a double victory. Not only did he succeed in his vendetta, but he also obtained the elixirs for free, a resounding triumph. Mr. Zhou, we kindly request that you accompany us for a brief visit, Group Leader Hong said, casting a peculiar glance at Chu Ming. And you, Chu Ming, please join us as well for the investigation. At this juncture, it became apparent to all that Chu Ming's earlier actions had raised suspicions, verging on defamation. However, the sole evidence that could exonerate Zhou Ruowang from harming Chu Ming had been erased by the protective elixir. Group Leader Hong was left with a throbbing headache. They had originally come to investigate the robbery of the vault, never anticipating such a troublesome development. Can I refuse to cooperate with the investigation? Chu Ming asked innocently. One of the detectives who had lost the protective elixir replied with irritation. What do you think? You are the principal party involved. How could you not go? Unless you reach a settlement right now. Chu Ming nodded, unsurprised. From the outset, he never expected to successfully frame Zhou Ruowang. At most, he could only cause him a bit of trouble. After all, he lacked irrefutable evidence to prove that Zhou had harmed him. That if he followed these detectives back to cooperate with their investigation, it would likely end in a stalemate, merely tarnishing Zhou Ruowang's reputation. Moreover, as someone involved in the plundering of the spiritual cultivation department, he certainly could not accompany these detectives. Thus, it was better to... Chu Ming turned to the grim-faced Zhou Ruowang and suggested, Mr. Zhou, why don't we settle this directly? Just compensate me a bit of money. What the hell? Zhou Ruowang was infuriated to the brink of explosion. The IT was one thing to be slandered. Now he was being asked to pay for a settlement? Absolutely not. Chu Ming smiled. Mr. Zhou, you wouldn't want to be associated with a label of suspected harm to a student, would you? Zhou Ruowang's furious expression froze, and he glanced incredulously at Chu Ming, then at Group Leader Hong and the others, as if questioning, is this extortion? This is definitely extortion. Group Leader Hong and the others exchanged evasive glances. They wished to resolve the matter swiftly. After all, who wanted to increase their workload? After some contemplation, Group Leader Hong said, well, Mr. Zhou, settling on the spot would indeed be the best choice. After all, undergoing a criminal investigation would significantly impact your reputation as a teacher. Zhou Ruowang fell silent, fully aware of this fact. However, it felt exceedingly humiliating. Not only had this brat insulted him, but he was also being falsely accused, and now he had to pay him off? What kind of logic was this? Who can explain this absurdity? Zhou Ruowang fell on the verge of a breakdown, suddenly regretting his initial attitude towards Chu Ming. This kid is utterly unreasonable. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Ruowang gritted his teeth and asked, how much do you want me to compensate? Chu Ming's eyes lit up. How much do you have in savings? Zhou Ruowang suddenly felt a desire to end his own life. Why did I provoke him? Why the hell did I get involved with him? Chu Ming was merely making a light-hearted jest, fully aware of the adage that a cornered rabbit may bite. After all, this fellow was no Zhang Gang. If truly pushed to the edge, he could become quite troublesome. Thus, in the end, Chu Ming simply extorted a modest sum of 5 million as compensation. For Platinum Tier Powerhouse, that was merely a minor setback. As he departed, Zhou Wang's expression had turned more ghastly than death itself. And he had resolutely marked Chu Ming as an enemy. He was even contemplating whether to take revenge on this brat during the college entrance examination. Otherwise, he would be left utterly infuriated. A mere brat with a combat power of around 2,000 managed to extort him, a platinum-level powerhouse with 800,000 combat power. How humiliating! Revenge was a necessity. At the very least, he must ensure that Chu Ming couldn't gain admission to any university. Zhou Ruowang's eyes glinted with cold light, a torrent of fury nearly incapacitating his mind. If Chu Ming were aware of his thoughts, he would only chuckle. Revenge during the college entrance exam? With over 2 weeks until then, my combat power might surpass yours by then. After consuming a dozen protective elixirs, I can continue to enhance my spiritual energy levels. Once Zhou Ruowang and Lu Qian departed, Group Leader Hong and the others breathed a sigh of relief, then turned their attention back to Chu Ming. All right, let us discuss the matter at hand. Group Leader Hong said earnestly, Chu Ming, we are here to inquire about your whereabouts during the appearance of the spatial rift last night. I was leisurely wandering around the antique street in the eastern part of the city. Chu Ming replied, momentarily taken aback. Upon seeing the police, he had suspected they were investigating the robbery of the vault, and he was puzzled. How could they suspect him so quickly? He had erased all traces of himself left in the spiritual cultivation department using restoration light. Antique Street, Group Leader Hong nodded, then inquired after the citywide alarm was raised. Where did you go? Well, naturally I rushed toward the school, but halfway there, the broadcast announced that the crisis was resolved, so I just went home. Chu Ming responded with a bewildered expression, as if he thought the questions were unnecessary. Group Leader Hong scrutinized his micro-expressions closely, finding no signs of deceit, and nodded. All right, there's nothing amiss. Lastly, we need your cooperation for a test. What test? Chu Ming asked, his brow furrowing in suspicion. A talent test. Group Leader Hong produced a device and handed it to him. Just drop a drop of blood onto the recognition area. You must have done it before, right? Oh, I've done it before. Chu Ming glanced at the device, secretly relieved. Fortunately, it was merely a talent test. If it were to assess spiritual energy levels, he would indeed struggle to explain. Just over a week ago, he was at the 8th tier of black iron, and now he was at the pinnacle of bronze. Besides attributing it to good fortune, how could he explain such a leap? He extended his hand, forcing out a drop of blood with his spiritual energy, and let it fall onto the device's detection area. Without leaving a trace, he discreetly observed the detectives, noting that none of them showed any change in expression. It seemed that none of them had cultivated mental energy techniques. Otherwise, the moment he employed his spiritual energy, his level would have been exposed. Chu Ming's thoughts momentarily focused. He suddenly realized that he could not conceal his spiritual energy level for long. If he intended to participate in the college entrance exam, exposure was almost inevitable. After all, during the exam, precise instruments would be used to assess spiritual energy levels and combat power. Moreover, many influential figures would attend, likely including formidable spiritual cultivators, making it impossible to hide his spiritual energy level from their mental scrutiny. What should I do? Am I to forego the entrance examination? While I could be directly recommended to one of the 2 prestigious universities, the accolades for being the top scorer in the national exam are extraordinarily enticing, rumored to even attract the attention of master-level powerhouses. Chu Ming truly did not wish to miss out. Forget it. I must participate in the exam. If my spiritual energy level is exposed, so be it. I'll come up with a reasonable excuse to explain later, if worse comes to worst. As he pondered countless thoughts, a beep sounded from the device in Group Leader Hong's hand. The screen displayed the results of an S-level special talent test. There was no indication of spatial abilities. Clearly, he was not the one who had robbed the vault. Group Leader Hong stored the device away, feeling unsurprised. He had never suspected Chu Ming. It was merely Chun Xian who, for reasons unknown, insisted on having him investigated. Prior to this, they had reviewed the city's surveillance footage. confirming that Chu Ming had indeed been present at the antique street yesterday afternoon. However, after the spatial rift appeared, a certain signal fluctuation disrupted electronic devices citywide, causing many surveillance feeds to lose segments of data. When they later observed Chu Ming's figure in the surveillance network, the spatial rift had already been erased, and he was seen walking home, his face radiating the joy of having survived a calamity. Much like the majority of ordinary citizens, this aligned perfectly with what Chu Ming had just stated. What further doubts could there be? A mere lad with a combat power of around 2,000. And that S-grade talent is unlikely to be utilized again. With this thought in mind, Captain Hong reached out to pat Chu Ming's shoulder and chuckled. "Thank you for your cooperation. There's nothing more to discuss. Please have a good rest, and we won't intrude any further." The other detectives, upon hearing this, turned to leave, having long wished to be rid of this place. They truly wondered what could possibly warrant an investigation into a high school student, especially since they had lost over 10 protective pills in the process. Before departing, driven by professional instinct, Captain Hong took a glance around Chu Ming's room, but found nothing unusual. However, upon noticing the pile of crumpled papers on the desk, he felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye and sighed. Youth is indeed wonderful, but perhaps moderation is key. It could be taxing on one's vitality. The college entrance examinations are approaching, so focus on your cultivation instead. Chu Ming was momentarily taken aback, then nodded and replied, "Thank you for your concern. I want to play tomorrow and will accumulate vitality." After a pause, he added with some hesitation, "But 2 days without playing might be a bit uncomfortable. It could accumulate vitality." Captain Hong. The detectives, soon, the group departed in silence. Once Chu Ming confirmed they had completely left, he closed the door and returned to his bed, silently sensing the abundant medicinal energy of the protective pills within him, a contemplative gleam flickering in his excited eyes. He had previously researched that the protective pill was a gentle medicine with minimal side effects. Even consuming 100 of them consecutively would pose no issues. The effects of the medicine were cumulative, but its half-life was not. Consuming a single protective pill would yield effects lasting at most a month. Consuming 100 would similarly last for a month. This was precisely why Captain Hong had deemed it wasteful when Chu Ming had consumed 14 pills in one go. However, for Chu Ming, this was far from wasteful. He intended to refine all his internal organs, including his heart, in a short span, propelling himself to the pinnacle of silver level. This undoubtedly placed a significant burden on his internal organs. Would the effects of 14 protective pills suffice to protect him? After some contemplation, Chu Ming felt it should be adequate. Subsequently, with a thought, he retrieved over 100 intermediate spirit orbs and a bag of memory bread from the Lingshu Pearl. With 18 days remaining until the college entrance examination, if he could elevate his spiritual power to above the pinnacle of silver during this period and push the wood vine technique to its limits, his combat power would surely exceed 1 million at that point, coupled with the forgiveness hat and the restoration light. Should he wish to flee, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to stop him. Chu Ming mused, already prepared for the possibility that his spiritual power level might be exposed during the college entrance examination. Such a drastic increase in a short time would lead even the dimmest to deduce that he harbored tremendous secrets and opportunities. If certain ill-intentioned, powerful individuals were to take notice, it could spell trouble. Likewise, if the state sought to forcibly research his talent, it would also pose significant complications. Thus, by that time, he must possess the absolute capability to escape. Merely relying on the forgiveness hat and restoration light would not suffice. The former had only 2 days of usage left. If he did not enhance his strength, how far could he run in 2 days? He could be captured in an instant. As for the latter, while it could be wielded as a weapon with formidable effectiveness, should he encounter a particularly powerful spiritual cultivator, he might not even have time to switch on the flashlight before being subdued. Chu Ming understood clearly that enhancing his own strength was of paramount importance. Doraemon's gadgets were merely supplementary. After all, most of these gadgets had limitations, making it difficult for him to attain invincibility directly. Furthermore, even without restrictions, invincibility was not guaranteed. In this world, transcendent beings comprehended the power of laws. As for divine realm experts, they could directly manipulate one or multiple laws, altering certain world rules with a mere thought. Chu Ming had always hesitated to ascertain whether the conceptual gadgets of Doraemon were superior or inferior to the laws mastered by divine realm experts. For instance, if a divine realm expert who grasped the law of light faced the restoration light flashlight, and the opponent simply altered light, would it still hold any utility? His previous reckless usage of the forgiveness had undoubtedly been an unwise decision, a moment of excessive excitement that he now regretted. During this period, having ceased his previous lethargy, he had delved into extensive research online. Even venturing into the dark web for additional insights, he had gained a new understanding regarding the invasion of myriad races, secret realms, cultivation, and more. This world was undoubtedly more perilous than he had imagined. Elevating his strength became the utmost priority. If he could navigate the college entrance examination smoothly, reaping the rewards of his ranking and leveraging the benefits of university, he could then seek to enhance his spiritual power further. Perhaps he can negotiate with Doraemon for even more remarkable gadgets or trade with Grey Wolf. Utilizing the acquired items to boost his strength would create a virtuous cycle. Ascending to the pinnacle of the world would not be a mere dream. Determined, he resolved to enter seclusion and upgrade. Chu Ming shook his head, casting aside fantasies, seized several intermediate spirit orbs, and prepared to break through to the silver level. Meanwhile, the commotion caused by the obliteration of the spatial rift from the previous night was just beginning to spread. Even the highest echelons of China were stirred, convening multiple emergency meetings overnight to speculate on the identity of the mysterious powerful figure. The emergence of a suspected spatial-type transcendent was no trivial matter. It could incite a significant uproar in any nation. How rare are transcendent beings? Globally, they number no more than 200, each a vital asset to their country. As entities who comprehend the power of laws, they can momentarily alter certain laws over a vast area, annihilating a metropolis housing millions in the blink of an eye, far more perilous than nuclear weapons in the modern era. Moreover, the spatial law ranks among the kings of all laws. A spatial-type transcendent, should they choose, could instantly tear open dozens of spatial rifts within a city. These rifts would soon attract the attention of certain alien races from the myriad realms, allowing them to invade Blue Star through these rifts, transforming them into so-called secret realm portals. Therefore, the current Chinese leadership was exceedingly anxious, fearing that this suddenly appearing spatial-type transcendent harbored ill intentions. In the spiritual cultivation headquarters of the capital, within a conference room, high-ranking officials were engaged in fervent discussions. Aside from that divine realm expert, the highest-ranked spatial talent awakened in the country was merely at the master level. Was this transcendent a new arrival? Was this individual not Chinese? Or perhaps they belonged to the Dawn organization? Impossible. If they were from Dawn, how could they possibly assist U-City in resolving that spatial rift? It would be more likely for them to tear open several more rifts. Yet, considering the situation, since this person saved U-City, they were most likely benevolent. Moreover, a spatial-type transcendent, unless that divine realm expert intervened, would be nearly impossible for them to locate with their capabilities. Speculating here was futile. However, it would be prudent to keep a close watch on U-City. The Dawn organization would undoubtedly be monitoring it. Eager to recruit this transcendent, recent times would be perilous for U-City. Rest assured, the Southwestern Military District has already dispatched troops, led by a diamond-level major general, with assistance from Lu Qing, a golden-8 spiritual cultivator. Protecting U-City should pose no issue. The silence enveloped the conference room. Several prominent figures, standing atop the pinnacle of China, wore grave expressions, their eyes heavy with sorrow. What the vast majority of ordinary citizens remain oblivious to is that, in this moment, China truly teeters on the brink of collapse. Across the nation, the emergence of secret realms accelerates with alarming rapidity, their levels escalating, and formidable monsters proliferate incessantly. In the mere span of 6 months, nearly 10 million lives have been lost or shattered. Avoid inciting panic and exacerbating the already precarious situation. They have withheld the truth from the majority of the populace, only revealing a casualty figure of just over 600,000. Yet, even so, the air of dread has inevitably begun to permeate the country. Simultaneously, certain foreign powers, in the face of this global crisis, have not tempered their hostility towards China. Rather, they have intensified their attacks. Meanwhile, the Dawn Organization, a nefarious group with the primary objective of aiding various factions in the annihilation of Blue Star, has also been notably active within the country. 2 months prior, a platinum-grade practitioner from the Dawn Organization breached the sealing array of a diamond-level Secret Realms teleportation portal using a particular spiritual artifact, unleashing a horde of platinum and diamond-grade monsters, resulting in the loss of countless lives. At this moment, China finds itself besieged by both internal strife and external threats, caught in tumultuous turmoil. And one can fathom the immense pressure that the few high-ranking officials in this conference room are enduring. Time flies. Soon, the day before the college entrance examination arrives. At this moment, Yuzhou City has returned to its former tranquility, and the citywide alarm from a fortnight ago seems to have been forgotten by all. Life must go on. After all, at Beishan High School, all the third-year students gather on the playground. Principal Li Huayu delivers the final motivational speech before the examination from the podium, brimming with enthusiasm. Dear students, in the past years, we may have wandered and felt lost. But tomorrow, during the college entrance examination, the audience below struggles to stay awake, their ears only catching the muffled "abba abba" in the corner reserved for class 1 of the third year. Wang Hongmei surveyed her classmates, shaking her head in disappointment. As expected, Chu Ming had still not arrived. Ever since the conclusion of the mock exams a month ago, this boy had not set foot in school. Had he truly become so detached? Did he believe that being guaranteed admission to 2 prestigious universities absolved him of a need to attend school? Or perhaps he thought that with his combat power of around 2,000, he was destined to secure the top spot in the province during the examination. Indeed, this boy could undoubtedly claim the provincial first place without a doubt. However, Wang Hongmei had little faith in Chu Ming's future. Merely relying on a stroke of luck and innate talent to boost his combat power and level, achieving some results, had led him to become so arrogant, even if he were accepted by the 2 universities. What of it? With such a mindset, how far could he truly go? Moreover, his current combat power of 2,000 was likely to be the pinnacle of his potential. I've made it in a 30-square-meter rental room. The space was filled with a verdant mist, composed entirely of pure wood-type spiritual energy, exuding an extraordinarily rich life force. The 2 potted plants on the bedside table, originally only 20 centimeters tall, had now sprouted vines stretching dozens of meters, entwining the bed, floor, and ceiling. On the bed sat a figure bathed in a vibrant green hue, its skin glistening like the finest jade, and with each breath, it exuded a wave of wood-type spiritual energy, rising and falling like ocean tides. Should anyone witness this scene, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "Wow, the Green Giant." No, that's not right. It should be, "Wow, a golden-grade powerhouse." Indeed, at this moment, Chu Ming had thoroughly refined his internal organs, transforming each one into a vessel for spiritual power, significantly enhancing their resilience. Even if someone were to shoot a gun at his kidneys, they would sustain no harm whatsoever. Simultaneously, Chu Ming had successfully condensed his wood-type spirit body, which was the reason for his entire form glowing in green. This also signified that he could step into the golden grade at any moment. When a silver grade practitioner refines their heart, they reach the pinnacle of silver grade, with every inch of their skin, muscles, and organs brimming with pure spiritual power. At this juncture, as long as they cultivate a spiritual formula of 3rd rank or above to the 3rd layer, they can attain the ability to condense their spirit body. Once the spirit body reaches a minor completion, the spiritual energy returns to its essence, ultimately condensing into a single point known as the Dantian. When the Dantian opens up into a vast ocean of spiritual energy, commonly referred to as the spiritual sea, it signifies that the practitioner has officially entered the first stage of the golden grade. Alas, while he had achieved minor completion of his spirit body, opening the spiritual sea was not something to be accomplished in a short time. Chu Ming opened his eyes, 2 beams of green light shooting forth, revealing a look of exasperation. For over 2 weeks, he had been in seclusion, toiling away without even glancing at a single piece of media. He had expended over 100 intermediate spiritual pearls, and as a result, had only managed to elevate his spiritual power from the pinnacle of bronze to the pinnacle of silver, a mere hair's breadth away from the golden grade. How can it be so slow? Chu Ming felt considerable dissatisfaction. Although this pace could not be deemed excessively fast compared to other practitioners, it was akin to a spaceship compared to a snail. The leap from the pinnacle of bronze to the pinnacle of silver represented a gap of 9 whole tiers. Even the most exceptional prodigies, under optimal conditions, might require 7 to 8 years to achieve this feat nevertheless. Chu Ming remained unsatisfied. His expectations had not been met, as he had hoped to reach the golden grade at the very least. Casting a glance at the scattered remnants of intermediate spiritual pearls strewn across the floor, Chu Ming felt even more disheartened. As levels rose, the efficacy of intermediate spiritual pearls in aiding cultivation diminished significantly. Initially, one pearl could offset 10 days of training, but now it barely compensated for a single day. It appeared that upon reaching the golden grade, he would have to resort to using advanced spiritual pearls. 100 advanced spiritual pearls would hardly seem sufficient. Most, they might assist him in reaching the 5th tier of the golden grade. But after that, where could he procure more advanced pearls or even higher grade spiritual crystals? Rubbing his chin in contemplation, Chu Ming pondered whether he should visit the provincial spiritual cultivation department's vault. Forget it, I'll deal with future matters later. Shaking his head, he cast aside his thoughts and surveyed the room, now enveloped in vines. Narrowing his eyes, he focused his mind, in an instant, the lush green vines, as if having experienced decades in the blink of an eye, rapidly withered and decayed, transforming into a puddle of dried vines. Nyobwek-e, a glimmer of joy flashed in Chu Ming's eyes. Truly, this was a 5-rank spiritual technique. During this period, aside from elevating his spiritual power level, he had devoted nearly 20 pieces of memory bread to evolving the wood vine technique into its original 5-rank spiritual skill, which at this moment should be aptly named time. The higher the rank of a spiritual skill or formula, the closer its cultivation approaches the essence of its spiritual attribute. For instance, with wood-type spiritual skills, those below rank 3 could only condense wooden vines, wooden spikes, and tree trunks for physical attacks. However, wood-type spiritual skills of rank 4 and above delve into the essence of life within wood-type spiritual energy. After mastering the 5-rank intermediate spiritual skill time, Chu Ming felt an exhilarating surge of power. As he could control the very life of all plants with just a thought, he could cause a towering tree to wither and decay in an instant or prompt a sapling to grow into a century-old tree. Is this the reason why this technique is called time? Chu Ming murmured to himself, brimming with excitement. The most crucial revelation was that he sensed he could also manipulate the life of other practitioners through time. With a mere thought, he could age or rejuvenate someone by several decades. However, he certainly could not exercise this control over human life as freely as with plants, as it would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of spiritual power. Moreover, the stronger the practitioner, the less effective the outcome would be. Nonetheless, this was undoubtedly a formidable trump card, second only to Doraemon's gadgets. A 5-rank intermediate wood-type spiritual skill, by rights, should not possess such formidable capabilities. Yet, Chu Ming had an advantage. In this world, spiritual formulas and skills theoretically have 9 stages of cultivation, often referred to as the 9 levels and 9 layers. However, the vast majority of individuals can only cultivate to the 3rd stage. Achieving the 5th stage or beyond is a testament to one's unparalleled talent. Consequently, when an ordinary practitioner cultivates a formula or skill to the 3rd stage, if one desires to progress further, one would undoubtedly opt for a tome of superior rank for cultivation. For instance, a Black Iron tier spiritual practitioner, upon mastering a 1st-grade low-tier technique to its 3rd level, is likely to seek out a 1st-grade mid-tier technique for further training, rather than endeavoring to elevate the low-tier technique to its 4th level, as that would be an imprudent expenditure of time. However, Chu Ming, with the aid of memory bread, can instantaneously cultivate each technique and spiritual skill to the 9th level and 9th tier. Moreover, he can even extrapolate new stages beyond that. He can even amalgamate different techniques or skills, enhancing their strengths and compensating for their weaknesses to create a more advanced new technique or skill. Take, for instance, the Emu spiritual technique. This signifies that Chu Ming's spiritual power and combat prowess will perpetually and unequivocally surpass all practitioners of the same tier. This is what one might call a cheat. The augmentation in combat capability afforded by a 9th-tier, 5th-grade spiritual skill could be monumental, at least a 30-fold increase. One would assume that a glint sparkled in Chu Ming's eyes as he calculated his current maximum combat strength. The average combat power at the pinnacle of silver is nearly 100,000. Multiplying his spiritual power quality by 2 seems reasonable, amounting to 200,000, if the 9th tier can amplify his power by 30 times. Would his maximum combat value not exceed 6 million? That would place him on par with a typical 6th-tier platinum practitioner, surpassing Chen Shiyuan. This is merely Chu Ming's conservative estimate. The actual figure is likely even higher. To ascertain the precise number, one must rely on instrumental testing. However, once combat power exceeds 1 million, one can only use array formations for assessment, as no instrument can withstand such immense power. After all, this is power capable of collapsing a concrete edifice with a single blow. 0.6 million in combat power could indeed bring down 6 buildings. This line of reasoning seems rather hasty. Shaking his head, Chu Ming dismissed such chaotic thoughts. After estimating his combat strength, he felt entirely confident in participating in the college entrance examination. Should any trouble arise, he could easily flee. He then picked up his phone to check the time. On the 8th of June, 168 years into the resurgence era, it was 3 o'clock in the morning that a brief 3-hour rest would suffice before heading directly to the examination. Chu Ming stretched, having been engaged in uninterrupted advancement for over 2 weeks. Even at the pinnacle of silver and having solidified his spiritual body, he felt a touch fatigued that a brief nap would do. Meanwhile, beside his bed lay a wooden box containing what appeared to be some soil, covered by a wrinkled cloth adorned with a clock pattern. Prior to his seclusion, Chu Ming had extracted several seedlings of 2nd-grade spiritual herbs from the Lingshu pearl, though he was uncertain of their exact nature. With a spirit of experimentation, he planted the seedlings in the soil and covered them with a time cloth, eager to see how they would mature. He subsequently forgot about them that moment. Beneath the time cloth, a faint, resplendent green radiance shimmered, and a rich aura of life slowly circulated. The following day marked the annual National College entrance examination. However, this year, candidates from the city did not proceed to the designated secret realm for assessment. Instead, under the guidance of their schools, they gathered at the largest stadium in the city. Following the reforms in this year's examination, it was divided into 2 parts, the city exam and a national exam. Initially, each city would conduct a separate examination, with only those whose combat power exceeded 1,200 qualifying for the second round, the national exam. The government intended to implement a straightforward and efficient method of direct combat power assessment for the city exam. However, after deliberation, the higher-ups decided to maintain a semblance of fairness, ensuring that those with lower power but immense potential were not overlooked. Thus, the format for the city exam was ultimately determined to be a tournament. This would allow each candidate to fully showcase their control over spiritual power, talent, and skills, providing a means to gauge their comprehension levels that IT would also reveal their combat experience and innate abilities. If a candidate possessed only 800 in combat power but exhibited extraordinary control over talent and skills, along with superior combat techniques, they might very well be admitted to prestigious universities without needing to participate in the second round of the national exam. While this appeared fair, it paled in comparison to the previous year's separate examinations conducted by each city. After all, in prior years, first-rate universities had guaranteed admission quotas. Securing a position among the top 30 in the city would ensure admission to a good university. Yet this year, demonstrating overwhelming potential was imperative for admission to esteemed institutions that AT this moment. The entire stadium was abuzz with activity. Orderly police, security personnel, and over 2,000 candidates from the awakening classes congregated therein. Wait, how could there be 2,000 candidates? On the high platform, Li Huayu surveyed the students below, momentarily taken aback. The total number of awakening class students in Yuzhou was barely over 1,000. Where did this additional 1,000 candidates come from? He was not alone in his confusion. Many principals on the platform shared the same sentiments, casting inquiring glances toward Chen Shiyuan, who stood nearby. However, Chen Shiyuan was preoccupied. engaged in conversation with a dignified middle-aged man. Before this imposing figure, Chun, a city-level spiritual cultivation minister, bore a respectful smile. Yet the surrounding principals felt no dissonance, their gazes toward the middle-aged man infused with admiration. This man, named Lu Qing, belonged to the Golden Eight Stage Divine Practitioners of the Southwest Military Region, holding the rank of Brigadier General. His mental fortitude was so formidable that it could extinguish the spirits of over 2,000 individuals in an instant. After all, even Chun Xun, a Platinum 5-stage practitioner, possessed only silver-level mental power, leaving him nearly powerless before Lu Qing, unless he wielded a divine artifact capable of withstanding golden-level mental assaults. The principals could not help but silently marvel at the sheer terror evoked by such a powerful divine practitioner. Were it not for the excessively stringent conditions required for cultivating mental power, it was likely that the vast majority would have pursued mental cultivation instead of spiritual power. General Lu, this arrangement seems rather inappropriate. Does it not? How can we allow candidates from Xingzhou to take the entrance exam alongside those from Yuzhou? Their strength disparity is simply too great. Chun Shuyuan's expression bore a mix of respect, bitterness, and difficulty. His patience nearly frayed. He had only recently received word that over 1,000 candidates from Xingzhou, a first-tier city even more formidable than the provincial capital of Sichuan, were set to participate in the Yuzhou entrance exam. Was this not absurd? The high school students in Xingzhou typically boasted spiritual power levels around Black Iron 8, with average combat power nearing 8 or 900. Rumor had it that a few prodigies had already reached Bronze 2, with combat power soaring to 2 or 3,000. How could the candidates from Yuzhou possibly compete against them? Even if Chu Ming were present, it would be challenging for him to secure a position among the top 5. To have students from other cities dominate the top ranks of Yuzhou's entrance exam was a blow to the city's pride. Minister Chun, this is truly unavoidable. I hope you can understand, Lu Qing also felt helpless. Xingzhou is still undergoing reconstruction. There are simply no suitable venues for the entrance exam. They participated in the mock exams in Jiangcheng. We cannot expect them to do so again for the actual exam. Can we? Thus, it falls to Yuzhou. Over a month prior, a spatial rift had emerged in Xingzhou, giving rise to a secret realm that devastated half the city, which was still in the process of rebuilding. Consequently, candidates from Xingzhou had to rotate through nearby cities for their large-scale examinations. No, General Lu, I can certainly understand that. I welcome the candidates from Xingzhou to take their entrance exams here, but cannot they be separated into different venues? What is the meaning of having them take the exam together? Chun Shuyuan genuinely struggled to comprehend this point. The vast disparity in strength between the two groups made it seem unreasonable to have them compete in a mixed format. Special circumstances warrant special measures. Lu Qing replied with a look of resignation. The higher-ups have mandated that we complete the city exams within a single day to ensure efficiency. If the two groups of candidates were to take the exam in separate venues, it would significantly increase the requirements for personnel, resources, and time. Pausing for a moment, Lu Qing's expression grew more serious. Moreover, gathering the candidates in one place facilitates our military's protection, as Yuzhou is not particularly stable at the moment. Upon hearing those words, Chun Xun, who initially intended to say something, fell silent. Indeed, ever since the emergence of a suspected spatial tier extraordinary being in the past fortnight, Yuzhou City has been experiencing frequent waves of unfamiliar and potent spiritual energy fluctuations, nearly all surpassing the gold tier. It is highly probable that these are individuals from the Dawn organization. Consequently, the military has abruptly stationed in Yuzhou, with not only Major General Lu Qing arriving, but also, as rumored, a Diamond Tier Lieutenant General. Their mission is to safeguard the citizens of Yuzhou and ensure the smooth conduct of the college entrance examination. Well, I understand. After regaining his composure, Chun Shiyuan could only let out a sigh. No matter how dissatisfied he might feel, what could he do? The current Yuzhou is no longer under his control. Moreover, it is indeed necessary to consider the greater good. The safety of the candidates is far more crucial than mere appearances. Thank you for your understanding, Lu Qing replied with a gentle nod. Chun Shuyuan glanced at the batch of candidates from Xingzhou City and smiled wryly. With them participating in the examination, our candidates will probably struggle to even make it into the top 50. As for Chu Ming, he might have a chance at the top 10, but the top 5 will be a challenge. Chu Ming, the S-rank talent awakener. Lu Qing raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, I heard that during the 3rd mock exam, he demonstrated combat power around 2,000 with a black iron 8-tier spiritual energy level. Has his strength improved over the past month? Chun Xuan shook his head. Not quite sure. I heard he hasn't attended school for a month now. Yes, probably slacking off. Given his talent, attempting to replicate that feat a second time would be exceedingly difficult. Liu Qing nodded. Indeed, a combat power of around 2,000 might secure a 6th or 7th place in the city exam. But the top 5 would be quite a stretch. Those geniuses from Xingzhou truly exert a dimensional strike in Yuzhou. Chun Shuyuan shot him a bemused glance. Oh, you're aware of this too? Damn it, having our city's candidates outperformed in the top 50 by those from other cities is truly embarrassing. What? We're taking the exam alongside candidates from Xingzhou City. Is that for real? In the gymnasium hall, at the position of Beishan High School, Xiao Chuanhua's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression blank. What the hell? I can't even secure a spot in the top 3 now. Don't get me started. Even Ming Gu would struggle. Over the past month, he had made some progress in his spiritual techniques, with his peak combat power surpassing 1,200, even higher than Gu Yueshi's from a month ago. Before the college entrance examination, Xiao Chuanhua was brimming with confidence. Regardless of how this exam was reformed, securing a top 3 position in the city exam seemed like a given, right? His only competitors were Gu Yueshi and that ultimate freak. Ming G.S. Oh, why are we suddenly taking the city exam alongside candidates from Xingzhou? What level are we at in Yuzhou compared to Xingzhou? There is simply no comparison. We don't have that capability. You know, damn it, those Xingzhou folks have thrown all pretense out the window. Xiao Chuanhua felt a surge of indignation. With this arrangement, he feared that even making it into the top 50 in the city exam would be a challenge. Sigh. The class teacher of Class 5 also sighed, recognizing that this was a decision made by the Education Bureau and the military. As a teacher, there was little he could do. He could only pat Xiao Chuanhua on the shoulder and comfort him. It's all right, this year's highlight in the college entrance examination will be the national exam that follows. The city exam is merely a formality. With your current combat power, you will definitely qualify for the national exam. Just perform well at that time and strive to be admitted to a first-rate university. Admit to a trade school. Huh. Xiao Chuanhua mentally scoffed. He had long calculated that under the unified national grading standards, gaining admission to a first-rate university would require at least 2,000 combat power. Even a second-rate university would demand 1,500 combat power. He felt that he would be lucky to get into a third-rate university. If luck were to run even thinner, he might end up at a mediocre university. It was utterly frustrating. Had the college entrance examination followed the previous system, he would have been guaranteed admission to a first-rate university. Xiao Chuanhua felt 1,000 curses bubbling within him. Sigh. It seems I can only showcase myself as much as possible in the city exam arena and hope to catch the eye of a recruiter from a first-rate university. Perhaps even get an exception for admission. With a B-rank talent, being able to become one of the top 3 in the city was no small feat. Xiao Chuanhua's comprehension of techniques and spiritual arts was undoubtedly superior. He needed to make the most of the arena to display his capabilities. He knew this might be his only opportunity to be admitted to a first-rate university, in Yuzhou City. There were only 2 candidates with combat powers exceeding 1,000. No. Adding Chu Ming makes 3. The teacher from Class 5 wore a bitter expression. But there are over 50 candidates from Xingzhou with combat powers exceeding 1,000 and 8 with combat powers over 2,000. Even 2 with powers reaching 3,000. What do we have to compete with them? These students can freely select high-tier techniques and spiritual arts upon entering high school, while top students can even obtain third-tier techniques. The resources for training, such as spiritual pearls and spiritual artifacts, are far beyond what our Yuzhou high schools can compare with. It is said that each can receive 3 low-tier spiritual pearls per semester. Xiao Chuanhua's mindset crumbled further upon hearing this. After taking the top 3 in the last mock exam, he received a low-tier 2nd-grade spiritual technique as a reward, and he had been so thrilled that he nearly lost his composure. Damn it, the disparity is simply unbearable. Sigh, the allocation of resources is indeed highly imbalanced. However, there's little that can be done. After all, a second-tier technique can only serve 1,000 practitioners at most. Those who come after will find it ineffective, and the country cannot distribute so many second-tier techniques to everyone. Thus, even if we cannot make it into the top 50, it is to be expected. Everyone, do not lose heart, the class teacher summarized, looking at the dejected faces of the students, encouraging them. Our temporary disadvantage is merely due to the disparity in educational resources. This does not mean that we are necessarily inferior in terms of talent and comprehension. Do not belittle yourselves. In the upcoming arena matches, give it your all. Strive to catch the attention of recruiters from esteemed universities. All right, the students responded weakly, their spirits low. The new college entrance examination format was already unfavorable for ordinary candidates from smaller cities. And now, with the addition of candidates from major cities, the chances of standing out seemed even slimmer. The collective mood was palpable. Not just them, but over 1,000 candidates in Yuzhou City wore expressions of despair, feeling as if they were doomed. What is the point of even attempting the trade school? My combat power is barely 500, while those from Xingzhou are all around 800 or 900. Whatever, at my level, even if I don't take the exam with those from Xingzhou, I still want to make it to university, that I might as well focus on seizing opportunities in the factory. Factory entry 1, Sigh. No matter how the college entrance examination reforms, it won't affect us lowly ones with B-rank talents. We won't again regardless. Indeed, Xiao Chuanbua must be feeling the worst. He could have secured a spot in a first-rate university. But now even a third-rate one seems difficult. Shouldn't Chu Ming be the one suffering the most? Originally poised to take the top spot in the city and province, now he might not even make it into the top 5 in the city exam. How frustrating. Nonsense. At least he has the option for direct admission into 2 universities. At Yuzhou High School, upon hearing others mention Chu Ming, Gu Yueshi's eyes flickered slightly. Not able to make it into the top 5? That guy is a platinum-tier divine cultivator, capable of controlling even Lu Qing's spirit. If he wished, securing the title of national champion would likely be effortless. However, based on his conduct during that day in the Phantom Realm, it seems he doesn't want to reveal his level of spiritual power. Gu Yueshi felt utterly perplexed. She had no idea what Chu Ming was truly thinking. A platinum-tier divine cultivator is a rarity. With fewer than 100 in the entire nation, and even in the military, he would hold a lieutenant general rank. If it were to showcase his abilities, why would he even need to take the college entrance examination? He could easily enter the spiritual cultivation headquarters and the military. Why is he hiding? Gu Yueshi genuinely could not fathom it out of course. She was unaware that Chu Ming's spiritual power level was actually only at Black Iron 9 tier. The so-called platinum-level spiritual power was merely a deceptive effect of the forgiveness cap, creating a misconception for her. Lu Qing and others at that moment, whispers around them suddenly grew louder. Hey, look over there, it's him. It's him. Chu Ming is here. Quick, look. With just 2 minutes until the city exam commenced, this guy really knows how to time his entrance. What the hell? Is he really wearing that to the college entrance examination? Gu Yueshi hastily turned her gaze and spotted a young boy at the entrance of the stadium, dressed in a tank top and baggy shorts, with flip-flops on his feet, languidly undergoing a security check by the police. It seemed as though he were not there for the college entrance examination, but rather to idle away his time. The corners of Gu Yueshi's eyes twitched slightly, and a weary expression of exasperation appeared on her exquisite cheeks. Ah, indeed, geniuses are inherently unconventional. Wait, where is he going? Gu Yueshi's expression suddenly changed. She noticed that after completing the security check, Chu Ming surveyed the crowd and headed directly toward the candidates from Xingzhou. She hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to go over and remind him, but the throng was too dense, and Chu Ming's figure quickly vanished among the masses. Wow, there are so many people, as Chu Ming walked within the venue. Glancing around in search of Beishan Middle School's location, he felt somewhat puzzled. During the last mock exam, there hadn't seemed to be this many candidates, had there? It felt as though the number had doubled. How strange. Could it be that the citywide alarm from last time had frightened them all away? Looking at the crowd of candidates surrounding him, Chu Ming spent quite some time without finding Beishan Middle School's position. Eventually, he decided to simply find a random spot in the crowd to stand. Before coming, he had already checked that this year's college entrance examination would be conducted in a tournament format. When the announcement called his name, he would simply go up and compete. Standing anywhere was inconsequential. Moreover, Chu Ming was not particularly eager to encounter his homeroom teacher again. That snobbish instructor was exceedingly bothersome, and he feared he might inadvertently engage her in a duel or two. Classmate, I think you're standing in the wrong place." A boy beside him remarked with a puzzled expression, and the surrounding students cast similarly bewildered glances. This boy in shorts was not from their school. Chu Ming replied, "Oh, I'm a transfer student." The boy looked utterly baffled. Which transfer student would come to the college entrance examination? Was this a deliberate disruption? "Hey buddy, which school from Xingzhou are you from? What are you doing in our chintzy #1 spot?" Someone couldn't help but ask. Chu Ming was momentarily taken aback. Xingzhou? Which district of Yuzhou City is that? He had never heard of it. Scratching his head, he decided to brush it off. It's just that Nanyuan Middle School. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the surrounding candidates changed slightly, and they looked at Chu Ming with a hint of pity. So, he was from a Nanyuan Middle School. A frail youth wrapped his arm around Chu Ming's shoulder and sighed. "I heard that during the last citywide alarm, only one senior from your school survived. And that would be you, right?" Chu Ming was utterly bewildered. Wait, Nanyuan Middle School really exists. Indeed, there's a Nanyuan Middle School in Xingzhou City, and it is a key high school. This year's senior class includes several students with combat power exceeding 1,800. Unfortunately, over a month ago, when a spatial rift appeared in Xingzhou City, Nanyuan Middle School's defensive array malfunctioned, and several diamond-level monsters flattened it. More than half of the faculty and students perished, including the golden-level principal. Among the senior awakening class, only one person survived. Hence, the pitying gazes directed towards Chu Ming from the surrounding candidates. It seemed this poor fellow had come to take the college entrance examination alone. Considering that almost all the teachers and the principal had perished, leaving him without anyone to accompany him. And no wonder he had nowhere to stand and had to come over to their side. To save face, he even claimed to be a transfer student. Truly, it was pitiful. "Brother, you must be strong." The frail youth clung tightly to Chu Ming's shoulder, encouraging him. "It's all right. I believe you can excel in the college entrance examination and bring honor to Nanyuan Middle School." The surrounding candidates also cast encouraging glances at Chu Ming. All right. Thank you." Chu Ming awkwardly nodded, feeling utterly dazed. What was this all about? "Oh, don't be so reserved," the frail youth warmly said. "I'm Shui Hongfa. From the awakening class 3 of Chintzy #1. He gestured to the people around him. "These are all from our class 3. All good brothers. Indeed, we're all brothers." The people around displayed friendly smiles. Chu Ming chuckled awkwardly, hesitating whether to explain his situation. Just then, at the front of the platform, Chan Xuan picked up the microphone, cleared his throat, and announced loudly, "All right, silence. I shall reiterate the rules of the city examination. First and foremost, it is a display competition. Every candidate must go up to the arena for 3 matches. Each candidate's opponent will be randomly selected from candidates of the same level by the computer. Each person's score will be calculated by the combined assessments of the judges and the computer. Note, the outcome of the display competition has no bearing on advancement. Only the top 100 candidates by combat power will qualify for the second round of elimination. The purpose of establishing the display competition is to provide every candidate with an opportunity to showcase their abilities, and we hope every candidate can demonstrate their strengths to the fullest during the 3 matches." As he spoke, Chun Xuan pointed to a section of seats on the left side of the platform, where dozens of figures were seated. He continued, "These are the admission officers from all universities ranked above the 3rd tier in the country. If your performance gains the recognition of any one of them, you may very well be admitted as an exception." At this point, many candidates in the audience turned ashen, especially those from Yuzhou City. Chu Ming could not help but grimace as well. Regardless of winning or losing, only the top 100 candidates by combat power could enter the next round of examinations. Good heavens, it felt as though this display competition was merely a formality. It was simply designed to give lower combat power students a sense of participation in the college entrance examination. As for those who performed outstandingly, the likelihood of being admitted by some university as an exception, how many could there be? With the cancellation of mandatory admission quotas, what reason would these 3rd tier and above spiritual cultivation universities have to admit students from small cities who possess mediocre talent and combat power that was shockingly low? Well, except for those that had awakened talents of a grade or above. After all, The level of talent determines an individual's cultivation speed and potential, which is a consensus in this world. A-grade talents always enjoy certain privileges. As for the others, these admission officers likely wouldn't even bother to glance in their direction. High comprehension. It merely means one could cultivate a technique or spiritual skill to a higher stage, achieving a slightly faster cultivation speed, surpassing others of the same level. Exceptional combat skills. No matter how exceptional, could a silver-level combatant possibly bridge the gap against a platinum-level opponent solely through combat skills? Thus, in the eyes of most, talent level almost represented everything, while other qualifications were merely supplementary references. The fairness of this college entrance examination is all too evident. Candidates with talent levels below a grade or combat power not exceeding 1,000 truly couldn't even aspire to the threshold of a third-tier university. The most awkward would be those who had awakened to B-grade talents. If they were in a large city with excellent educational resources, there was still a considerable probability of surpassing a combat power of 1,000 before the college entrance examination. However, for B-grade talent awakeners in small cities, with this thought, Chu Ming couldn't help but scan the crowd, attempting to locate Xiao Chuanbua, but evidently he could not find him. If you remember correctly, there were over 100 students in Yuzhou City's current senior class who had awakened B-grade talents. Yet most were still around the 6th stage of Black Iron. With combat power just over 600, only Xiao Chuanbua, with a B-grade talent and astonishing comprehension, had reached the 9th stage of Black Iron. His combat power surpassing 1,000 TSK, the little sycophant is doomed. A B-grade talent, surely 1T guarantee admission to a first-tier university now. With combat power just over 1,000, he would likely only be able to attend a third-tier university. Chu Ming sighed inwardly, feeling a tinge of regret. The national reform of the college entrance examination, who knows if it's for better or worse, IT certainly manages to cultivate a batch of top-tier combatants in a short time. Yet it may also bury many B-grade talent awakeners from small cities that AS for those with C-grade talents. Even if the college entrance examination does not undergo reforms, it is fundamentally improbable for these individuals to gain admission to a third-rate university. Those capable of exceeding a combat power of 1,000 before the examination, even if they are students from the capital, are predominantly endowed with awakened talents of B rank or higher. Alas, if only the nation's cultivation resources were sufficiently abundant, we could vigorously nurture all individuals who have awakened to be rank and above, rather than having to sift through candidates, as we do now. Chu Ming found himself lost in thought, but ultimately dismissed it as mere fanciful speculation this moment. He had neither the energy nor the inclination to concern himself with national affairs, for his own challenges were plentiful. Buzz, at that instant, a device resembling a sports watch on Chu Ming's wrist vibrated. He lifted his hand to inspect it. The screen displayed a number, 1145, that this was an examination device issued to him by an examiner after passing security checks. Every student possessed one. The number displayed must signify his identification for this round of the demonstration competition. Right? Bro, I'm 514. What's your number? Shui Hongfa leaned in for a glance. Point 1145? Wow. Our numbers seem a bit unfortunate together. Don't they? Chu Ming chose to remain silent. That moment. Chen Xuan, standing on the platform, spoke again. Everyone is aware of their numbers now, correct? Good. Time is of the essence. The municipal examination must be completed within 24 hours. I shan't waste any more words. Now, the merged municipal examination of Yuzhou and Xingzhou officially begins. A wave of commotion erupted among the over 2,000 participants below. Chu Ming, however, was bewildered. Huh. Xingzhou City. What's that all about? Aha. It's finally starting, Shui Hongfa exclaimed with excitement. Though at my level, whether I participate or not is inconsequential, this municipal examination is genuinely intriguing. I can show off in front of the candidates from Yuzhou City. And that feels exhilarating. I've heard that the average combat power of Yuzhou candidates hovers around 500 to 600. That's quite pathetic. In our class, even the weakest has over 800. Small towns truly suffer. Today we shall open their eyes. As Shui Hongfa grew increasingly animated, he suddenly clapped Chu Ming on the shoulder, saying, "Right, brother. We from Xingzhou will ensure that not a single candidate from Yuzhou City makes it into the top 50. That would be quite the spectacle." Chu Ming, yes, someone nearby chimed in. And that candidate from Yuzhou who awakened the World Trader talent, whatever their name is, they're only around 2,000 combat power. If Brother Shui encounters them, it'll be an easy win. Shui Hongfa laughed heartily. Ha! With my combat power at 2,500, taking down that individual would be a breeze. Chu Ming. Ah. Yes, Shui Hongfa, right? Absolutely, Chu Ming. It's utterly ridiculous. A mere 2,000 combat power is nothing but trash. Shui Hongfa. Exactly. Just a little trash. Chu Ming. Brother Shui could defeat them with one hand. Shui Hongfa. Haha. Little brother, you possess quite the sense of humor. Not to that extent. At least, they should be able to land 3 hits. Chu Ming. Impressive. The stadium was vast, capable of accommodating tens of thousands. The 2,000 candidates occupied only a small section of it. The remaining space was occupied by over 50 enormous arenas. After Chun Xian announced the commencement of the municipal examination, massive screens around the stadium began to scroll with the matchups. Arena 1. Contestant 782 versus Contestant 258, Black Iron Rank 7. Arena 2. Contestant 568 versus Contestant 85, Black Iron Rank 5. Arena 3. Each contestant faced an opponent of equal rank, as this was a demonstration match. If there were too great a disparity in strength, one side would be swiftly defeated, and that would defeat the purpose of the showcase. Arena 39. Contestant 1145 versus Contestant 250, Black Iron Rank 8. Hey. Little brother, you've got a match in the first round. Shui Hongfa's eyes lit up as he saw the list point 1145 is you, right? Why are you only at Black Iron Rank 8? That a bit weak. Little brother, what can I say? My talent is rather lacking. Chu Ming shrugged helplessly. Don't worry, Shui Hongfa comforted him. Reaching Black Iron Rank 8 by the time of the examination is already the average level in Xingzhou. Most people are around this rank. There's no shame in it. Another person chimed in. Exactly, I'm also Black Iron Rank 8. The talents are always a minority. Individuals like Brother Shui, who are at Bronze Rank 2 with combat power over 2,000, are only a handful each year in Xingzhou, but there's no need for us to compare ourselves with them. Indeed, another person remarked, glancing at Chu Ming, teasingly adding, if it comes to it, just look at the candidates from Yuzhou. Most of them are only Black Iron Rank 5. By that comparison, doesn't your mindset feel significantly better? Chu Ming nodded thoughtfully. That does seem true. All right, enough chatter. Hurry up and get to the arena. Little brother, Shui Hongfa laughed and waved him off, but suddenly recalling something, he quickly grabbed Chu Ming's arm and asked, by the way, little brother, do you have any particular strengths? Chu Ming was taken aback. Strengths? Yes, like insights or something. Shui Hongfa's eyes held a hint of concern that he viewed Chu Ming's Black Iron Rank 8 status and presumed that his combat power might just barely exceed 900. It was clear that he would not be able to gain admission to a third-rate university without showcasing his strengths on the platform to catch the attention of the admissions officers up high. Chu Ming furrowed his brow in contemplation before sighing. My only strength might be my enthusiasm. Shui Hongfa was momentarily stunned. Enthusiasm? Chu Ming nodded. Yes, I'm particularly proactive and often maintain an optimistic outlook. Chickens? Shui Hongfa. Little brother, you are the most humorous person I've ever met. Thank you for the compliment, Chu Ming replied, nodding as he headed towards the arena, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Strange enough. It truly is enjoyable to tease the naive. This little brother possesses a remarkable mindset. Shui Hongfa shook his head in admiration. If I had experienced what he has, I would have likely become withdrawn long ago. The fact that he can remain so humorous is quite impressive. The others around them nodded in agreement, all admiring Chu Ming's ability to find joy amidst adversity. That moment, with a loud crack, a massive screen suddenly illuminated at the top of the stadium, measuring hundreds of meters in length and width, visible to everyone present. The screen displayed an aerial view of the 50-plus arenas. Instantly, all candidates looked up in astonishment. Oh my, there's even a big screen. Wow, I was just complaining about not being able to see the arenas. Who would have thought they would be so considerate? Awesome, now we can see the matches. Awesome, it's much better to watch from the audience seats, don't you think? Why can't we candidates go to the audience seats? It was announced that the municipal examination had to be completed within 24 hours, and gathering the candidates in the venue would surely enhance efficiency. As soon as the big screen appeared, the atmosphere in the stadium instantly heated up, filled with chatter that on the spectator stands, many individuals sat. Almost entirely teachers from various high schools, enjoying a much broader view, akin to those on the platform, able to oversee the entire scene that as contestant 250 Chen Hao. Wang Hongmei felt a surge of tension upon seeing the scrolling match list on the screen. She hadn't expected her class's most outstanding student to be up in the first round. Who is opponent 1145? Please don't let them be a student from Xingzhou City, with black iron rank 8. Chen Hao's combat power exceeding 900 placed him among the top 10 talents in Yuzhou City. However, at this level in Xingzhou City, he likely only ranked moderately if he faced an opponent nearing 1000 combat power in black iron rank 8 during the first round. It would be quite embarrassing. Though Chen Hao had awakened an A-rank talent and would undoubtedly be admitted to a first-rate university, rendering the municipal examination insignificant for him, Wang Hongmei was a person who valued her reputation, and she did not wish to see her top student lose the match that a nearby teacher, noticing her anxious expression, consoled her. "Don't worry, Teacher Wang. The demonstration matches are between individuals of the same rank, and the combat power disparities among black iron ranks are minimal. Given Chen Hao's prowess, even if he were to face an opponent with a combat strength nearing 1000, it would hardly lead to a disgraceful defeat. There might even be a chance for victory." Wang Hongmei considered this and felt a slight sense of relief, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Hao on ring 39. In the arena, Shui Hongfa and others were equally transfixed by the image on the large screen depicting ring 39. This person seems somewhat familiar. Someone furrowed their brow in surprise, exclaiming, "Isn't that Chen Hao, the fourth in the Samo competition from Yuzhou?" Shui Hongfa asked in confusion. "How do you know him?" The individual replied, "Oh, he's the friend of my sister's best friend's neighbor's partner's boyfriend's friend. I happen to know him. This fellow is rather impressive, possessing an A-level talent, in light of the subpar educational resources in Yuzhou. He has managed to attain a combat strength exceeding 900 at the level of black iron 8 stage. Even here in Xingzhou, there are many who cannot achieve that," Shui Hongfa remarked in astonishment. "Wow, that's quite impressive." He couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Could our little brother actually lose? "Indeed, it's hard to say," another person nodded in agreement. "We have no idea how formidable this brother from Nanyuan High School truly is." At that moment, atop ring 39, Chen Hao felt a hint of nervousness, praying fervently not to encounter any of those extraordinary individuals from Xingzhou, as long as his opponent was a candidate from Yuzhou. He was absolutely confident in securing victory. Tap, tap. The sound of footsteps approached. Chen Hao anxiously lifted his head, only to see a youth clad in a tank top and baggy shorts sauntering over. The moment their eyes met, Chen Hao, Chu Ming. Chu Ming. Wow. A mud duck. Chen Hao's expression shifted drastically. "I can't believe this." As Chu Ming stepped onto the ring, an immediate wave of attention converged upon ring 39. In the audience, Wang Hongmei's expression froze, her eyes wide with shock. The good news. Chen Hao's opponent was not from Xingzhou. The bad news. This good news was hardly better than becoming bad news. "Wait, did Chu Ming come to take the city exam? I didn't see him in class earlier." Wang Hongmei was utterly bewildered, having thought he hadn't shown up. Another teacher from Beishan High School was equally astonished. What a coincidence, to match with someone from the same class in the first round. Wang Hongmei's expression darkened. She understood that with Chen Hao facing Chu Ming, defeat was all but certain. Although Chu Ming was also a student from her class, she could not find joy in it. Chu Ming's previous attitude towards her still lingered in her mind, and the fact that he had not attended school for an entire month made it clear he held her in contempt. Yet, she felt powerless against him, which greatly displeased her. Even if you defeat Chen Hao, so what? After slacking off for a month, your combat strength and level have likely seen no improvement at all. I refuse to believe any school would dare accept you. Wang Hongmei scoffed internally. Just as before, she truly didn't believe that Chu Ming would smoothly gain admission to the two major universities. Perhaps even third-rate institutions would shy away from him. With the precedent of the world trader talent from 50 years ago, even a nation was reluctant to invest resources in such gifts, let alone these universities. Meanwhile, on the high platform, Chunxin, Lu Qian, Zhou Ruang, and a number of principals were all gazing in the direction of Chu Ming, their expressions varying. Isn't this matching mechanism a bit unreasonable? A principal frowned and remarked, in cases like Chu Ming's, he shouldn't be matched with opponents of the same level. He has a combat strength of 2,000. At the very least, he should face candidates at the bronze second stage. Chun Xuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, there's a problem. I will have someone adjust it. A principal from Xingzhou looked bewildered. Huh, who are you talking about? The other principals from Xingzhou also wore puzzled expressions. They were aware that there was a student from Yuzhou who had awakened the world trader talent, but they were unclear on the specifics, aside from a few who relished the spectacle. Few would take the time to investigate a so-called waste. Not only did these principals from Xingzhou lack familiarity with Chu Ming, but even among the students of Beishan High School, many were unaware of the name or appearance of the awakened world trader prior to the Samo competition. Previously, when they referred to Chu Ming, they merely labeled him as the student with the awakening of an S-level waste talent. You see that one on ring 39, wearing the floral shorts? A principal from Yuzhou clarified. That's the student who awakened the S-level waste talent, named Chu Ming. So it's him. The principals of Xingzhou finally understood, giving Chu Ming a more scrutinizing glance before quickly losing interest again. There was nothing to focus on. While the Black Iron 8 stage with a combat strength of 2,000 was indeed impressive, if he were to remain at that level for life, what good would it do? A combat strength of 2,000 would not even place him in the top 5 among candidates in Xingzhou. Chu Ming. Lu Qing narrowed his eyes, a hint of suspicion flickering within them. Why does this kid seem somewhat familiar? Have we met before? Beside him, the admissions officer, Zhou Ruang, maintained a calm demeanor. Yet there was a subtle hint of malice concealed within his gaze as he observed Chu Ming, lost in his own thoughts. Damn it, this matching mechanism is unfair, Chun Hao exclaimed, eyes wide as he looked at the referee beside him. Are you serious? I'm supposed to fight him? The referee frowned, displeased, and retorted. What do you mean? Our matching system is absolutely fair. It only pairs candidates of the same level. Aren't you both Black Iron 8 stage? Chu Ming nodded. Yes, my information states I am Black Iron 8 stage. Chen Hao grew frantic, but Chu Ming pointed at him. Referee. He is also Black Iron 8 stage. We are in the same class. Chen Hao. That's not. Chu Ming insisted earnestly. Referee, this is an absolutely fair match. You may leave now. Chen Hao. What the hell? Are you out of your mind? Can't you let me say something? The referee furrowed his brow and pointed at Chen Hao, angrily declaring, no insults towards fellow candidates are permitted in the examination hall. You deduct 3 points. Chen Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he glared at the referee. You what? The referee, incensed, shot back, insulting the referee, deduct 10 points. A series of swift exchanges nearly sent Chen Hao's CPU into overdrive. After delivering this statement, the referee turned and descended from the platform, denying Chen Hao any opportunity to voice his concerns, having verified both candidates' admission tickets, which clearly indicated their spiritual power levels as Black Iron 8 stage. How dare that kid question the fairness of their matching system? What a farce. On the platform, Chen Hao stood in a daze, staring blankly at the ground. Chu Ming reminded him, we only have 5 minutes for this match. Let us get started. Chen Hao. Quiet. I'm thinking. Chu Ming was taken aback. Thinking about how to defeat me. Chen Hao looked troubled, murmuring, how can I concede without losing face? Chu Ming was a loss for words. He anticipated that this self-important academic would possess such self-awareness. Shouldn't he be charging him headfirst for the sake of his pride? Unbeknownst to him, during the Samo competition, Chen Hao's self-esteem had been shattered, leading him to give up for over half a month. Finally, after a long internal struggle, he resignedly raised his hands, indicating his surrender. The Yuzhou candidates showed no signs of surprise at this outcome. Their gazes towards Chen Hao filled with pity. This fellow is quite fortunate, facing Chu Ming in the first match. Good thing I'm not Black Iron 8 stage. Wait, Chu Ming is here for the exam. I thought he wasn't coming. Where did he pop up from? I was searching for him just a moment ago. Amidst the fervent discussions of the crowd, many teachers and principals were left in a state of perplexity regarding this matter. Particularly, the educators from Beishan Middle School were keenly attentive to Chu Ming. However, at that moment, they could not spot his presence among the ranks of Beishan Middle School. Meanwhile, on the arena, after the referee declared him the victor, Chu Ming descended from the platform. Under the watchful gazes of numerous spectators and dignitaries, he swaggered towards the area where the students from Xingzhou City were congregating. He soon arrived at the location of Chenxi No, one high school. Shui Hongfa and his group immediately surrounded him, draping their arms around his shoulders, their enthusiasm akin to that of brothers. Wow, how did the opponent concede so easily? Brother, what did you say to him just now? What is going on? I was worried you might not be able to defeat him. Huh, could it be that the folks from Yuzhou are too intimidated to face us? They surrendered out of fear? Makes sense. Incredible, brother. A victory without a fight. This is the might of our Xingzhou. The onlookers, both in the audience and on the platform, were left utterly bewildered. Wang Hongmei. Teachers from Yuzhou? Principals from Yuzhou? Principals from Xingzhou. Chen Xuan stood in a daze for a moment, hesitantly remarking, "This kid seems to be from our Yuzhou, right?" Chen Hao returned to the area where the students from Beishan Middle School were located. His head bowed in shame. Unable to face the gazes of those around him, T.O. concede in the first round was utterly humiliating. It's all right. How good? It's just bad luck running into Chu Ming. His combat power is such that even a bronze-level fighter cannot stand against him. Conceding is not disgraceful. Exactly. It's a tactical decision to conserve strength. With your potential, how good? It won't be long before you surpass Chu Ming. There's no need to fret over a temporary defeat. Right? Right? Chu Ming will only shine for this brief moment. A few classmates hurried to console him, simultaneously disparaging Chu Ming. Indeed, a fleeting victory means little. Within a year, I can undoubtedly surpass 2,000 combat power. Hearing this, Chen Hao felt considerably reassured. It seemed his classmates were still supporting him. They were all good brothers. Just then, someone in the class sighed. Sigh. The students from Xingzhou City are truly formidable. Their average combat power exceeds ours by at least 60. In this city-wide exam, will we from Yuzhou not even have anyone in the top 30? That would be too shameful. Upon hearing this, the classmates who had just consoled Chen Hao suddenly changed their expressions and began to protest. What are you saying? How dare you dismiss our divine Chu Ming? Exactly. What do you mean we won't have anyone in the top 10? Brother Chu will definitely be in the top 10. Indeed, this is the gold standard of the top in Sichuan province. Do you understand the strength of 2,000 combat power? Chu God, the last hope of Yuzhou, Chu Ge, is incredible. As they spoke with increasing fervor, fervently supporting Chu Ming, Chen Hao was left in a state of bewilderment. Wait, who are you lot actually supporting? He glanced around, realizing that very few were paying attention to him, as many were engrossed in discussions about Chu Ming. The primary topics of conversation revolved around 2 points. 1. Chu Ming ISNT that impressive. ISNT, he just at 2,000 combat power? It can't continue to increase. So what is the use? 2. Chu Ming is amazing. He is the one who will bring glory to Yuzhou in this city-wide exam. 2,000 combat power is impressive. He'll easily make into the top 10. All right. Chen Hao's mind came to a standstill. Were they performing a Sichuan opera face change? However, setting aside personal biases against Chu Ming and broadening the perspective to encompass the entire citywide exam. Chen Hao's feelings became rather complex. Indeed, if none of the candidates from Yuzhou made it into the top 10, it would be an utter disgrace. And the only one from Yuzhou who had a chance at the top 10 was Chu Ming. Although entering the top 5 would be quite challenging for Chu Ming, at least he could regain some face for Yuzhou. Thus, many candidates from Yuzhou held highly contradictory views regarding Chu Ming. They felt his prospects were bleak, yet they were somewhat displeased by his reliance on luck to attain the provincial first place during the 3rd mock exam, while also hoping he would bring honor to Yuzhou. Indeed, diverting external conflicts is the best method for resolving internal ones. Where's Chu Ming? He was on the same platform as you, so why did only you return? Lin Yuming suddenly inquired. How would I know? He hasn't even come to class, all right? Who knows where he has gone? Chen Hao replied irritably. Lin Yuming frowned. That is strange. I was looking for him over here for quite a while, but didn't see him at all. She involuntarily glanced towards the distance, where the students from Xingzhou were gathered, hesitating. Could it be that Chu Ming took a wrong turn and ended up on the Xingzhou side? Lin Yuming scrutinized the area, but still could not find Chu Ming's figure. The candidates from Yuzhou and Xingzhou were gathered on opposite sides of the hall, separated by a distance of 100 or 200 meters, amidst a crowd of over 1,000 people. Unless viewed from the audience or the platform, it would be nearly impossible to spot Chu Ming among the throng. That I hope he hasn't gone astray. Lin Yuming's face revealed a hint of concern. There are only Xingzhou people over there. If he goes alone, he might be ostracized. Chen Haihao scoffed. That is for sure. There are definitely many people on the Xingzhou side who look down on us. If Chu Ming, a Yuzhou native, goes over, he'll surely be met with disdain. Brother, you're incredible. You brought us great honor in Xingzhou. On the other side, Shui Hongfa tightly embraced Chu Ming's shoulder. Laughing heartily, you scared the opponent into conceding. That is downright hilarious. Haha, Yuzhou is just inferior. Awesome. Awesome. They all laughed uproariously, giving Chu Ming a thumbs up. Chu Ming quickly feigned modesty. No, it's just that the opponent was timid. I said a few words, and they trembled with fear, nearly wetting themselves. How could they not concede? Haha, so cool. Chen Haihao was indeed quite foolish, utterly amusing. Wow, Chen Haihao actually placed fourth in Yuzhou's third mock exam. Yuzhou really does lag behind. Once again, they erupted into laughter. Chu Ming's eyes flickered with surprise. They actually knew Chen Haihao. Then how could they not know me? However, Chu Ming was too amused to dwell on it. He found it exceedingly entertaining to toy with these foolish folks from Xingzhou. Embracing the spirit of fun, Chu Ming continued to feign nonchalance. Yuzhou, a small city, just this level. Nothing strange about it. Doh, are you still putting on an act? Shui Hongfa's tone rose, his amusement intensifying. But I like you just as you are. You suit my taste perfectly. The surrounding individuals also wore broad smiles, fully embracing Chu Ming as one of their own. Oh, by the way, Shui Hongfa suddenly recalled something and asked, Brother, I still don't know your name. What do you go by? Chu Ming replied, Oh, I'm Ji Botchet. Oh, Brother Chu. Shui Hongfa laughed heartily from now on. You roll with Brother Shui. I'm definitely going to one of the top universities. You could just go to an ordinary university in the capital, and I'll look out for you. Chu Ming, thank you, big brother. Brother Chu, you're too polite. We're all just buddies. On the platform, silence reigned, the atmosphere akin to that of a quiet night at Conxiao. Everyone was filled with astonishment. What was happening? How did Chu Ming end up among the candidates from Xingzhou, and so familiar with the students from Chenxi No. 1 High School, even to the point of camaraderie? Suddenly, all eyes on the platform turned toward the principal of Chenxi No. 1 High School, Shun Cheng, each harboring their own thoughts. Principals from Yuzhou. This guy is impressive. He moves swiftly, silently whisking away Chu Ming, the top candidate from Sichuan province. Principals from Xingzhou. Damn, too slow to react. Although Chu Ming's future looks bleak, with a combat power of 2,000, he can still make it into the top 10 among the candidates from Xingzhou. He definitely achieved decent results in the college entrance examination, bringing honor to the school. Which Principal wouldn't he want him? Li Huayu's eyes gradually widened as he pointed at Shun Cheng, shouting angrily, What is the meaning of this? What the hell do you mean by secretly poaching student from Beishan Middle School? Chun Xuan furrowed his brows in displeasure and remarked, Shun Cheng, this is somewhat excessive. Shun Cheng responded, What the hell? I'm not doing anything. The first round of the exhibition match concluded swiftly. Candidates from Yuzhou, when matched against those from Xingzhou, had a win rate that barely reached 30%. The disparity in strength among competitors of the same rank was astonishingly vast, vividly illustrating the stark divide in educational resources. The expressions of the Yuzhou candidates were far from favorable. Damn it, we are all at the black iron level. The low-tier spiritual technique I cultivated is met with high-tier techniques from the opposing side. What a joke. I might as well forfeit. Thankfully, my opponent was also from Yuzhou. Otherwise, I truly would have been at a loss. Alas, I fear that the number of candidates from Yuzhou who can make it into the top 100 might not even reach 10. We are utterly embarrassed. No worries. We still have God Chu to hold the fort. The candidates from Yuzhou lamented, their spirits dampened by their woeful performance. Conversely, the candidates from Xingzhou were practically bursting with joy. Family, who understands the joy of frying fish? Some less reputable candidates from Xingzhou began to ridicule their Yuzhou counterparts, even going so far as to give them the middle finger from 200 meters away. The Yuzhou candidates were incensed, and they reciprocated with warm greetings to their opponents' parents. Despite the distance and the surrounding noise rendering their words inaudible, the atmosphere had undoubtedly turned into a harmonious and friendly exchange. Ha ha! They're anxious. They're rattled. The people from Yuzhou are losing their composure. Pathetic. Just practice more. The past is the past. Now is the era of freaks. Listening to the taunts around him, Chu Ming wore a perplexed expression, struggling to comprehend the mindset of these individuals. Frying fish is frying fish. Why the need to insult others? Such a bizarre sense of superiority. Subsequently, in a list for the second and third rounds of matches, Chu Ming did not find his name. However, Xue Hongfa took the stage once, matched against a candidate from another school in Xingzhou, a bronze second-tier competitor. With a combat power of 2,500, he shockingly lost. And it was nearly a crushing defeat. The opponent merely unleashed a seemingly innocuous purple fireball. Xue Hongfa attempted to conjure a massive ice shield for defense, only to have it shattered instantaneously, the overwhelming force nearly knocking him off the stage, leading to his immediate concession. Damn it, what bad luck. How come I'm matched against Gao Chun in the first round? That guy's combat power is nearly 3,100. I might as well give up. Hey, it's all right, Brother Xue. Just bad luck. The next match will surely be a win. Right, that Gao Chun is far too monstrous. Let's not compare ourselves to him. Several good friends hurried to comfort him. Chu Ming inquired, "Who is Gao Chun?" Xue Hongfa and the others were momentarily taken aback, gazing at him incredulously. Wait, bro, you a Xingzhou native don't even know who Gao Chun is? Chu Ming frowned slightly, suddenly remembering, oh, Gao Chun, he is one of the most formidable geniuses in our cohort, right? Absolutely, Xue Hongfa continued without hesitation. In our year from Xingzhou, the only candidates with combat power exceeding 3,000 are Gao Chun and Feng Zhang. Simply monstrous. They're both bronze second tier, so how can they reach the average combat power of bronze third tier? Another chimed in, damn, those two truly possess remarkable insight. I heard Gao Chun mastered a low-level third-tier spiritual technique to the third stage while in his second year of high school. He must be at the fourth stage by now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have combat power over 3,000. Crap, that is truly otherworldly talent. I can't possibly reach the fourth stage with any spiritual technique in my lifetime. Indeed, if such a person were born in the capital, his power would surely be over 4,000 or 5,000 by now. Without a doubt, with A-level talent and that kind of talent, he would be a top genius even in the capital. Others echoed in agreement. Chu Ming glanced at them, remaining silent. Mastering a third-tier technique to the fourth stage is deemed extraordinary. What would they call it if I were to master a fifth-tier technique to the ninth stage? Not only that, but I could also further deduce it to the 10th and 11th stages. Such individuals, I typically refer to them as wall hangers. At that moment, as the third round concluded, the screens around began to scroll the list for the fourth round. Arena 18, contestant 695 versus contestant 1145, bronze second tier. Upon seeing this list, many had question marks floating above their heads. Wait a moment, 1145 is Chu Ming, right? Why is his tier listed as bronze second tier? I remember 1145 is Brother Chu. What does this mean? Is there an error in the matching system? Could it be that the judging panel deemed it unfair to match Brother Chu based on tier due to his combat power? Thus, they matched him based on power? Reasonable. A combat power of 2,000 is the average for bronze second tier. Matching him with a bronze second tier opponent is logical. Logical, my foot. Chu Ming's combat power is only around 2,000. Possibly even less. The bronze second tier candidates from Xingzhou are all above 2,100. It's utterly unfair. A wave of discussion erupted among the candidates from Yuzhou. Gu Yueshi's brow furrowed slightly, a sense of worry creeping in. There were no bronze second-tier candidates from Yuzhou, meaning that Chu Ming's opponent had to be from Xingzhou. Could he compete without using mental energy? Gu Yueshi felt uncertain. In 01 knew Chu Ming's exact combat power. Based on his performance in the last mock exam, everyone speculated that it should be around 2,000, if that was indeed his true power. Facing a bronze second tier from Xingzhou could be quite precarious. After all, the 8 bronze second tier geniuses from Xingzhou all boasted combat power above 2,100, with two even exceeding 3,000. Truly terrifying. Meanwhile, the candidates from Xingzhou were also in an uproar. 659. That S. Lu Guan, right? Who is 1145 on the opposite side. I'm not sure. Huh. Wait a minute, didn't T 1145 used to be a black iron 8th tier? Yeah, I remember too. Who cares? Lu Guan is amazing. I love Lu Guan. I love Lu Guan too. Though the name Lu Guan was somewhat crude, the individual possessed impressive strength, ranking 6th among all candidates from Xingzhou with a combat power of 2,300. This doesn't add up. Shui Hongfa was bewildered. Chu, aren't you a black iron 8th tier? How did you match against Lu Guan? Is the matching system malfunctioning? Chu Ming replied nonchalantly, oh no, I'm actually a bronze 2nd tier. I just made a mistake earlier. Huh. Shui Hongfa was even more perplexed. How is that possible? I know all the bronze 2nd tier candidates from this year in Xingzhou. I've been stuck in bronze 1st tier for half a year. Only just breaking through. Chu Ming explained calmly, perhaps I filled out my new tier incorrectly when reporting, and it was recorded as black iron 8th tier. Oh. Is that so? Shui Hongfa scratched his head. Feeling that something was off, Xingzhou had over 50 bronze 1st tier candidates. He certainly wouldn't know them all, and Chu Ming's explanation seemed plausible. Yet, why did it feel so strange? The others appeared to harbor no suspicions, merely gazing at him in astonishment. And oh wonder, Chen Hahao surrendered earlier. Turns out he was intimidated by your bronze 2nd tier spiritual energy fluctuations. Wow. Brother, you're playing the pig to eat the tiger. You're actually a bronze 2nd tier powerhouse. What Chu? We should be calling you Brother Chu now. No wonder you're from Nanyuan High School that I heard there were several bronze 1st tier elites from your school. Right? Hey, why bring that up? Brother Chu, this is a case of misfortune leading to fortune. Seeing that his friends had no doubts, Shui Hongfa quickly dismissed the lingering strangeness in his heart, looking at Chu Ming with some concern. Brother Chu, you've only just broken through to bronze 2nd tier. Your combat power must not have reached 2,100 yet, right? It could be a bit challenging against Lu Guan. Chu Ming shrugged off the concern, saying, no worries, it's just Lu Guan. I handle him every day. It'll be a breeze. Chu Ming swiftly ascended to the 18th arena, his gaze landing on the gaunt, haggard youth opposite him, whose face bore the marks of exhaustion and 2 prominent dark circles under his eyes. A sigh escaped Chu Ming's lips as he reflected, truly, one's name often mirrors their essence. Who are you? Lu Guan stared at him in bewilderment, questioning, aren't we supposed to be matched at the same level? He couldn't recall any contender from Xingzhou's 2nd tier bronze students bearing this name. Oh, I recently advanced to the 2nd tier of bronze. Chu Ming reiterated this excuse. Oh, brother, you might as well concede. How can you fight me right after your promotion? Lu Guan shrugged, reasoning that for them, the city exam was of little significance, and it would be wiser to conserve energy for the upcoming national exam. Chu Ming dismissed his concerns, asserting, it's fine, I have plenty of stamina. I'm not as weak as you did. Lu Guan felt insulted, having been teased as weak brother during his childhood due to his name and appearance. Chu Ming's words struck a nerve. Damn, you've got quite the mouth, huh? Lu Guan seethed, his spiritual energy erupting suddenly, as billowing clouds of inky black mist surged forth from him, casting a sinister and terrifying aura across the entire arena. A level talent, Shadow Veil. Coupled with a low-tier dark-type spell of the 3rd rank, the spiritual energy of the 2nd tier bronze erupted, its might formidable. Many candidates watching the scene unfold on the large screen felt a chill run down their spines. Unable to fathom how terrifying it would be to face Lu Guan directly, oh no. Brother Chu is in danger. The candidates from Yuzhou gasped in alarm that Lu Guan sneered. I suggest you unleash your spiritual energy to protect yourself quickly, or you might find yourself in dire straits. Oh, all right. Chu Ming covertly glanced towards the high platform, hesitated for a moment, and then gradually began to mobilize the spiritual energy within him. He only summoned a trace. The subtle fluctuations of peak silver-level spiritual energy began to circulate. Lu Guan suddenly fell silent. What is wrong? Come at me. Chu Ming inquired, puzzled that Lu Guan retracted his energy and whispered, Teacher, it's illegal to impersonate a student in the examination. I am a student that I don't believe you. You should believe this that I cannot believe that. Fortunately, having cultivated a mental prowess technique, Lu Guan was spared from a grim fate. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead as he felt both astonished and suspicious. He could distinctly sense that the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from the person before him were far beyond the bronze level, certainly above silver. Was this year's examination conducted a bit too hastily? How could a silver-level individual infiltrate as a contender? Chu Ming found himself speechless. Truly, it was a big city. Encountering a student who had cultivated a mental prowess technique so easily was remarkable. Lu Guan quickly whispered, "Teacher, rest assured, I'll 1T expose you. Just don't hit me. I'll concede without a fight." Chu Ming frowned. "No, you must fight me. IT would be too strange for two consecutive opponents to concede." Lu Guan felt numb. What on earth was happening? He glanced at the referee below the arena, realizing that the referee was merely at the 8th tier of bronze and unlikely to intervene on his behalf. He had no choice but to comply. "Fine, I'll play along. You can unleash your spiritual energy," Lu Guan conceded reluctantly. "All right." Chu Ming nodded and then feigned a display of unleashing his spiritual energy. Bang! With a tremendous crash, Lu Guan's figure was propelled skyward, hurtling out of the arena at an astonishing speed of mid-air. Lu Guan's expression shifted dramatically as he pointed at Chu Ming, screeching in horror. "What the hell? So strong." Then with a loud thud, he crashed onto the ground outside the arena, spitting out blood and losing consciousness. The referee sprang to his feet in shock, exclaiming, "Doctor! Call for a doctor!" A candidate has been injured by an opponent's spiritual energy explosion. Simultaneously, he cast a terrified glance at Chu Ming, who stood there in stunned silence. This candidate had merely unleashed his spiritual energy to send his opponent flying. He had actually knocked a fellow contender out of the arena, causing him to bleed and faint. Good Lord, how absurd must his combat power be? Could he possibly be one of those candidates from Xingzhou with a combat power exceeding 3,000? Meanwhile, all eyes in the arena focused on the 18th stage, wide with disbelief. Candidates from Yuzhou exclaimed, "Huh," while those from Xingzhou echoed, "Huh." Chun Xuan and others were equally baffled, with Xue Hongfa exclaiming, "Oh my gosh." His eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the scene. Lu Guan's combat power was only slightly inferior by 200. Xue Hongfa dared not claim he could easily defeat the opponent. After all, in actual combat, outcomes were not merely dictated by sheer power levels. One had to consider battle experience, technique, proficiency with spiritual techniques, and the inherent counteracting nature of talents. Initially, he thought this Chu fellow, who had just broken through to the 2nd tier of bronze, would likely struggle against Lu Guan. But now this wasn't right. It defied logic. Xue Hongfa was both astonished and perplexed, pondering how a battle at the same level could result in one being knocked away solely due to the impact of spiritual energy. Just how formidable must his spiritual energy quality be? At the very least, he must have cultivated a mid-tier, third-rank technique to the 4th level. Those nearby shared similar expressions of shock. Good heavens! Could it be that Brother Chu's comprehension was simply extraordinary? Incredible! He truly was playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger. So effortlessly defeating Lu Guan meant his combat power must surely exceed 3,000. Such a genius from Xingzhou. Nanyuan Middle School had hidden its talent well. They exclaimed in a WT that moment. Many curious onlookers approached, inquiring about the identity of the individual who had battled Lu Guan. "Brother Xue, do you know who that person is?" "Yeah." "Which school does he come from?" "Surely he isn't from our Chincy No. 1 middle school." "Impossible. Where will we find such a remarkable individual in our school?" Hearing these comments, Xue Hongfa couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. He had unexpectedly come to know such a brilliant talent. This provided yet another point of bragging rights. Xue Hongfa grinned. "Huh, you don't even know him. That SG Bo Chu from Nanyuan Middle School." Others nearby couldn't resist joining the boasting. "What? You haven't heard my brother Chu's name?" Exactly. Just now, he effortlessly triumphed over Lu Guan after merely breaking through to the 2nd tier bronze. How could you not know such a remarkable genius? No way, no way. You mean you don't even recognize Brother Chu? He was impressive even when he was at the 1st tier of bronze. The crowd that had gathered was left dumbfounded. Jibo Chu. Brother Chu? The genius from Nanyuan Middle School. They had never heard of him. Was T that school already defunct? Yet, since Shui Hongfa, the top genius from Chincy #1 middle school, vouched for him, it must be true, right? Oh, so it's Brother Chu. I remember now. I just couldn't recall at the moment. Right. No wonder he looks so familiar. He is indeed Jibo Chu. Impressive. Brother Chu is amazing. Meanwhile, the candidates from Yuzhou were left in a state of shock, nearly plunged into silence. Most of them had been focusing on Chu Ming's arena. Just a moment ago, they had been alarmed by Lu Guan's overwhelming presence, thinking that Chu Ming was doomed. Yet in the next instant, wow, he just took off. 2,000 combat power. Was this really 2,000 combat power? Chen Hao gaped in disbelief. This can't possibly be 2,000 combat power. Merely unleashing spiritual energy had sent Lu Guan, with a combat power of 2,300, crashing and bleeding. His combat power must surely be 4 or 5,000. This meant that Chu Ming hadn't shown his full strength during the third mock exam. Realizing this, Chen Hao felt a chill run down his spine, drenched in sweat. Thank goodness he had conceded earlier. Otherwise, he might have been taken down by Chu Ming. Just how high was his actual combat power? Gu Yueshi's delicate lips parted in shock, utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Xiao Chuanbua exclaimed, "Wow, truly, my brother Chu is remarkable. Truly, a man capable of handling his ex-girlfriend. Astonishingly formidable. Is there anything beyond his reach?" Even if Chu Ming were to strike Chun Xiu Yuan dead with a single punch right now, Xiao Chuanbo would not be in the slightest surprised. At this moment, the examinees of Yu City finally regained their composure, erupting into a cacophony of astonished exclamations. What? Is Chu Ming this powerful? Incredible. He didn't even use a spiritual technique, merely unleashing some spiritual energy to instantly defeat a second-tier bronze. Unbelievable. My brother Chu must have concealed his strength during the third mock exam. He undoubtedly possesses a combat power of 3 to 4,000. Amazing. I'm in awe of Chu Ming. On the high platform, Chun Xiu Yuan, Lu Qing, and a host of principals and admissions teachers displayed expressions of utter disbelief, equally stunned. Hiss, Chen Xiu Yuan inhaled sharply, nearly causing those around him to suffocate from shock. This kid has actually hidden quite a bit of his power. Wait, Li Hua, you couldn't resist speculating. Minister Chun, could it be possible that Chu Ming's combat power has increased during this time? The moment those words were uttered, the atmosphere atop the platform became taut. The principals exchanged horrified glances. One could not deny that there was indeed a possibility. If it were true, wouldn't it mean that this young man had mastered the methods of Universal Trader? Goodness, that would be extraordinary. Not quite. Lu Qing suddenly interjected, his brow furrowed as if he had sensed something amiss. Everyone turned to him in unison, and Chen Xiu Yuan quickly inquired, "General Lu, what seems to be wrong? Did you perceive something amiss?" Chu Ming had not utilized any spiritual energy at all, Lu Qing solemnly stated. It was that Lu Guan who activated his spiritual energy and propelled himself off the stage. Chen Xiu Yuan. Huh. The multitude of principals. Everyone was utterly bewildered. What does that mean? What does it imply? Lu Guan fell prematurely in a rig match. Are the examinees from Yu City colluding with those from Xingzhou to throw the competition? One principal from Xingzhou wore a confused expression. But that can't be right. This combined municipal exam was a spur-of-the-moment decision. How could Chu Ming and Lu Guan possibly have colluded in advance? Were they acquainted beforehand? All present were engulfed in confusion, struggling to grasp the situation. After a moment of silence, Chen Xiu Yuan tentatively asked, "General Lu, should we summon Chu Ming and Lu Guan for questioning?" Lu Qing pondered for 2 seconds, but shook his head. "No need. Let us observe the situation." Upon hearing this, everyone became even more perplexed. What does that mean? Are they truly disregarding such blatant collusion and cheating? This municipal exam is exceedingly reckless, isn't it? However, the principals could only grumble internally. Faced with a golden-level divine cultivator from the military, they dared not oppose his words. Thus, they remained silent, waiting to see how matters would unfold. What no one noticed was Lu Qing quietly watching Chu Ming amidst the crowd, his mental energy firmly locking onto him, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Just now, when Lu Guan was blasted off the stage, It was true that Chu Ming had not employed any spiritual energy. However, upon entering the arena, he had released a faint trace of spiritual energy. Liu Qing's keen perception had detected it, and it had startled him. Was Chu Ming's spiritual energy fluctuation that of a peak silver level? Impossible. Just a month ago, he was merely at the 8th stage of black iron. How could he ascend to peak silver so swiftly? That is a leap of 2 entire realms. Liu Qing's heart brimmed with disbelief. Even if this lad had truly grasped the methods of a universal trader, allowing him to repeatedly acquire useful items for cultivation from the myriad realms, it shouldn't result in such exaggerated advancement. Even among the other S-level gifted awakeners of the Dragon Kingdom, none exhibited such outrageous rates of progression. If this were indeed the case, then Chu Ming's talent would undoubtedly exceed S-level, an existence never before seen globally. Thus, Liu Qing found it hard to believe, even doubting whether his perception was flawed. After all, Chu Ming had only utilized a mere trace of spiritual energy, and given the distance and the myriad of spiritual energy fluctuations in the arena, it was entirely plausible that he had misperceived. Liu Qing could only choose to wait and observe, anticipating Chu Ming's next appearance on the other side. Among the admissions teachers, Zhou Ruo Wang, upon hearing Liu Qing's earlier statement, finally felt a weight lift from his heart. That was terrifying. He genuinely thought Chu Ming's S-level talent had activated again. If that were the case, wouldn't he have offended an extraordinarily gifted prodigy? Wouldn't he face expulsion from Jing University on the spot? Thankfully, it was merely a false alarm. It turned out that the young man had simply colluded with Lu Guan to cheat. Zhou Ruo Wang exhaled deeply, genuinely relieved. Yet for some inexplicable reason, a sense of unease began to creep into his heart. A mere illusion. It must be just an illusion. Meanwhile, among the examinees of Xingzhou City, the name Jibo Chu swiftly spread like wildfire. Liu Guan, after all, was among the top 6 candidates from Xingzhou, already of considerable repute. Yet, Chu Ming had decisively vanquished him. The students from Xingzhou, in their astonishment, became exceedingly curious, seeking to uncover the truth. Brothers, I just heard from the students of Chun Shizhong. The one who defeated Lu Guan is Jibo Chu from Nanyuan Middle School. Huh, are you certain? Isn't there only one examinee left from Nanyuan Middle School? Could be that fortuitous? Absolutely. Everyone else has fallen. He must possess exceptional prowess. It has to be him. Exactly. I've also heard that this Jibo Chu is remarkable. When he was at the 1st stage of bronze, he crushed the entire senior class of Nanyuan Middle School. Huh, you just heard my brother Chu's fame? I've known for ages. 2 months ago, I even dined with him. Dined together, and now you're boasting? Laughable. I've never even mentioned my distant relation to him. Goodness, impressive brother. Could you introduce me to Chu? Wow. The name Chu brother resonates as profoundly as Lu Guan's. In a secluded corner where the students from Xingzhou gathered, one emaciated boy, appearing disheveled and in poor spirits, was utterly dumbfounded upon hearing the discussions. Jibo Chu. He was the only survivor from Nanyuan Middle School senior class? Then who am I? Am I not human? Am I really not human? Ha ha. So, I've already perished. Ha ha. Gradually, the vast majority of examinees in Xingzhou City began to discuss Jibo Chu. Brother Chu, I have long heard of your exploits. Ha. When Lu Guan was matched against Chu, I knew he was doomed. Goodness, Brother Chu truly excels. I've followed him for 3 years. You wouldn't believe it. He broke through to the 2nd stage of bronze. What? My brother Chu has actually advanced to the 2nd stage of bronze? Incredible. Given his astonishing comprehension, his combat power must be over 3,000. Ha ha ha. Truly deserving of my brother Chu. Now our Xingzhou has yet another genius who is guaranteed admission to both prestigious universities. The students from U City must be utterly dumbfounded. Ha ha. When Chu Ming stepped down from the arena, as he entered the gathering of Xingzhou examinees, the crowd erupted in a chorus of astonished cheers. Oh, Brother Chu is amazing. Brother Chu, I never doubted you. Incredible. Brother Chu, I've admired you for 3 years. May I take a photo with you? I knew Brother Chu would decisively defeat Lu Guan. Astounding. A throng of people shouted enthusiastically, as if they were longtime fans of Chu Ming. Chu Ming. He looked around in confusion, then turned and walked away. Apologies, I seem to have taken a wrong turn. Chu Ming mused, puzzled, as he remembered he was headed in the direction of Xingzhou. Just then, someone behind him shouted, "Jibo Chu, I believe you can definitely compete for first place with Gao Chun. I support you." Yes, yes, I also think Brother Chu surpasses Gao Chun. Chu Ming. This is incorrect. It seems I haven't taken the wrong path. Chu Ming turned around once more, bewilderedly scanning the crowd, feeling somewhat lost. What has transpired? I was only away for less than 10 minutes. How is it that upon my return, I have become an idol among all the candidates from Xingzhou? Subsequently, amidst his confusion, Chu Ming found himself inexplicably returning to his position at Chinsi No. 1 High School, surrounded by the enthusiastic crowd. Ha! Brother Chu, I didn't expect you to be so adept at hiding your talents. Remarkable. Xue Hongfa laughed heartily as he approached, throwing an arm around Chu Ming's shoulders, exuding the camaraderie of close friends. The onlookers immediately cast him astonished and envious glances. Is Xue Hongfa really this familiar with Brother Chu? Indeed, all geniuses seem to belong to the same circle. Meanwhile, those candidates from Xingzhou who had harbored doubts about Chu Ming's identity instantly dismissed their uncertainties upon witnessing this scene. Xue Hongfa is among the top 5 candidates in Xingzhou and has been in the Bronze Tier 2 for quite some time, so his reputation is naturally significant. The familiarity displayed between Xue Hongfa and Ji Bachu, as they casually draped their arms over each other, clearly indicated a long-standing acquaintance. How could I have been unaware of Brother Chu's existence until now? What a lack of insight on my part. No, I must not let others see through my ignorance. Some individuals thought to themselves, and soon began shouting in admiration, "Brother Chu is incredible." On the other side, the candidate from Yuzhou were also cheering. "Chu Ming is amazing." At this moment, the candidates from the two cities had, in a certain sense, united as one. Chu Ming scratched his head amidst the crowd, still somewhat bewildered. It felt as if the world had turned upside down. On the high platform, a group of individuals observed everything unfolding below with clarity. Liu Qing, Chun Xin, the principals from Yuzhou, the principals from Xingzhou. Oh, silence. Silence dominated the city examination this evening. What transpired? One principal from Xingzhou stroked his chin, deep in thought. Given the situation, does this imply that everyone in Xingzhou knows Chu Ming, except for his principals? Suddenly, it seemed that everyone had an epiphany, and their gazes converged on Principal Shun Cheng of Chinsi No. 1 High School. Clearly, Chu Ming was most familiar with Xue Hongfa and the others from that school. Case solved. Principal Shun, you were just pretending quite convincingly. Weren't you? How can you still claim you didn't recruit Chu Ming? Li Huayu's face was flushed with anger. The principal from Xingzhou also cast astonished glances at Shensheng. Brother, your acting skills are quite impressive. Shensheng was left dumbfounded. I truly had no knowledge of anything. Yes. All right, we believe you, don't we? We all understand. Shun Cheng's eyelids twitched. What do you even understand? Chun Shuyuan's expression darkened. Shun Cheng, recruiting students from other cities without authorization is a violation of regulations. You have quite the audacity. No. Shun Cheng was on the verge of panic. Minister Chun, I truly didn't recruit him. If you don't believe me, I can summon Xue Hongfa and the others for questioning right now. Li Huayu scoffed. You must have colluded long ago, right? Shun Cheng. I can't believe this. Just as the atmosphere on the high platform grew increasingly tense, Lu Qing spoke up. Enough. Shun Cheng indeed did not recruit Chu Ming. This is merely a misunderstanding. The principals were instantly taken aback, especially Li Huayu, whose eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lu Qing. What? For such a well-supported claim, you dare to call it a misunderstanding? Even if the King of Heaven himself came down, it couldn't possibly be a misunderstanding. Know who exactly is Shun Cheng? How could he have the backing to be protected even by General Liu? The crowd fell silent, their gazes toward Shun Cheng transformed. They had not anticipated that a mere principal could possess such a formidable background. This college entrance examination is far more complicated than it seems. Shun Cheng. Damn it. Following this, the high platform once again descended into an eerie silence. Liu Qing furrowed his brow. Through his mental prowess, he had overheard the discussions among the candidate from Xingzhou and had roughly pieced together what had happened. This is even more absurd. This world truly is a colossal circus. Meanwhile, in the audience, Wang Hongmei, the teachers from Beishan High School. A group of individuals also fell into disarray. And oh wonder, Chu Ming hasn't attended school for a month. He has actually been recruited by a school in Xingzhou. In just a month, he has become famous in Xingzhou. One teacher suddenly realized, utterly shocked. Wang Hongmei was momentarily stunned, then filled with rage. How could he do this? Clearly, it was our Beishan High School that nurtured him. He actually ran off to a school in Xingzhou. What a thankless wretch at that moment. Upon witnessing Chu Ming use his spiritual power to send Lu Guan flying, Wang Hongmei was both astonished and overwhelmed with ecstatic joy. Chu Ming's battle prowess had indeed improved. This means he could potentially gain admission to the two prestigious universities. My performance metrics, they are back on track. Yet the next moment, Wang Hongmei saw how popular Chu Ming was among the candidates from Xingzhou. All the candidates from Xingzhou appear to be quite familiar with him. The answer was glaringly obvious. Chu Ming had already been recruited by a school in Xingzhou. Moreover, he was already famous there. No wonder this kid had remained among the candidates from Xingzhou since he entered the examination room. Wang Hongmei felt as though everything had clicked into place, and her heart ignited with fury. With this development, wouldn't my performance metrics be snatched away by some teacher from Xingzhou? This is outrageous. I must seek justice. Unable to bear it any longer, Wang Hongmei let out a furious shout and stormed toward the high platform. The surrounding teachers were left bewildered, exchanging glances with one another. Something feels off. Why does it seem like there is something amiss?